After closing the chat window, Zhu Shou leaned back in his chair, staring at the computer with intense eyes. The inspection team from the country shouldn't even be assessing tourist sites. The biggest treasure in this area is the head of the guide. They should pry open his head and see if there's still a human structure inside. The three computers in front of him flickered with blue light, displaying posts, social media, and various blogs, all frantically flashing news about the Wanyuan Mountain app and the new activities for tomorrow. It was terrifying. He couldn't even imagine how many visitors would show up on the first day of operations after the relaunch. Chapter 214. High-speed rail announcement. Everyone was puzzled about why the Wanyuan Mountain app was so amazing. How was it developed? How did it accurately track their progress during the visit? Only Su Jing knew the truth. This wasn't something that was just created. He had actually purchased positive reviews with real money from the system. The price was 1,000 reviews, with a guarantee for updates. This was what made the notoriously stingy decide to spend a bit. With the system in play, nothing in the tourist area could escape its gaze. Processing such massive data only took the system half an hour. Who came multiple times, and what they did were all laid bare before it. Even the number of times someone used the restroom could be precisely provided if Su Jing needed that data. Of course, he didn't need it. The system sounded a bit regretful, then connected to the computer to manipulate data registration and uploads. In less than a day, the Wanyuan Mountain app was ready and successfully began trial operations. So far, the feedback was positive. The programmers from Jiangzhou had already started recruiting. And if there were no issues later, the app could be released for maintenance and optimization. Next, they just had to wait for the official opening tomorrow. The night was long, and dawn was approaching. In the hazy morning, several tourists exited the Qingshan County Station, preparing to search for a map and hail a taxi when they were drawn to a group holding a red banner. The reason was simple. The words were just too eye-catching. Warm congratulations. Qingshan County launches. Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area Tourist Line. Behind the banner, beautifully designed buses were lined up in formation, with brand new covers, and the drivers could be seen smiling from their seats. Is this for real? Some tourists tentatively approached to ask about the fare, only to discover it was just 20. Knowing that Qingshan County was about an hour away from the Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area, a taxi ride would cost at least 50 to 40. This was too good to be true. I'll buy a ticket. Me too. We all want tickets. The tourists exiting the station immediately rushed over, all climbing onto the bus. The beautifully painted ink-wash buses, filled with passengers, steadily drove onto the road. As tourists began to appear from all directions, they slowly flocked to Wanyuan Mountain like ants returning to their nest. The government's official website of Yong'an City also released a new announcement. Yong'an City, Qingshan County will estimate the construction of high-speed rail lines and stations and initiate a feasibility study. Once this announcement was made, it garnered little attention until the Cultural and Tourism Bureau shared a screenshot of it on their official account and social media, prompting people to realize what was happening. Wait a minute, why is Qingshan County building a high-speed rail? Does a county really need a high-speed rail? But if it's for Wanyuan Mountain, while it may not seem entirely reasonable, it could be justified, right? The county head held the document, making it crackle in the office in front of his subordinates. Finally, I've waited for this. He knew. He knew that Secretary Shun had a late-night conversation with him, and surely there was some super good news in every word. But he didn't expect it to be the news about building a high-speed rail. Now this is great. Young brother Su Jing. You have truly benefited the people of the entire county and at least 10 surrounding counties. The small city is riding the coattails. After all, when the high-speed rail is built, it can't just stop at this one station. What a great person. Should we give him an award? Or an honorary title? This amazing figure hails from Qingshan County and returns to uplift his hometown. It's a shame not to feature him in a month-long interview. Everyone was happily chatting and laughing, before finally picking up their documents, getting ready to face the huge influx of tourists today. At this moment, the northern gate of Wanyuan Mountain had officially opened, welcoming early risers. People were laughing at the entrance, shouting that they were going to break the record today. Meanwhile, at the other entrances, early arriving tourists gathered to chat, furiously typing in the app's chat window. Recruiting for the 12 Flower God team in Minghua Village. Does anyone know what activities are happening at Luoxian Lake? This time the app specifies the illusion time at Luoxian Lake. Great. I've always been scared to go in. Lord Koi, I miss you so much. Team up. Peach Blossom and Poetry and Dance Troupe. Those with good musical sense, come. We still need 12 members. In front of the scenic area's gate, there were sounds of excited discussions and typing everywhere. In the distance, a long line of cars was approaching from the country road, followed closely by two large buses. One was a tourist shuttle, and the other was a mountain tourism special vehicle. Haha, I overtook him. Zhao Meng laughed loudly from the vehicle, only to be shot a fierce glare by the driver. Overtake my foot. Drive safely, okay? If you don't care about your life. There are so many beautiful men and women behind who want to live. Zhao Meng turned around, seeing the unfriendly faces of the tourists, and he touched his nose and sat down obediently. This driver, why is he so harsh? Anyway, we are about to reach Wanyuan Mountain. Once we arrive, those going to Mingyue Village and Shangshan will get off with the guide Xiao Wu at the main entrance. Those climbing will follow the guide Sam Pao at the northern gate. And those heading to Taowawu and Luoxian Lake, follow me. We split into 3 groups and agreed to meet after at the Xiaming guest house in Area B of the Mingyue Village. The vehicle came to a halt. The door opened, and a group of people jumped out with beaming smiles, eagerly heading into the plaza in front of the scenic area. Zhao Meng returned to his seat, feeling quite pleased. This was the first high-end tour group they had received. What made it high-end? Everyone purchased dual 3-day tickets and required accommodations at the guest houses within the scenic area for these few days. What a generous opportunity. On the day the group was confirmed, he immediately called Su Jing to book the guest houses in advance. For guest houses for a large group of 40 people, with 10 rooms reserved at each. It was quite extravagant. Boss Su was accommodating and, seeing there were available rooms, readily agreed with a wave of his hand. Only then did Zhao Meng confidently assure the tourists. Perfect. With the tourists settled in, he bit the bullet and rented 2 rooms for himself and a couple of his colleagues. They were all making money. So why not indulge a little today? At 9 a.m., the 3 main gates of the Wanyuan Mountain scenic area slowly opened again. After exchanging their tickets, the tourists surged in. Without the ticket office manned by Zhao University, Xiao Hong and Xiao Huang were cracking their fingers and putting on cheerful smiles. They were determined to do a good job and not let their mentor down. July 1st, a brand new day began. Ping Ping and Zhou Yi had already disappeared into the Dahan Mountain. At this moment, Zhu Shou had resumed his lone wolf identity, carrying his camera bag and gazing ahead with a smile. Here we go. Let him see what secrets the lake bottom holds. Chapter 215. The Changing Lake Bottom Research Institute. Sitting on a drifting inflatable raft, the chubby boy quickly landed by the Luoxian Lake. The park had just opened, and various tourists were already moving along the lake embankment, while many others could be seen heading to the Xian Lake campsite to check in. Zhu Shou didn't plan to stay here today, so he wasn't in a hurry. He stood by the lakeside observing. About 200 meters around the lake to the right of the research institute, a circle of barriers had been set up, with several workers busy hammering away, and a cart piled high with large pieces of timber nearby. Hey, brothers. Zhu Shou stabilized his camera in front of his chest and walked over, offering cigarettes to each of them with a smile. What are you all working on? He was quite perceptive. Generally, when people see maintenance happening at a scenic area, they simply think they're fixing something and wouldn't approach to watch, let alone engage in conversation. But if everyone could observe closely, they would notice that in the 3 months since the scenic area opened, there had been almost no maintenance done in front of the tourists. Plus, with the new activities announced for Luoxian Lake just last night, he felt there must be some special significance to it. Taking the cigarettes, the workers exchanged glances, smiling at each other before turning to the chubby boy with a sigh. Ah, you wouldn't know. The boss shrugged the hammer onto his shoulder and pointed towards the research institute, saying, a few days ago, since there were no outsiders bothering us, the staff of Luoxian Lake went in to do some research. We don't know if it was the river god showing signs or what happened. They really have come up with something interesting in their research. The uncle beside him nodded in agreement. Sure enough, they provided a blueprint for us to build something by the lakeside, although we have no idea what it's for. But we'll just get on with it. Zhu Shou carefully examined the structure here and then asked tentatively, how long will this take to complete? The uncle chuckled. Not sure. I heard it depends on the progress. It can't be built too quickly, nor too slowly. After a few people finished speaking, they ignored him and continued to work away. Zhu Shou pondered for a moment and then turned to leave. The uncertainty of the progress indicated that it was linked to something else. This something must refer to a particular activity of the research institute. He quickened his pace and followed the crowd into the deep hallway of the institute. The first floor was a hotel, and the second floor was a dining area with a viewing platform. These 2 levels seemed unchanged, so he didn't linger and went straight down. Ding! His phone beeped, and Zhu Shou took it out to see a pop-up from the Wanyuan Mountain app. Reminder: detected entry into the Luoxian Lake Research Institute. Please scan the entrance QR code to confirm visitor information. P.S. Please note that the Luoxian Lake Research Institute has enhanced security and sensing measures. Important behavioral trajectories of visitors will be uploaded to the cloud. Please check regularly. Wow. No way. Dude, this app is a bit too impressive, isn't it? He felt as if he had a smart assistant robot at his disposal. This could be considered a kind of system, right? Previously, when entering the institute, they were merely tourists here for sightseeing. But this time, it felt like they had transformed into some kind of exploratory personnel. A smile of excitement appeared on the chubby boy's face as he stood in line at the entrance, scanning the visitor QR code on his phone. A strange red light lit up, and the security guard scanned him with a stick, saying in a deep voice, "You can go in." It's really starting to feel that way. Since it was still early, there weren't many people in the institute. After the chubby boy entered, he quickly noticed differences from his last visit. The hall of the Institute, which previously had two connected spherical rooms, now had a long, curved glass screen at the front, with several passages leading into Luoshan village on either side. The back of the hall, which used to be a smooth metal wall, had completely vanished, replaced by a spacious doorway where many visitors were already exploring. A new map. Zhu Shou's face lit up with joy as he immediately grabbed his camera and walked inside. Ding. His phone vibrated again. Detected Research Institute, confidential document room. In the silver-white rectangular room, the metal doors on both sides were tightly closed, and there was a long operation desk in front. Corresponding to it, faint lights began to glow on the ultra-thin perforated metal panel on the wall. Brother, what's going on? Exploring on his own was one thing, but extracting information from others was another. Zhu Shou quickly approached the operation desk where a reliable-looking older man with a beard was, and began to inquire. The older brother glanced at Zhu Shou and gestured with his lips. What you see now is the secret of the New Activities Research Institute. Task information is announced every half hour, and there are still 3 minutes left, so you can wait a bit. Or if you have the app, you can scan this code and listen with headphones. Oh, so advanced. He wasn't interested in wearing headphones. He looked at the tourists nearby who were obviously waiting, all eagerly standing by, examining the rather modern and technological room as they waited. Finally, amidst everyone's anticipation, the air echoed with a sound. Everyone's eyes lit up as they looked at the wall in front of them. The silver metallic wall on the operation platform suddenly flickered with a lot of blue electrical light, eventually transforming into the shape of a small television-like robot face. The image trembled a couple of times, and its mouth began to open and close. Hello, new arrivals. I am Luoshan No. 1, the intelligent terminal of Luoshan Lake Research Institute. When I appear, you should have already discovered the secret here. But this secret is of great importance. If you learn it, it will definitely pose dangers and threats. Therefore, I will turn the secret at the bottom of Luoshan Lake into a test for you. When you complete the test, it will be the time you learn the secret of the lake's bottom. I hope that at that time, you will not regret today's reckless decision. The robot's voice was gradually overtaken by a buzzing sound, and then the image disappeared, replaced by a huge text panel displayed on the wall. Test content. The secret at the lake's bottom consists of a document and an image. These texts and images have been shattered by a mysterious force, each having 100 copies scattered throughout the ruins at the lake's bottom. Outsiders need to find all the fragments and submit them to the Research Institute's terminal. There are a total of 200 fragments, and each piece requires 500 units of energy to be synthesized and displayed. Each outsider can only scan and absorb each fragment once. P.S. Luoshan No. 1 has prepared scanners for everyone, but due to insufficient energy, they cannot be provided. I hope everyone can photograph and collect the 10 totems in Luoshan village and hand them over to me, so I can gather energy and transmit the scanners to you. The image completely disappeared, and the little fatty and other tourists stared wide-eyed, dumbfounded as they absorbed the information just given. But before he could fully process it, a loud shout rang out. "Ha! Make way!" The crowd parted involuntarily as a man in brightly patterned shorts and a shirt laughed and barged in, pointing his phone at the operation platform. Beep, 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 beep. After a series of beeping sounds, everyone heard a dripping sound in the room, followed by an electronic voice. Luoshan No. 1 has received energy from 10 totems, unlocking your scanning function. You can now set off to collect fragments. The man in the floral shorts flipped his phone around, swiped a few times, and smiled at everyone. The app has unlocked the AR scanning feature. I'm off first. He struggled to squeeze out of the crowd, leaving only a few words floating in the air above the confidential document room. This task is a long-term large-scale group mission. Everyone, let's do our best. Chapter 216. Solving the puzzle. What is this incredible action and extraordinary insight? The fear that had once been instilled in Zhu Shou by Zhou Yi and Ping Ping resurfaced, and he put down his camera, grabbed his phone, and rushed outside. Damn it, everyone just received their tasks, and you've already completed the first phase? After hearing the task, the tourists immediately perked up and headed outside. Even the bearded man who had been acting deep no longer pretended, pulling out his phone and charging ahead. What are they doing? The newly arrived tourists were confused and wanted to follow, but were pushed back by others. Don't rush, foolish newcomers. You should go receive your tasks first. After saying that, the person quickly walked away. Foolish newcomers. What do you mean by receiving tasks? We just got here, and we're starting to receive tasks already? What to do? It feels like the bewilderment of just entering a beginner's village. The confidential document room had just been cleared, and it was slowly being filled with new incoming tourists. A new round of task releases would begin soon. As for Zhu Shou, he had already arrived at the first corridor. The first corridor was at the outermost edge, displaying the scenery outside Luoshan village. He observed the scattered stone pavilions, stone bridges, and statues at the bottom of the lake, and immediately spotted a special totem on the railing of the stone bridge. 8-legged beast, tail like feathers, head resembling a bell. He wasn't sure if it was what Luoshan number 1 wanted, but it wouldn't hurt to take a picture. Next to the statue, there was a depression filled with water plants, and the bottom of the pit was dark and unclear, with occasional small bubbles rising and no fish swimming around, which was quite strange. After carefully checking, he put away his phone and continued forward. With many tourists around, it was much easier to find totems. Where there was a crowd shouting, there must be some gains. Zhu Shou didn't spend too much time and took about 156 photos before heading back. Taking a few more photos meant that even if some were wrong, he could still pass smoothly. Soon, the sound of a notification rang out. He also unlocked the AR scanning feature of the app. At this time, the tourists in the document room had changed, and everyone began to go out to search for totems or officially start their tasks. Let me see what's going on. The chubby guy, nimble as a fish, slipped into the 8th glass corridor from the opposite direction. With the VR camera on his phone activated, he started scanning and searching right from the beginning. The underwater ruins, originally a mix of ancient gray, white, green, and blue, suddenly revealed several tiny light spots through the lens. Found it. He immediately zoomed in. The side light spots were hard to capture, but the front one scanned out immediately. Buzz. The phone vibrated, and the stone jar in the image lost its cover of algae, revealing its gray-white rock color, and a message appeared above. Stone jar. Every household in Luoshan village possesses a uniquely shaped stone jar, which seems to be well protected. Perhaps its use is not ordinary? In the taskbar that had newly appeared beside the task, 2 large puzzles appeared on the left and right, and the text block on the left suddenly lit up a bit. That's right. Zhu Shou's eyes brightened, and he immediately moved the lens to the side. Stone dough, a strangely shaped large spoon, seemingly used for scooping liquid from deep containers. The puzzle immediately lit up the second piece. He smiled and called out to a man passing by with a phone. There are 2 here, don't miss out. In the distance, someone shouted back with a laugh. Over here, I found 3. 2 puzzle pieces and 1 word puzzle. I have one here too. Haha, I have the most. For pieces, everyone come quickly. The corridor was filled with a harmonious atmosphere, since they knew this was a group task. Helping each other to achieve the goal of the Mount Luoshan mission was the most important thing. Without the sensory sharing device, the Luosian Lake Research Institute no longer had a limit on the number of people. As long as it could accommodate them, Zhao Long let them in freely. But there were still rules. Each person could not stay inside for more than 3 hours, and the countdown started on the app as soon as they entered. So Zhao Long didn't have to worry about people blocking the entrance and preventing other visitors from enjoying their time. TSK. The stern-looking uniformed man had a flash of admiration in his eyes. Little Sue was not only kind-hearted and willing to accept them, but also incredibly intelligent, capable of designing such interesting activities and attractions. If he weren't responsible for guarding, he would really want to go in and take a look around. The Research Institute, quiet as a black rock, lay hidden beneath the grass, facing the lake, remaining still despite the internal commotion. However, the nearby Dahan Mountain was going wild at this moment. Roar. Another 5 energy. I got all 3 questions right. So what if I'm a raider? This is the power of knowledge. I'm in the top 10. Wait for me. Ha ha ha. 10-step gravity path, a half year of hard training. I'm going to break through myself. The hills echoed with horns and shouts, sounding more like a celebration than a monkey troop. On the climbing path of Dahan Mountain, at every stage, there were large groups of people laughing and climbing up. The simplest paths up and down the mountain had some people, but not many. Those who dared to come today had mostly been following Dahan Mountain for a long time, and most were there to tackle the intermediate route. E-people were excitedly shouting in the open, while I-people were wildly messaging in the chat window. Bro, I think I've discovered a hidden gameplay at the Qingshi Qingjia. Hurry up and share upstairs. Wow, I found a new 100-year-old plant. Damn it, we've all been fooled. They're 100-year-old flowers. Brothers, I've been lost in the strong windstone forest for half a day. I've already been blown around. Who can come save me? Today, I'm going to break through the leaderboard. I will dethrone the Wind Xiao Xiao. Keep practicing, bro. Today, I'm the one breaking the formation. I just got the Brave Medal. What do you have to compete with me? Haha, you upstairs are killing me. Were you the one who farted at the deadly corner just now? Everyone was chatting wildly in the window, for the first time feeling that even if one person moves forward, it's a battle shared by thousands. Those who couldn't make it to Wanyuan Mountain today, or were playing in other areas of the scenic spot, could see the leaderboard of Dahan Mountain refreshing crazily every time they opened the app. Of course, the top 10 remain largely unchanged. In the chat window below, the atmosphere is intense, as if some sort of pre-war declaration is taking place. Moreover, some even manage to stream on a certain platform, showcasing a leaderboard climb, while others provide real-time commentary on the various difficulty levels of a specific mountain and hidden tasks. It's outrageous. Just as Zhou Yi and Ping Ping emerged from the cloud ladder, they stood side by side, panting heavily, before exchanging amused glances. They had no idea that in the game, hitting 10 clouds would also earn them a medal. Zhou Yi leaned against the stone wall, laughing. Today, taking on the strong windstone forest and upgrading their climbing poles was a smart choice. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to hit the distant clouds. The two high-fived and helped each other walk out. They used the energy from the lanterns to disperse the fog and upgrade their climbing poles to reduce the distance, barely completing the activity. But it was exhausting. Both of them had decent stamina and agility, but after this round, they were practically drained. The thought of the 999-step ladder ahead was even more disheartening. Dingling. Ping Ping's phone rang, and she stopped to look at Zhou Yi. It was a call from Zhu Shou, the chubby guy, who had gone to the research institute. Why was he calling instead of enjoying himself? Once the call connected, the chubby guy shouted on the other end, "When are you guys coming?" "Damn, what's wrong?" Ping Ping checked the time. If all went well, they should be able to descend in about an hour and a half. "I came out to wait for you guys, damn it. I just found out that everyone can only stay in the research institute for 3 hours, and I only have half an hour left, so I came out early. When you arrive, I'll go in with you." Ping Ping pondered for a moment. "Why don't you go stroll around Minghua village first? Haven't you collected all the 12 flower gods yet? Call me when we come down." Zhu Shou agreed without hesitation. Although he had been here many times, he was still not as proficient in completing various tasks as Ping Ping. Plus, the activities in the scenic area updated so quickly that even the collection ceremony in Minghua village seemed different every week. It was fine for him to explore a bit. Chapter 217. Dance training. Zhu Shou didn't have to wait long. When the two sweaty companions joined him, he immediately led Ping Ping and Zhou Yi into the B2 level of the research institute. The queue had grown longer in the afternoon, and they waited for quite a while before being allowed in by security. For the first time, Zhu Shou felt like a tour guide and was eager to explain things to them. "First, let us." "Hey, you're not supposed to spoil it," Ping Ping interrupted, covering the chubby guy's mouth and pushing him aside. "What is wrong with you?" The girl shot him a glare, her ponytail swaying behind her. "Let us explore on our own." "Exactly," Zhou Yi agreed passionately. This was his first time in the area of Luoxian Lake. He had already felt exhilarated while floating down on a raft, and he was astonished by the breathtaking scenery. The vast lake's surface glimmered like a green gemstone. Unfortunately, he hadn't had the chance to admire it closely before being brought down by the chubby guy and his companion. But this place. Zhou Yi looked around, his amazement evident in his eyes. Was this still part of the scenic area? This is exactly like the Surreal Technology Research Institute, he imagined. As they walked into the confidential document room, the sound of Luo Shan No. 1 appeared just in time, and the two began to stop and listen. The chubby boy beside them nodded in satisfaction. What luck! They arrived at just the right moment. Otherwise, he would have had to wait outside, wasting time inside. The dreamy water blue arcs reflected on the metallic walls, gently swaying. Inside the massive, seamless glass, the flicker of future technology was visible. Outside, however, was an ancient stone city covered in algae. The contrast of antiquity and reality raised more and more mysteries in the minds of the visitors. Zhou was also scanning information with AR, watching the words and image fragments that appeared. It wasn't his fault for overthinking. It was just that the strange occurrences had increased, making people believe in the unbelievable. Could there really be secrets at the bottom of this lake? On the first day of operation at Wanyuan Mountain, the Dahan Mountain Luoxian Lake Research Institute had directly caused a stir in the cultural and tourism sector. The number of visitors on the first day reached a staggering nearly 30,000. What? You think that's low? Keep in mind that this was just an ordinary Tuesday, and one of the events was not announced in advance. The much-anticipated Dragon Boat Festival celebration at the lake also only attracted about 30,000 visitors. Of course, that was also due to the park's capacity limits. Considering Wanyuan Mountain's vast size, if it were fully open to tourists, accommodating 50,000 people would be more than feasible. It was just that there weren't enough staff. Su Jing was unaware that their scenic area had topped the cultural and tourism sector's hot list. Since July 1st, he had been responsible for the learning progress of 2 dance troupes. The young dancers of the exchange dance troupe, who initially appeared relaxed, felt the pressure rise after seeing Su Jing's dance teaching. After trying it out in Luoxian Lake, they felt even more disheartened. The difficulty was too high. However, everyone still had some confidence that day. After all, even if they couldn't compare to teacher Su Jing, they were sure they could outperform the older dancers from the Golden Sun troupe. So no matter what, they felt they had a strong chance of securing dance spots later on. But after practicing on July 1st, when Su Jing stood in front of the group of dancers again on July 2nd, July 3rd, and finally July 5th, preparing to check everyone's recent progress, she found that the relaxed demeanor of those young dancers had completely vanished. They looked at the Golden Sun dancers with flickers of uncertainty in their eyes. Jean Na stood at the front of the line, her posture straight, with no sign of slackness or relaxation on her face. Strangely, after taking a sip of Su Jing's milk that day, they felt refreshed and full of fighting spirit. Yet they also knew that there would still be a significant gap between them and the geniuses of the exchange dance troupe. As the teaching activities truly began, everyone subtly sensed that something was off. Jean Na, being the oldest, should have had the hardest time keeping up with the pace, but oddly enough, after a full routine. Although she was a bit tired, there was no sign of her collapsing from exhaustion. There are several elderly individuals who are serious but have poor understanding. Initially, Jinna spent a long time teaching them the traditional dance and the rolling lantern dance before they could barely manage to perform. She thought this time they would struggle even more, but surprisingly, they kept up. Some even grasped certain movements quicker than she did. As for the younger members of the group, like Xiaoxuan and Xuan, they already danced quite well, with good appearance and charisma. Every time they danced, their eyes sparkled, enhancing the dance's appeal. This even made the younger members from the exchange dance group nearby feel a bit wary. Jinna looked at Su Jing, who was strolling leisurely, and her complex emotions began to simmer. Su always said he would help them take the big stage, and he did. He promised to teach them unparalleled dance. And he delivered. Now, he was also talking about a common starting point, which seemed to have come true. If there were truly divine beings in this scenic area, wouldn't this man, with his refreshing demeanor, count as one? What are you looking at? The two words from the divine being shattered Jinna's fantasies. Her expression turned serious again as she managed to squeeze out a dry comment. You're handsome. Hey, even our Jinna can joke now. Su Jing chuckled, touching his cheek with satisfaction before clearing his throat. Handsome doesn't matter. Today is the first assessment, and everyone knows that. There were many tourists at the research institute. So he set up an area a bit farther away and led everyone to practice there. During this period, both swimming and diving coaches had already taken their positions, guiding the dancers in basic training every day. Those who couldn't handle the water would have to leave early. So currently, only about 20 competitors remained, 8 from Jintai and 14 from the exchange dance group. This was a significant gap. Anyway, no one could see underwater, so they could dance however they liked. Today's assessment, as the first evaluation for the final performance, would directly select 16 individuals to enter the next stage of learning. For those who passed, I would begin more detailed teaching, aiming for everyone to optimize their strength and aesthetics before the performance. Zhang Ryun nervously swallowed and raised her hand to ask, Teacher Su, may I ask how many people will ultimately perform? After a few days of learning, everyone had started referring to Su Jing as teacher instead of Su, showing their recognition and respect for his professional abilities. Su Jing shrugged. Who knows? Maybe 4, maybe 8, or even 16. It depends on everyone's abilities. He waved at everyone and then jumped into the lake with a splash. I'll wait for you all down here. People on the shore exchanged glances, puzzled. What? Why does he make it sound so creepy? Jinna shook her head helplessly. Even at her age, she had to join in the fun. Taking a deep breath, she jumped in as well. Su Jing stood on a stone platform 2 meters deep in the water, watching the dancers fall in one by one, and he praised the system in his heart. The store was vast. There was nothing you couldn't buy if you thought of it. Even props that could warm a water area were available, perfectly solving the dancers' potential for hypothermia and frostbite. He made an okay gesture in the water. 3, 2, 1. The dance begins. Chapter 218. The first phase is complete. For 7 consecutive days, the Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area was packed with visitors, especially on Friday and Sunday, to the point that the ticket office had to change shifts 3 times to allow tourists to enter normally. The staff were exhausted, yawning and suffering from back pain. Yet each of them wore a joyful expression. Just a few months ago, the employees of Mingyue Village were so poor that they had to live in unfinished buildings. But now they all made a fortune through their small businesses. Even the Qingyun acrobatic troupe, which couldn't afford decent clothes or props, managed to get their apprentices dressed in respectable outfits. For them, Wanyuan Mountain was not just a workplace, but a sacred place that allowed them to reclaim their dignity. So no matter how tough or tiring it was, they were all filled with joy. As for the tourists, their excitement was even more extraordinary. Many residents of Yong'an City were experiencing a sense of pride for the first time because of a scenic area. They became the discoverers of hidden eggs in Dahan Mountain and the main force in completing research tasks. Among them, Zhoupa finally found some leisure time and pulled his friends into Dahan Mountain. Recently, he had been overwhelmed with family business, and his father, having heard a rumor about Zhou's past donation to Wanyuan Mountain and his good relationship with the owner, suddenly began to take him seriously and involved him in many family affairs. Young Master Zhou felt miserable. While Zhao Yanran had ambitions, he did not. He just wanted to be a second-generation rich kid who could go wherever he pleased. Therefore, after a long-awaited vacation, he arrived at Wanyuan Scenic Area with his group of friends. After a long day of fun, leaving the young ladies and gentlemen utterly exhausted, they barely made it to the mountaintop before sunset to exchange their wristbands for rewards. Zhoupa was outside smoking, puzzled as he pulled out his phone. The chat window for the Dahan Mountain area had been buzzing all afternoon. What could be so interesting? The messages flew by quickly, and Zhou scanned them with a frown. A new high-altitude rapid slide? The messages moved too fast for him to catch the details, so he prepared to stub out his cigarette and go inside to cool off. But just as he looked up, he saw his childhood friend running towards him, laughing hysterically. Pippi, we arrived just in time. He was waving his arms excitedly. A new downhill route has been unlocked. What? Unexpectedly, Zhou Po's face scrunched up. Why today? I haven't even ridden the sunset roller coaster yet. And now there's a new one. I'm having a choice phobia. Yet, he still stepped into Lingbao Pavilion to quickly exchange for his qualification to unlock the new downhill path. At the same time, an announcement appeared on the Wanyuan Mountain app interface. The number of climbers reaching the summit of Dahan Mountain has achieved the first phase, unlocking a new downhill path through rapid torrents. The exchange method is the same as for the sunset roller coaster, with the same ticket price. Wishing all climbing warriors a happy descent. Goodness. Ping Ping, startled from her sickbed, tossed the ice pack off her head and immediately called Zhou Yi. Today, the new descent route at Dahan Mountain has been unlocked. On the other end of the line, Zhou Yi sighed helplessly. You're sick. Just take it easy for a while. They had too much fun a few days ago, got all sweaty, and caught a chill on the way home that night. Plus, they've been really tired lately, and Ping Ping ended up with a fever that night. Zhou Yi wasn't feeling great either, his body ached. So he stayed home to recover. Ping Ping's face was flushed, her glasses were nowhere to be found, and after a few heavy breaths, she insisted. Let us wait until I'm better to go. All right, I'll go with you once you're well. Aren't you looking for a job? Do you still have time to play? Ping Ping was a bit puzzled. Zhou Yi and the others had graduated a month ago, their graduation trips were over, and everyone else had already started working, leaving Zhou Yi still without a confirmed job. On the other end of the line, Zhou Yi's voice was cheerful. I already have a company I'm interested in. It won't affect our fun, don't worry. Ping Ping felt relieved, lay back down, and entered the chat area for Dahan Mountain to lurk. Meanwhile, Zhu Shou was hammering away at his workstation. Why wasn't I there today? Why didn't anyone tell me the event coordinator was launching a new activity? Otherwise, I would have climbed up to take photos. No way. Zhu Shou quickly opened various social media platforms. He had to see the latest news about raging rapids. Among the unfortunate tourists, the lucky Zhou Pa stood at a crossroads. Troubled. He came up the mountain today just to ride the sunset roller coaster. He'd done all the shaking and the fearing, but now faced a huge choice. Whatever he chose, with his playful nature, he'd definitely come back for another round. Forget it. New fun over old. He pulled his childhood friend and turned towards raging rapids. Before they even left the fork, the sound of small streams began to trickle. When they reached the open area at the end, their eyes widened, and with a lump in their throats, they were almost bursting with excitement. Wow. A high-altitude mountain path, just like the one next door, a glass bridge over a meter wide. Beside it was a conveyor belt continuously sending yellow kayaks up. Some were still in shock, while others had already rushed forward to line up. Compared to this, the log flume at the foot of the mountain felt like child's play. This was what excitement truly meant. July summers were already hot. And with the splash of water, everyone's expressions relaxed. Zhou Pa excitedly pulled his friends to the front of the line, and soon they were seated in a kayak just wide enough for one person. With a splash of water, they shot out, leaving behind a triumphant shout. At the mountain top, everyone was lining up crazily, whether they had ridden the sunset roller coaster or not. Today everyone was heading straight for raging rapids. Of course, with the new attraction at Wanyuan Mountain, anyone who could ride it would want to, otherwise, they would quickly be left behind by the times. Amidst their wild cheers. At the foot of the mountain, in the Xianhu Research Institute, as more and more tourists uploaded the energy fragments they collected on their phones, the usually quiet, flickering metal walls suddenly crackled to life. The cartoon character of Descent No. 1 appeared. Congratulations to all the visitors. You have successfully unlocked the first stage of the secret. Every Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday from 5 p.m. to 6 o'clock p.m., I will use energy to restore a certain scene from this secret for everyone. I heard that a group of unusually dressed people once visited Luoshan village. The tourists were momentarily stunned, then lowered their heads to check the time on their phones. Today is July 8th, Wednesday. This means they can only see this scene tomorrow. Why? The tourists felt disheartened. Why can those coming tomorrow see what they have achieved? Someone, with a determined look, raised their hand and dialed the boss's number. Hello? I'm taking another day off tomorrow. If there's anything, wait until I get back to talk. After saying this, the person decisively ran out of the research institute, heading towards Xianhu camp. This scene. It must be extraordinary. They had already done so many activities. It would be a shame not to see the results of their hard work. In an instant, the tourists looked at each other. Let's do it. Stay another day. There's always more work to do. But the secret we initiated, we must see it ourselves. In Minghua village, Su Jing seemed to sense something, took out his phone to check, and smiled. Wow, that was quick. He tapped into the group chat. And after Jin Na and Zhang Ruiyun, he spoke mischievously. It suddenly happened that there will be a performance tomorrow, and tonight is the final assessment. Everyone, do your best. Chapter 219, Gathering and Waiting Last Time. The tourists decided to stay an extra day on a whim when the scenic area encouraged everyone to go up the mountain to witness the thunder calamity. But this time, the scenic area remained quiet, saying nothing, while the tourists voluntarily repurchased tickets to stay due to the new developments unlocked by the Xianhu Research Institute. Su Jing listened to today's visitor flow report and was somewhat astonished. These people don't even know what will be showcased tomorrow, yet they stayed? Isn't that a bit crazy? Zhao University stood nearby, secretly observing Su Jing's expression, then tentatively said, due to the app's viral effect. I anticipate that the number of visitors will increase tomorrow. Should we limit the flow? No need, Su Jing replied. Each performance lasts about 10 minutes. And we can arrange 3 to 4 performances each day. With his personnel allocation, the B1 level of the Xianhu Research Institute should be able to accommodate it. On the evening of July 8th, the tourists went to sleep with anticipation, while the dancers of the Golden Sun and Communication Dance Troupe began their final assessment. The tense night passed quickly, and when the mist rose and the sun hung high, Wanyuan Mountain became lively again. Climbers continued their ascent, while those strolling through Towawu and the village resumed their explorations. The fragment progress at the Xianhu Research Institute had only completed the first stage. But the tourists were not complacent. Newcomers continued diligently collecting fragments. In the dance studio dedicated to the Golden Sun, everyone was huddled together, excitedly chatting, with nervous energy palpable in the air. However, Jin Na and Zhang Ruyun were too focused to care about anything else. The two leaders were smiling as they discussed the details of the dance. After last night's assessment, the results had already come out. The outfits they need for the performance have already been tried on multiple times, so there should be no problems. The movements have been finely tuned, and the positions are all confirmed. Now, they're just waiting for the afternoon to arrive. Time flies by, and the visitors in the scenic area are still happily wandering around. But if you look closely, you can see them glancing at their watches from time to time, secretly moving towards the lake. Zhu Shou, holding a camera, casually calls Ping Ping, who is bedridden at home, with a mischievous smile. No worries, I'll take pictures for you. Just kidding, I won't spoil anything. Wait until you're better to see for yourself. Make sure to eat well, you need energy to heal. Alright, I see the crowd now, it's terrifying. I'm going to line up. Zhou Pa and his friends did nothing all day and only woke up leisurely at 2 p.m., lying on the soft bed in the hotel. He looked out at the rippling lake, feeling a bit more comfortable despite his sore body. After hiking all day yesterday, he had no energy to wake up early. So he just lay in bed resting until he felt better after eating. His friend had been waiting for him. Hey, don't sleep anymore. There's a crowd gathering outside. If we don't go now, we'll miss out. A crowd? Zhou Pa raised an eyebrow. He had gone down the mountain to eat and was so tired that he fell asleep without checking any news. His friend quickly summarized, this afternoon, at the Research Institute. There's a new event. The group that unlocked it yesterday wasn't satisfied and waited for today. If we go, we'll be in the first wave. He turned his head towards the floor-to-ceiling window. So, when can you get up? The man in front of him was already dressed and even had cologne on. When did he get ready? Zhou Pa pulled his dazed friend over, excited. Let us go. We have to be in the first batch. The two hurried out the door and downstairs, without needing to exit the main door of the institute. They just continued down. This was a small privilege for hotel guests. As for Zhu Shou, he had his own privileges. The little chubby guy walked confidently to the security at the door and took out a well-wrapped card from his pocket, showing it proudly. Please enter. The security guard glanced at it, his expression becoming more respectful. It was an external staff ID issued by the management office, and it was said that only friends of the boss could get one. Zhu Shou happily put away his ID and strutted past a group of tourists waiting in line, raising his chin high like a proud little pig. To facilitate shooting and to be among the first to see the new activities, he specifically called Su Jing and boldly asked for a proof. The response was very accommodating, and he was told to reach out directly next time there was something like this. Suddenly, a faint sound of flowing water from a corner brought a refreshing coolness, dispersing the heat around Zhu Shou. Some people were still wandering inside the Research Institute, but his destination was not B2. Zhu Shou stopped at the entrance of B1. Looking at the notice on the wall, today's activities at the Research Institute will take place on B1. Please enter in an orderly manner. B1. Zhu Shou hesitated as he walked into the B1 level, which was usually used for viewing fish and dining. He didn't expect this event to take place there. The venue wasn't very large, but the platform at the back extended far up, allowing for many people to fit in aside from the space in front of the glass. After thinking for a moment, he stepped back a few paces and set up his camera on the first step. Being too close wouldn't capture the entire scene, and being too far away would only show heads. This position was the most suitable. Once he finished organizing his equipment, he turned to the side. Zhou Pa and a few others were smiling at him. Hey, friends have arrived? Zhu Shou smiled back. They had met several times and were somewhat familiar with each other. He extended his hand to shake theirs, curious to ask, you all can come in early too? Although entry had stopped outside, there were still some people sitting on the steps chatting inside. Were they all people with work passes? Zhoupo explained with a smile. Hotel guests can enter early. No wonder. They stood there chatting casually until it was quickly 4 p.m. Zhao Long issued a command over the intercom, and with a notification from the app, security personnel lifted the barriers, causing tourists to rush in. However, once everyone descended, they realized that today's destination was not the B2 level. Everyone referred to the B1 level as the restaurant and never expected a new activity to unfold there. As more and more people entered, the steps at the back began to fill up, and entry outside was halted. The loudspeaker inside B1 activated, and the voice of Luoxian number 1 resonated. The first phase of the secret at the bottom of the lake is unlocked. Viewing location is B1 level of the Xianhu Research Institute. Inside the Research Institute, please do not crowd, run, or speak loudly. Any tourists disrupting the order will be asked to leave the institute. At the same time, all tourist phones buzzed, and a new announcement appeared on their screens, synchronized with the voice of Luoxian number 1. Next, we will showcase the strange events that occurred in Luoshan Village. Underwater Dance of the Goddess, Chapter 220. Underwater Dance of the Goddess, Part 1, Splash. The afternoon sunlight at 4 p.m. shimmered on the lake's surface. The visitors on the underground level quietly watched the fish of various sizes swimming gracefully under the sunlight, creating subtle ripples. Zhu Shou stood quietly behind the camera, intently focused on the small window, not wanting to miss any details. Did the ripples in the lake seem to grow larger? As he pondered this, he perked up his ears and heard a low humming sound. Then, an elderly voice echoed through the crowd. Long, long ago in Luoshan Village, self-sufficient, living in the countryside, content and carefree, until one day, the tranquility was shattered. A small mountain village far from the noise suddenly welcomed a group of strangely dressed people. They rode tall horses, wearing extraordinarily luxurious clothing, with people of all ages exuding brilliance. Among them a group of young and beautiful women dressed in elegant garments. They took a break in Luoshan Village, and the villagers warmly welcomed them. To express gratitude to that group of women, a dance was performed for the village. Later, the village went through many changes and eventually became what you see beneath the lake today. Therefore, we did our best to recreate and present the scene to all the puzzle solvers. The aged voice paused, and then slowly faded away amidst the faint sound of the flute. Outside, in the clear blue lake, several strands of orange and blue fabric began to drift slowly from the edges of the glass. What is that? Everyone focused their gaze, seeing the soft, flowing silk moving in the water, revealing a scene behind it. Oh wow, someone exclaimed, rubbing their eyes. Is this also an illusion? They knew that illusions of ancient people's lives could be seen on a certain level, but now could it also be seen here? A figure rose slowly from behind the camera, staring intently at the scene before them. No, those are real people. Women of various postures, dressed in strapless long gowns, with light veils, descended gracefully onto the stone platform outside the glass, as if celestial beings had come down to earth, with sunlight filtering through the water patterns, creating a halo around them. Dingling. It seemed like the sound of bells filled the air as the women settled into various poses, with lowered brows and serene expressions. One hand lifted the sunlight while the other pressed lightly behind, striking a pose reminiscent of a crane standing gracefully in the air. Some smiled gently, glancing down, with hands raised above their heads, one leg lifted, toes pointed outward, strange yet undeniably dignified. Others had their faces veiled, with toes curled back, hands raised in a rebounding motion, enchanting and tranquil, like a cloud of elegance. 8 beautiful dancers styled their hair in buns, adorned with circular discs, just as the background music described. They were indeed a group of unusually dressed, vibrant women. As everyone was still trying to observe them closely, the sound of the pipa began. Alongside it, the melancholy sound of the flute followed, matching the dynamic rhythm of the pipa. Whoosh! The 8 dancers moved simultaneously, slowly raising their heads, lifting their chests, changing their postures. And then all at once, they pushed off the stone platform in the water, soaring upwards. Like 8 drifting clouds, they returned to the sky. Splash! 8 heads emerged from the lake's surface, exchanging smiles, taking a deep breath, and sinking down again. The sound of water faded, and as the pipa music intensified once more, those ethereal figures returned beneath the water. But this time, their expressions had changed. Still wearing faint smiles, their gazes were solemn and dignified, their arms now full of strength. They floated in the lake, dancing gracefully within the soft orange silk, their hands moving skillfully, with a slight smile at the corners of their mouths. They seemed to invite but also made the spectators hesitant to gaze directly at them. Clad only in strapless garments, revealing large areas of smooth skin. Yet no one dared to harbor any impure thoughts. The fish swam slowly in the lake behind, some even stopping to slightly change direction, as if they were admiring the scenery. Suddenly, the sound of pipa and the sharp, Urgent notes of the cymbals joined in, waking everyone up. Wow, what kind of dance is this? I feel like I'm starting to guess something. They are so terrifying. This is in the lake. How can they dance so effortlessly? Even though they were currently at the B1 level, which wasn't as deep as B2, it still had a depth of over 3 meters. They moved as if they were mermaids who didn't need to breathe, performing vigorous actions without releasing large bubbles that would affect the performance. How is that possible? Some people stretched their necks to observe, while others took out their phones to zoom in. Zhu Shou also brought his camera closer. Watching the dancers' skin and fine hairs ripple with the water pressure, and the tiny bubbles spilling from the corners of their mouths, delicate like mist, he was even more astonished. Having gotten used to the various magical high-tech marvels of Wanyuan Mountain, he almost forgot the enchanting dance he had seen when he first entered Minghua Village, which was exactly choreographed from this scenic area. Just how far could the guides go? While everyone was puzzled, the dancers widened their eyes, pushed off the stone platform with force, and jumped upwards, curling into a ball. The ribbons trailed behind like tassels, waving freely in the water. In the next moment, with a heavy drumbeat, the 8 floating figures exploded into a display. 8 individuals, with relaxed yet graceful postures, somehow appeared solemn against the backlight of the sun projected behind them, as if embodying some sacred presence. Suddenly, a loud gulp from someone brought everyone back to reality. Watching as the 8 divine figures resurfaced and then vanished, leaving only a few soft trailing ribbons. Is it over? Someone hesitantly asked, only to hear a response from the person beside her. It seems not yet. Then what else is happening? Curious tourists squinted their eyes towards the man swimming from the edge of their vision, breaking through the green algae and fish. The guide, Zhu Shou shouted, instantly making everyone realize. The guide, who usually appeared in various places in different outfits, was now unexpectedly underwater. What is he doing here? Is he releasing tasks underwater? Is this part of his performance? What if I laugh? But soon, those thoughts were replaced by surprise. The character they thought was just a cameo was now wrapped in a crimson veil, standing quietly barefoot in the center of the giant glass, hands delicately holding a lotus. He didn't even need to step on the stone platform. With all his hair swept up, the man's cool brows and eyes were revealed, slightly drooping. Appearing divine under the golden light, Zhu Shou swallowed hard. The guide, isn't he going to dance too? Chapter 221, The Underwater Dance of the Goddess, Part 2. This time, amidst the sounds of the shao and pipa, a soft, indistinguishable murmur emerged, yet accompanied by the drum beats. The rhythm became more powerful. Su Jing was stirred. He raised his eyes, standing tall and looking upwards, as if he were a celestial being suspended in the water. The fish around him seemed to sense something, suddenly moving in sync with his actions. Su Jing looked towards the audience, his gaze intense and carrying an inexplicable sense of pressure, pulling his hands back and then thrusting them forward. Boom! The crowd stepped back in unison, watching as the scattered fish, seemingly guided by an unseen force, gathered into a dragon-like formation, rushing towards them. Splash! The fish converged and dispersed, instantly covering the glass with a layer of shimmering raindrops, as the melodious pipa music played in the background, slowly retreating from view. And behind them, Su Jing truly began his dance. Thud! He arched his body, kicking out with one leg, graceful like a swimming dragon, flipping in midair above the lake. With the surrounding fish swirling, a brilliant red flower bloomed in the water. Wow! A water vortex! Zhu Shou, hiding behind the camera, exclaimed repeatedly. Beside him, Zhou Po's eyes widened in amazement. He had thought the previous dancers were beautiful enough, at least to the extent that he would dream about them for 3 days and nights. But now, seeing the conductors dance, he felt it was truly effortless, leisurely, calm, and incredibly light. Power and grace coexisted, divinity and humanity intertwined. Why could Su Boss dance, and dance so well? Everyone was so focused on pondering the conductor's dancing abilities that they completely ignored the fish. Come on, this is Wanyuan Mountain. Extraordinary things happen all the time. Isn't it normal for a person to control fish? Among the tourists, a few newcomers looked utterly bewildered. Aren't people curious about what just happened? Someone was controlling fish with bare hands, just now. Is no one going to address this? What kind of tourist attraction is this? Why does everyone look so unfazed? Su Jing stretched his body under the lights, dancing more and more joyfully. Although it was just a skill granted by the system, as he used it, he felt overwhelming joy. It was as if the goddess truly possessed him. He twirled his hands into a flower shape, finally rising with the surrounding fish, disappearing before the glass window. Oh my god, this isn't an illusion. This is real dancing. I must see this performance on the Spring Festival Gala this year. The dance of the goddess really does seem divine. She shows no signs of holding her breath. They danced amazingly. I have goosebumps. Especially during that last moment when they floated in the water, it was as if various divine forms were manifesting. They were beautiful. But I felt the conductor danced even better. When I saw him, It truly felt like witnessing a tranquil yet powerful deity. Who exactly is this conductor? Wow. I'm going to turn around and post this video online. Haha, I finally feel alive. Me too. I really feel like my breathing is not smooth at all. The host closed the camera, standing on the steps with his mouth open, unable to speak for a long time. The area has beautiful scenery, technology, poetry, performances, and such stunning dance. This underwater dance, even professional dancers would need to practice for a long time. The guide thought that the performance was even better than that of professional dancers, feeling like all his brain cells had died. Aren't they the staff? Aren't they the leaders? Aren't they the executives? Aren't they the guides? How come they are even dancing now? He was still in a daze, but after the performance ended, security had already started to ask the visitors to leave in an orderly manner. He could only helplessly pack up the equipment and plan to leave first. On the shore, in the tent, a group of young women shook off the water droplets on their faces, looking at Su Jing, who finally emerged from the lake. And after a moment of exchanging glances, they burst into laughter. Mr. Su, I really didn't expect you to dance with us. Every time I think I'm dancing well, I see you dance, and I feel like I need to keep practicing. Mr. Su, what did you study? How do you dance so well? Everyone was talking at once. And Su Jing smiled and waved his hand, letting them chat among themselves, then went to a nearby booth. After all, it's not appropriate for men and women to be too close, and everyone was wet, so sitting together wasn't ideal. After a moment of giggling, they began to chat with each other. Oh my, although I haven't seen the official performance, did you see the expressions on those visitors' faces? Sister one, your breathing is really impressive. I was almost out of breath at the end. I had to hold on until the last moment. Haha, the effect was great. The posture was correct, the strength was good. The scarf didn't get tangled. We performed perfectly. The final group of 8 consisted of 5 from the exchange dance troupe and 3 from another group. Jean Na, in her 40s, with sheer willpower and insight, managed to push through to the final round alongside Su Wan and Xiao Sun. The younger kids, who initially felt unwilling, no longer said anything negative as time went on. The reason was simple. Once they saw Jean Na's performance, they knew that this dance, filled with Buddhist and Zen essence, showcased her expressive strength like no other, even surpassing the team leader Zhang Ruiyun. Everyone was convinced. But when the assessment ended and those who weren't selected smiled with regret, Su Jing offered a new promise. You all danced very well, just slightly less than them. But there are many performances, and the teachers will be exhausted if they let them all go on stage. So the remaining people can serve as substitutes at any time. And for the last performance of the 3 daily shows, the other 8 who weren't selected can perform. But you must remember, you still have a gap to perfection, so you need to keep practicing. Everyone sat on chairs to rest, looking at each other's flushed but excited faces, smiling with satisfaction. Get ready, there's one more show. Time passed by second, and the visitors outside, anxiously waiting, were eager, looking forward to seeing the first head appear in the deep passage. They're coming out. A sharp scream from the person in front instantly alerted all the tourists behind. The crowd pouring out of the narrow passage displayed 2 main expressions. One group was excited and surprised, chatting animatedly. The other group appeared dazed, staring blankly ahead as if their souls had floated away. Hey, what is going on? Is it fun? Someone tell me. Wow, your expressions are making me anxious. One person, amidst the chaos, glanced back and laughed. You'll know when you see it. Haha, this event is something else. No wonder it's so popular at Wanyuan Mountain. As the long line of people passed by, not a single reliable piece of information was heard. It was as if everyone had conspired to keep them in the dark. This made everyone feel restless until the security at the entrance nodded to let them in. And they finally burst through the gates like hungry hyenas that hadn't eaten for days. Zhao Long watched as the continuous stream of tourists filled the viewing area. Smiling to himself, Wanyuan Mountain was extraordinary, from the owner to the staff, constantly providing new experiences for visitors. It was no surprise that it was so popular. Chapter 222, Western Region Dance Association. The performance of the Underwater Goddess Dance was scheduled from 4 p.m. to 5:30 p.m., with a show every half hour lasting about 10 minutes. Su Jing was only responsible for a few guest appearances, just to show face, and would not perform for the later shows, allowing others to shine. Therefore, he attended all 3 performances on the first day, providing an enjoyable experience for the tourists. After the 5:30 performance ended, there was a 2-hour showcase of the lakebed's magical scenery, still limiting the number of visitors. Although everyone was eager to break in, they ultimately gave up the idea upon seeing a group of strong, stern-faced security personnel at the entrance. On July 9th, the secret of Luoxian Lake Institute revealed the first phase of its dance, officially showcased to everyone. After the visitors returned that day, various videos and posts from different perspectives flooded social media. Among them, a prominent account featuring clear music and full-angle dance videos quickly climbed the trending list. However, the discussions among netizens were noticeably divided into 3 factions. One faction discussed the relationship between the dance performance and the secrets of the lakebed. Questions arose about the origins of the team that visited Luoshan village, why the dance left such a deep impression on the villagers, and whether this dance was related to the village's demise. This group humorously coined themselves the mystery solvers, insisting that nothing, be it beautiful women, dance, or illusions, could shake their determination to uncover the truth behind the Luoshan Lake mystery. The second major faction focused intently on the dance in the video. Sharp-eyed netizens quickly identified it as a variant of Western region dance, but it was evident that the performance was more graceful and enchanting than anything they had previously seen. The buzz surrounding Wanyuan Mountain began to spill over into other fields. In the past, due to the Peach Blossom Master and the Young Painter, it had already ventured into the realm of art. Later, due to a poem by the great poet Li Bai titled Bring in the Wine, the cultural market for poetry and lyrics was opened up. Now, a magical underwater dance has directly placed them on the hottest dance performance charts. By that afternoon, the official accounts of various top dance troupes in the region were tagging each other. Someone sitting in an office closely watched the faces of the divine dancers in the video and hesitantly called over a colleague. Isn't that the face of a certain talented dancer? Let me see. It really looks like her. Didn't she go for training? It's only been a few days. Has she really started performing? Oh my gosh, hurry up and call her. Didn't they go to learn a specific dance? What is this dance? Such astonishment wasn't limited to just one troupe. Others were equally baffled and immediately began contacting their talented performers. What's going on? Did you participate in the performance at Wanyuan Mountain? That's fantastic. What kind of dance is that? Oh my goodness. Your control over the movements has improved again. How long did you train for this dance? Who taught you? Who was the man dancing at the end of the video? Why does he look somewhat familiar? Each dance troupe, especially those that saw their dancers participating in the performance, excitedly shared the video. This sharing amplified the promotional power. These top dance troupes, each boasting millions of fans, are prominent figures in the dance world. Now, joining forces to promote a dance. They propelled the underwater dance of the goddess back into the spotlight. The official account of the National Dance Academy finally discovered the video, but before they could take any action, the director received a phone call. Looking at the caller's name and the video in front of him, he shook his head and smiled. It's over. I knew this level of dance would attract them. On the other end of the line, a kind yet robust female voice rang out, filled with excitement. Director, I really didn't expect that there was such a great master of a specific dance style hidden in D Province. The director rubbed his forehead, somewhat troubled. What do you want? The voice on the other end cheerfully responded, bringing a sense of relaxation. What else? Of course, it's about recruiting talent. Our specific dance style has not been developing smoothly in recent years. There are good teachers, but they are too few. Not to mention someone creative who can promote that creativity and make people love it. We definitely need to attract such talent to our association. The director clicked his tongue, shaking his head internally, but not interrupting the enthusiastic chatter on the other end. With him leading the way, plus a few of us old-timers teaching together, our dance style might flourish again. The underwater dance of the goddess is so beautiful. The voice on the other end quieted down, and the director finally spoke. President Ho, you can't recruit him because he is not a professional dancer. He is the head of a scenic area. There was silence on the other end, but the director could sense a shift in the caller's emotions. To be honest, some of the children performing in the underwater show were part of a representative team sent by several dance troupes for training. However, we initially intended for them to learn the Sied dance, but the other side couldn't focus on anything beyond the chaotic details of the dance. She smiled and immediately responded. Got it. I'll write the communication request shortly, and then I'll lead the team to send the kids over. The director was taken aback and hesitated, saying, well, we also had to ask for quite a while, and we even paid the tuition. Although it felt a bit embarrassing to say this. They were all on the same side, so it didn't matter much. To her surprise, the other side seemed even less concerned. Isn't it just paying money? Isn't it just being free performers? As long as they can learn real skills, what's the big deal? Our dance association will cover the expenses. After hanging up the phone, Director Ma pondered the incredible action taken by the other side and was stunned for a moment. What was she on fire about? Didn't their dance association's annual funding come from the National Dance Academy? She felt inexplicably like she was spending money to nurture talent for others. Director Ma sat at her desk for a while longer, smiling and shaking her head. Forget it. If she really had the ability to get that young person in charge to agree, then let it be. A hint of appreciation flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. He hadn't expected Su Jing to dance, and so well. And this was the focus of the third faction online. Everyone quietly gathered under a few special posts, fully armed and tense, with only one goal in mind, to uncover the identity of the guide. Since the opening of Wanyuan Mountain, they found this man to be quite remarkable. He was articulate, seemingly a staff member welcoming tourists, yet also the owner of a tea house and the high priest of the Mingyuez High sacrificial ceremony. Later, He took everyone to the Peach Blossom Temple and even led them on a rafting trip, leisurely narrating the origins of Luoshan village at the bottom of Luosian Lake. He hosted a 3-day celebration on the lake, and now he could even perform an astonishing underwater dance, even better than professional dancers. Who on earth was he? Everyone was discussing fervently. Some said he was a high-level NPC. Others claimed he was a local from Wanyuan Mountain, while some even suggested he was a deity. Of course, there was one speculation that garnered the most belief. Could he be the owner of Wanyuan Mountain? Chapter 223. The identity is revealed. The Grand Princess is nominated. As soon as this thought emerged, it snowballed, growing larger and larger. Among the fan base of Wanyuan Mountain, even excluding people like Zhou Pe, there were many capable individuals among the small artists and those from the Cultural Institute. Within less than a day, photos of Su Jing driving home in the evening, having meetings with employees at work, and meeting leaders from Qingshan County and even Yong'an City, leaders blurred out, were crazily circulated. In addition, there were anonymous sources revealing that Su Jing graduated from a certain school, and when he returned home to inherit this scenic area, it was basically abandoned and in disarray, with no visitors at all. It was only after he took over that the area gradually improved. Su Jing was at home, bewildered, when he received a call from Shen Zhuang and chuckled. What was there to uncover? If they wanted to know, he could just tell them. He put down his phone and clicked into Wanyuan Mountain's official account, happily posting a message. Wanyuan Mountain Tourism Area, official account. Hello everyone, I am Su Jing, also known as the guide for all tourists, and I am also the person in charge of the Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area. Thank you for your attention. But I hope everyone can focus on the scenic area and explore its beauty. I wish everyone a pleasant time every time you visit. A simple message was sent out, and the comments section was quiet as a chicken. It wasn't until a few minutes later that hundreds of comments suddenly erupted, and then continued to rise, heading straight for over 1,000 comments. Heart of the Tree Demon, huh? Who believes this? Such a big boss works at the grassroots level every day just to make me happy. Guide's armpit hair, I knew it. I'm a fan of someone big. Village housewife, amazing. Will there really be a boss acting as an NPC in the scenic area every day? Imaginative little boy. The guide made me lemon tea. He loves me. First, big fat carp under the carp god. Wow. If the guide is the person in charge, then the one who bows politely and smiles at us every day is the boss of Wanyuan Mountain. Pineapple, the self-cultivation of a young entrepreneur. Other bosses, what are you proud of? Zhouyi, boohoo, so touched. Who else can treat me so seriously after leaving Wanyuan Mountain? Lulu, the guide is really strong, but Haven T heard he can dance? How is he dancing so well? Daddy Pippi, strong is true, but so is his charisma. Did he design the mountain path? It exhausted me. Over 1,000 comments, not a single one criticizing him. The reason is simple. No matter how sharp-tongued someone is, as long as you have been to Wanyuan Mountain once, you will understand what true heartfelt service for tourists means and how dedicated they are to their projects. Although it is located in a county and surrounded by barren mountains, every scenic spot in Wanyuan Mountain has been crafted with great care. They can hardly imagine what kind of scenes will appear here in the future. Who would dare to criticize? The state even built high-speed rail for him. What are you? Do you dare to insult him? If someone were to criticize him and cause the closure of the park, would you bear the wrath of millions, even tens of millions, of tourists who haven't visited yet? The puzzle-solving faction, the dance-appreciating faction, and the Su Jing fan club. The three factions stand strong, bringing the popularity of Wanyuan Mountain to new heights. Amidst this bustling scene, hardly anyone mentioned the unusual behavior of the fish schools during the performance. People have become wise. 1. They know that talking too much might lead to the scenic area being closed again. 2. They have already become accustomed to it. It's just a fishing control technique. After all, there are 100,000 people here who have participated in the lake celebration. Brothers, have you ever seen a real fishing control technique? Have you seen the golden fish curtain that stretches to the horizon? Have you seen blooming fish flowers? Have you seen the carp leaping over the dragon gate and transforming into a dragon? Just kidding. Such a small handheld torpedo, just sprinkling water. They have seen it all. They've even witnessed when a dragon came and instantly sucked away the electricity in the entire area. So what say little carp? Besides, isn't they're the carp god? Maybe he is secretly helping out. Such remarks have been emerging one after another, leaving the tourists who were already focused on the strange event speechless. Is it normal for you to say such things? A miracle becomes normal simply because another miracle intervened? Is this really normal? But discussing this is pointless. Anyway, Wanyuan Mountain has completely exploded in popularity due to the underwater dance performance. After the hype simmered for another 2 days, on the night of the 11th, a familiar scene appeared on the news channel that airs daily at 7 p.m. A call from Jiang Tsung to Su Jing came through, his voice still floating with excitement. Brother Jing, we've been elevated by the Grand Princess. What are you talking about, Grand Princess? Su Jing tore into a juicy chicken leg and savored it. Aunt Lu and several households have recently teamed up to raise chickens, and this one was specially prepared for him. Delicious. Really delicious. The voice on the other end paused, then grew louder. It's that. The news broadcast on XXTV1. Huh. Su Jing was taken aback for a moment, then immediately opened the video streaming app, just in time to see himself magnified on the screen. Wow. He really made it onto the central broadcast. They actually cited the video shot by Zhu Shou and praised the scenic area's dance performance extensively, although they didn't mention Su Jing by name. It was essentially praising him in every way. Get ready. The voice on the other end was puzzled. Get ready for what? Get ready for an interview. Don't let me be on. I don't like being in the spotlight. Su Jing hung up the phone, smiling as he continued to eat. And the chicken leg in his hand tasted even better than before. As for the situation in Yong'an City, Shen Zhuang couldn't get through to Su Jing's phone, so he simply gave up and sat at home laughing uncontrollably. It's truly a case of sitting at home, and the promotion comes from the sky. He had previously only thought about getting into the top 3 of the province. But now look, Wanyuan Mountain reaching the top is a sure thing. This is the Grand Princess from the central broadcast. During prime time, top-tier publicity. What are the cultural tourism bureaus releasing daily? What are the provincial governments boasting about? What is the Cultural Institute promoting? None of that compares to the Grand Princess's 2-minute news segment. What does this symbolize? A symbol of status. A symbol of identity. A symbol of backing. Those who previously speculated whether Wanyuan Mountain had abnormal phenomena should all shut up now. National selection. Can they not do background checks before broadcasting the news? If they did a background check and still praised it, then why is that? It's for sure. It's the confidence for Wanyuan Mountain to make even bigger moves in the future. What qualifications does Shen Zhuang have to encounter such a treasure during his tenure? The old man laughed heartily and downed a glass of white liquor. Sleep. Let Su Jing handle the matters of Wanyuan Mountain himself. Chapter 224. The summit shows its wonders again. While the outside world was in an uproar, the tourists continued to enjoy their visit. The flow of visitors to Luoxian Lake was endless, whether to watch performances, see the evening spectacle of Luoshan Village, or continue searching for clues. Everyone was in high spirits, completely unwilling to take a break. Since its opening, Minghuizhai has been bustling with activity, but for the first time, it feels like it's losing its popularity. Someone approached Feng Gui, who then contacted Jiang Tsong, and after some thought, Jiang Tsong reached out to Su Jing. Minghuizhai needs an experienced event planner, or rather, the entire Wanyuan Mountain area does. How to organize weekly events and add fresh ideas. As the longest-running attraction, Minghuizhai certainly cannot be overshadowed by a slew of new spots. Su Jing agreed. After all, when Minghuizhai was the only attraction, he still had the time and energy to help manage it. Now, with more attractions emerging, the troubles are also gradually increasing. Besides the uncertainty of upcoming interviews, he also needs to pay attention to the children from the dance troupe. Not to mention, just days ago, he received an email from a dance association in the western region, expressing their desire to bring a team to the scenic area for a visit and learning. He indeed needs a capable event planner. But finding such a person is not easy. He must be cautious. If he ends up hiring someone incompetent, it would tarnish his own reputation. Once the tasks were delegated, Su Jing finally took a break. The renovation of the Wanfo Temple and surrounding areas is about to be completed. While everyone enjoys the Luoxian Lake, their attention cannot be solely focused there. After all, the main event is elsewhere. So, just a couple of days later, a new post appeared. This time it was about Dahan Mountain. The first post was quickly deleted by the platform after being reviewed, but the person was persistent, changed the name, added some mosaics, and reposted it. Only then could netizens see the full picture. The title was also eye-catching. Atop Wanyuan Dahan Mountain, the Heavenly Gate reveals miracles again. The video started with chaotic arguments. Seemingly because after reaching the summit, some tourists chose not to wait in line for the restroom, but instead urinated in the bushes by the roadside. With one even facing the giant stone at the Heavenly Gate. Security was unable to intervene in time as the individual was quickly surrounded by other tourists. The video opened with a scene of confusion, where despite attempts to dissuade them, some remained unrepentant, leading others to consider confronting them physically. Those individuals appeared fearless, holding their phones. A few security personnel exchanged glances and decided to step in, but just as they moved, the sound of a bell rang out from the summit. It was not an illusion. The bell could clearly be heard in the video. Then, with a gasp, the arm holding the phone shook violently. Pointing the camera to the sky, outside the gigantic Heavenly Gate, beneath the azure sky, clouds began to gather mysteriously. They quickly formed and changed shapes, rolling in like mist. With a thunderous crash, they surged toward the summit from beyond the Heavenly Gate, and their shape made the tourists below widen their eyes in astonishment. It was a massive hand, glowing with golden light, thick and majestic, formed from condensed clouds and mist. Everyone was so shocked that they stumbled back. But the few tourists urinating right below the giant palm seemed frozen in place, unable to even pull up their pants, just standing there staring up. Boom. The giant palm of mist crashed down from the mountaintop, a massive wave of white mist sweeping around, like a torrential storm, crashing down on all the tourists. The fierce winds they had just faced in the stone forest halfway up the mountain now seemed like child's play. There was simply no comparison to the majesty of this wind and wave. Amidst the swirling mist at the mountaintop, everyone struggled to stand their ground, their vision obscured by a blanket of white, when finally a deep voice, indistinguishable as either male or female, resonated in their ears. Disrespectful, in the trembling phone footage. The owner's shaky voice finally came through. My goodness. The footage ended there, but this time everyone clutched their phones, stuck on the final frame. Unable to regain their composure for a long time. Although they couldn't clearly see the shape of the mist from their perspective, it was hard to lie about its density. Right? Moreover, there were dozens of other tourists who witnessed the scene that day to corroborate. True. Anyone who lies deserves 1,000 needles. If the video is fake, then I'm fake too. I also took photos. They're not clear, but we really saw a very obvious Buddha's hand at that time. What about those who were shouting that the golden light at the mountaintop was nonsense? Can you explain that now? This really can't be brushed aside. Wanyuan Mountain Tourism Area, official. Are you developing this mountain with someone backing you? What exactly is on that mountain with the Buddha statue and Buddha's hand? Am I the only one curious about what happened to those few tourists who were urinating? Amidst everyone's wild curiosity, the blogger personally appeared below to respond. Let me add, after the mist dissipated, we saw those people just sitting there. I went in to recharge, and they were still sitting there. Later, when I was preparing to leave the mountain, I saw them get up, and they were like they were in a trance, bowing 3 times towards the direction of the heavenly gate. Can you believe it, guys? That group of people never said any foul words again. They obediently exchanged their wristbands and went down the mountain. After this statement, the comments below were left in shock. Wanyuan Mountain, the country just supported you. And you're pulling stunts again, huh? However, despite this, everyone talked big but frantically clicked into various related posts to take a look. The divine appearance at the top of Dahan Mountain had been warned about from the beginning, but after that time, it had been quiet for half a month, and unexpectedly, it appeared again today. Pingping was so angry she bit her silver teeth. Why? Why wasn't she there? She also wanted to see the scene of the Buddha's hand punishing the disrespectful. Woo-woo. For a moment, the term and title of sacred place surfaced once again. Practitioners living in various parts of the country finally began to hear about it, more or less. In several famous tourist temples, a few plump monks stood together, frowning while holding their phones. What nonsense is this? Does Wanyuan Mountain want to go crazy with fame? How did this phenomenon come about? I think they really have gone mad. There are no temples on the mountain, yet they dare to seek attention? They should just dance to their own tune. What are they meddling for? Just now, Aunt Lou called, the one who donated quite a bit. She asked if there really are deities manifesting on the mountain. Damn it. We need to think of a way. What way? Su Jing stood at the foot of the mountain, looking up at Dahan Mountain, and scoffed. If they have the ability, why don't they create one themselves? Such extraordinary phenomena will soon spread across the internet, and there will definitely be pilgrims coming. They will be the best promoters for the new area about to open. He waved and left. Tomorrow, the Wanfo Temple and surrounding areas will be officially renovated. He smacked his lips, thinking he should first take Mingchan and the others up to take a look and prepare mentally. Chapter 225. Completion of Wanfo Temple renovation on July 15th. The competition at Dahan Mountain intensified. On the same day, the mountaintop was shrouded in mist. Someone finally became the first to complete the trail task at the foot of the mountain. Centennial Cultivation Medal. They successfully scanned all the century-old plants, including but not limited to trees, flowers, and even neglected trash bins shaped like tree trunks. This achievement not only earned them 50 energy points right at the first stage, but also allowed them to enjoy free tea at the ancient Tea Horse Road. Another fresh medal was unveiled, delighting the external collection strategy bloggers, who updated their guides overnight. Some even decisively bought tickets to explore the area themselves. The strategy for Dahan Mountain had been open for nearly 20 days, yet it hadn't been fully explored and collected, which was quite the disgrace for them as gamers. Su Jing didn't pay attention to how that group started their grinding mode. He simply stood in Mingwe village, squinting and smiling as he counted down. 3, 2, 1. Opening his eyes, he immediately raised his hand and knocked on the wooden door in front of him. The door quickly opened, revealing the bald head of Mingchan. He put his palms together and nodded, then raised his eyes to look at him. Those calm, yet powerful eyes created an inexplicable pressure just by standing there. Benefactor Su, what brings you here? Mingchan inquired after returning the greeting. Su Jing thought for a moment and replied, the Wanfo Temple should be finished. Would everyone like to come up the mountain to take a look? Finished? Mingchan's eyes widened slightly, seemingly not quite understanding. Does finish mean you've arranged the scriptures and can begin your life and practice? Is it that fast? Just as Mingchan was about to say something, he suddenly perked up, pursing his lips and stepping back to reveal the slowly approaching squinty-eyed old monk. Since the last time he had a verbal spar with Yaguangzi and lost, the squinty-eyed monk had been sitting quietly, diligently seeking enlightenment, and had finally returned to his proper state. The old monk made a gesture of greeting, his eyes crinkling with a peaceful smile. He even felt that after this incident, his cultivation had improved further. In the future, there would be even fewer things that could shake his mindset. He would no longer speak without thinking and disturb his calm. Su Shizhu indeed possesses great abilities. I didn't expect the 10,000 Buddha temple to be repaired so quickly. He looked at Su Jing, pondered for a moment, and then slowly spoke. Are you here today to take us back up the mountain? That's exactly the intention. Su Jing smirked, a mysterious smile on his face. Packing up didn't take long, but the only hassle was that everyone needed to prepare their warm clothes and footwear outside. After crossing the peak of Dahan Mountain, the temperature would continue to drop from the pleasantly cool state, and when they arrived at the 10,000 Buddha temple, the temperature would remain the same as before. Once everyone was ready, Su Jing specifically requested a separate small boat to take them around the river and return to the foot of Dahan Mountain. We still need to keep our ascent secret, so follow me this way. Su Jing led them, avoiding the main square at the foot of the mountain and taking a small path upward. This small path was quicker but much steeper than the normal trail. Even with Su Jing's B-level physical fitness, he found himself somewhat out of breath, while the monks beside him seemed unfazed. Years of training certainly had its benefits. However, even with great stamina, the monks were sweating by the time they reached the ancient Tea-Horse Road. All esteemed monks, this way. After circling around the ancient Tea-Horse Road, Su Jing reached the cableway, which was on the other side of the mountain path and of medium difficulty. It seemed there were no clear routes here, but after navigating through some grass, they discovered a sturdy cableway hanging in the air. The iron framework of the seat quietly hung above them, stopping in front of the group. They placed their luggage securely on it, and each took a seat. Ming Chan was taken aback, looking at the cableway that delved into the forest and climbed toward the high mountains, hesitantly asking, "Are we taking this to go up the mountain? What else would we take?" Su Jing chuckled in response. "Do you really want to carry all that stuff up there? By the time you get it all up, and then walk a stretch of the path by the waterfall, it'll be dark, and you won't see anything." Ming Chan fell silent, but the old monk immediately moved to sit down. "Just do whatever they say. This child, we aim for pure kindness, but we're not foolish. It's not like we're cultivating. We should know how to make things convenient while moving." The old monk was the first to sit down, and Ming Chan scratched his head before following his fellow disciples to put away their luggage. Su Jing also sat down, and after ensuring that everyone was settled, he took out a remote control from his pocket and pressed a button. With a hum and a slight jolt, the machinery began to operate, and the iron frame they were sitting on started to move along the cableway. Su Jing sat back, feeling the mountain breeze gradually hitting his face, and smiled. "You are the first group to ride my cableway to the mountain." The old monk sitting next to him squinted his eyes, watching the trees gradually decrease in height as they ascended, feeling a strange sense of coming home. It was wonderful. Staying in their own territory felt comfortable. As the cable slid, their swinging seats slowly veered off the main road and directly ascended the mountain. In the distance, on several mountain paths along the cliff's edge, some tourists looked up in confusion. "Did I just see something pass by up there? Must be an illusion. The path is right here." Su Jing was unaware that someone seemed to have spotted them. They were simply sitting quietly. With this ascent, they directly reached the mountain peak. Since it was too early, there was no one at the summit. He boldly led a group of monks, changed into thick clothing, and entered the cloud path behind the heavenly gate. Although they did not linger to admire the scenery, it still took them several hours to reach the newly built 10,000 Buddha temple. All the monks stood in front of the door, momentarily stunned and unable to react. "You, benefactor," one of them squinted and struggled to articulate, finally blurting out, "Did you rebuild a mountain?" Su Jing waved his hand, grinning like a fox. "The high monk is joking. I don't have that ability, just did a little carving." Then came the important part. He blocked the door, his expression becoming serious. "Esteemed monks, do you still remember what we talked about when we first met?" The squinting monk nodded, looking quite pleased. "Of course, I remember. My Buddha once decreed that a fated person would cross mountains, climb peaks, and tread through snow. He would help my Buddha's incense burn long." Su Jing shook his head. "Not that." The monk widened his eyes in confusion, looking at Su Jing, who was standing in front of the door. Su Jing forced a smile, pushed open the large door, and emphasized, "That fated person will tear down the temple and rebuild it, perhaps in a rather unique way." "You said it, then it's destined. Everything is left to fate." Boom. The door swung wide open, revealing the interior to the monks. Chapter 226, Updates on Dahan Mountain Creek. The door opened again. Outside, the sky had begun to darken, and this time Su Jing was outside while the old monk and others were inside. Unlike when they first arrived, the squinting monk's face, usually calm, now looked worse than when he lost an argument with Yaguangzi. Behind him, Ming-chan and several disciples stared intently at him, making Su Jing feel that if he stood there any longer, his face would be burned with 2 holes. Heh, what do you mean, heh? The squinting monk widened his eyes, making Su Jing immediately drop his smile. Anyway, it's already built like this. Everything that should be there is there. It just has some changes. The old monk's face was a mix of green and white, his eyes flickering, and his right hand clenched into a fist at his side. Cough, cough. The Buddha must have guessed this outcome when I first came here. Su Jing quickly added, it's all natural. Fate. It's all about fate. The Buddha is in our hearts, right? The old monk stared at him for a moment, then signaled to Ming-chan, and the door slowly began to close. Benefactor Su, please allow us to rest for a few days. The impact is too great. Everyone needs some psychological adjustment. Boom. The door closed in front of him, shaking off a layer of thick snow. Su Jing shrugged and, after standing for a while, headed down the mountain. A few days of acceptance would be good. After all, the changes were quite significant. However, regardless of everything, the owner of the mountain is him, and the 10,000 Buddha temple will eventually have its opening day. The Mingwe village quietly lost a wave of visitors, but everyone didn't notice it. It was the 2 of them, Yaguangzi and his apprentice, who reacted first. They left? Really adding fuel to the fire. Is it because their temple renovation is complete? Su Jing nodded, not hiding anything. Yes, it's finished. But it seems they are not very satisfied because the time was a bit rushed. He spoke directly. After a while, the 10,000 Buddha temple will open to the public, and if the 2 Taoist priests have nothing to do, they are welcome to visit as tourists and take a look up the mountain. If you think the renovation is good, then I will speed up the progress of Chongqing Temple as well. That sounds great. Yaguangzi immediately cheered up. I heard that there are miracles happening on that mountain. I just wanted to go see. The old Taoist shook his head, stroking his beard with satisfaction. Next to him, Zhenjunzi also smiled and nodded. I heard that Xiaoxia is the monkey that has been with the great sage, and she came from that mountain. She has been feeling homesick lately. Can we take them up the mountain to play? Xiaoxia? Su Jing was taken aback for a moment before he realized and agreed. Zhenjunzi is really doing well on the sacred mountain, even mingling with the great sage. If they want to go, you can take them. But it has to be just the 2 of them. Too many monkeys could cause a disturbance. Zhenjunzi made an okay gesture and then took Yaguangzi back to drink and chat. They weren't in a hurry. After all, their other senior brothers hadn't returned yet. Mingwe village was comfortable and relaxed. They could go out whenever they wanted, and as long as they had the Tao in their hearts, it was all practice. No matter where they were. After parting with the 2, Su Jing took the rare opportunity to visit the visitor center in Mingwe village. With the increase in staff, the office space in the visitor center was clearly insufficient, and the best solution was to prepare a dedicated workspace for everyone. He stood in the center of the second-floor office area, watching the male and female employees passing by with documents, feeling a bit emotional. No wonder in the dramas he used to watch, those bosses' businesses grew bigger and bigger, and they gradually lost concern for the old employees who used to work alongside them. Now, when he comes to the office, he hardly recognizes anyone. Aside from those in leadership positions, the most familiar faces were actually the NPCs from various households in Mingwe village. Su Jing tilted his head and looked at Zhao Dashua, who was approaching him with documents, smiling as he led him to a rarely used office. In just half a month, Zhao Dashua had undergone a noticeable transformation. No wonder they say that good fortune nurtures a person. When he first received the exchange dance troupe, he still dressed like a primary school student. But now, he wore a simple solid-colored shirt, slightly loose jeans, and white sneakers, and had tidied up his hair a bit. Aside from the unchanged black-framed glasses, he radiated the vitality of youth. Yet, those old-fashioned eyes made his vitality appear much more stable. He had indeed grown. He sat in the office chair, quietly listening to Zhao Dashua report on recent work. Perhaps it was due to the skill enhancement, or maybe he was just really diligent. Zhao University can quickly summarize the work in each field using the simplest and most understandable language for Su Jing. Su Jing smiled and nodded in affirmation, then asked him back, what are your thoughts? Let's hear them. Zhao University's face flushed slightly, feeling a bit shy. However, he cleared his throat and spoke clearly and confidently, finishing a whole paragraph without any stutter. Only at the end did he hesitate and pull out a piece of paper from his folder. Mr. Su, you mentioned before that you wanted to establish a planning department responsible for the daily activities of the park. I have gathered suggestions from the HR department and Mr. Jiang, and found a few candidates. One of them is quite special. He handed the paper to Su Jing and continued. This person is a graduate of our university and has an impressive resume. Most importantly, he is a visitor to Wanyuan Mountain. I heard that when Dahan Mountain first opened, he was the first to break the big formation at the foot of the mountain. Su Jing looked down at the resume, and the man in the photo seemed to leap out at him. With shoulder-length hair tied in a small braid, he tilted his chin slightly, sporting a carefree smile. Zhou Yi, his self-recommendation simply stated, I believe I resonate with the current activity planner of the scenic area. Oh, interesting. The current activity planner, Isn't that him? Su Jing's eyes flickered as he remembered that this person seemed to have come up with Ping Ping and Zhu Shou when they were at the top of Dahan Mountain. He immediately called Zhu Shou. Hello? I have a question. After a brief conversation, the man hung up and then handed the resume back to Zhao University. He seems like a good person. Arrange for an interview. If it's convenient, let us do it in a couple of days. I'll wait for him then. Zhao University nodded and left the office with all of Su Jing's new instructions, starting to move through different office areas. At exactly 8 p.m. that evening, the official account of Wanyuan Mountain and the Wanyuan Mountain app both released the same announcement. Thanks to the efforts of all visitors, the collected energy has exceeded the initial target of Dahan Mountain, and thus, a new area of Dahan Mountain will soon be unlocked. P.S. The newly opened area has a lower temperature, so visitors should prepare warm clothing and footwear. Wanyuan Mountain will also provide warm clothing rentals, with ample supply, so there's no need to worry. The newly unlocked Dahan Mountain will open an hour earlier at 6 o'clock a.m. Other areas remain unchanged. Countdown to unlocking, 72 hours. Stay tuned. Wanyuan Mountain today is no longer the same as it was before. The days when announcements barely made a splash are long gone. In just 1 minute, thousands of likes and shares appeared. Ping Ping, who was about to book tickets, stared in disbelief. No. Just recovering from a serious illness, the fervent fan Ping Ping was now at a loss for words. This can't be. She disagrees. She hasn't even returned to the top of the Dahan rankings. How can a new area open? After a moment of silent frustration, she immediately called Zhou Yi. A new area is opening. Are you going or not? On the other end of the phone, Zhou Yi's voice was inexplicably excited, as if something good had just happened. However, after hearing Ping Ping's invitation, he hesitated for a moment. 3 days later? What's wrong? I might have something that day. Zhou Yi seemed to realize something, suddenly laughed, and then his attitude changed. All right, see you then. Chapter 227, Ascending the Great Cold Mountain. Countdown, 72 hours. All tourists interested in Wanyuan Mountain received this information. Countdown, 48 hours. Those who could take leave did so in advance. And trains and planes from all over the country to Yong'an City were once again sold out. Countdown, 24 hours. Out-of-town tourists prepared to set off, while local tourists began to get excited and make their own preparations. Major social media platforms were buzzing again. Unlike the previous times when explanatory videos appeared only after the event, this time, the previews and preparation vlogs from various bloggers had already exceeded 100. The popularity of Wanyuan Mountain was overwhelming, especially after the strong support from a major media outlet. No one could ignore this traffic hotspot, and everyone wanted to get involved. Zhu Shou had anticipated this situation long ago, but he had already secured a deep-rooted position as a super fan, so he didn't need to worry at all. He cleaned his equipment and prepared his work ID and various tools. Looking at his production team, his eyes were filled with excitement and enthusiasm. Are you ready? Before dawn, as the stars began to fade, a group of people pushed open the studio door and boarded a business vehicle. Off they went. On July 19th, at 6 a.m., as the sky began to lighten, a long line had already formed at the north gate of Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area. Some people were bundled in thick clothing, fully equipped, while others were empty-handed, daydreaming about what kind of outfits Wanyuan Mountain would prepare. The weather was still relatively cool, making it a perfect time to enter. The gates slowly opened, and tourists scanned their tickets or ID cards to enter the park, then rushed towards the Great Cold Mountain. Although it was a newly opened area, no one had forgotten about the array breaker at the foot of the mountain. In less than a month since the opening of the Great Cold Mountain, among the thousands of climbing tourists, only a little over 20 had earned the title of array breaker. What's even more bizarre is that the formations at the foot of the mountain were not static. According to various informants, 6 different formations had already been identified within this month alone. Each pattern and mechanism was different. Therefore, some speculated that the ancient stone ground they were stepping on might have hidden mechanisms. Ping Ping was quite interested in such matters. As a top student, she was unexpectedly outpaced by Zhou Yi this time. So this time, she was determined to win. Watching the little girl with a ponytail running far ahead, like a little colt, Zhou Yi chuckled and followed her. Unfortunately, it was not her turn to become the array breaker this time. The new formation was solved by an older woman, who then led a group of young men and women laughing as they walked up the mountain. Ping Ping silently cheered for herself. It's all good, as long as it's not Zhou Yi who unties it. The scenery on the way up the mountain is still very beautiful, with online guides available. Most people this time managed to sneakily gather successfully and obtain the Centennial Tree Planter medal. However, even after walking the brave path 2 or 3 times, the fear of heights still lingers. When everyone, drenched in sweat and exhausted, finally reached the summit and heard the distant sound of the bell, they let out a long sigh of relief. They had finally arrived, and the imposing Tianmen Mountain stood before them, just as breathtaking as the first time they saw it. Behind the towering archway was a sea of clouds and a vast expanse of golden light. Since the park opened an hour early and many visitors today were experienced, everyone was able to witness the grandeur of Tianmen Mountain at noon for the first time. Yet, even at midday, the small path behind Tianmen Mountain was still shrouded in mist, although this time, the no entry ahead sign was absent. Ping Ping excitedly clutched the hem of her clothes, adjusted her glasses several times, and tugged at Zhou Yi, eager to move forward. But Zhou Yi shook his head, gesturing for her to look to the right front. There, on a large rock, the familiar guide was sitting upright, smiling and waving at everyone. Good noon. A simple greeting instantly sparked excitement among the tourists. Since learning about Su Jing's true identity, this was his first appearance at Wanyuan Mountain. Seeing the guide again felt different to everyone. This friendly and mysterious NPC contrasted greatly with their usual boss, which was incredibly refreshing. Su Jing raised his hand to calm the noise, and then gave a thumbs up to the security personnel. Luckily, he had anticipated this and specially arranged for security at the summit to protect himself. Otherwise, he would have definitely been overwhelmed by the crowd of enthusiastic tourists. Please, everyone, calm down. I understand your excitement to see the new attraction and your curiosity about what it is. This excitement is all for you, dear guide. However, Lingbao Pavilion is not only the endpoint of the first climbing route, but also an important supply point for the entire journey. With the unlocking of a brand new route, it seems that the functionality of the handbands at Lingbao Pavilion has also changed. Everyone might as well explore. The way down is still here, and we can return to this place for the final handband and energy exchange. He waved his hand. Before the next group arrives, enjoy your champion time. A glance revealed groups of tourists wearing bright smiles. Regardless of age, everyone responded excitedly and strode forward. All right, Lingbao Pavilion is newly opened. Ping Ping dashed inside and placed her handband on the device. The options that appeared on the screen clearly showed several new items. Ping Ping was surprised. 102 energy points, 30 energy points, free exchange for a special downhill path. 20 energy points, free exchange for tea. New options had appeared. Ping Ping immediately focused her attention, and Zhou Yi peeked over from behind. 30 energy points, exchange for a wish token, which can be hung on the wishing tree. 20 energy points, exchange for one serving of food, can be fed in specific areas. 80 energy points, insect lamp. Not available for exchange yet. 80 energy points, free rental of cold-proof suit 1. It's here. Ping Ping turned to Zhou Yi, her face filled with despair. Her energy points were insufficient, and it seemed she couldn't play freely at Dahan Mountain anymore. Ultimately, some money had to be spent. Zhou Yi had a strange expression. Don't look at me. I'm not enough either. He had just obtained 111 energy points. If he exchanged for the way down the mountain, he wouldn't be able to get the wishing token or the cold-proof suit. But then he thought, Su Jing also said that they would return when going down, which meant they would still have the wristbands for the subsequent sections, so there was no need to consider other things for now. Let's exchange for the cold-proof suit first. The wishing token shouldn't be too expensive. Then you can buy that specific food and see what it's used for later. The two engaged in a heated discussion while the older brother behind them had a dark expression. Do you want to listen to what you're saying? He hadn't even obtained 70 energy points. He had no choice at all. The two finally decided on what to exchange, quickly scanned, and then went to the exchange counter with their card, only to receive a bundle of fodder before being sent away by the staff shaking their heads. The purchase and exchange of the wishing token could be found next to the wishing tree. Just walk forward and down the slope, and you'll see it. Wishing tree. The two's eyes lit up, and they rushed out the door. On the other side, at the end of the 999 steps, the chubby Zhu Shou had just brought his production team up, collapsing on one side and gasping for breath. His colleagues were also leaning this way and that, too tired to hold their cameras, all stowing them away in their bags. Brother Zhu, you didn't say this mountain was so hard to climb. I didn't feel it in the video. It looked fun, but I didn't expect it to be this difficult in reality. Damn, my lumbar disc, my pelvis, my hip joint. There isn't more road ahead, right? Man, I really can't climb anymore. Zhu Shou was tired himself, but he still sat on the ground with his hands on his hips, laughing and scolding them. Hurry up. My friend said they reached the top long ago. We've already fallen behind a lot. The chubby one looked around and was momentarily stunned, then squinted his eyes and looked into the distance. Over there, the guide was strolling toward the mountain gate, wearing a lively smile. Who was he going to bother now? Having interacted with Su Jing for a while, he somewhat understood this person's mischievous tendencies. With a crooked smile, it was either a rogue or a troublemaker. He scrambled to his feet, calling out to his colleagues. Let's go? We continue. Chapter 228. Under the wishing tree in front of the heavenly gate of Cold Mountain is the ascent path of the 999 steps and the mountaintop platform. To the right behind it is the direction of Lingbao Pavilion and the entrance to the path down the mountain. This time, they would pass the previously prohibited sign and head down the slope. Zhou Yi and Ping Ping had just reached the edge of the downhill steps when they froze. On the steep downhill path's left side, a giant banyan tree had appeared at some point, slightly obscured by the protruding mountain rocks. Was there a tree here before? Zhou Yi frowned in thought, while Ping Ping appeared indifferent. We haven't been to the edge before, what are you thinking? This tree looks quite old. Could it have just appeared suddenly? Suddenly, a head popped up behind him, nodding furiously. Exactly. The two of them turned in unison, and Ping Ping smiled in surprise, quickly lowering her voice. The guide. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Su Jing changed into a different outfit and put on a mask. Although it couldn't hide his naturally charismatic presence, he still walked out calmly. I see you two have been standing here for a while. Why not head over? Su Jing glanced at the guy with the small braid nearby, feeling satisfied. Not a bad look. He was even 3 points more handsome. Clearly, he was an outstanding talent. Not bad at all. Zhou Yi met his gaze and nodded slightly in agreement. It seemed that the boss of Wanyuan Mountain was indeed the designer of the activities there. Looking at him now, he did have a certain charm. He barely qualified as his boss. Ping Ping had no idea what that glance meant. She was just excited. We're heading over now, guide. Is there something you want to say? Although they knew the guide was the boss of Wanyuan Mountain, this group of fans still found the title guide endearing and continued to call him that. Oh, nothing much. I was just bored. If you don't mind. Can I join you on your way? Su Jing only revealed his eyes, but smiled warmly. Just treat me as an invisible person. Of course, that would be great. If it weren't for the other tourists around, Ping Ping would have wanted to do a 360-degree spin in excitement. Even though she couldn't. Su Jing turned to Zhou Yi again, and the guy with the braid shrugged. Happy to oblige. All right, the interview has begun. Ping Ping and the two men, who combined only scored 6 points, walked down the steps, heading straight for the giant banyan tree. Let's go take a look. It should be that one. Hurry up. I don't have enough energy to exchange. They wouldn't only allow exchanges and not sales, right? Other tourists also came out one after another, excitedly discussing and walking towards the wishing tree. On the side of the swirling mist, below the mountaintop platform, leaned against the mountain wall, stood a massive ancient banyan tree. Its branches were lush and dense, forming a forest of one. Even the midday sun couldn't penetrate its canopy to reach the ground. Behind the thick trunk with its gnarled roots was a half-recessed stone house. The stone walls and windows were uniquely shaped, almost a single piece. Inside the stone window, a dim yellow light radiated, with a person sitting within, their face not clearly visible. Above was a simple sign carved into the stone. Exchange purchase for wishing cards. Wishing card, 10 yuan each, not far from the window. Several large stones were scattered, each with a hollowed-out groove in the middle containing a few pins. With the new attraction, Ping Ping momentarily forgot Su Jing was beside her, excitedly stepping forward to hand Zhou Yi's wishing card into the window. A few seconds later, a long red card tied with a small string was pushed out. On the other end of the string was an orange. Ping Ping raised her eyebrows and showed the orange wish tag to Zhou Yi. Interesting. She immediately scanned a 10 yuan code and got one for herself, then turned to Su Jing and whispered, "Do you want one?" Su Jing chuckled and shook his head. His wishes would be fulfilled by him, and the system, personally. The two of them ignored him and walked over to the large stone while looking at the information above. The long strip of red paper had a modern style, quite different from what they had imagined, which was some kind of symbol with a bunch of unreadable characters. Instead, it neatly listed several 4-character wishes, like windfall, abundant wealth, step-by-step promotion, top of the class, youth and beauty, early childbirth, etc. The range was quite broad and comprehensive. Ping Ping immediately picked up a pen and checked off, sharp mind, and top of the class. Her ambition was quite strong. But she didn't stop there. She started checking off others frantically while muttering to herself, "What should I do? Can all these wishes really come true for me?" Zhou Yi chuckled softly beside her. You spend 10 yuan and expect a deity to fulfill millions in wishes? Dream on. He took out a pen and only checked off 2 wishes. Su Jing stole a glance at his wish tag, half smiling. Smooth work and step-by-step promotion. This guy? This isn't making a wish. It's like predicting the future. But that is actually quite good. When it comes to wishing, the more focused and sincere you are, the more likely you are to achieve your goals. He looked at the large banyan tree beside the stone house. With a gold medal construction team involved in the renovation process, many buildings successfully acquired attributes. What surprised him was that this stone house had some special attributes. Wishing stone house. Obtain a wish tag here, and wishes written down have a 0.5 chance of coming true. Note, the fewer wishes, the more sincere, the greater the chance of realization. So Su Jing looked at the people who were already gathered around the giant tree, smiling as they began to toss their wish tags. Be careful with your wishes. Love may not always return, but wishes really can come true. A middle-aged man weighed the orange in his hand and looked down at the sea of clouds, smiling bitterly in his heart. What wish could he make? It was just to join in the fun. His brain tumor was already at an advanced stage. Now it was just about living happily one day at a time. Seeing things he hadn't seen before, wanting to do things he hadn't done, was already a gain. A bright red tag with the sole wish of good health flew up into the air. A not-so-young couple held each other's hands and tossed up early childbirth and family happiness. A young kid wearing thick glasses and a backpack threw up academic progress. Many people, with a page full of checks, threw their oranges high into the sky, which ultimately hung on the lush branches. The green banyan tree branches were suddenly adorned with a splash of gold. Everyone stood under the wishing tree, sincerely paying their respects. Then, those who were ready took photos, while others drank some water and turned to look at the misty path ahead. Zhou Yi and Ping Ping stepped forward. Let us go check out the new area. As they entered the misty road, their vision was instantly replaced by a sea of white. Their field of view shrank to just over a meter, but fortunately, there were sturdy wooden railings on both sides of the path, which eased their minds a bit. Zhou Yi, Ping Ping, and Su Jing walked quietly ahead. Su Jing perfectly played the role of the invisible man, only speaking when prompted, otherwise remaining silent. Since Ping Ping couldn't see clearly ahead, Zhou Yi guided her from behind, while Su Jing walked along, smiling, until a sudden slap startled him, making him shout out. "Chill, it's me, your personal photographer." The chubby kid's triple chin loomed larger in front of Su Jing, making him retaliate with a smack. "You scared me to death. Why did you sneak up on me?" The chubby kid sheepishly scratched his head, chuckling. "I was just too nervous watching you guys walk, so I thought I'd come over and relax a bit." Zhou Yi and Ping Ping turned around, glaring at him. They had suspected that with Su Jing's character, he might pull some sudden scare. Unexpectedly, it was their own person who gave them a fright. "How did you catch up so fast?" The chubby kid waved his hand. "I saw you ahead and quickened my pace. Didn't he expect it was really you, Su?" Su Jing put a finger to his lips. "Don't call me Su. Call me Jingu, or just your guide." "All right, enough joking around. Let us keep going." He peeked back at the large group of tourists following the chubby kid and quickly slipped back into the line. Zhou Yi touched his little braid, his eyes darting around, and smiled reassuringly. "Then let us go?" They didn't discover anything extraordinary on the misty path, but after walking nearly 100 meters, they noticed the incline of the ground. Was the misty road leading them not to a lower area, but to a higher peak? Ping Ping's eyes widened in surprise. She glanced back at Su Jing and then whispered to Zhou Yi. "Isn't this what the broadcast from Han Mountain Tianmen referred to as the divine Buddha temples and cave paradise?" Zhou Yi nodded, continuing to lead the group forward. The chatter of the tourists behind them echoed through the mist. Everyone realized that the altitude was consistently rising, and the temperature began to drop. What lay ahead? Whoosh! Breaking through the last stretch of the misty path, they stepped onto a platform and looked back, only to discover that the misty road they had just traversed was actually built on a ridge slanting upwards. It was no wider than 3 meters. With steep cliffs on both sides, if one were to fall, they would plunge into a bottomless abyss. Gulp! Zhu Shou swallowed hard, feeling a sense of dread for his earlier playful antics on the path. The guide was truly mischievous. Why didn't they warn him? What if he had fallen down? That would mean one less enthusiastic ambassador for the mountain. Su Jinglan paid little attention to everyone as he stood to the side, watching the tourists slowly make their way forward. The last wisp of mist at the ridge dissipated at their feet, and their vision was instantly filled with gold. It was a meadow of indigo and emerald green, rolling with the wind from the edge to the center. The grass waves surged in the sunlight, as if coated in liquid gold. Among them, a few wild trees and scattered wildflowers moved with the waves of the meadow until they disappeared into the nearby coniferous forest. Beep! The tourists' phones chimed one after another. "You have unlocked a new area of Dahan Mountain Deer Plain." My goodness, even though Ping Ping wasn't primarily a scenery-focused tourist, she couldn't help but lift her phone to take pictures. Unlike the thrilling ascent earlier, the mist here seemed to separate two worlds. This side was calm and serene, while the other was steep and fantastical. Yet both were equally breathtaking. Others hurried to take photos, some curiously opening the app notifications. "Deer plain? Does it mean there are deer here? I don't see any. Are they inside? Come on, let's go explore." Everyone took steps forward, wading through the knee-high grass, gradually exploring amidst the waves of greenery. "Strange," Ping glanced around. "What's strange?" Zhou also leaned in, her little braid brushing against Ping Ping's ear, making it tingle. "It's just that I feel it's too quiet here," she whispered, stealing a glance at the leisurely Su Jinglan behind them. According to the guide's habits, he should have prepared something unusual. She stepped lightly, slowing her pace to test the waters, muttering to herself. Could it be a trap? Ha ha ha. Beside her, Zhu Shou's boisterous laughter burst forth like a wild boar charging through, and then he stumbled, falling into the thick grass beside him, disappearing from sight. Joy turned to sorrow. Ping Ping's pupils constricted, and she hurried forward, thinking he had encountered some danger or trap. But in reality, the little chubby boy was sprawled out in the grass, arms and legs in a star shape, laughing with satisfaction. "I've always wanted to see the grasslands in Mongolia. Never thought I'd fulfill my dream here." He squinted his eyes, thanking Su Jinglan nearby. "Thank you, Wanyuan Mountain. You've helped a chubby guy like me realize my dream." The beauty of the meadow was beyond words. In this tranquil and harmonious natural setting, almost everyone set aside their exploratory instincts, wandering slowly, laughing, and taking photos. A few crooked wild trees became natural backdrops, instantly surrounded by young people. However, Zhou poked Pingping's shoulder and glanced at Su Jinglan, pulling her toward the nearby cypress grove. Where are we going? Zhou didn't look back, allowing Su Jinglan in the distance to smile. I just feel that this place isn't as simple as it seems. Do you remember the grass feed you exchanged at Lingbao Pavilion earlier? The two walked further away, and the little chubby boy finally noticed their actions. What are those two up to? He asked Su Jinglan, who just smiled and shook his head. I'm not sure. Maybe they went off to have a secret romance? Zhu Shi looked puzzled, but as he took a closer look at Su Jing's smile, he felt something was off. With that grin, there must be something going on. Without wasting a moment, the chubby guy quickly became agile, pulling out his camera and swiftly aiming the telephoto lens at the direction the two were heading. It was time to test his skills. Angle. Okay. Lighting. Okay. Damn it, the faces. Both of them looked surprisingly good on camera. Everything's fine. Now all that was left was to wait for the right moment. In the little frame of the lens, as the two reached the edge of the jungle, the girl pulled out a handful of fresh grass from her backpack and, following the boy's lead, extended her hand towards the deep, lush greenery. As the sunlight brushed past her hair and the gentle breeze rustled the emerald grass, the branches in the depths of the forest began to stir. As the girl's hand slowly rose, her expression turned to one of astonishment. In the dim center of the frame, two enormous, wild antlers appeared. Chapter 230. The giant deer and the deer house. A low groan rumbled in the chubby guy's throat as he began to press the shutter at an incredible speed. In the frame, first came the antlers, then the short fur-covered deer mouth, and a pair of clear, lively deer eyes slowly emerged from behind the boundary of sunlight, opening its mouth to grab the grass from Pingping's hand. With a gentle lift of its neck, the grass in Pingping's hand flew out and straight into the giant deer's mouth. At that moment, the giant deer's robust neck, powerful chest, and limbs that might not be long but could deliver a deadly kick, all flashed through the lens. The chubby guy swallowed hard. Turning to look at the still smiling Su Da Jingji's deer has reported, "It's fine, keep shooting. Report my foot." Su Jing forced a smile. Knowing full well that the documents had been prepared overnight by Jiang Tsong and Zhao University after they discovered it. He had no idea about this. But it didn't matter now. Once the city finished reviewing, everything would be fine. He was favored by the big princess, after all. This group of young entrepreneurs wouldn't dare to disrespect him, he thought to himself. Meanwhile, the chubby guy had already grabbed his camera and dashed over. Wow. No way. Holy crap. The chubby guy shouted excitedly as he ran, practically transforming with joy, darting over to the two. Did you see that? Damn it. It's a giant deer. Pingping fell to the ground, her face expressionless, but it was clear she was a bit startled. Not just her, even he, a grown man, would feel a surge of fear seeing such a massive creature towering nearly a meter above him. But the deer was very gentle, not coming too close, nor showing any hostility. It carefully approached, took the grass, and then disappeared into the pine forest. Ding! Hearing the sound, the chubby guy walked over to take a look. How is it? What is going on? Pingping covered her heart, still seeing that calm and lively pair of eyes in front of her. She turned to look deeper into the pine forest, where it was dark and profound, and sunlight struggled to penetrate. She raised her wrist to look at the display of her bracelet. A special message appeared. Unlock, Giant Deer, and contact Giant Deer 1, complete feeding. Gain 5 energy points. Pingping widened her eyes slightly. The feed bought for 20 could be returned for 5 energy after feeding. What if she divided the feed into 2 portions to feed 2 deer? What if she split it into 4 portions? Ahem, that probably wouldn't work. The girl suppressed her excitement behind her glasses and took out her phone. Above the icon of the Daihan Mountain in the Wanyuan Mountain app, a small announcement with a deer head logo appeared. Giant deer. They usually forage and move from evening until dawn, except during the mating season. They are generally gentle and timid, rarely coming out. However, they can be tempted by food, which might cause them to appear during the day. Note, the mating season is in autumn, when Wanyuan Mountain will organize visits to the stag wrestling event. Wow. Is this only shown to those who have fed the giant deer? While they were excitedly discussing, a few other tourists cautiously gathered around. If I'm not mistaken, that was a deer, right? I feel like that deer is especially big. Wow. How did you make it appear? I thought the deer was just a name. But it's real. Zhou also pointed out, didn't any of you exchange for the food? It's not expensive for 20 energy a portion. Everyone looked at each other, awkwardly smiling. They had limited energy, not to mention using excess energy to exchange for something they didn't even know about. If not, let us go. The hint we saw indicated that there should be more than one deer here. They usually come out after evening, so we probably can't see them now. Zhou patted his pants, pulled Pingping up, and started to walk back. If we keep going forward, by the time we come back down it will probably be evening. Maybe we'll have enough energy then to exchange and come back to feed. After explaining, he led the two away, while the others, still not giving up, stood by the woods, shouting for a while before reluctantly leaving. Su Jing smiled as he watched the few return. Have you seen enough? Shall we continue? All right, let us go. Su Jing continued to walk with his hands behind his back, not intervening, just strolling along with them. The further they walked, the colder the air became. Outside the pine and cypress forest, small houses made of glass and wood began to appear. Deer House, first time opening. So reservations must be made at the visitor center ahead. Each house has a different location and its own number. If you like a particular house, please remember the number in advance to proceed with the booking, first come first served. After booking, you can receive the Deer House Accommodation Manual 1. They didn't mention this before. Everyone paused for a moment and then immediately rushed forward. The front house sat on the meadow, looking as beautiful as a crystal ball. The circular room had glass on all sides, with some divided into 2 rooms, others into 3 to 4 rooms. And some were large complete suites. Just looking at the numbers doesn't reveal much, but if this refers to the number of houses, it suggests that there are actually over 100 such clever little cabins on the Deer Plains. However, they couldn't see that many in their line of sight. Everyone exchanged glances, and their excitement surged once again. Those who had brought thick clothes quickly put on long sleeves or jackets and continued forward. The cypress trees on both sides gradually increased, making the wide path narrower and forming a winding road ahead. In the woods on either side of the road, they began to see wooden cabins faintly lit with small lights. Golden plaques were tied to the trees, guiding the way. Zhou also raised an eyebrow and smiled. He remembered the description of the giant deer. If it was as he thought, then tourists staying in the woods or fields were very likely to encounter the giant deer. Isn't it too eco-friendly? Zhou leaned closer to Su Jing, half to himself and half for the interviewer. If they stayed in the deer cabins, when it was time for the giant deer to be active, they could use fodder to attract them. Although they didn't yet know what the insect lights would attract. It should be for viewing scenery, also meant for the deer cabins. Su Jing listened to his musings. A fleeting expression of appreciation crossed his face. He guessed part of it, but was missing another part. However, that might only come to him when he saw the scenery ahead. Zhou looked at Su Jing, smiled without answering, and sighed. This interview was truly just an interview. They hadn't chatted at all. Oh, is that the visitor center ahead? The chubby boy exclaimed as he tiptoed. The slope grew higher, with less vegetation, and eventually only the cypress trees on both sides remained lush and tall. He was right. At the end of the road, a building resembling the Lingbao Pavilion appeared. Also, a tall metal sign stood 50 meters away from the tourists. 200 meters ahead, Cold Line Visitor Center, Chapter 2, 31 Cold Line Forward. Ping Ping nodded. That should be the place for renting cold weather gear. But it didn't seem that the weather was cold enough for that, which puzzled her. Was it really necessary to rent those? However, all the tourists immediately quickened their pace, and those who had fallen behind excitedly shouted and ran towards them. The construction site of this visitor center was somewhat special. Or rather, what was special was not the visitor center itself, but everyone's gaze fixed ahead. On both sides were cypress trees, and in the middle, a stone path. Yet, inexplicably, there was an additional trench about 30 centimeters wide and 20 centimeters deep in the middle of the path. On this side of the trench, the road surface was relatively flat, and resilient wild grass continued to grow vigorously. But on the trench side, the road surface was thinner, and the wild grass drastically reduced, with only a few yellowing blades of grass barely standing. Not simple. Ping Ping squinted and looked for a long time, whispering to discuss with Zhu Shou. While Zhu Shou's team surrounded them outside, eavesdropping on the conversation of the big shots, pushing the man wearing a hat and mask, whose identity was unknown, directly out of the circle. Su Jing touched his nose and stood outside, listening indiscreetly. However, to get past that line, they first needed to go through the visitor center. There was no need to backtrack. After discussing for a while, everyone turned and entered the visitor center. This large building located by the roadside had a simple layout. In addition to spacious and clean restrooms, there was also a free hot water area. Directly in front was the counter where they exchanged their vouchers for winter gear, including cold-resistant boots, jackets, snow hats, and gloves. Although there appeared to be a lot, they were quite lightweight to carry. If they didn't want to use their energy points to exchange, they would need to pay 50 yuan for rental. To the left was the booking window for lodging in the area. Ping Ping had an early class the next day, and after some hesitation, she ultimately decided against making a reservation. Zhou was also unsure of the results after the interview, so he wasn't in the mood to play too hard. Only the chubby guy called his studio staff and confidently walked over to that side, bringing Ping Ping along to broaden her horizons. However, among the tourists at Wanyuan Mountain, there were quite a few wealthy individuals, and even more who loved to join in the fun. By the time the chubby guy reached the counter, there was already a long line. Look over there. Ping Ping pointed at the large electronic map above the counter. Others turned to look as well. The big map actually showed all the lodging distribution in the area, Each tree house was marked with small round dots, and if the map was accurate, it stretched from the grassland area all the way to the nearby coniferous forest and even into the snow. With a thoughtful expression, Ping Ping turned to the side. To the left of the map was an electronic LED screen displaying room rates. Standard double room, 299 yuan, suitable for 2 people. Terrace view room, 399 yuan, suitable for 2 to 3 people. Panoramic deer spirit cabin, 699 yuan, suite, suitable for 4 to 6 people. Wow. Lodging at the scenic cabin on the top of the cold mountain in a 4A level tourist area was priced like this? Clearly, everyone was thinking the same thing. As in the blink of an eye, another light on the map indicating a lodging spot went out. The chubby guy stared intently at the screen, silently repeating the number he wanted, and soon it was his turn. Hello, happy to assist you. Do you have a specific room number in mind? Room 105. Zhu Shi quickly booked a suite for him and his team, 2 women and 4 men, just right for 6 people. Fortunately, room 105 was still available, and he happily paid, receiving a room card and a notice about the stay before leaving the crowd with the others. With the room booked and winter gear exchanged, everyone walked outside holding their clothes. Ping Ping looked at the lush, coniferous forest outside and hesitated. It didn't seem cold enough to wear this, did it? Zhou put on his jacket, which had a convenient zipper and Velcro pants that didn't require taking off, making it very easy. I advise you to put it on. First, it's best for your health not to catch a cold. Second, the chubby guy looked up, his eyes fixed on the obvious trench in the distance. Do you know how the Cold Line Visitor Center got its name? The chubby guy had deep insights on that. Following the expert's lead is definitely the right choice. He immediately called his teammates to get dressed. After thinking for a moment, Ping Ping also put on her clothes, and the group finally stepped outside. A large crowd had already gathered by the pit. Laughter filled the air as people jumped around on both sides of the pit, creating quite a lively atmosphere. Curiously, a few of them walked closer and finally saw the metal signs standing firmly in the ground on either side of the pit. There were only 2 characters on the signs. Cold Line. Oh, so this is the Cold Line. The chubby boy suddenly realized, looking puzzled at the excited tourists nearby, and took a step forward. Everyone was thrilled. What is all the excitement about? His eyes widened as he quickly jumped back, tightening his coat. What happened? Everyone rushed forward to ask, and they saw the chubby boy trembling, pointing toward the pit. The Cold Line over there is different. What is different? Everything is different. He pushed Tingting and Zhou Yi a little, laughing and shouting to others, you should go feel it too. Everyone stumbled and laughed as they rushed over. On the Cold Line side, the air was calm. Although it was cold, the sunlight still provided some warmth. But over there, boom. The moment their toes touched the ground, an intense cold swept over everyone. The biting wind came from all directions, sending chills down their spines. It was clearly July with sweltering heat down in the valley, over 20 degrees, but here it plunged straight below 0. After just a few seconds, they quickly dashed back. What the heck? Even Zhou Yi, who was usually clever, was now dumbfounded. He was skilled in event planning, but this was clearly the work of nature's craftsmanship. How could there be a temperature difference of over 10 degrees just a pit apart? Even the fierce wind only blew over there. He had heard of a peculiar peach blossom forest in Wanyuan Mountain that bloomed all year round, which was already a wonder in itself. But here, just a ditch apart. With such a huge temperature difference and contrasting airflows, it could also be considered a marvel. The tourists were captivated by the uniqueness of this place, spending half a day just enjoying it. The group exchanged glances, composed themselves a bit, and after Zhou Shou finished filming with the team, they all put on their snow hats, masks, and gloves, tightening their snow boots and cold-resistant gear, and took out their trekking poles. Taking a deep breath, they set off. As they crossed the Cold Line, into the rapidly dropping temperatures of the Deer Plains, they quickened their pace. The vast expanse of white they had seen on the map finally began to reveal itself before them. First were scattered frost patches, then small mounds of accumulated snow. And finally, as they turned onto the Pine Road, the view opened up. Amidst the roaring sound of water and steam, the fierce wind gradually calmed down, and everyone looked up ahead. What met their eyes was a blinding expanse of white. A massive snow-capped cliff loomed before them, and from above, among countless giant ice pillars, surged a breathtaking waterfall into a chilling pool. Chapter 232, Snowy Mountain Waterfall. Unfortunately, I lack cultural knowledge and find it quite absurd. Dahan Mountain features 4 distinct landscapes. The forest at the foot of the mountain, the rocky scenery halfway up, the grassy view at the summit, and the snowy vista right in front. It's not just the overwhelming snow, but also the droplets of water, large and small, cascading down and crashing into the cold pool below. Ding! All the visitors' phones chimed in unison. Arrived at the new area, Dahan Mountain Snowy Waterfall. The cold pool was surrounded by plants that grew chaotically among the boulders, pressed down by the snow, with a few wild trees standing at odd angles, just their trunks remaining. The outer edge of the lake was coated with a thin layer of ice, And in the rippling blue water, another thin layer of ice formed in the center. In the middle of the ice, a massive stone pillar jutted out at an angle. The portion above the water was over 3 meters long and stood more than 2 meters high at an angle. Moreover, the pillar was so thick that it would take 3 people to wrap their arms around it. Around its upper part, intricate carvings and grooves could be faintly seen. Delicate patterns spiraled around and around, reaching the top of the pillar. The column, covered in lichen and moss, occasionally revealed a glimpse of ancient bronze or a metallic sheen reflecting at certain angles. A few people stood in the distance, and Zhu Shou and his companions were taking photos and videos enthusiastically. Zoom in a bit. Yes, focus on the top of that pillar. Wow, such thick moss. How long has it been here? You can't even tell what it actually looks like. But the sense of history was particularly strong. Wow, incredible. The camera flashes went wild. Perhaps due to the terrain, there wasn't much wind because a snowy mountain blocked it, just pure cold. The tall, slender editor unleashed his imagination and curiously asked, "But doesn't anyone want to know how that pillar got here? It's clearly not a natural formation. The carvings are too intricate. I'm curious too." Zhu Shou nodded vigorously, his radar for hotspots flashing. What's the purpose of the pillar? Why is it here? Does it have any other significance? Every scenic spot in Wanyuan Mountain is not as simple as it seems. Initially, on the boat to Mingyue village, the boatman, a recluse, recited poems by Li Bai. Li Bai was a friend of the Peach Blossom Abode Master. The deities of the Holy Mountain and the river gods were familiar with each other, planning to hold a celebration at Luoxian Lake. The water dragon, undergoing tribulations to ascend, was headed toward Dahan Mountain. They now felt that the entire Wanyuan Mountain scenic area was like a vast hidden puzzle, with subtle connections between each scenic spot. Therefore, their intuition told them that the stone pillar in this cold pool was definitely not simple. The visitors behind them gradually caught up, and Zhu Shou had taken enough photos at the entrance, so everyone began to explore freely. Of course, it was Zhu Shou's colleagues who were free to roam. He had to follow the 2 exploration experts. Su Jing quietly stayed behind, waiting for the visitors to explore the area. The frozen waterfall and the cold pool offer plenty of opportunities for both sightseeing and interaction. It's just uncertain whether this group will discover them. Su Jing's original design intention has always been for those who enjoy playing to observe and engage more, while those who prefer not to can stroll and look around. Regardless, the attractions he designed will certainly cater to everyone, ensuring that all can have fun. He acted like a transparent person following behind, with Ping Ping and Zhou Yi, familiar teammates, gathering again to explore the new area. The rented cold-proof outfits proved very useful. Even in the icy wilderness, they didn't feel too cold. Zhou Yi wore a snow hat and mask, exposing only his eyes, casually surveying the surroundings. Ping Ping, on the other hand, struggled to wipe the fog off her glasses, muttering that she should have worn contact lenses while checking out various spots. Perhaps because they were among the first tourists to climb, the snow here was untouched, pristine and flat like moonlight. As they stepped into the snow, their boots crunched delightfully. Let us not even mention whether locals from Province D have seen such a vast snowy scene. Even those from other provinces find the snowy mountains and waterfalls a rare sight. Upon arrival, the visitors' playstyles clearly diverged. Many began searching for spots to take pictures, with some posing wildly for selfies. Almost every corner by the pool was filled with tourists. Zhou Yi stopped in his tracks, standing in front of the waterfall, scanning the pool. What did everyone discover? Ping Ping approached first. There were many large stones by the lake, placed in a unique arrangement. Zhou Yi nodded. The positions of every 2 stones were relative to each other. Zhu Shou raised his hand. There was a large, recessed copper object in the cliff behind the waterfall, positioned high up, but the water flow was dense, making it hard to see clearly. The pool was deep, and that stone pillar seemed to be embedded, with more below. It appeared there were many birds around. The 3 of them shared their findings, while Su Jing followed behind, a smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. Indifferent to their discussions, Zhou Yi glanced into the distance and suddenly asked, "What time is it?" "Just over 20 minutes to 3. Over 20 minutes? That's enough time for them to experiment." He looked towards the tourists standing on a giant rock, posing for photos. However, he didn't join them, but found an unattended stone, brushing off the thick snow on top. The surface was flat and icy. He leaped up, standing above, and remained quiet for a moment. Nothing happened. Zhou Yi urged everyone to be patient. He pondered a bit, then sat down again. If it weren't for the thickness of his cold-proof pants, he might have had to separate from them after sitting for a while. "Why are we resting?" Zhu Shou watched the guy with the small braid calmly sitting cross-legged, even closing his eyes, confused. Hadn't they just said they were going to explore the secrets of the cold pool? What was he dragging them here for? Shoo. Zhou Yi raised a finger. Various guesses flashing rapidly through his mind, then tried to calm his inner turmoil. Is it possible? You won't know until you try. He wasn't the only one who noticed the strange patterns on the giant stones around the cold pond. Some people carefully scanned the surface with their hands, while others continuously tapped it with their hiking poles. There were also those who crouched down, trying to see if there was anything unusual beneath the giant stones. Of course, in the end, some looked at Zhou Yi, tentatively mimicking his actions. The air was cold and the surroundings quiet, with only the sound of water and the laughter of tourists breaking the silence. Those who imitated Zhou Yi felt a chill on their bottoms, chuckled to themselves, and prepared to get up. But in the next second, his eyes widened suddenly. He stared ahead. Everyone by the lake turned to look, their gazes fixated on the stone beneath Zhou Yi. Buzz! The giant stone beneath Zhou Yi spread golden patterns from where he was sitting, then like fine springs, it trickled down the surface. Finally, it gathered at the base of the stone, illuminating the surrounding white snow with a golden hue. Then, the golden light intensified, suddenly bursting from the ground beneath the stone, shooting into the cold pond like a golden python beneath the white snow. Whoosh! The golden light disappeared into the pond within a few breaths, leaving a trail of golden light at the bottom. Rushing towards Zhu Shou, who widened his eyes, set up his camera, and dashed towards the stone pillar in the pond. Buzz! Chapter 233, The Strange Stones of Cold Mountain. Buzz! From the depths of the eerie blue water, the golden light struck the stone pillar and climbed up its surface, racing along one of the fine patterns. Look at the stone pillar! A girl screamed, and the tourists who hadn't noticed quickly turned to look. A small golden light shot up rapidly from the massive stone pillar, spinning and jumping among the intricate patterns, finally reaching the top. Buzz! With the last buzzing sound, the stone pillar moved. Although it was barely noticeable, just shaking off a speck of dust from its surface, it made everyone fall silent instantly. What does this mean? Everyone exchanged glances, confused. This stone pillar can move? Dust fell, so it must be able to move. So what was that light? Everyone turned their gaze to Zhou Yi, who was jumping down from the giant stone platform. Little brother, why don't you explain? Zhou Yi smiled and raised his hand to show everyone the notification on his wristband. Those who were close immediately shouted it out. Completed 1 minute of meditation. Reward, special energy value 1. Unlocked. Cold pond strange stones, goodness. After he finished speaking, the other tourists rushed forward, eager to sit on the giant stone behind Zhou Yi. But he waved his hand, keeping Ping Ping and Zhu Shou behind him, and gestured to the others. His eyes sparkling, but his smile faint. There are many other stones around the pond. They should all work, so everyone should go to other places. Under Zhou Yi's indication, Ping Ping climbed directly up, and the tourists behind her glanced at each other, disappointedly retreating to look for other stones. However, the distribution of stones around the cold pond was evidently more than Zhou Yi had imagined. In addition to the 21 visible stones, there are actually 3 hidden behind the waterfall's curtain, requiring passage through the mist to reach them. Zhou Yi looked around. Tourists lined up to sit on the stones. But after a minute, it was clear that some stones lit up while others did not. Those whose stones remained dark felt embarrassed and annoyed, feeling their time was wasted. Frowning and muttering, Zhu Shou disliked people who, lacking ability, still complained about everything. Do you understand the importance of calming the mind? Is your heart calm? The person felt somewhat embarrassed, but as others were still lining up behind, he had to give up his spot. The cold pool finally quieted down. Ping Ping glanced around, noticing that the stones beneath everyone were beginning to glow one after another, and suddenly jumped down. She grabbed Zhou Yi and Zhu Shou and ran towards the waterfall. This time, Su Jing didn't follow but took a few steps back, standing at a distance with her arms crossed, watching. Once they left, other tourists immediately leaped up and sat cross-legged, waiting for the lights to turn on. I have a feeling. The 3 arrived beneath the waterfall, and Ping Ping suddenly pulled a folding umbrella out of her bag, smiling as she opened it. It would be best if all 24 stone platforms had people sitting on them. At the same time, she and Zhou Yi exchanged glances, a sense of camaraderie blossoming between the top students. There would definitely be a different effect triggered. The information didn't say that meditating could not be repeated. So the 3 jumped onto the stone platforms, occupying the last 3 giant stones. A humming sound seemed to indicate something mysterious was happening. Behind the waterfall, they could only see through the water curtain and ice pillars, unable to see clearly. But outside, Zhu Shou's tall, thin colleague, an editor, slowly raised his camera, eyes wide open. My goodness. The 24 giant stones surrounded the cold pool. Above the stones, people wearing identical yellow cold weather suits assumed similar postures, with only their eyes visible, either open or closed, facing the center of the pool. Below them, a faint golden light gradually emerged, growing brighter. Even the 3 behind the waterfall could be vaguely seen. In the next moment, a series of humming sounds erupted, and the golden light surged toward the center of the pool simultaneously. It attached to the stone pillars, weaving into dense golden threads that shot up along the surface of the lake. The momentum was swift and powerful, until it reached the pinnacle. Buzz! The stone pillars suddenly shook, the intensity so great that some felt the ground tremble beneath their feet. What on earth? How massive is this stone pillar? The meditating tourists all looked over. This time, the pillar trembled, shedding not dust but fragments of stone. The stone fragments fell onto the water's surface and quickly sank. Yet, the hearts of the tourists leaped in excitement. Someone laughed heartily as they jumped off the stone, shouting at those nearby. Wow, did you see that? Haha, we were so cool just now. Did all 24 stones light up? Did someone go to the stones behind the waterfall? The pillar shed so many fragments. Wow, that was awesome. That golden light felt like we were all immortals meditating and passing down skills. Haha, exactly. It's like a formation eye. After the waterfall, Zhou Yi and the others walked out with smiles, and Zhu Shou walked straight towards the team members, clearly pleased with the video they had seen. Look, Sister Ping Ping, you were absolutely right. The group gathered to watch the video, chuckling and discussing it. Zhou Yi glanced at the scene that had fallen silent again. With new visitors jumping in, hesitated for a moment, and spoke up. Even with 24 people exerting their strength simultaneously, the debris falling from the stone pillar was too little. At this rate, even if everyone meditated day and night, when would they see those covered dirty things completely fall off? Ping Ping nodded, her expression hopeful. I'm curious too. What will the stone pillar look like once the dirt falls off? The mysteries were increasing. On the surface, Wanyuan Mountain had shown them many things, but in reality, there was much more that was just the tip of the iceberg. The hidden treasures in the immortal lake below the mountain. The divine light cave at the gate of heaven that needed to accumulate energy, and now the mysterious stone pillars whose true appearance was unknown. They looked up at the snowy mountain waterfall, with light clouds drifting overhead and the warm sunlight casting down, creating a pure and peaceful atmosphere. Ping Ping wanted to lift her leg to continue walking, but Zhou Yi checked the time and pulled her back. Wait a moment. He turned to Zhu Shou. The camera was ready, aimed at the direction of the waterfall. The two were puzzled, wondering what was about to happen. But seconds later, the world around them provided the answer. Buzz! A huge bell rang, echoing continuously against the empty mountain wall. With a loud sound, amidst the humming echoes. Behind the silver-white snow waterfall, a group of pure white birds suddenly flew out among the falling silver beads. In the cold winter under the snow, everything was silver-white. With 3 bell chimes, the birds swept past, calling out with a clear and ethereal cry. They circled 3 times above the cold pool before disappearing behind the icy waterfall. Chapter 234. The Flying Waterfall. Snowy mountains, icy waterfalls, flying birds. The bell sound echoed around the pillars, ringing 3 times. The sky returned to silence, igniting excitement among the visitors below. What just happened? Was that a timely report? Can you not say it so plainly? This is called artistic conception. I feel so clear-headed after just meditating and then hearing such a commotion. How beautiful. My goodness, I feel like this scene could be made into a game animation. Oh no, why didn't he take a photo just now? Some were amazed at the beautiful scenery, while others regretted not capturing the moment. But the chubby guy turned around with excitement, giving Zhou Yi a thumbs up. Bro, you're my bro. He carefully watched the video, grinning. The glowing stone pillar and the flying birds against the snowy mountain are enough for me to make a promotional video for the new scene. One mountain for views. Those who say Dahan Mountain is not good, what can they compare it with? Ping Ping glanced at the time, then at the visitors still lining up, and looked at the massive waterfall in front of them. Actually, I'm a bit curious. What? The two looked at her. If meditating for a minute creates this light, what if we meditate longer? Will there be other reactions? Zhu Shou's eyes lit up, and he immediately planned to continue queuing at the stones, but was pulled back by Ping Ping. Wait, let's play when we come back later. We continued walking, unsure of how far we had to go, but it was already 3 p.m., and I was worried we wouldn't have enough time to return. Zhu Shou paused for a moment. Can we still keep going? To be honest, the ice waterfall was so massive that his first reaction was that we had reached the end. But Ping Ping said, we can still go? She lifted her foot and walked toward the waterfall. Earlier, when we went to the stones at the back, I noticed there seemed to be a path on the right side of the cliff. Let's go check it out. This time, Su Jing followed along again. Sitting for a minute was just the entry requirement. They were right. If we could meditate here longer, we could indeed trigger new achievements. But that was something for the tourists to discover on their own. Crossing the cold pool and walking through the chilly, damp mist, the group looked up ahead. Behind the waterfall were huge ice column crystals cascading down from above, forming a translucent ice crystal staircase between the crystals and the rocky cliff. Clear, deep blue, with faint snowflake patterns within. Wow! Several people exclaimed in unison. Su Jing, following behind, had a wide grin under his mask. Hee, beautiful, right? Produced by the guide. All good stuff. However, to his surprise, Ping Ping and the others in front suddenly turned to him with skeptical expressions. Guide, is this path safe? Su Jing's eyes widened, and he spread his hands. Are you kidding me? If it weren't safe, would I let you walk? Did you forget about the safety devices on the path of the brave and the heavenly ladder? Not being tied this time definitely means it's very safe. So just walk. But the chubby boy had fallen before and looked at the low railing of the ice stairs in front of him, still feeling a bit apprehensive. Su Jing shook his head, pushed past them, and stepped out. I'll wait for you up there. With a thud, a huge, dreamy snowflake burst from the ice crystal surface beneath his feet. Wow. The chubby boy immediately leaned forward, watching the man run lightly upward, each step blooming with lotus-like formations beneath him. Awesome. Did he set up something below this ice crystal staircase? Haha, I'm going first. This time, the chubby boy was no longer scared. He grabbed his camera and stepped out. Seeing the snowflake patterns bloom beneath his feet, he excitedly continued to climb. The seemingly fragile ice crystal staircase was much sturdier than they had imagined. One by one, they stepped onto it, instantly immersing themselves in a surreal jungle. To the right was a gray, ancient rock wall. To the left were massive ice columns, each as thick as a person, quietly hanging down from above, glowing with a bluish-white halo. It felt like any one of them could fall and crush a group of people. Shoo! The chubby boy took the lead for the first time, actively taking on the role of scout. He turned back and whispered, "Soon we will pass by that group of flying birds." The stairs continued upward, and the birds that had been circling with the bell earlier were now quietly perched on the edge of the cliff or on the railings, staring at this group of strangers with curious eyes. They won't attack us, right? Ping Ping glanced around, took a few photos, and continued to move upward. Compared to them, the flock of birds was much calmer. After a couple of looks, they went back to preening their feathers or closing their eyes for a nap, completely indifferent to the passing tourists. They had walked halfway along the waterfall path, and after turning 2 corners, the 3 slowed down and widened their eyes to look at the center of the mountain wall. Although the chubby guy had mentioned earlier that there seemed to be something large behind the waterfall, they didn't expect it to be such a gigantic clock. The bronze-colored clock almost occupied half of their field of vision, quietly standing in a niche in the mountain wall, completely still, despite the ice and snow pouring from outside. Was the sound of the bell just now coming from here? As they continued upward, they finally got a clear view of the entire clock. It seemed to be partially embedded in the top of the niche and the back wall, with only a height of about 2 meters left open below. The area directly beneath the clock was dark, and no light could penetrate, making it impossible to see anything. However, just walking past the giant clock, they instantly felt a warm and comfortable sensation inside. Zhou also pondered, chuckling as he looked up. Throughout this journey, they had been making wishes, meditating, and listening to the bell sounds. Could it be that there is a temple ahead? It's quite possible. Zhu Shou wanted to take a photo of the clock, but they were too close, making it difficult to capture the entire view, no matter how they changed lenses. Was the guide deliberately designed this way? To prevent others from taking photos? Let us go ahead. The guide is still waiting for us. The group reluctantly took one last look at the giant clock before quickening their pace along the waterfall path. Other tourists finally discovered this hidden route behind the waterfall and excitedly climbed up. Those already above exerted themselves to reach the top of the waterfall. Up there, the scene was still a vast expanse of white snow, with a wide, winding cold river upstream of the waterfall. However, the cold mist rising from the river made the place appear even more ethereal. The guide, who was supposed to be waiting at the edge of the waterfall, had now vanished. Zhou furrowed his brows. Had the interview ended? So, was it time for their playtime? He looked up and saw only the cold river flowing slowly, and a few of them squinted their eyes, gazing at a person wearing a conical hat by the riverbank in the distance. The person was sitting with their back to them, dressed in a simple grayish-white cotton coat, sitting upright like a withered tree, stable and still. In front of them stood a simple bamboo fishing rod, hanging motionless in the water. It was like a painting. There was indeed someone there. Chapter 235, Cold River and White Jade Buddha Wall. Amidst the cold mist, the solitary figure by the river was the first new seen NPC the tourists saw. Although they were unsure if this was truly an NPC, Zhou and the others exchanged glances, sending their social butterfly, Zhu Shou, to approach and inquire. Hello. Zhu Shou was caught off guard, instantly forgetting what he intended to say. Turning his head to look at the man, his eyes were grayish-white, with dilated pupils, resembling a blind person. However, this blind man wore a monk's hat, under which was a completely bald head, faintly tinged with a bluish hue. The man's face was thin and smooth. If it weren't for the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and the slightly sagging skin on his face, it would be hard to tell his age. Is this a blind monk? The chubby guy was taken aback, glancing at the fishing rod in front of him. And after hesitating for a while, he ungraciously waved his hand in front of him. I am indeed blind. But how does he know I waved? The blind monk smiled slightly and said softly, there is wind. What do you seek from me? Zhu Shou swallowed hard, struggling to remember what he wanted to ask. Who are you? Why are you here? Where's this place? Where should we go? As he spoke, Zhu Shou unconsciously began to sound more refined. The man remained silent for a moment, And just when the chubby guy felt annoyed for asking too many questions, the man calmly replied, I am just an ordinary blind man, waiting for a fated person by this cold river. Though I do not know where you intend to go. Simply walk along the river, and you will reach the end. After the blind man finished speaking, he turned away and ignored him, continuing to hold the fishing rod, as if entering a meditative state. Hee. The blind monk faced the calm water, revealing a smile in a place Zhu Shou could not see. This new job is interesting. I don't have to stay at Minghua village playing an NPC, running around. Here, I just wear warm clothes and sit quietly, wearing a fake headpiece and gray eyes. Pretending to be a hermit, I can say a few bland words to tourists and still make them happy. Haha, it's even on a shift basis. So refreshing. He now understood the joy that Uncle Shui spoke of when Wan Yuan Mountain first opened. It truly is joy. The chubby guy returned to the crowd, bewildered. And the team members curiously asked him, what did he say? Just to follow the river. He didn't say anything else. Zhou Yi and Ping Ping pondered for a while and called the tall, thin editor to go over again. Let us each ask him separately. Whether it was Zhou Yi's quick thinking or a lucky guess, the blind man's attitude towards them was different. Ping Ping received the same response as Zhu Shou. Zhou Yi, however, added a line, feel the beauty with your heart. As for the tall, thin man, the blind man didn't even acknowledge him. The editor was confused. What did he do wrong? Ping Ping smiled and succinctly summarized. I guess it's about the duration of meditation. Zhou Yi has meditated twice, while Zhu Shou and I have only done it once, and you haven't done it at all. Zhou Yi nodded. It seems to be the case. So that's how it is. Zhu Shou's eyes showed contemplation. Different durations of meditation yield different responses. What if he meditates for 10 minutes, half an hour, or even an hour? Would there be further changes and benefits? But setting speculation aside, the sound of tourist chatter came from beneath the waterfall, indicating that others had arrived as well. Everyone exchanged glances and immediately followed the river, stepping on the snow as they walked forward. The sound of the waterfall echoed powerfully from below, but the cold river upstream appeared quite calm. Ping Ping gazed at the almost motionless surface of the river, feeling that the hidden currents beneath this tranquility were even more intense, so she didn't dare to play in the water near the riverbank. Of course, in this cold winter, no one would venture to the riverbank to play in the water, unless they were reckless. What would be ahead? Zhu Shou rubbed his hands together, packed his camera into his bag, took a deep breath of the crisp air, feeling a refreshing coolness in his chest, and instantly experienced a long-lost sense of relaxation. Ping Ping strolled ahead, with Zhou Yi beside her, casually chatting about the wall clock they had just seen, until the river narrowed and the waterway turned left. Everyone raised their eyebrows and slowed their pace. The little chubby guy excitedly punched his fist. I told you, this mountaintop must be a Buddhist site. On the opposite side of the river, a flat mountain wall was adorned with large icicles hanging down, but it couldn't obscure the enormous statue of a Buddha that dominated the wall. It resembled white jade, exquisitely crafted. The statue of the Bodhisattva, seated with half-closed eyes, quietly waited there, with a majestic white elephant beneath its flowing robes. The Bodhisattva's eyes were long and distant like faraway mountains, gazing down upon all living beings, with a hint of faded red between the brows that added to its solemn presence. Oh my! The group stood on one side of the river, dwarfed by the immense stone carving, creating a stark contrast between the small and the grand. Zhou Yi watched quietly, his expression neither one of fervent worship nor disdainful amusement. He simply observed in silence, feeling the spiritual impact the statue imparted to him. Everything around him slowly faded away. Even the steadfast materialist editor and his companions momentarily forgot their purpose and stood silently watching. It wasn't until a few minutes later that Zhu Shou suddenly shivered and snapped back from that mystical experience. Me? He incredulously turned around, only to see Ping Ping and Zhou Yi still calmly gazing ahead. Even the colleagues behind them seemed not to have come to their senses yet. Zhu Shou closed his mouth, stepped aside, and waited quietly. He had just been drawn into a kind of profound feeling, not because he had seen anything strange, but simply a deep, heartfelt calmness. So calm that he felt as if he was slowly shrinking, retreating into his own shell, witnessing the flickering light in his mind, the varying flow of his blood, and the vigorous beating of his heart. Then he suddenly expanded and woke up. He looked to the side, and his colleagues also slightly trembled, awakening one after another, their faces filled with shock. Zhu Shou worried they might disturb the two in front, so he quickly covered their mouths and led them aside. Then Ping Ping woke up. Without Zhu Shou needing to say a word, she was already quietly watching Zhou Yi, then slowly stepped back. Zhu Shou discreetly observed the girl, but he keenly felt that Ping Ping was different from before. It was indescribable, but she seemed somehow special, as if her eyes were shining brighter. Minutes passed again, and when figures of tourists faintly appeared in the distance downstream, Zhou Yi suddenly jolted, widened his eyes, took 2 steps back, and slowly exhaled a long breath. He turned his head to look at everyone. I didn't expect my companions to be smiling brightly, with expressions that seemed to say, I understand you. Huh. What do you understand? Let's go? We can talk while walking. The tourists will catch up soon. Zhu Shou pulled him, and everyone immediately set off. Come on. Who woke up first? Zhou directly pointed to the core of the issue, and the chubby guy awkwardly smiled. It's me. Ping Ping immediately looked over. What did you see? Wow. Everyone really saw something. Not hiding anything at all. The chubby guy touched his chest, looking serious. What I'm about to say is just personal opinion and has nothing to do with the organization. Chapter 236. What did you see? Is this the self-awareness of a video blogger? Terrifying. Ping Ping remained expressionless, waiting for him to finish his oath before speaking. I saw a shrunken version of myself moving around inside my body. The chubby guy said mysteriously while walking. I saw my blood flowing, sometimes slowing down. I could see a light yellow liquid, some deep red clots, and I saw my heart and my brain, with some areas having very deep grooves and some very shallow. After he excitedly finished speaking, everyone pondered for a moment, and the tall, thin photographer spoke first. Buddy, it seems you need to lose some weight. Yeah. The female colleague next to him nodded. If I'm correct, what you saw should be blood clots and blood lipids, and maybe fatty liver from overthinking. Are we discussing metaphysics here while you're dissecting the human body? Are you saying I'm sick? Then let me ask you. The chubby guy's eyes widened as he slapped his thigh. Do I want to stay up late? Answer me. If I weren't running around for material every day, working overtime for our great cause, would anyone be making money? Answer me. ISNT fatty liver because you all love spicy food, always ordering spicy takeout. You tell me, looking into my eyes. Tell me, why? Baby, why? Ping Ping pushed his chubby face aside. Don't keep asking why. Then who? The tall man hurriedly shifted the topic. I saw many scenes, the Lulan Pavilion, high mountains and flowing water. I saw people dancing, reciting scriptures. I saw animals, many animals, many pairs of eyes, all looking at me, quietly watching me. Everyone saw different things, but as they spoke, the chubby guy's expression grew more complex. The colleague who saw the scenes was an editor, and the one who saw many animals used to be a wildlife cameraman. It seemed everyone saw what they most wanted or needed to see. He turned to Ping Ping. What did you see? Ping Ping closed her eyes and took a deep breath of the cold air. I didn't see anything. How is that possible? Seeing the disbelief on everyone's faces, Ping Ping continued to explain. I really didn't see anything. Before me was a vast expanse of white, but I could hear many complex sounds, like an unreadable text. I didn't want to listen, yet the voices kept pouring into my mind, and I felt as if I heard many people talking. They discussed philosophy, history, numbers, and culture, so many things. Goodness. Zhu Shou stepped back slightly. Is this the insight of a study genius during exam prep? Moments of enlightenment are spent learning? Terrifying. Zhou covered his mouth, his eyes curved with a clear hint of a smile. What are you laughing at? Under the snow hat, Ping Ping's ears were hot and flushed. My experience. You probably won't understand it in your lifetime. Zhou didn't want to provoke the little cat, so he quickly raised his hands in surrender. Let me share my story. Everyone immediately quieted down, and Ping Ping also calmed down, wiping the fog off her glasses and staring at him seriously. The man's expression turned serious. And after a moment of contemplation, he slowly began to speak. I saw Wanyuan Mountain. What does that mean? My eyes left my body and soared upwards. Zhou knew his words sounded incredible, but he still tried to organize his thoughts and continued speaking. I followed the cold river forward, seeing scattered, crooked Buddha statues in the snow. I noticed steps leading upward to a massive mountain gate. Then I flew higher, witnessing clouds and mist filling the sky, white feathered birds flying. The waterfall we had just passed, crowds, and the cedar forest in the deer park filled with giant deer. I saw the two rivers of Wanyuan Mountain and the falling immortal lake, and the rising smoke of Minghua village. Finally, he trailed off, not finishing his last sentence. Then I returned. The atmosphere fell silent as everyone stared at him, then collectively swallowed. Was that true? It couldn't be more real. Ping Ping said suspiciously. What did you see in the end? Nothing much. I can't remember clearly. This could serve as a normal excuse. Zhou furrowed his brows. What he ultimately saw was a short-haired girl sitting by the pool, her enormous golden-red fish tail lazily swaying. Then she suddenly looked up and locked eyes with him. Bang! Just that one glance, and he instantly returned. That's why he stepped back in shock, slightly stumbling from the bright eyes still lingering before him. He had never been to the holy mountain of Minghua village. Zhou pressed his lips together, but he would definitely go see it in the future. After everyone processed the information, they immediately gathered around. Buddy Zhu Shou patted him on the shoulder. You're blowing it too big, right? We're already fantastical enough. You can even leave your body. Do you think this is a cultivation novel? Haha, seeing the deer park and waterfall is one thing, but you could see ahead? What about the scattered Buddha statues? This is a tourist spot. How could there be? Suddenly, a chubby person stopped in their tracks, their bodies stiffening as they slowly turned around. As everyone listened to the fading sound, they seemed to realize something and collectively looked up. Beyond the chubby figure's stout body, The river ahead narrowed, with winding banks on both sides. The white, jade-like statues of the Buddha, Bodhisattvas, or Vajra figures were either leaning in the snow, lying in the snow, or half submerged in the river, all covered with a layer of white snow. Everyone suddenly looked at Zhou Yi, their eyes showing fear for the first time. Is what he said true? Zhu Shou smiled dryly. Have you been here before? Zhou Yi remained silent, slowly walking forward to stand in front of the tilted Buddha head, staring at it. I just saw it. It's not much different from the scene. It's just that the speed of the image was too fast, making it a bit blurry. Now he could see the true appearance of these statues clearly. The whole body of the stone was white as jade, and even though it was abandoned in the snow, it remained pure and flawless. But where did these damages come from? Was it man-made? Or had something happened that led to their abandonment? He pursed his lips and stood for a while, then returned to his previous lively demeanor. What are you all doing? Come and take a look. He chided. Do you think what you see is normal? It just means we are fated to be here. Whatever the Buddha allows us to see, we will naturally see. Don't think too much about it. But what they saw might not all be real. What you saw has all come true. The chubby boy struggled to move forward, feeling increasingly incredulous. What exactly is this place? Chapter 237. The closed stone door at the site of the scattered statues. Nothing strange was happening. However, everyone noticed a change in the information on their wristbands. It seemed to have appeared after they looked at the white Buddha wall just now. Status, questioning heart, duration, 30 minutes. Although they weren't sure what this status meant or what it referenced, they indeed felt that everyone was enveloped in a vague, mysterious sensation. This feeling was intriguing, making people even want to go back and try again. Forget about that. Let's move forward, Zhou Yi urged, quickening his pace. Excitement glimmering in his eyes. If what I see is real, then the mountain gate is right ahead. Continuing along the river, the cypress forest on the right began to recede slowly, and the path became wider. Until they turned a bend in the river, everyone immediately stopped in their tracks. We're here. Zhu Shou looked at Zhou Yi again, and Ping Ping's eyes were filled with even more amazement. Before them, the river continued to flow forward, with no visible end in sight. But on the right side of the river, a towering rock wall suddenly appeared. The rock wall had 3 doors. The middle door was large, with a small door on each side. On either side of the mountain gate stood 2 stone statues of mighty warriors. The doors were tightly closed, and above them, the rock wall was engraved with 3 enormous characters. Cave of 10,000 Buddhas. Everyone stood at the entrance, staring blankly at the mountain gate, feeling the overwhelming pressure coming from it. My God, there really is the mountain gate you mentioned. The Cave of 10,000 Buddhas, wow. I can feel the pressure just standing at this door. We guessed correctly. There really is a temple of deities and blessed land on Dahan Mountain. Let us go in and take a look. Zhu Shou was extremely excited, but fortunately he remembered some rules and did not push the main gate in the middle. Instead, he went to push the small door next to it. However, it did not budge when he pushed it. He was taken aback for a moment and then applied more force. The mountain gate was firmly shut, tightly sealed against the rock wall, not letting a single ray of light through. Can't get in. Zhou also nodded, took a step back, and pointed at the wooden sign by the tree that they had overlooked. Not open yet. What the heck? The chubby guy's eyes widened. The guide. He finally understood why this person hadn't followed them. The suspense was building, but he wasn't allowed to see the end. They would really be beaten to death by the group. He knocked on the door, but instantly felt a chill all over his body. Quickly withdrawing his hand and stepping back. What is going on? They really want to let me in? He turned to look towards the side of the mountain wall, where the cold river continued to extend, and tried to take a few steps. But he heard the beeping of his wristband. Explore the area ahead another time. Explore the area ahead another time. Oh man. Although the sun was already setting and it was nearly 5 o'clock, he didn't feel tired at all. He still wanted to keep walking. Oh man. That white jade Buddha wall was so magical. What would it be like inside? He wanted to see. He was going crazy wanting to see. If he couldn't see it today, he definitely wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. But Zhou also chuckled, turned around, and signaled everyone to head back. Let us go, it's over. Don't you all realize? Ping Ping looked at him, somewhat puzzled. Every time the Dahan Mountain opens, it is designed to allow people to complete their visit before 7 o'clock. They try to avoid letting people wander around after dark. So I think this position is time to end the visit. The chubby guy caught up, frowning. But we've already been the fastest. According to what you said, this 10,000 Buddha cave must be very large and could take a long time to explore, so when it opens, doesn't it make no difference? Right? Wouldn't it just mean staying out late? Ping Ping glanced at Zhou Yi and then at the direction of the waterfall, suddenly realizing, and began to smile as they turned back. That is not necessarily true. The guide will definitely let us finish our visit properly before coming here. Zhou also thought he had the capability to become an event planner for Wanyuan Mountain. But after climbing the mountain again, he felt so insignificant. Not just in front of this mysterious deep mountain, but also in front of the far-sighted Su Jing. His halo and experience were no different from those of the fragile college students outside. If he had to mention his advantage, he could only say that he was indeed a bit smarter than others, with a quicker mind. He was no longer as confident about his interview results. Zhou also lowered his head, silent, his mind racing. If Su Jing didn't want him, would clinging to his pant leg and pleading with tears work? Why are you all heading back? They walked quickly and finally reunited with the tourists heading towards the mountain gate. Everyone had a peculiar excitement on their faces. Of course, some people only looked confused. Zhou did not spoil the surprise. We have something going on. The troublesome matters ahead should be left for them to deal with after witnessing it themselves. As they brushed past the returning tourists and reached the cold pool, Zhou Yi and Ping Ping paused. We plan to try that meditation again. Do you want to join? Meditation? The chubby one glanced at the massive stone, feeling a chill that seemed to rise up. I think I'll pass. I'm not interested in that. The other colleagues felt the same. They hadn't tried meditating when it was bustling earlier, let alone now when it was quiet. Then let's part ways here, Zhou Yi stated clearly, looking at Zhu Shou and the others. How much energy do you have left? Go to the Lingbao Pavilion and exchange for the insect lamps and fodder. At least exchange for one insect lamp, and the more fodder, the better, if necessary by some. Though Zhou Yi couldn't see, his eyes sparkled with anticipation, his little braid swaying behind him. I have a feeling the deer plain will look beautiful at night. Although they couldn't stay here, the opinion of the expert would surely be heeded by the chubby one. He led his colleagues down the path, finally returning to the deer plain, crossing the cold line where warmth immediately enveloped them. Zhu Shou took a long-awaited deep breath, removing his mask and snow hat, stretching comfortably. Let us go return the clothes. They quickly entered, returned their outfits, and emerged with peculiar expressions. The tall, thin editor gazed toward the snow waterfall, looking strange. Did they really guess it right? When they exchanged their remaining energy earlier, they realized that the special energy gained from meditation wouldn't disappear, but was recorded in visitor information. This meant they could continue using it on their next visit. However, since they had returned, they wouldn't dwell on that side of things anymore. According to Zhou Yi, exchanging for the insect lamps and fodder was the most important task. As evening approached, there were only a few sparse individuals on the deer plain. The other tourists hadn't returned from the latter part of the journey. The chubby group quickened their pace to rush to the Lingbao Pavilion for the exchange. As for the cold pool, Zhou Yi and Ping Ping found a stone each to sit on, calming their breaths and immersing themselves in this icy world. The 24 massive stones were indeed a bit cold at first. However, it was not just a psychological effect, it was genuinely so. After about 10 minutes of sitting quietly with his eyes closed, Zhou Yi felt the stone beneath him warming up. It seemed to connect with his breathing, radiating a gentle warmth that made him more comfortable, gradually drowning out the surrounding noise. On the other side, Ping Ping slowly opened her eyes. She felt the warmth beneath her as well, but her legs had gone numb, struggling to get down. She looked towards Zhou Yi and found him still in a meditative position. Is he made of iron? But in the next moment, she squinted and walked closer to take a look. The light emitted from the massive stone beneath Zhou Yi seemed to subtly shift. Chapter 238. Meditating again with Zhou Yi's breathing. The light that was originally pulsing towards the center of the pool began to appear faster, until it truly formed a continuous line. He became one with the giant stone, continuously channeling golden light to the stone pillar. Ping Ping looked down at her wristband. Completed 15 minutes of meditation, rewarded with 15 special energy points. What exactly are these special energy points for? She lowered her arm, keeping an eye on Zhou Yi while wandering around the cold pond, trying to find something special. As for Zhou Yi, in the freezing cold, the more he meditated, the more uneasy he felt. The stone beneath him grew hotter, to the point where it felt like he was sitting on burning coals, making his cheeks flush and his whole body feel hot, wanting nothing more than to jump off. But he still struggled to open his eyes, maintaining a calm inner state, and glanced at the time. 5:52, just 2 more minutes. In 2 minutes, he would complete 30 minutes of meditation. The giant stone was getting hotter. He felt even more compelled to persist. 30 minutes would surely bring about a qualitative change. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Tourists by the cold pond enjoyed the last rays of the setting sun, leisurely wandering until a strange cry broke the tranquility. A man jumped down from the stone like a monkey, landing directly in the snow and then letting out a comfortable sigh. What happened? Ping Ping had been watching for a while, and upon seeing him finish, hurried over to help him up. What's wrong? Why are you sweating? The girl paused for a moment, then touched his forehead, realizing he was indeed slightly sweating. Zhou Yi let out a breath, grasped her hand, his eyes sparkling. Come on. Let us talk over there, I'll tell you. The two of them walked under an umbrella to behind the waterfall, where there was almost no wind. Much warmer than outside, just right for Zhou Yi to cool off. After stabilizing his breathing, he extended his wristband, proudly presenting it to Ping Ping. Look, on the small interface of the wristband, a line of gilded text appeared. Completed 30 minutes of meditation. Gained 30 special energy points. Achievement. Initial me, not activated yet. Wow. Pingping's eyes widened instantly. They were only 15 minutes apart, yet the difference was so significant. Not only did he gain 15 more points, but he also earned an achievement? What is this achievement for? Zhou Yi shook his head, unsure either. But he had some guesses. When he ascended the mountain today, he still viewed himself as a future employee and event planner for Wanyuan Mountain, harboring a hint of speculation and scrutiny towards these activities. But now, he was completely immersed in it. All the strange occurrences along the way made him more eager than anyone else to know what would happen next. Pingping pouted, contemplating whether to go again. But she really couldn't sit in meditation for that long. Her legs were so numb. Aren't your legs numb? Did anything change after sitting for so long? She told Zhou Yi about the changes in the giant stone's glow and how the dust from the stone pillar he shook off was almost half of what the 24 of them had shaken off together. Zhou Yi found it somewhat amusing. He was also numb, but perhaps because he often sat cross-legged in the dorm playing cards, he felt somewhat okay. What people find most unbearable is the increasing heat beneath them. Heat. Pingping felt it was hard to believe. The guide must be quite something to think of such an activity, even installing seat heaters in the stones. Zhou Yi glanced at her and tentatively spoke. Actually, you should sit here more often because the stone behind is really warm. I feel it might be good for you ladies with coldness in the palace. He was just saying it casually, but Pingping's eyes widened in an instant. Coldness in the palace? If that's the case, she would definitely start practicing meditation when she got home. How hot could it be to make Zhou Yi sweat and say such things? The two stood there chatting for a while longer, and only after Zhou Yi's sweat completely dissipated did they put on their hats and gloves and head back. The icy waterfall pool was no longer under the sun, and the light had turned blue, making it even colder. Groups of tourists began to appear on their way down the mountain, but judging by their excited yet frustrated expressions, they must have seen the no entry ahead sign. Zhou Yi chuckled mischievously and then quickened his pace with Pingping on their way back. I wonder how things are going with Zhu. As they crossed the cold line and returned their cold-proof clothing, they also found that the special energy value did not dissipate, especially when Zhou Yi scanned his wristband. The guy receiving the clothing looked at him in surprise. I wonder what he was surprised about. But the two didn't linger too much. By this time, it was already past 6 p.m., and they estimated that by the time they returned to the cold mountain gate and completed all the procedures, it would be around 7:30 p.m. Zhou Yi still had to wait for interview news the next day, and Pingping had an early class. So they couldn't afford to delay. Therefore, they just sent a message to Zhu and headed straight down the mountain. Beep. Zhu put down his phone and looked at the series of small houses lighting up ahead, smiling at his companions. Pingjie and Yega have come down. From now on, we'll have to rely on ourselves. As dusk deepened, the thick grass of the deer plain lit up with small yellow lights. Their glass deer house sparkled like a crystal ball, shining warmly amidst the meadows. The number 105 deer house, closest to the meadow, was also the warmest. Everyone just needed to put on a light jacket to move around freely, scanning the room door with their wristbands. Each person checking in had a wristband equivalent to their room key, eliminating worries about losing it or running out. The door opened, revealing a spacious and clean suite before everyone. The wooden floor was covered with a carpet featuring primitive patterns, and the electronic fireplace on the living room wall flickered with vibrant flames, sending warmth washing over them. There were 2 bedrooms, one standard room and another family room. After checking in, staff had already added a single bed, comfortably accommodating 6 people. However, the tatami near the terrace looked soft and comfortable, even suitable for 2 people to sleep on. Everyone quickly assigned their rooms and then stepped out to visit the terrace. This terrace, a girl hesitated, looking at the wooden platform that extended towards the grassy steps. It always feels like these steps were not just prepared for them. What about the bug lights? Zhu took one out and handed it to the tall, thin editor. The older brother glanced around the terrace and immediately stepped on a stool to hang the light on a hook at the corner of the beam. I just looked around, and there are a total of 4 hooks in this small room. It seems that at most, 4 bug lights can be placed here. A girl held her fists to her chest, looking excited. I wonder what effect these things have. If there are 4 lights, what kind of effect will that be? Let us just go with this for now. Has everyone prepared the grass feed? Zhu waved his hand, picked up the pad in the suite, and opened the service interface. He didn't expect that food could actually be sold up here on the high mountain meadow. I ordered some snacks and beer. I wonder when they will deliver it. The tall, thin editor was taken aback. Not working anymore. Didn't we shoot a lot today? No. The chubby guy smiled and waved his hand, looking out the window at the stunning blue-purple evening sky, completely clear of clouds. We've been working for too long anyway. The internet is bad here, so it's fine not to go online for a day. Let us take a break today. The team fell silent for a moment before erupting into cheers. Long live the chubby guy. Let us eat and drink. Let us have fun today. Chubby guy, bring me a bottle of Brave the World. Amidst the lively noise, Zhu also relaxed and felt a long-lost sense of joy. He looked again at the pine and cypress forest outside, as if making eye contact with countless living beings. What would the deer plains look like at night? Chapter 239, Night in the Deer House. Chirp, chirp. The night has fully arrived. Everyone dragged the carpet to the window of the terrace. Turned the fireplace temperature to the highest, hugged various snacks, chatted softly, and observed the outside. Zhu Shou popped a handful of potato chips into his mouth, crunching loudly, his eyes flashing with surprise. He didn't expect the delivery rider to actually arrive on a grassland motorcycle, stopping at a fixed route. He unloaded boxes of snacks and beer from the vehicle before leaving. This service. So great. Zhu Shou looked outside and finally saw the first giant deer emerge from the pine forest after waiting for half an hour. It's here. Look over there. Everyone immediately hushed and turned to look. But to Zhu Shou's surprise, it wasn't just one that came out. It was a whole group. Leading the way was a stag, proudly lifting its head, its massive antlers beautiful yet sharp, cutting through the air as it walked out with its family. Behind it were several other giant deer, some darker and some lighter in color, all sporting large antlers, only slightly smaller than the leader. Further back were equally tall but elegantly featured female deer, and oh my, so cute. Haha, wow, so many. A few little fawns were playfully jumping around, wobbling alongside their mother, only slightly taller than the lush grass. The leading stag led everyone slowly into the middle of the meadow and then raised its neck to call out loudly. The group quickly scattered. The area is safe. The doe wags her tail and leads the fawn aside to play and forage. Meanwhile, the bucks cautiously survey their surroundings while foraging, ensuring the safety of their families. There's a mix of watching, playing, and laughing. Just a moment ago, the team was wildly drinking and eating snacks. But the next moment, they pulled out long cameras from behind. Get down. Set up the camera. Prepare to take pictures. The short-haired female photographer suppresses her excitement and commands the chubby guy, without mercy. Chubby, get the feed and put it on the steps of the terrace. Chubby, open the window a bit. Chubby, move the snacks and beer aside. They're blocking the shot. Zhu Shou is momentarily taken aback, then helplessly smiles. This group is amazing. He follows her instructions, taking one portion of the feed and splitting it in half before quickly running out. One half is placed at the edge of the terrace, and the other half on a stool near their window. Let us give it a try. He waves over there, holding up the feed high, softly calling, deer, over here. Delicious food. A lot of it. The herd is not far away. As the closest deer to the meadow, they have the best vantage point for observation. The night breeze carries the scent of fresh grass to the deer's noses. The lead buck lifts his head and gazes into the distance, recalling the words of that man who had come before. In the future, many humans will come here. They won't disturb you and might even bring your favorite food. If you don't like it, you can leave it alone, but don't harm the humans unless they harm you first. Let us keep to ourselves and ensure a win-win situation. Although he doesn't understand how that person could communicate with him, the words were quite enticing. Of course, what he couldn't ignore was the man's serious expression when he mentioned harm. It seemed that if he couldn't restrain his kin and they harmed humans first, their group would face some great calamity. He snorted dismissively. Worrying about this was unnecessary. They were inherently gentle creatures, especially towards those who provided food. The kin who had tasted the delicacies during the day had returned to report. Indeed, it was a rare and delicious food. Having lived in the meadow for years, they had grown tired of the usual fare. Now, with new and tasty food around, although they didn't speak of it, they were all secretly eyeing those shining little houses. The giant buck lifted its legs, and the kin followed closely behind, all heading towards Zhu Shou's small house. Zhu Shou swallowed hard and quickly retreated indoors. To be honest, when a group of huge creatures approaches, the pressure is quite intense. He shrank back into the room, and everyone took their positions, closely watching the creatures through the lens. They moved steadily and leisurely, walking step by step towards the terrace amidst the clicking sounds of the camera. Thud! The giant buck's moist round eyes quietly observed them. Then it stepped onto the wooden planks of the terrace, causing a creaking sound as if it were under immense weight. The head leads the way as it slowly lowers its head, its enormous antlers suddenly hanging down like branches of a fallen banyan tree, hovering in front of Zhu Shou and the others. Wow, such a rare and beautiful scene. Anyone who doesn't take pictures is a fool. Everyone is snapping away. The crisp air outside colliding with the warmth inside, bringing a cozy, slightly pungent scent of deer mixed with the fragrance of fresh grass. The windows are open. The majestic stag is very accommodating, raising its head, stretching its neck, and opening its soft, furry lips to nibble on the feed on the bench by the window. So tender. It's so tender that each bite seems to release moisture. After satisfying itself, the stag retreats, looking down at the few small figures inside the window. It is very pleased. Delicious, I'll come back next time. It turns and walks toward the next brightly lit cabin. The light stretches endlessly into the distant pine and cypress forest. The stag walks proudly, its round eyes filled with joy. I wonder if there is such tasty grass in those small houses too? The stag leaves, and the herd slowly follows, maintaining a considerable distance between each deer. By the time the stag has ventured far and is nearing the next house, a few doe with their fawns are still strolling at the back. The girl suddenly has an idea. Hey buddy, didn't we bring 4 portions of feed? You get another one, spread it out a bit, and feed the fawns and does. I want to take a few more pictures. Facing the smaller does, which lack the intimidating antlers of the stags, Zhu Shou is noticeably bolder. However, he knows that his colleague doesn't like taking pictures of people, so after attracting them over, he places the feed on the ground. The does are more vigilant than the stags. They stand quietly, sniffing for a long time, and only cautiously approach after Zhu Shou has completely retreated into the room. They nibble a small handful of feed. The fawns are far more lively than their mothers. They call out and run up in a zigzag manner, becoming the most precious sight in the photographer's lens. As the deer herd leaves, the meadow regains its tranquility, and a few glowing dots slowly appear. It's fireflies. Amid the soft exclamations of their classmates, everyone looks outside again. The gentle fireflies gather around their little house, like mist. Wow, the bug lamp actually attracts fireflies. Although there aren't many fireflies, they make their glass cabin seem dreamlike, as if they've fallen into a magical land. The chubby boy sighs contentedly, lying on the carpet and gazing up at the wooden ceiling. Wait a minute. He suddenly jumps up and rushes to the living room. What are you doing? You scared me. You're still not drunk. You're so quick. But their voices fall silent in an instant as Zhu Shou performs an action. The wooden ceiling creaks, then slowly slides open to reveal the starry sky above, thousands of meters high. Chapter 240. Qualification Invitation. The ceiling can open, revealing another layer of glass above. But that's enough. Everyone turns off the big lights in the cabin, lying quietly on the tatami and floor, gazing at the starry sky. The air in the deep mountains is clean, and the stars are much clearer. Unlike in the cities with severe light pollution, where you can only see the brightest few stars on very clear nights. That's great, the tall editor sighed lightly. This money is really worth it. Zhu Shou turned his head. Did you spend money? A burst of laughter erupted, and the fatigue from working for a long time gradually faded in the laughter. The chubby guy patted everyone on the shoulder, and a few heads gathered together, gazing upward. From now on, let's meet up and take a break every once in a while. Earning money is important, but mental and physical health is also crucial. Wanyuan Mountain is not only Dahan Mountain, but also many beautiful and magical places. I'll bring you all here more often. Everyone nodded in satisfaction, and the exhaustion from a day of fun finally swept over them. Some slowly closed their eyes, while others mumbled indistinctly. Is it really okay not to work? The warmth from the fireplace made the chubby guy drowsy as well. He picked up a bag of chips and got up to take a shower. It's just one day. Nothing much will happen. Sleep well. The sound of water splashed from the bathroom, accompanied by Zhu Shou's laughter. We'll work again tomorrow when we go down the mountain. There's still plenty of time. Is there really enough time? Some tourists stayed at Liyuan that day, while others headed back home. But just as everyone was preparing to drift off to sleep, as Zhou nervously clutched his phone, debating whether to ask about the interview results, as Ping Ping closed her eyes, recalling what countless scholars had said in that unwritten book. A particularly attention-grabbing sound rang out in households everywhere. Ding dong. People first looked surprised. Then their expressions turned serious as they quickly grabbed their phones. Even Xin Zhuang, who had finally finished handling official business for days and was about to sleep, forced his eyelids open and took out his phone to check. The official account of Wanyuan Mountain, which had just released a new message that hadn't yet dropped from the trending list, announced another piece of news. The message was long but was directly pinned at the top by the official account. It should be noted that the Wanyuan Mountain official account had never pinned any message until now. The Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area will open the special scenic spot of Wanfo Temple on July 25th. Due to the uniqueness of this temple, a visitor invitation system for climbing will be implemented 3 days before the opening. Only 500 visitors will be invited each day, with 90 being those who frequently visit various scenic spots and have high unlocking levels, and 10 as special invitees. Self-recommendation can be made on the official account, and a certain number of lucky visitors will be drawn. From the 25th to the 27th, invited visitors will have free admission to the park for climbing, and the park will provide free cold weather clothing and climbing equipment. Starting July 25th, the #1 special climbing route on Dahan Mountain will be opened. Tourists who want to climb can still hike up, while those who prefer not to climb the first half can take the special route directly up the mountain. Invited tourists will receive an invitation letter via the app and SMS tomorrow. Please reply on the same day to confirm your visit date. If unable to attend, please respond with a refusal SMS on the same day, and the quota will be passed down. Stay tuned for Wanfo Temple on Dahan Mountain. After quietly reading the entire message, Ping Ping lay in bed with her mouth open, slowly taking out a small notebook. Zhou's eyes sparkled, filled with a desire of I want to go, I must go. Xin Zhuang rolled out of bed with a start, letting out a loud shout. Special guest. They must invite me. They absolutely have to invite me. Xiaoli was quite pleased, Old Shun would definitely attend, so as his assistant, he had to follow closely. Zhou and his group paused the KTV music, pulling a flustered friend down and revealing the message on their phone, swearing with determination. On the 25th, I, Zhou Pippi, have made the reservation. I'll follow the king to the end. Zhao Yinran hid in the corner, frantically sending emojis to Meng Zhua, eventually receiving an okay reply. The little artist, mustering his courage, approached his grandfather for the first time, asking if he could use his grandfather's connections to secure an invitation for himself and his sister if he didn't have a spot. However, he didn't expect that after making the call, not only did he fail to secure an invitation, but the news spread even faster at the Cultural Institute. Ministers Zhu Hong and Chang, who were so anxious that they felt like their hair might fall out. What to do? Did they qualify? It seemed like every time they showed up, it was to find fault. Could Su Jing send them an invitation? Or should they go and shamelessly ask? Unfortunately, he wasn't the only one thinking that way. Almost everyone felt the same. The national group of Wanyuan Mountain outsiders was in an uproar. Messages flew by so quickly that it was hard to keep track. The first big fat carp under the carp god. This is extremely special. Officially certified special. Not going would be a waste of a lifetime. Eat my stick. Can you invite me? Can you invite me? Wishing the Monkey King to ascend. Did you see what his qualifications are? Those with high check-in frequency, strong participation, and high unlocking levels. Those ranked high on the Cold Mountain Heavenly list will definitely receive invitations. Big-eyed elegant butterfly. Is there any doubt? Sister Pingping is definitely on the list. She is a devoted fan of Wanyuan Mountain, a 12-flower deity prop winner, has met all the deities more than 3 times, and has the signature of the Guide Master with all activity, check-in successful. Eat my 9527 stick. Puff. Guide Master S armpit hair. Puff. The first big fat carp under the carp god. An invitation cannot be used by multiple people. You know, Pipping has wonders. Are you looking for death? The netizens burst into laughter. This had become part of Pingping's black history. Always brought up for mockery whenever something happened. After the laughter subsided, everyone grew serious. What to do? Joking aside, they couldn't take the spots lightly. With 500 people each day, that's 500 over 3 days. One must understand how many fervent fans there were since Wanyuan Mountain opened, if not hundreds of thousands. There must surely be tens of thousands. Selecting 500 from tens of thousands was incredibly difficult. They could only hope that some people would be unable to attend due to time constraints or the distance would allow for a reshuffling of spots. But a few minutes later, Pingping has wonders sent another message. Bad news. The 25th to 27th is exactly from Friday to Sunday. It's over. Would they even get a chance for the first appearance at Wanfo Temple? Everyone was nervously excited, troubled about how to secure a ticket without an invitation. Only the chubby Zhu Shou, completely oblivious, was lying in a warm room on a high mountain meadow, sleeping soundly. A peaceful night. Chapter 241. Release of the list. Starting from the next day, Wanyuan Mountain began to fulfill the announcement, sending out the first batch of invitation lists right at 9 a.m. Pingping sat on her bed, looking at the information on the screen, laughing joyfully and unable to contain her excitement. She quickly took screenshots of the invitation information and the messages in the app's inbox and shared them on social media. Congratulations, Miss Triple X. You have received an invitation to the Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area's Grand Cold Mountain Temple. Please reply with your participation date within today. If you refuse, please reply within. At the same time, Wanyuan Mountain's official account also sent out supplementary information. The invited individuals are selected based on their achievements in the Mingyue village tasks, such as collecting the most offerings, completing the 12-flower deity items, etc., totaling 500 people. From the Peach Blossom Dock tasks, those who have completed all 4 paths or have achieved high quality in any one path will be selected among 200 individuals. From the Luoxian Lake Research Institute's puzzle tasks, the top 300 individuals with the most fragments found will be chosen. Additionally, the top 50 individuals with the highest number of medals from the Cold Mountain leaderboard will also be invited, along with 150 individuals who have participated the most based on their visit dates. In addition, there will be 150 special invitees, including 50 professionals such as bloggers and photographers. Finally, all monks holding the Jiedia or the Guizheng can enter the 10,000 Buddha temple for free. This news immediately relieved some of the visitors who had been closely following the updates. Haha, we are both in the top 100. No problem. Let us travel together this weekend, exclaimed a fitness couple, clapping and laughing. Visitors who were immersed in searching for the treasures of Luoxian Lake also received this unexpected joy. Some looked at their mobile app, where most of the puzzle pieces were lit up, feeling confident. Others showcased the medals they earned from the 12-flower deities. So far, the collection task for the 12-flower deities remains the highest difficulty level in Mingyue Village, with very few people achieving it, making their invitations a sure thing. Those who had repeatedly challenged the Peach Blossom Doc didn't expect that their quirky interests and simple envy for the Peach Blossom Master would one day earn them free tickets, which made them even more excited. As time passed, more and more people began to show off their invitations. Due to the real name system, they could not be bought or sold, causing envy and jealousy among other visitors. Besides, those who visited less frequently and couldn't explore more tasks could only hope for a spot on the special invitation list. In total, there were 150 names on the list. Inside the National Cultural Institute, early in the morning, Zhu Hong and Chang, who sat across from each other in the large conference room, surrounded by groups of elderly people, all nervously staring at the phones on the table. Ding! Both of their phones rang simultaneously, causing the plump and thin ministers to jump up in surprise. It's really here. After learning the news last night, the two secretly discussed and decided to use a subtle ticket request method. They each sent blessings to Su Jing, hinting at their desire to see the new attraction. Sure enough, this morning, they received tickets from the person in charge of Su Jing. Congratulations, Mr. Zhu Hong. You have received a special invitation for 8. Please allocate the personnel list and respond within today. If you decline, please reply within. The same message was received by Changhu on the other side. A total of 16 tickets. Su Jing is quite generous. For the first time, the two ministers felt a sense of pride in front of this group of masters. Ahem. It seems our relationship is indeed quite good, and Su Jing is rather lavish. Our Department of Poetry and Culture has 8 tickets. Who is available during those days? At the Cultural and Tourism Bureau of Yong'an City, Shen Zhuang sat by his desk, sipping tea and squinting with satisfaction. On the bright phone screen, there was a gift letter for 5 special invitation tickets. Delightful. Not only did he and Shaoli secure their tickets, but there were also 3 more to give as favors. Meanwhile, laughter echoed from the office of the county mayor of Qingshan County, as a role model from his hometown. This exemplary student also sent 10 tickets for the county government to use. The mayor was grinning from ear to ear, wandering around various offices with his phone, lost for a whole day. Lastly, there were the special contributors from Wanyuan Mountain. Although Su Jing couldn't remember too many people, he expressed gratitude to those who had helped Wanyuan Mountain at crucial moments, regardless of their original intentions. There was Wang Kai, who helped develop the Wanyuan Mountain scenic area and later took on construction and transportation work. Zhao Meng, who seriously studied introductions with his followers to ensure a stable flow of visitors to Wanyuan Mountain. Song Jiming, the person in charge of Songhu Park, who helped Wanyuan Mountain testify and rallied other scenic areas to stand by Wanyuan Mountain during critical times. The 3 wealthy young masters and young ladies who donated to Wanyuan Mountain early in the morning. Meng Qing, a young painter who created a painting that opened up access to Wanyuan Mountain. In addition, there were many others. The success of Wanyuan Mountain today, although greatly aided by the system, owes an immeasurable debt of gratitude to these friends and fans for their support in its growth. Besides the 20 lucky tourists who would obtain tickets through a lottery, the most highly anticipated were the 50 slots for invited bloggers or photographers. Although no one explicitly stated it, these slots were essentially a form of selection. Wanyuan Mountain is no longer the small scenic area it once was. Now, it is a colossal entity that will soon be connected by high-speed rail and has the backing of the state. Receiving an invitation means that you have gained recognition from it in certain capacities. On social media, some bloggers have already started recording thank you videos, bursting with excitement. Whether modestly or proudly, speculating on the reasons for their invitations. Netizens are also observing. Among them, some possess particularly strong professional commentary skills. Some have a great sense of the camera, high photo output rates, and excellent photographic narrative logic. Others have strong empathy skills, some boast high follower counts, and a few have exceptional business acumen and rhythm control. However, some people are frowning in dissatisfaction. Why invite a few like them? Exactly, low-quality bloggers. Always skirting the edge or discussing vulgar jokes, with foul mouths. What is the official thinking of this place? Isn't this a temple? How can such people be allowed in? It feels like the level of other bloggers is being dragged down by them. Everyone is discussing fervently. Behind the screens, a girl dressed revealingly sits quietly in front of the computer, surrounded by various backdrops and lighting, with a single bed piled with plush toys. Pushed into the innermost part of the room, under the flickering computer light, they huddle closely together. On the other side, a young man, drinking beer in broad daylight, sporting earrings, tight pants, and dyed blonde hair, puts down his beer and tosses his phone aside. Haha, what a lousy scenic area. Aren't they just interested in my millions of followers? Do you think I believe in Buddhism? Not going. Of course I'm going. They even gave me free tickets. So I'll go take a look. Anyway, it's all about making money, isn't it? How I make it doesn't matter. But my mouth can be filthy. So let us see if they regret it after I give them a good scolding, huh? Regarding the invitation spots, Su Jing is only responsible for a few special invites, while the rest are handled by Jiang Tsong and his team. when Zhao University walks into Jiang Tsung's office with a pile of lists from operations. Jiang Tsung is puzzled by the selected invitees. I heard this was discussed with you, no? Zhao University nods, his gaze respectful yet confident. Jiang Tsung, intrigued, points at a few pages. Can you explain why these individuals were chosen? Yunong had asked the same question. Zhao University repeats what he had said at the time. I just feel that since it's about worship, all beings should be equal. Chapter 242, Undercurrents of Change. Jiang Tsung ponders this statement, then looks at the increasingly dynamic young man and smiles. Su Jing truly has an eye for talent. Su has something for you to pass along. Zhao University's calm demeanor shows a noticeable shift upon hearing Su Jing's name. He perks up, curious. What is it? The man across from him hands him a card with a smile. An invitation to the Wanfo Temple at Dahan Mountain. Jiang Tsung chuckles as he pulls out another card, making it flutter between his fingers. I also have invitations for Tian Tian, Uncle Shui, Yunong, Hua Hua, Brother Situ, Brother Feng Gui, Brother Zhao Long, the Golden Sun Dance Troupe, and the Qingyuan Acrobatic Troupe. Everyone received an invitation. Our invitation title is, Jiang Tsung reveals a long-lost, hearty boyish smile, outstanding contributor of Wan Yuan Mountain. All of this is the result of Su Jing's careful consideration. With this, the number of people is complete. Now, all that's left is to wait for the situation to continue to develop until the 25th arrives. If there's any minor variable regarding the distribution of invitations. The chubby team, who had been sleeping soundly on the mountain, only discovered the overwhelming temple opening invitation event after they descended. They were being scolded by their studio colleagues, who were furiously yelling at them. Didn't you say nothing would happen? Isn't everything supposed to be fine? Tell me, what is this? The business vehicle sped back to the studio, and the chubby one, who had been reprimanded the whole way, sat in the studio chair, looking at his phone with a frustrated expression. I told you the guide would definitely send me an invitation. Look at what you've done to me. My ears feel like they're going to be pulled off. A few people chuckled, but continued to scold him. Let us be clear. We didn't grab the new information in time, and we missed out on the traffic boost. But fortunately, the new scenic spot we saw yesterday hasn't been overexposed yet due to this news. If we work overtime today, we should be able to release it by tonight. That's right. Let us do it. Come on. The chubby one sighed deeply. Can he say he has stressed out not because he enjoys it, but because he has a bunch of employees who are even more stressed? However, he looked at his phone screen. The invitation quota from Wanyuan Mountain was a total of 6, which was more than enough for everyone in their studio to go up the mountain. What a good person. Thus, all the invitations had been sent out. By noon that day, the lucky tourists who signed up for the event had been selected. After flaunting their invitations, everyone finally began to consider whether they could attend. The weekend was fine, they just needed to book tickets. But for Friday, they would need to take a day off. However, Friday was the first day of opening, and the visiting experience would definitely be better that day. Those who needed to take leave did so. And for those who couldn't make it, their spots automatically moved down the list, much to the delight of the tourists who were able to snag a spot later. That evening, the exploration video of the new scenic spot at Dahan Mountain also went viral. As a semi-official promotional ambassador, the Avoiding Trouble Pig was now well known to the public. His video, just 10 minutes long, had already garnered thousands of views. Scenes of giant deer, snowy mountains, and cascading waterfalls, white jade Buddha walls with scattered statues. One scene after another, one activity after another, piqued the curiosity of those unable to visit the temple. However, some questioned whether the chubby one's description of the strange feeling after seeing the white jade Buddha wall was genuine. In response, he didn't explain much, only saying that such feelings arise from the heart, and everyone experiences it differently. Some may even feel nothing at all. Besides that, the opening of the temple confirmed the source of the Buddha light at the mountaintop, which made those who believed in Buddhism and frequently visited temples even more curious and eager to check it out. Especially some wealthy patrons who had long been offering incense at certain temples also began to consider visiting. This frightened some monks from other temples. Regardless of whether it's true or not, the patrons leaving is a big deal. Without offerings, doesn't that just prove that their promotion of legal principles has failed? However, the public dares to discuss the authenticity of the mountaintop's Buddhist light and whether it is just a gimmick. They, however, do not dare. Although they are envious, although they scoff, although they find it hard to believe, they also do not dare to question even the slightest bit. It's a joke. After all, it's all about Buddhism. If I say that the manifestation of the Buddha is false, wouldn't that mean doubting the authenticity of our Buddhism? They can't bring themselves to contradict their own beliefs. But there is no need for them to say much. The ardent fans of Wanyuan Mountain have stepped up themselves. True or false, it will be open soon. Just look for yourself. With that said, continuing the discussion would only serve to increase the hype for the new attraction at Dahan Mountain. A few top Buddhist temples and towers in the region are watching with cold eyes. The rise of Wanyuan Mountain has indeed been rapid. So much so that it has started to affect their visitor flow. But so what? Across the country, there are countless temples large and small. Does every temple have many visitors? Is every one effective? Does every one have historical significance and cultural depth? It's been said that this is a temple built in the wilderness, and anyone can guess that there surely isn't much incense being offered there. Who knows what or who is living inside? What is the rush? Once the crowds go up the mountain and find out that the place is just exaggerated promotion, basically a dilapidated temple, they will return obediently. This is what they think, and other scenic spots are happy as well. At least this time. The grandly promoted attraction of Wanyuan Mountain has no competitive relationship with them. Business has been bleak for too long. It's about time they got a piece of the pie, right? Shun Zhuang walked into the large conference room, looking at the rows of senior leaders before him. Taking a deep breath, he rarely participates in meetings of this level. But this meeting's theme is related to Wanyuan Mountain, and he is currently the government leader most closely associated with it. So it's normal for them to invite him. The mayor turned his chair to look at the party secretary, and both of them turned to the projection screen. This time, for the promotion, we have collaborated with a national news agency, and the provincial government has also responded, saying they will assist with publicity. Our city's Cultural Tourism Bureau and various publicity departments must stay vigilant and seize this opportunity, especially to promote the point of free mountain climbing for monks. We need to highlight it. I also got a few tickets here. If anyone wants to go, just privately ask me for them. It's been a long time since we properly visited the Wanyuan Mountain scenic area. We can't let others laugh at us. The meeting was quickly concluded, and all personnel in the system began to act swiftly. News, media, videos, newspapers, etc. spread through various channels rapidly. We must ensure that within a week, the surrounding people of D province are fully aware of the new activities at Wanyuan Mountain. As the sun set in the west, in the towns surrounding Yong'an, a bald monk dressed in dull gray robes stopped in front of a window of a household. Inside, the radio was softly broadcasting a melodious female voice telling the story of the new attractions at Wanyuan Mountain. The monk listened for a moment, then turned to look into the distance. This was already the fourth time he heard about a certain temple in one day. Perhaps it was fate guiding him to that place. In a nearby temple in Huang City, next to Yong'an City, an old monk in a yellow robe nodded in agreement to the idea of his two disciples visiting the temple to exchange Buddhist teachings and learn about worship. I heard that there was much discussion outside regarding that temple, so you two should not lose your original intentions when you go. Speak little and do little. Everything revolves around the teachings of Buddhism. The two nodded, their eyes filled with joy. Not just this temple, but other local temples around Yong'an also hesitated to send their disciples after hearing the news. Since the other party had invited them to visit and communicate, it must be quite confident. Therefore, it wouldn't hurt to go and take a look. They began to pack their things. Sounds echoed within dozens of temples, resonating with the clear eyes of the monks walking among the people below. Go ahead. Chapter 243. Everyone arrives as time passed. Wanyuan Mountain welcomed the dawn with the crowing of roosters. The first monk, carrying a simple bag, stepped into Yong'an City. Other visitors arrived one after another. After a day of busy activities, staff members at Yong'an Train Station and Qingshan County Station gathered together, expressing their surprise. I have never seen so many monks before. One exclaimed, but did you notice? The monks who came have a remarkable commonality. What is it? They all seem very simple and unpretentious. Someone laughed, nodding in understanding. I know the reason. When we usually visit those popular temples online, the monks there often look quite well fed. Exactly. The last time I passed by a temple, there were rows of luxury cars parked outside. I heard those cars belonged to the monks. Haha, helping others by day and helping themselves by night? Everyone burst into laughter. But the leading woman quickly urged everyone to settle down and then leaned in mysteriously. But the monks who came today look quite different. Yes, a girl quickly agreed, squinting as she recalled. Looking at their train schedules, they seemed to arrive on the regular green trains, and they all carried simple luggage. Not many of them are overweight. Moreover, I saw a couple of young monks who looked like they had just come of age. They seemed to be discussing matters about Wanyuan Mountain, talking about Buddhism and exchanges. Anyway, I just feel that these people have very clear eyes. So pure. They don't seem to have many desires. The woman nodded and cleared her throat. Furthermore, she lowered her voice. My sister-in-law works at the bus station, and she said that many monks came by bus today. It said that many drivers even saw monks walking along the countryside roads and highways. Really? Is that true? Everyone exclaimed. Where did they come from? The woman shook her head. I don't know, but I believe that anyone who can walk here is definitely not the kind of monk who drives an A8. I never expected our city to have such a scenic area as Wanyuan Mountain. Everyone chatted happily until night fell. Some continued to walk quietly on the road, while others had already entered the territory of Qingshan County. Zhao Meng sat in the guest reception room, wearing an awkward smile, pouring tea for the two men and one woman across from him. God of wealth. Great God of wealth. Su Jing's gratitude was direct and blunt. 4 anonymous special invitation letters allowed him to sell 3 right away. As for the last one, jokingly, he had to act as a tour guide and take those 3 people with him. As for how much the ticket sold for, hey, don't ask. Just know that the expenses of these 3 are equivalent to one group's usual cost. He continued to serve the 3 with pleasure, looking forward to this Friday. In Qingshan County, in the area designated for Wang Kai, the huge parking lot showed Wang Kai's honest face, smiling as he pointed to the most trusted driver among the rows of drivers before him. Black Uncle, you are the most detail-oriented and familiar with the roads. Tomorrow, you'll take Xiao San and Xiao Wu. The task is simple. Conduct a thorough search around Qingshan County to pick up all the monks encountered. For those willing to get in the car, take them to Qinghong Hotel for free accommodation. For those unwilling, give them a map and directions to Wanyuan Mountain. The honest man's eyes sparkled with a hint of shrewdness. Since Su Jing specifically mentioned that monks could visit for free, it indicated that their presence was very significant. As childhood friends, he had already reaped many benefits from his buddy. This matter must be handled swiftly and discreetly. The only high-end hotel in Qingshan County, under repeated inspections from the county government, became increasingly aligned with market prices. On the night of the 24th, the hotel manager grinned widely, hanging up the fully booked sign for all rooms. Indeed, all rooms were booked, including the 2 business suites on the top floor that hadn't been occupied in a century, now reserved by a young man from who knows where. Nearby, several slightly lower-tier hotels also benefited, happily watching their revenue while chatting at the front desk. In fact, since Wanyuan Mountain became popular, the county's hotels had not experienced a downer in business. Unlike other scenic areas that have off-peak and peak seasons, Wanyuan Mountain, after just 4 months of operation, continued to attract visitors despite river closures and government restrictions. While they were busy raking in money, they did not forget the regulations mandated by the county government. As a result, through word of mouth among tourists, they earned the title of super conscientious tourist county. With encouragement, everyone would only strive to do better. The hotel owner leaned at the door, gazing at Wanyuan Mountain in the night sky, softly sighing. Tomorrow is the 25th, and she truly looks forward to what these lucky ones will see. On the eve of the 25th, undercurrents stirred. Countless pairs of eyes, some bright, some dim, were closely watching Wanyuan Mountain, waiting for any sign of weakness or flaw to pounce upon and tear apart. Su Jing sat steadily at the visitor center. Looking at the group of employees, he reiterated the important points one last time before standing up and leaving. Today, he had met with the monks from the temple. After a few days apart, everyone's attitude had changed. It was calm once again, yet there was an underlying complexity. Regarding the reception of tourists, the old monk indicated that they would cooperate with the staff. Moreover, they were already familiar with the temple and would ensure that there would be no issues during the visits. As for the monks who might unexpectedly ascend the mountain, the old monk appeared even more enthusiastic, readily agreeing to the intention of communication and worship, expressing that they were well prepared. After all, with the right timing and conditions, everything was set. The old monk's expression at that moment was one of deep appreciation. Let's leave it to nature, he said. Tick-tock, 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 creak. On the morning of July 25th, the main gate of the northern entrance to the scenic area slowly opened. Outside, a group of fully armed tourists stood ready, their eyes bright and spirits high, filled with an insatiable desire for exploration. With one step forward, they entered the mountain. In the center of the mysterious mountain defense array, Su Jing smiled and guided them. The special route up the mountain is on the left. Tourists who do not wish to walk the first half can go directly. For those wishing to take the normal route, it is recommended to use the right side, which is of lower difficulty but allows for quicker access to the summit. For tourists aged 60 and above, please avoid the medium difficulty climbing path. The scenic area wishes everyone a pleasant visit. Chapter 244. Special guests gathered since they arrived early. All the climbers, after listening to the guide, did not rush to ascend but instead turned to look around. Everyone present today represented the highest level of tourists at the scenic area. Whether in terms of the number of activities participated in, the quality of tasks completed, or contributions to the development of the scenic area, they all shared a smile, feeling a strange camaraderie among heroes. Even more amusingly, many familiar faces had immediately responded to the invitation by choosing Friday as their time, despite the need to take leave or squeeze in time. After all, there are countless Fridays in life, but the debut of the temple only happens once in a lifetime. Since they were here, they had to be the pioneers among pioneers. However, Meng Qing turned around and looked at the elderly folks behind her, feeling speechless. Grandparents, you can enjoy yourselves without following us. Meng Zhua stood beside her, smiling, with her wine-red curly hair tied up in a ponytail, looking neat and tidy. Yes, we're climbing the mountain with friends. Just take care of yourselves. The Cultural Institute's poetry and painting departments gathered again, with a group of elderly folks in sportswear huddled together, chatting quietly and calling out to them. Meng Qing is already so grown up. Old Meng, stop meddling. The young people have their own circle. Just climb the mountain with us. Exactly. Can't you give the younger generations a bit of freedom? Old Meng stretched his neck and glanced back at Zhou Pe, Zhao Yanran, and the others. His old eyes sparkled as he scrutinized them for a while, before finally pursing his lips in agreement. Friends? Humph, let us just call them friends. Little Zhua, you're not allowed to get too close to those boys, okay? Play with that little girl instead, got it? Be careful with your hands while climbing. Don't get hurt. After earnestly giving his advice, he was pulled back into the group by a few uncles and aunts. Meng Qing turned around and saw Zhao Yanran immediately stick to her sister's side, rolling his eyes inwardly. The old man was still too old-fashioned, not even recognizing what a wolf looks like when it comes to protecting. But how did you all get the tickets? He was a bit curious. He assumed he received the invitation because of some special contributions in the past. As for his sister, it seemed she got it due to her high completion rate in a specific task from a project. But how did those rich kids get theirs? Zhou Pe cleared his throat and glanced at Zhao Yanran and her childhood friend. Could he say it was because they donated money back then? Otherwise, with their purely experiential way of playing, they definitely wouldn't meet the completion criteria. Let us not talk about this anymore. Let us go check out that special route up the mountain. The group quickly left, while the old scholars at the Cultural Institute were getting anxious. Calling out to Zhu Hong and Chang Hu, the two turned to look at the group and then smiled awkwardly at Xin Zhuang. The masters were very curious about the 10,000 Buddha temple. They must be eager to go. We'll chat later. Xin Zhuang found it a bit amusing. People in cultural fields were indeed carefree, wanting to play they would, and laughing when they felt like it. Unlike him, even though he received an invitation, he still had to maintain a serious face and pretend he was here for official business. Go on, don't keep the masters waiting. He watched the two ministers return to the group and walk up the mountain with the elderly. Only then did he turn to his secretary. Have you greeted them? Shaoli chuckled. They wanted to greet you too, but you were chatting just now, so they didn't come over. Xin Zhuang followed his gaze. He saw a tall girl with glasses and a ponytail, a man with a carefree smile and braids, and a little chubby boy gesturing excitedly. It's them again? He had seen these three many times before. They must have been invited as experienced fans. Once they reached the mountain, Xin Zhuang quickly instructed in a low voice. Let us follow them. Standing on the shoulders of giants, the view will be even more wonderful. The young ones walk fast. Let us go ahead. The two disappeared up the mountain path. As for Zhu Shou, after finishing his conversation, he finally remembered his studio staff and turned to see how they were prepared. During the lull, Ping Ping looked at Zhou Yi with suspicion. The little chubby boy's team was invited as special contributors. As for her, she had too many titles. Any one of them could qualify her as a seasoned fan candidate. But how did Zhou Yi get here? He hadn't come often enough to remain on the list. And he hadn't explored other areas much either. The guides didn't know him. Where did he get his ticket? Zhou Yi shrugged. Of course, it's because of my handsome face. A crisp sound echoed as Zhou Yi rubbed his forehead and immediately corrected himself. It's meditation. I guess it's due to my achievement in meditation duration. I might be the only one to have received the initial me achievement, which is why I was given a special invitation. After all, the opening of the 10,000 Buddha temple is closely related to meditation. Isn't it? Ping Ping nodded thoughtfully, finally getting an explanation for her doubts. Zhou Yi stood aside, observing her expression, finding it somewhat amusing. In fact, even without this title, he could still attend. After all, he had received the interview passed job notification that evening after their visit down the mountain. The notification call was personally made by Su Jing. You can start on Monday. Zhou Yi was excited about passing the interview, but after thinking it over, he tentatively asked if he could delay his start date by a week. Su Jing was curious about his reason, and the explanation left him both amused and exasperated. I want to participate in the 10,000 Buddha temple opening event on Friday. Could he mention that practically all senior employees could attend this event? But it was clear that the person opposite him was so fond of their own scenic area that they would rather delay their start than miss out on the fun, making it impossible to deny the pride he felt. Su Jing agreed to his request, which allowed Zhou Yi to enter as an ordinary visitor. Anyway, that's just how things are. Zhou Yi waved his hand, calling over Zhu Shou and the others, and headed up the mountain. Hurry up, or if we get there late, we'll only get to see the second-hand 10,000 Buddha temple. Wow, Zhu Shou exclaimed, quickly grabbing his camera and rushing out. Tourists began to ascend the mountain one after another, and Zhao Meng, looking valiant, led three visitors up with great strides. Behind them, two figures quietly emerged from the corner. President Song, why are we sneaking around? Song Jiming straightened his body, his old face turning red. He didn't know. Clearly, he had received an invitation properly. But given his past minor troubles with Wanyuan Mountain, feeling guilty was probably normal, right? TSK. Su Jing. He recalled the last time he saw the young scenic area manager, whose features were handsome and whose smile was genuine and sincere. He was also willing to give him a chance to make amends. Such a person deserves the love and support of countless people. Let us go. He straightened his clothes, looking at the towering Dahan mountain. His eyes filled with longing and admiration for excellent scenic design. Let us go see what this much talked about 10,000 Buddha temple really looks like. They successively walked in. And then, on the simple little wooden bridge, Wang Kai and Jiang Tsong strolled in, arms around each other. Su Jing stood in the center of the crowd, waved at them, and considered it a greeting. You guys go enjoy yourselves. Just act like normal tourists, and don't mind me. Wang Kai laughed heartily. What do we care about you? Today, I'm just here to have fun. My convoy runs your promotional video everywhere, every day, and today, as the leader, I'm here to see if your place lives up to the hype. Su Jing shook his head with a smile, watching them disappear from his sight. Before Wang Kai left, he turned his head and gently winked at him, and he instantly understood. Those people were probably arriving as well. At the end of the wooden bridge, amidst the lush greenery, a slender monk stepped out with long strides. Chapter 245. The arrival of the monk. The monk on the bridge looked at Su Jing. Just one glance was like a gentle breeze brushing by, carrying fine grains of sand that tickled his nose. A faint, ancient dust mixed with the scent of the mountains enveloped Su Jing, calming his heart. This was a wandering monk. Even though Su Jing did not practice Buddhism, he could see the monk's devotion from the heavy backpack and worn-out straw sandals, suggesting that he might have traveled a long way. Su Jing clasped his hands together and bowed respectfully to the monk from a distance, then pointed out the direction for him. The monk smiled, bowed deeply in return, and then resolutely stepped forward, heading up the mountain path. Perhaps the promotion had worked. Or maybe these people had already heard the legend of the Buddha light at the summit of Han Mountain. After the monk left, more monks quietly mingled in with the tourists. The tourists looked on with curiosity, but most of the monks kept their eyes straight ahead, their expressions calm and composed. Quietly climbing the mountain, a few younger monks smiled and returned the greetings, expressing their admiration for the scenery of Dahan Mountain. Su Jing noticed two stout monks in yellow robes, their round bellies adorned with beads that jingled softly as they walked. He smiled as well. There were plenty of chubby monks, but these two clearly seemed to be looking for trouble. Su Jing also smiled and pointed the way for them. The two of them returned the gesture with smiles and nods, but their gazes lingered on Su Jing, as if they were sizing him up. Is that Su Jing? It must be him, huh? Just a young kid, they whispered to each other, making a show of mystery. Today we'll expose him. Their low voices drifted away with the wind, and it was unclear if Su Jing heard them as he quietly stood in place, humming a tune, waiting for his guests to arrive. They came. He looked ahead, his eyes brightening as he saw two adults and two children strolling towards him. The flat path up the mountain was a must, and all the tourists gradually arrived at the ancient tea horse station amidst the shade of trees. Today's tea horse station was somewhat special. The storytelling session did not require energy collection and would be held once every hour, with random content. As for the tea and snacks, they were all free, and there were designated water points for monks both inside and outside the station. Some tourists slipped inside to sit down, waiting for the first performance of the day. A few monks quietly approached, asked for a cup of tea, drank it, and then continued their ascent. Coming out of the tea horse station, three paths appeared leading up the mountain. The rightmost path was a beginner-friendly, flat trail with low difficulty, smooth terrain, and beautiful scenery along the way, connected by suspension bridges, all in a pleasant climate. On the right side, closer to the center, is a moderately difficult mountain climbing route, consisting of paths like the Three Forks, the Road of the Brave, the Cloud Ladder, and the 999 Steps, allowing climbers to experience the stunning beauty of the Great Han Mountain, with breathtaking scenery that is simply overwhelming, making their hearts race. On the far left is a newly opened special mountain climbing path. Ping Ping and her companions, along with Zhou Po's group, took the lead, finishing their tea and hurrying to this point, smiling at the huge sign in front of them. The Flying Cloud Cableway features thick ropes reaching deep into the mist, with rotating seats slowly moving forward, stopped by the staff. Groups of four sat down to depart. Finally, Ping Ping excitedly took her seat and sighed in comfort. Great Han Mountain, finally giving me a chance to relax. What? Zhou teased with a smile. Were you uncomfortable before? It was comfortable before, but it was really tiring, Zhu responded, nodding vigorously. Enjoying the Great Han Mountain is not just about sightseeing. It also involves active participation, leaving them all sweaty each time. Now, with the easy cableway to the top, even those who don't like climbing can come to enjoy the beautiful views of Great Han Mountain. They laughed, each taking their seats in order, as the cable car dove into the mist. As for the others, they were still at the ancient tea horse station, sipping tea and waiting for the storyteller's arrival. Dingling. The doorbell rang, and Shen Zhuang excitedly turned his head to look back with the other tourists. However, it wasn't the storyteller who entered, but two adults and two children. Two Taoists dressed in blue and purple robes with small hats approached, smiling. The young Taoist had two small monkeys in his arms. Monkey King? No way. Am I seeing things? Isn't that the Monkey King from the Sacred Mountains Prayer Cliff? You're not seeing things. I see it too. Then who is that howler? I think I've seen it recently. The Monkey King loves to hug it every day. I just want to ask, why are those two following the Taoists on the day of the opening at the Temple of 10,000 Buddhas? Xin Zhuang turned to Shaoli, who also looked confused and shook his head repeatedly. I don't know either. Perhaps it's due to the promotion. Anyone with a conversion certificate can come. This certificate isn't exclusive to monks. Taoists have it too. But it seems strange for Taoists to visit a Buddhist temple. Moreover, how could they bring the monkeys from the sacred mountain? What is their connection? Seeing everyone looking at the monkeys, Zhen Junzi arranged for Yaguangzi to sit first, then smiled at the crowd. The great sage and I are destined. This time, he came along voluntarily. Everyone still looked puzzled, and Zhen Junzi slapped his forehead. Oh, the great sage is this Monkey King. He has a name given by the guide. Oh, everyone suddenly understood and then stared at him. So, you brought the great sage and his girlfriend here? What kind of look is that? Zhen Junzi puffed out his chest, recalling Su Jing's explanation. Xia is originally from this mountain. She wanted to come back to take a look, so I brought her here. By rights. The great sage is just accompanying her back to her family. Taoists are indeed Taoists, explaining everything clearly. He saw that everyone had stopped asking questions, so he sat down with Xiao Xia in his arms, tossing the great sage aside. This mischievous monkey, does it not know its own weight? It was like a mountain pressing down on him, exhausting him. Go sit over there. The great sage glanced at him, leaped onto the table, and was about to play with a teacup when a quick-moving tea house attendant smiled and snatched it away. Great sage. Ha ha. He laughed exaggeratedly and handed the Monkey King a special cup shaped like a peach. You can drink from this. Even if you're a star NPC in their scenic area, you still need to be mindful of cross-contamination, clean and hygienic. The Monkey King stood on the table, its tail held high, with its majestic chest for quivering. Slowly approaching the peach cup, a gentle hand patted its backside, signaling it to come down and drink. The great sage obediently slid down and sat beside Xiao Xia. Is this your home? It didn't used to look like this, but my house is on the mountain. I'll take you up there to see. Everyone settled down. The lights dimmed, and with the tinkling sound of wind chimes, the storyteller arrived fashionably late. Today's tale is a special story titled The Gift from the River God. Dear audience, you may also regard this story as a little joke. Chapter 246, The Gift from the River God. Note, refer to the third interlude animation in Black Myth, Yukong, which you can watch and enjoy. The storyteller's attire today appeared dull and gray, and paired with the background, it felt oddly eerie. Long ago, there was a desolate, remote island so impoverished that the people barely survived. They worked hard, yet life remained difficult. Until one day, fishermen went out to sea and caught a gigantic, strange-looking monster. Strong men gathered around, cautiously poking it with sticks, only to see the creature slowly awaken. The storyteller squinted, extending a finger to trace his own body. The monster struggled, gently scratching itself, and suddenly, whoosh. Its voice grew louder, tilting its face, the expression shifting in the light, eyes wide open, seemingly captivating. A multitude of pearls and gemstones spilled from its wounds. It clawed at its nails, restoring the health of dying children. It spat out phlegm, rejuvenating ugly women. It scattered pearls and gems to the villagers, freeing them from poverty. From then on, the islanders revered it as the river god. It enjoyed the offerings from the islanders, generously sharing treasures made of its flesh and blood. In the village, exquisite statues and altars were erected in its honor, and people sincerely worshipped, praying for its mercy. But one day, as everyone swallowed hard and Zhao Meng forgot to eat peanuts, staring at the storyteller's face, a sudden chill enveloped them. As usual, accepting offerings and bestowing treasures, most villagers had become wealthy, yet a portion remained impoverished, having to rely on fishing every day to exchange for some pearls. But not everyone thought this way. The storyteller's voice deepened, his body suddenly leaning forward, eyes gleaming with a strange light, revealing a greedy smile as his tone abruptly changed. It's just a matter of breaking the skin, and money can fall out. Why wait in line? Half of his face looked even more sinister. It's so big. What is the harm in cutting me once? It has so many treasures. What is the harm in sharing a bit with me? Desires surged in his heart, rising higher and higher. A ragged man, as if possessed, staggered forward, crashing through the crowd waiting in line, rushing out. The storyteller's voice carried an eerie laughter, his body swaying along with the words, his vacant eyes resembling someone possessed by the characters in the story. Then he slammed into the high platform, raising his hands high. He plunged a knife into the river deity's body, carving a huge gash on that massive form. Wow! As if caught in a frenzy of laughter, Xia stepped back in fear. The great sage's chest fur bristled, his eyes wide open, staring intently. The two Taoists beside him no longer wore their usual smiles. They sat quietly, but their eyes were filled with sorrow. Treasures, a vast amount of treasures, scattered everywhere, all mine. No, not just this. The villagers in line were also enchanted. No, he was ahead of him. He should get his share first. And he offered more tributes. He should receive more. The crowd gradually became frenzied. The river deity's anguished roars drowned out by the glint of knives and swords. That night, the fire burned especially high. The excited shouts continued through the night until they turned into screams. Tourists gaped, feeling their throats dry, unable to utter a word. The river deity was literally torn apart. The next morning, the sun slowly rose from behind the clouds. On the beach, just like the day the river deity was pulled up, everything was in ruins. Flames flickered in the charred wooden houses, and the area was deserted. At that moment, a man wearing a straw hat walked slowly from the far end of the coastline. The storyteller suddenly calmed down, lowering his head, and spoke softly. He walked to a massive charred object by the sea and began to speak slowly. Senior brother has been out for quite a while. He changed his voice, making it sound old, murky, indistinct, yet with a barely perceptible sense of pride. This time, I won again. His voice changed again. The storyteller sighed, his tone becoming more ethereal, causing chaos in people's hearts. Is it really necessary to be so obsessed with winning and losing, senior brother? How ridiculous, how sad. The lights gradually dimmed, and the storyteller slowly raised his face. One half in light, the other half in darkness. The illuminated side showed pride and obsession. The dark side was as calm as an ancient well. He sighed deeply, his voice ethereal, instantly enveloping the entire ancient Tea-Horse Road, reaching everyone's ears. If one cannot win, what proof is there of cause and effect in people's hearts? The storyteller left the darkness, but this time, in the newly lit ancient Tea-Horse Road, there was only sparse applause. Most people sat at the tables, their tea untouched, their expressions stunned. Zhu Hong and the group of old scholars at the front tables felt the strongest shock. Cause and effect in people's hearts. The Master Yuan swallowed hard. Were all those villagers dead? They ruined their own lives due to their greed. The river deity acted intentionally. But if the villagers had stayed true to their hearts and exchanged labor for wealth, this outcome would never have occurred. What kind of steadfastness is there? With gold and silver treasures laid out before us, how many can resist their desires? At this moment, several scholars and masters of poetry and painting exchanged fearful glances. It wasn't just them. The next second, the discussions among the tourists became deafening. Unbeknownst to them, the ancient Tea-Horse Road was filled with people. Even the open space at the entrance was packed. Everyone was fervently chatting about this brief story, almost ready to launch into a debate from their differing perspectives. A few photographers stood at the back, eagerly recording the brilliant storytelling they had just witnessed. Meanwhile, some well-known bloggers sat at the tea table, turning the camera towards their own faces, looking astonished. Did everyone hear that? Did you see that? Greed ultimately leads to destruction. I believe this story should be turned into a novel and published. It carries significant educational value. Of course, there were mixed opinions. A man with dyed yellow hair leaned against the table, crossing his legs. What nonsense. Two deities are wagering the lives of an entire village just for a win or lose. It's trash. He tossed aside the peanut shells with a shrug, looking disappointed. Unfortunately, the notification from Wanyuan Mountain to the bloggers was that they could only record videos and take photos, not live stream. Otherwise, he would have definitely set up his equipment for an exhilarating live broadcast. Behind the few streamers talking to the camera, two Taoists sat with a monkey. Yaguangzi finished his tea and looked at his disciple with a complex expression. Is this story really thought up by Su Xiaoyu? Zhenjunzi pursed his lips, marveling. A story that imparts Buddhist teachings. If he truly conceived it, he must possess great wisdom. The more he pondered, the more he sighed. The Buddha had not yet been seen, but had already taken root in his heart. He stood up, helped his master up, then picked up Xiao Xia and waved to the great sage. Let us go. We're heading up the mountain to take a look. The true great wisdom is yet to come. He shook his head, and Yaguangzi moved quickly behind him. The two adults and two children walked even faster. Su Xiaoyu mentioned that he had made the 10,000 Buddha temple quite special. What exactly was this special feature? They were now more curious than ordinary tourists. Chapter 247. Arrival at the cave of 10,000 Buddhas. The tourists left in an orderly manner, not noticing that as they were engrossed and the lights dimmed, several monks who came to fetch water quietly left the ancient Tea-Horse Road. Upon reaching the Tea-Horse Road, the route up the mountain split into three paths. Most people had been there many times, but the newly opened section was still unexplored. So, as everyone exited, they headed straight for the left side's Feiyun cableway. Zhenjunzi and his disciples stood at the fork in the road, watching monk after monk, or particularly unique-looking individuals, walk directly towards the ordinary path up the mountain. How should we go? Of course, we should take the cableway. Yaguangzi rolled his eyes, pulling his disciple back from following the monks, and strode confidently towards that direction. We are here to visit, so let's not make things difficult for ourselves. The two adults and two children headed towards the cable car direction and disappeared into the jungle. on the smooth and simple path up the mountain. There were only a few scattered people. Besides a few young individuals briskly walking with sports cameras and backpacks, there were monks dressed in striking attire. Monks from different places walked quietly along the road. Two young monks in brown robes walked side by side on the mountain, their eyes still filled with youthful clarity. Unable to resist looking around. Senior brother, there are many esteemed monks from other temples. Should we go greet them? Would that be a bit presumptuous? The younger monk's eyes sparkled. Although their temple had some visitors coming to worship, it was not a large temple, so there weren't many monks or worshippers. And they hadn't seen many other monks before. Not presumptuous at all. Everyone is here to exchange at the 10,000 Buddha temple. It's a rare opportunity to meet. So greeting them is nothing to worry about. The senior brother smiled and quickened his pace to catch up with the monk in the yellow robe ahead. Namo Amitba. Before they could reach the monk, he had already stopped and slowly turned around. One eye looked straight ahead, while the other hung limply. His posture was upright, and the muscles hidden beneath his robes filled out the sleeves. However, his clear eyes radiated a calm smile as he clasped his hands in greeting. Namo Amitba. The young monk's eyes brightened as he noticed the monk's drooping eye and immediately spoke respectfully. I am Miaoyin, studying under Master Puyin at the Fuan Zhuan Temple. He glanced up and quietly asked, May I ask for your name, Master? I am Zhenguan, studying under Master Huizhi at Donger Temple. Ah, it's really you. Miaoyin's round face lit up with admiration. Upon seeing the half-closed eye, he had a hunch and was pleasantly surprised. Miaoyin's senior brother also stepped forward to respectfully nod. I am Miaoyin. I've long heard of your name, Zhenguan. It's truly a fortunate encounter to meet you today. Zhenguan, a genuine martial monk from Donger Temple, had once fought 2 wild boars barehanded while practicing in the mountains, saving a group of 6 or 7 tourists. Although he was injured in the eye, he became famous for that battle, earning the deep admiration of these young monks who were just starting their practice. They never expected him to be here today. After some pleasantries, the conversation became more relaxed. Miaoyin and Miaoyin curiously inquired, and although Zhenguan was robust in stature, he was very kind. I am unworthy of such praise, but the Buddha's light from Dahan Mountain is known within 1,000 miles, and it has been reported online and in the news. He smiled as he looked towards the mountain peak, his tone steady and powerful. Everyone says they are here to exchange Buddhist teachings at the 10,000 Buddha temple, but it seems they are more eager to reach the top and see that holy place. Not just me. Miaoyin and the others widened their eyes in anticipation. I've heard that the master from Luyun Temple and the master from Jingle Temple are also here. Master Butte, the ascetic from Sheikh Butte, is he nearby? Zhenguan noticed their surprise and nodded in response. I heard that a senior brother saw him on the way here. Perhaps he is ahead of us, moving faster. This is certainly possible. Although Miaoyin cannot attain the mindset of an ascetic, it does not hinder his admiration. Thanks to senior brother Zhenguan for clarifying things. Let us continue our journey. Once we start walking, all the monks fall silent. Whether it's a cheerful monk ahead, maintaining a smile, or a bright-eyed female monk further along, with a childlike expression, or at the very front, a monk in straw sandals, moving with a similar rhythm, his expression solemn. With a gaunt face, everyone proceeds quietly and sincerely towards the mountain peak. The scenic area opens early, so even the tourists walking up the mountain quickly reach the summit of Han Mountain. However, today at the peak, everything seems normal, without anything particularly special. Like Ping Ping and others, familiar tourists have already moved on. Meanwhile, other newcomers and monks who have never been here stand quietly at the summit, appreciating the scenery. Even without any divine light, the sunlight filtering through the massive heavenly gate still imparts a sense of the sacred. A few monks stand still, gazing at the giant boulders at the peak, their eyes slightly widening. Perhaps others feel nothing, but they can faintly sense something, an ethereal aura lingering in the air. This place is truly remarkable. Zhenguan's muscles swell as he moves rhythmically with his breath, then strides confidently into the mist. To the left of the misty path, a gray-robed nun stands quietly under a wish tree adorned with red ribbons and golden kumquats, eyes closed in meditation. She feels the moment the female monk slowly opens her eyes, looking at the towering ancient tree before her, then glancing at the dark stone house beside it. Amitba. Such powerful intent. She has seen some wish trees in large temples during her previous exchanges and studies, where countless devotees and pilgrims have prayed, creating a powerful shared karma. Strangely, this place, having only recently become a scenic area, has already formed a force field. Even more astonishing is that there is a faint sense of causal power here. This is quite alarming. The female monk lifts her leg and walks towards the misty path as well. They stroll leisurely. But the tourists ahead have already ascended the snowy mountain and waterfall amidst the sounds of bells and flying birds. Everyone follows the cold river, cautiously moving forward until they reach the elusive white jade Buddha wall mentioned online. Most tourists return to the same starting line. Although Ping Ping and her companions missed the storytelling at the ancient Tea Horse Road, They reunite with the arriving tourists due to their attempt to meditate again. Zhu Shou and Xiao Li huddle to the side, quickly sharing a video of the storytelling, then look toward the group of people standing in front of the Buddha wall. What is it that they are sensing? Why are they staying there for so long? Not only Xiao Li is puzzled, but many others standing nearby are curious as well. The little chubby boy finally realized that not everyone could perceive special things. Only a few could. With a mysterious smile, he watched Ping Ping and Zhou Yi, who were once again immersed in that profound experience, and softly said, "You'll find out soon." He thought this way, but not everyone shared his sentiment. Suddenly, in the silence, a man with yellow hair let out a terrified scream, his eyes wide open as he stumbled back, instantly waking many people up. What on earth? The man, clearly in panic, fell to the ground, retreating repeatedly while wildly waving his hands. The tourists who had been forcibly pulled out and were about to curse were now speechless, their curiosity piqued. What could he have seen to be so frightened? Shen Zhuang squinted his eyes, peering over Xiao Li's shoulder. What happened to that guy? The majestic and pristine white jade Buddha wall still stood quietly in the snow, and Xiao Li glanced at it before shifting his gaze away. He wanted to say something like "Don't involve me," but Shen Zhuang was even more intrigued. He cast a regretful glance back at the Buddha wall and stepped forward to investigate. Unfortunately, having felt the Buddha wall once, it showed no reaction upon a second look. Zhou Yi remained undisturbed. He detached himself from the situation and opened his eyes to the slowly departing crowd of tourists, excitement rising in his eyes. "Let us go. It's right ahead." As they left the snowy pines behind, the tourists marched forward, finally stopping in a clearing, gazing at the enormous mountain gate ahead. At the base of the towering, smooth mountain wall, two smaller doors were flanked by a larger one, both of which were open. Inside, it was dark, and it seemed one had to pass through a long corridor, with only the faint flicker of oil lamps illuminating the way. Separated by a wall, two worlds existed. The massive stone carvings on the mountain gate, heavy and ancient, emanated a somewhat oppressive energy that flooded over them. They had arrived. Shen Zhuang swallowed hard, his heart inexplicably racing. The Cave of 10,000 Buddhas. Chapter 248. First encounter with the Buddha cave at the base of the smooth mountain wall. Both doors were wide open. Anyone with even a little knowledge of Buddhist culture would know it's best to enter through the left door. Inside was pitch black. Zhu Shou wanted Ping Ping to go first, but seeing the other photographers and influencers eager to rush in, he steeled himself and strode forward. The official photographer of Wanyuan Mountain had to be the first one to capture this moment. With his lead, the others exchanged smiles, some encouraging themselves quietly, while others felt nervous excitement, following closely behind him. Upon entering the mountain gate, they stepped into a dark tunnel. The rough walls were illuminated by dim yellow oil lamps hanging every few meters, guiding the tourists along the path ahead. At the end of the tunnel, there was light. Though faint, it hinted at an exit. Wait a minute. Zhu Shou halted, raising his right hand, his large frame blocking the tunnel. Did you hear that? Without needing to say more, Ping Ping had already perked up her ears. Of course, she heard it. The faint sound of bells and the noise of something striking a bowl, along with indistinct murmurs echoing in the air. She pushed Zhu Shou and whispered, "You'll know if you keep walking." Bang! As they exited the tunnel, their vision suddenly cleared, and the faint echo of the bell became crystal clear. A booming sound swept over everyone. Before they could gather their thoughts, another clang rang out. The crisp sound intertwined with the bell's resonance, creating a mysterious atmosphere. The tourists finally saw the scene before them. What the? Zhu Shou was frozen in place, overwhelmed by the oppressive darkness surrounding them. Behind him, Zhou also widened his eyes, completely taken aback by the promotional material's portrayal of the Buddha land being like this. Shen Zhuang was even more stunned. How could this be? At the end of the spacious stone platform they stood on was an extraordinarily long floating stone bridge, over 10 meters wide. Beneath the bridge was an unfathomable abyss, where one couldn't see their hand in front of their face, resembling a hellish chasm. On either side of the stone bridge stood numerous stone statues, propped up by grotesque rock formations, varying in height, size, and distance. A faint gray mist filled the air, making the statues flicker in the darkness, obscuring their features. What kind of place is this? As the crisp ringing gradually faded, it was replaced by a suddenly deepened chant, which felt even more eerie in this place. The chubby boy gritted his teeth, raised his camera, and tentatively walked forward. The others immediately followed closely behind. Before they reached the edge of the bridge, they could see the four colossal figures standing in midair on either side of the bridge. The four heavenly kings had fierce and menacing faces, covered in mottled red and blue paint, with beards like spears. They stood over 10 meters tall, completely motionless. Yet their pinhole-sized eyes seemed to be glaring at everyone ominously. One held an umbrella, another wielded a sword, a third was playing a pipa, and the last had a dragon circling around him. All these stone statues were now incomplete. Some had broken weapons, while others had cracked faces or missing limbs. which only heightened the fear in their hearts. Buzz! The sudden sound of a bell startled the chubby boy, causing him to step back 2 paces, snapping him out of his fright and breaking him into a cold sweat. Is this a Buddhist temple? Why does it look so scary? Everyone had initially thought they would come for a peaceful visit to pray and then happily return home. But now, they were too frightened to take a single step forward. Moreover, Zhou finally managed to calm his racing heart and tightly grabbed onto Ping Ping's clothing, not daring to let go. He had no other weaknesses, just that he was a bit timid. Since Ping Ping knew this, she decided to protect him for a moment. Ping Ping took a deep breath, pushed Zhu Shou aside in frustration, annoyed at his lack of courage. So much meat wasted. She huffed as she walked forward, trying to hide her trembling legs from others. Had she never seen the 4 heavenly kings? Even if she didn't know what they looked like or what their artifacts were, she had at least heard of them. However, when she secretly glanced up, she quickly looked away. Although the statues were indeed too dark and menacing, it felt as if they were constantly watching her. Ping Ping quickened her pace, intending to step onto the stone bridge, but was stopped. She was genuinely frightened this time, because what was blocking her was neither a person nor an amusing statue, but a skeleton frame. Half of its body was nailed to the edge of the bridge, with a huge, dark gray-white skull. Crackling, Ping Ping's whole body stiffened as she watched the bones slowly lower their hands, swallowing hard. Where's the guide? What kind of place is this? But after the skeleton lowered its hands, it immediately spoke. Welcome, tourists, to the Cave of 10,000 Buddhas. Before touring, please scan this code with your app to generate your own book of karma. If you refuse to generate it, it may affect your subsequent experience. Please decide for yourself. The skeleton chattered on, and the familiar tone of the guide eased the tension in the crowd a bit. Zhu Shou chuckled a few times, forcibly shifting his attention from the 4 gazes above, and quickly stepped forward to pull out his phone to scan the code. Zhou and a few others, seeing the skeleton speak, also suppressed their panic and squeezed out from the back of the crowd. Zhao Yanran clung tightly to Meng Zhui's side, whispering, "Sister, I'm scared," while glaring fiercely at the childhood friend trying to grab her clothes. "Get away. Can't you see I'm trying to attract attention?" Further back in the crowd, a few bloggers huddled together whispering, while a girl with yellow hair, feeling out of place, snorted coldly, pushing past Xinzhuang and striding forward. What a broken thing. Scaring me for no reason. The girl took out her phone to scan the code, quickly clicking through the permissions. Behind her, Xinzhuang turned to Xiaoli, looking confused. Does he know who I am? He probably doesn't. A noble visiting incognito doesn't need to stoop to the level of such small fry. But he did push me. I am the chief of cultural tourism in Yong'an City, a candidate for this year's top honor in cultural tourism in D province. Lord Xinzhuang, old man, be quiet for a moment, haha. The two exchanged frantic glances, and ahead, Ping Ping was the first to finish scanning. The skeleton suddenly opened its mouth wide, and then, from the darkness within, spat out a piece of white cardstock. The smell of ink wafted over as Ping Ping took it, and the chubby boy quickly stepped forward, while others behind him formed a line upon seeing the new device. A girl walked over and was immediately drawn to the text on the paper. Book of Karma, Meng Wanping. It looked quite well done. Ping Ping slightly raised her chin and continued reading, but her eyes narrowed the next moment. The small print read line by line. You have read a total of 23 million articles in the knowledge strategy category this year, accounting for 72 of your reading time. You have not slept before midnight for a total of 81 nights, with the most extreme being on July 13th, when you were still watching at dawn. The article titled Complete Guide to Climbing Dahan Mountain has been read 46 times. But whether one has grasped its essence remains unknown. Your greed for knowledge is insatiable, driven by an intense desire to learn. Like grasping at flowing sand only to find it slipping away, one is consumed by this greed. Ping Ping slowly lifted her head, gazing into the darkness at the end of the corridor bridge. It was as if a pair of eyes slowly opened in that darkness, casting a fleeting glance at her, both compassionate and indifferent. The anguish of unfulfilled desire fuels this greed. The girl clutched her card, standing there in a daze, surrounded by the murmurs of the Buddha. Zhou did not approach. He kept his head down, staring at his book of karma, his smile fading. The chubby boy covered his mouth in surprise, staring at the dark red words on his card. When you devour fried chicken at midnight, are you feeding your flesh or the hungry ghost within? Gulp. His swallowing sound startled the man with yellow hair beside him. He abruptly exhaled sharply, threw down the card in his hand, and stepped back repeatedly. What was written to scare him so much? The chubby boy chuckled, turning his body, his camera tracing a graceful arc, his gaze inadvertently glancing over. What kind of ominous writing is this? The yellow-haired man seemed to suddenly react, leaping forward to snatch the card and shove it into his bag, glaring fiercely at the chubby boy. What are you looking at? Zhu Shou was startled and awkwardly smiled. I didn't see anything. The yellow-haired man snorted coldly, blood vessels quietly appearing in his eyes, covering his bag. and strode onto the stone bridge, becoming the first visitor to step onto it, quickly disappearing into the dimness. Inside his bag, a piece of card lay quietly. Karma book, Sunji Bai. This year, you have viewed 9.03 million video images related to dance and talent, accounting for 87% of viewing time. You have not slept for a total of 173 nights, spending 92 of your time on various apps. You have purchased and searched for certain taboo items, with a total of 17 transactions on the dark web. Your cloud photo album contains 1,092 images of a red serpent entwined, with a midnight browsing rate exceeding 7,800 times that of ordinary users. On April 12th, you spent the entire day specifically searching for information about forensic excavation of corpses. That night, did you sleep peacefully? Your karma is lewd, erroneous, greedy for murder. When the flames of desire burn hot, you have already fallen into the copper pillar. Do you fear great pain? In the furnace of hell, this pain will be multiplied by countless times. Take care of yourself. Chapter 249, Dark Buddha Hell Huff. Huff. The yellow-haired man gasped heavily, striding quickly across the corridor bridge, pausing only when his heart gradually calmed down, leaning against his leg to breathe deeply. What a mess. His eyes were filled with uncertainty as he frantically pulled out the card from his bag, took a quick glance, and hurriedly put it back. It's nothing. It's nothing. It was all his own carelessness that opened up all permissions, but that's all right. More people are interested in viewing, and there are many enthusiasts searching for forensic information. It's no big deal. He was just scaring himself. He came today just for the visit. No need to overthink it. It would be better to take some photos for his fans. Forcing a smile, he finally lifted his head to look around. Here, it is recommended to play music, Buddhist tranquility, original key music. Watching while listening to the music, on loop until the end of this chapter, will enhance the experience. Ding. The young man with yellow hair squinted his eyes. Ding. The sound of a bell echoed in his ears, and the sound of a bowl arose again, swirling around him like a dharma wheel, enveloping him. Where's this place? The statues of the 4 heavenly kings had disappeared, and on the gloomy stone bridge, gusts of wind came from all directions. What was most terrifying was the howling sound coming from the bottomless darkness beneath the bridge. But that sound, when it rose from his feet, resembled a certain sharp, mocking scream rather than the wind. The young man slowly turned his body to look around. Accompanied by the whispered chanting of Buddhist mantras, he finally saw the surrounding scene. From the unfathomable darkness, small stone pillars were stacked layer upon layer, supporting enormous Buddha statues. However, these Buddhas did not resemble Buddhas at all. On the right side of the bridge, some were about 3 meters tall, standing on a stone platform with 6 arms, each holding a spear or a halberd, glaring at him with fierce eyes, their weapons glimmering with a metallic green light. Some were suspended high above, only the size of a person, wrapped in wind and sand, with only a pair of eyes reduced to pinpricks, and a smooth circular halo behind their heads. Some were immensely large, half of them hanging into the abyss, while the other half loomed over the bridge, looking down indifferently, their palms crowded with hundreds of small Arhat statues. But these were still bearable. The young man, feeling uneasy, twisted his body to escape that scrutinizing gaze and slowly turned to look behind him. The Buddhas here were terrifying beyond belief. They could no longer be considered statues. Some seemed to be seated on stone pillars, but half of their faces had weathered away to reveal bones, with their right arms entwined by iron thorns, twisted and broken. Some had their chests pierced by vajra staves, their gray-white stone carvings showing cracks from which asphalt oozed, their faces torn, grinning maniacally. Others, beneath their draped cloth, were riddled with honeycomb-like holes. One eye showed indifferent compassion, while the other was hollow, filled with corpses and wax, even subtly oozing a sticky, disgusting substance. Ugh! The young man suddenly covered his mouth, his stomach churning with acidity, nearly bringing him to tears. What the hell is this place? His face was filled with absurd panic. Is this the cave of 10,000 Buddhas? No, this is more like the cave of 10,000 demons. He stumbled forward but retreated in the darkness, suddenly locking eyes with an upside-down Buddha. It was entangled with skulls around its neck, hanging beside the bridge, its right hand dragging a skull bowl, from which fine white ash continuously fell, swirling into the darkness. The young man could no longer contain his terror and screamed as he ran wildly forward. He needed to escape this haunted place. This place is too horrifying. But in the next second, he suddenly stopped, swaying like a javelin striking the ground, and turned his head to look into the darkness behind him. The figure that had been hanging upside down and staring at him just moments ago seemed to vibrate, and the skull in the skeletal bowl appeared to gaze at him in unison. What you fear, is it truly me, or your own karma? Oh! In a panic, he ran forward like a madman, disappearing into the darkness and mist. Meanwhile, a group of people slowly emerged from behind the bridge. Did you hear the scream? The chubby guy, swaying with his fried chicken certification, cautiously surveyed the surroundings as he stepped out. Behind him, another person followed leisurely, empty-handed. Trailing behind Ping Ping. Further back, Meng Qing, with a cold expression and calm demeanor, led a group of people who were fervently discussing and exchanging the Book of Karma. Do you think this thing is accurate? Xin Zhuang looked down at the words on the card and asked his secretary, Xiaoli, who was beside him. Xiaoli maintained a sincere smile, not looking sideways. If you think it's accurate, then it is. If you think it's not, it probably is, otherwise. You wouldn't be asking this. He didn't finish the second part of his sentence, but his eyes widened as he pressed Xin Zhuang's hands down. Secretary, look ahead. Once they stepped onto the bridge, with only a rope railing on either side, everyone carefully walked in the middle of the bridge, fearing a fall. However, at this moment, the crowd suddenly dispersed. Led by various photographers, they frantically searched for unique shooting spots. Xin Zhuang, confused, looked up but instantly froze in place. As a government official, one should not casually curse in public, yet he couldn't help but mutter a low curse. What the hell? The stone bridge extended forward through the darkness and mist. And at the edges of the bridge surface, every few meters, there were special square engravings. On the right side of the stone bridge were fierce and imposing battle statues. Dark and intimidating, standing in varying heights and sizes, all glaring angrily, wielding weapons. Only the halo of light behind their heads retained a hint of compassion. However, the statues on the left side were something else entirely. Zhao Meng had always considered himself bold and tough, having experienced many dark days. But as he looked at the rows of statues on the left, he lost his voice. Thousands of faces, thousands of eyes, thousands of worlds. The terrifying statue that had scared Huang Mao into fleeing just moments ago now filled Zhao Meng with dread. The Vajra stood on one leg, its eye sockets embedded with rotting Buddha beads, mouth wide open, filled with arrows. The Ksitigarbha's robe was stained dark red, with evil spirits gnawing at its legs, blood flowing down like tears. That warrior had half of its body missing, metallic bones exposed, veins coiling like wires, grinning as it reached out towards the world. He glanced at the right side, then at the left, scrutinizing carefully, and then hesitantly opened his trembling mouth. The statues on both sides seemed to be the same. His voice was indeed striking. Zhou Yi stood at the forefront, turning his head to look over, then glanced to the sides. It seemed to be the case. Standing on one leg, the decayed-eyed giant looked like the six-armed Buddha wielding artifacts on the right side. The upside-down skeletal corpse might be the little Buddha, barely visible with just a pair of eyes exposed amidst the swirling sand. The half-head that lay on the stone platform was indeed that massive Buddha with its upper body submerged beneath the bridge. Zhou Zhuang blinked and glanced at the simple-minded giant beside him, a hint of amazement flashing in his eyes for the first time. Following closely behind, the three wealthy tourists looked at Zhao Meng with a touch of surprise and admiration. They thought the farthest from the Buddha was the first to grasp the truth. However, everyone turned again, feeling the bizarre yet stunning, almost artistic hell of Buddhist statues amidst the mesmerizing Buddhist chants. What could be the meaning behind these transformed statues? Zhou Yi unexpectedly pulled out the Book of Karma, waved the card stock, smiled, and took a step forward to the edge of the stone bridge, revealing a grin. You'll know if you try? Chapter 250, Anomaly? How to try? The crowd was puzzled as a few bloggers quietly stepped forward, watching Zhou Yi begin his experiment. The man with a small braid, dressed in cold weather gear, walked into the engraved frame at the edge of the bridge, looking at the Buddha statue with a mouth full of arrows. Cough, cough. He turned and walked back. Let's switch it up. That one looks too scary. Zhou Yi found the corresponding position of the little Buddha in the yellow sand, steadied himself, pinched the card stock in his hand, and closed his eyes, waiting quietly. But seconds passed, then a minute, and he reopened his eyes. Ping Ping was shaking her head from a distance. Nothing happened. What could that be? Zhou Yi looked at the ground. It shouldn't be wrong. Each Buddha statue corresponded to an engraved frame. If there was any interaction, it would definitely happen at this position. Where did it go wrong? He held the card stock and began to tentatively move toward different engraved positions until he reached a statue with fiery engravings in its eyes, arms stretched out wildly, presenting a poised posture of power. The Book of Karma, in his hand, became warm. On the cold summit of the Grand Cold Mountain, it was noticeably warmer. He smiled and looked at the tiny text on the card stock. Your karma is indulgent. You laugh at the ignorance of beings. Can you realize you are a puppet in this play? He turned to look behind him. The corresponding dark and terrifying Buddha statue was now slumped on the ground, its skin half torn away, loosely clinging to the skull, wearing a semblance of a smile that sent chills down the spine. I think I found it. Zhou Yi exclaimed loudly. Everyone clutched their own Book of Karma, seeking the corresponding engraved frame in front of the Buddha statue to stand inside. Standing inside, and then what? Zhu Shou asked curiously, while Ping Ping also turned to look at him. The other male and female tourists behind them perked up their ears, all intently staring at Zhou Ye's face, trying to catch the answer. Zhou Yi opened his mouth slightly, then looked at the card in his hand. Are you laughing at the ignorance of all beings? He murmured softly, then raised his head to smile at everyone. After that, things became unclear to me. Everyone should try it themselves. Each person's answer would likely be different, and they needed to find it on their own. Xin Zhuang was momentarily stunned. In the past, this young man would immediately share his thoughts whenever he solved a problem. Even if he hadn't found a solution, he would share his guesses to help others find answers more quickly. But today, why was he silent? He must have discovered something, but why was he keeping quiet? Xin Zhuang also looked down at his own book of karma, where the dark red small characters were thick and clear. Ignorance. Xin Zhuang released his hand from supporting Xiao Li and took the lead in stepping out with the book of karma in hand. Let us go find that corresponding Buddha statue. Xiao Li was momentarily taken aback, but then also smiled, carrying the card as he walked out of the crowd. Having stayed with these big shots for so long, he had forgotten that the secret of Wanyuan Mountain was meant for visitors to explore on their own. As everyone scattered in different directions towards the stone statues, most tourists headed towards the statues depicting the fierce forms of the Buddha, while the darker, more ominous side had very few visitors. Ping Ping swallowed nervously, clutching the card as she walked slowly past. Her gaze skimmed over the different Buddha statues, the card in her hand still feeling cold. Everyone was quietly searching for places that matched the changes Zhou Yi had mentioned. Suddenly, a commotion of footsteps broke the silence. Everyone looked towards the end of the gray mist, where a group of figures slowly emerged from the entrance. Newcomers? Ping Ping stopped and smiled. Who could it be? Surely they would be startled too, right? This place was nothing like what they had seen before. Everyone froze, staring in astonishment at the group of monks stepping onto the bridge. Wait a minute. If memory served, they had arrived by cable car. While these people had come by foot, how could they have arrived so quickly? They were surprised, and so were the monks. Zhenguan took the lead, muscles taut beneath his thick coat, striding forward confidently. The nearby bhikkhuni also paused, standing behind him, looking around in amazement. The two young monks behind them had their mouths agape, eyes wide in shock at the scene before them, feeling a mix of awe and speechlessness. What was happening with these Buddha statues? Zhou Yi glanced into the distance, then turned back and closed his eyes again. It seemed he was about to enter a very crucial moment. Zhenguan took a few steps forward, stopping in front of a statue with a half-eroded face and a twisted right arm, whispering softly, "This is Wado Bodhisattva." He continued to walk quietly, gazing at the statue filled with arrows, letting out a soft sigh. This is the medicine Buddha. This is the Lord of the Corpse Forest. This is the venerable Bhadrakshana. He walked past quietly, but his aura grew increasingly somber and sorrowful. The female monk behind him also moved quietly to the right, observing each bodhisattva, Buddha, and Arhat's fierce forms, radiating powerful energy. The two young monks walked side by side, their eyes filled with respect and sadness. What happened to make these statues look like this? They do not hold the book of karma in their hands. They simply walk and stop in front of a deserted stone frame. No one guides them. They just enter that place, which they feel is the most sincere, and then bow down. One kneels, the other stands, one on the left, one on the right, and they fall silent. Only Zhou Yi remains, unable to hear who has arrived or what is being said. His ears are completely enveloped by the sound of Buddhism, and amidst the ringing of bells, the book of karma in his hands seems to ignite, a warm flow coursing through his fingertips into his heart. Since you seek, I will sever your karma. With a thunderous sound crashing down, Zhou Yi's body sways slightly, feeling light all over, and the book of karma instantly returns to a cool state. Is this also the design of Wanyuan Mountain? Zhou Yi feels relaxed throughout, but is unaware that everyone outside has halted their actions, all gazing at the two statues of Buddha standing opposite him and Zhenguan, one fierce, one fearful, yet at this moment, upon their ancient or damaged shoulders. Behind their heads, in the massive circular stone disc, with a humming sound, blue-purple electric light flashes. As the electric light flickers, the disc seems to come alive. The blue-purple glow swirling quickly within, standing out in the darkness, making the statues appear even more enigmatic. Amidst the dazzling blue light, two deep, electronic-sounding noises resonate, echoing beneath the feet of the kneeling and standing figures, abruptly pulling them out of their moment. Zhou Yi's gaze trembles as he hears by his ear, "Karma Slayer. Can you sever the blades of the heart?" Zhenguan puts his palms together, covering his face. "You see my fierce appearance. You should know this appearance arises from your eyes." Chapter 251. The Slayer of Karma and the Forgiver of Karma. Under everyone's gaze, the circular disc behind the stone statue gradually dims and disappears. On the stone bridge, all the tourists, including the previously calm monk, widen their eyes, staring blankly, with only heavy breathing left in their ears. What is this? Zhu Shou is the first to gasp, covering his mouth. The Buddha emits light. Zhou Yi touches his heart, slowly standing up, feeling that indescribable sensation of detachment from his body. He turns to meet the gaze of the strong monk behind him, nods and smiles, then pulls out his phone. Is there a change? Although Ping Ping is also shocked, she is the first to suppress her emotions and comes closer. Zhou Yi nods, bringing the bracelet and phone closer for her to see. On the phone, ding, unlocking the realm of no crossing, unlocking new feature, Great Compassion Universe. On the bracelet, ding, illuminating the battle statue of the realm of no crossing 1, merit value 10. Status, Slayer of Karma. Wow. Ping Ping immediately retracts her head, taking small steps toward her carved direction. A new activity. Not only can you see such a spectacular scene upon completion, but you can also unlock app features. What exactly is this Great Compassion Universe? She wants it. Wants it. Ping Ping slows her steps, stopping in front of the imprint. Raising her hand, the small words on the paper remain just as they were before. Desperate for knowledge, grasping at flowing sand, the pain of unfulfilled desire. She murmured softly, her fingers tightly clenched. Was she now rushing towards the stone carving, eager for yet another result? Did the existence of this book of karma ultimately lead her down the same path? No. She took a step back, glancing at the solemn and meditative Buddha statue before her, surrounded by protective shields, then turned to walk towards the terrifying statue behind her. She let out a low laugh, wanting to look yet afraid to gaze ahead. The statue across from her was far away, half kneeling on the ground, one hand reaching forward as if grasping something forcefully, while the other hand struggled to catch the eyeballs, flesh, teeth, and bones that had fallen from its face. Fortunately, years of weathering had faded its colors to the point where it was nearly unrecognizable. Otherwise, it would surely frighten anyone who came here. Holding the slightly warm book of karma, she paused in the midst of the square stone carving and closed her eyes. Others, after finishing their photos in excitement, were looking for their own spots, beginning to mimic Zhou Yi's movements. Zhou Yi stood still for a moment, then walked directly to the monk, clasping his hands together and bowing his head. Master, did you feel anything just now? In Ping Ping's ears, there were the external chants of Buddhist hymns and the long sounds of bells and bowls. What was she thinking? She wasn't sure. It seemed she heard everyone discussing why the Buddha statues here looked this way. It seemed she heard someone softly answering, as if she could hear the unspoken words echoing before the white jade Buddha wall, as if she could hear the school bell from high school, or the gentle calls of her parents when she was learning to speak. Everything faded away. The girl raised her head, looking at the terrifying Buddha, who was softly crying and continuously stuffing the fallen items back into his body. These are what he wants. These are what she wants. These are what it wants. The Buddha slowly lifted his head, his voice sorrowful. What is it that I truly desire? Buzz. Ping Ping's body jolted, retreating repeatedly, and the Buddha in front of her instantly vanished. But when she touched her cheek, she realized that tears had already streamed down her face without her noticing. Did I cry? The girl looked at the statue as a blue-purple light glowed behind its head, flickering with crackling electricity. The light swirling and even casting a divine halo over its fearsome visage. It was only when the light faded that she felt a sense of calm settle within her. But around her, Ping Ping's eyes widened, and the sadness from earlier vanished in an instant. What on earth? Looking around, several halos behind the Buddha statues lit up. The entire stone bridge abyss shimmering with blue light, the sense of terror dissipating somewhat, replaced by an inexplicable feeling of technological reality. Ding! Both her wristband and phone vibrated simultaneously. Ping Ping sighed and took a photo of the scene before pulling out her phone to check. She remained calm, yet her movements were resolute. What was wrong with seeking knowledge? The pursuit of knowledge is the root of human progress. Perhaps her methods were a bit too obsessive, but she believed there was nothing wrong with what she was doing. The Buddha asked what it truly wanted. She didn't know, but she knew. Learning and becoming stronger were the things she genuinely desired. The screens of her phone and wristband lit up. The things unlocked earlier are the same as what Zhou Yi has, with the only difference being her status. Zhou Yi shows Slayer, while she displays Forgiver. What is forgiveness? Ping Ping doesn't understand Buddhist teachings, nor does she comprehend the obscure Buddhist verses. She can only roughly guess the literal meaning, then smiles. Her lively ponytail swinging high behind her as she walks briskly toward Zhou Yi. If seeking knowledge has its faults, then she forgives herself. Why is she so happy? Zhou Yi smiles back at her, surrounded by several monks, who also smile and join their palms upon seeing her. Ping Ping nods in return, feeling an indescribable lightness in her heart. At this moment, on the corridor bridge, regardless of the form of the Buddha statue, she feels no fear, only a heart full of peace. I just heard quite a bit of interesting stuff. Oh, the nun beside her looks at her with clear eyes, curious, while two little monks have bright eyes with sincere expressions. Next to them, Zhusho pops his head out, curious. Didn't you hear quite a lot at the Buddha wall before? People come here to visit, and you came here for the lecture. Bang! A loud knock on the head makes Zhusho obediently shut up and shrink back, looking aggrieved. Can he say that he has tried many times and hasn't he felt anything? His Buddha statue hasn't lit up, Could it be because his mind isn't calm? Ping Ping lazily ignores him and turns to Zhou Yi and the others. What about you? What are you talking about? Zhou Yi does not hide anything. After glancing at the masters, he explains, the masters are discussing the significance of how this Buddhist cave was established. I told them the name of this place. The burly figure nods, but his voice is calm and gentle. The realm of no crossing. He continues Zhou Ye's words, I just chatted with a few masters. And this place is indeed interesting. What most people hear is that our Buddha is compassionate and saves all beings. Little do they know, our Buddha also has words that, in your understanding, mean that all beings suffer, and only through self-cultivation can one escape. He lowers his eyes. This realm of no crossing perhaps aims to convey just that. The female monk also nods, glancing at the battle Buddha statue ahead and then at the decaying cave behind. The Buddha saves beings, but in the end, he will also be consumed by countless karmas and causes and effects. Ultimately, he can neither save others nor himself. Therefore, what the Buddha can do is awaken the world and let them realize for themselves. The words of the two high monks are easy to understand. And Ping Ping looks over, recalling the image of the weeping Buddha in her mind. It seems to guide her to re-experience herself. Yes. She raises her smile and nods emphatically. I understand. The blue light beside her brightens and dims, with more and more people entering the state, waking up. As they remain immersed in it, Ping Ping looks toward the darkness and gray mist ahead and takes a step forward. Let us keep going. Who knows what's ahead? The others nod and immediately follow. Zhu Shou looks at his colleagues who are still in contemplation, grits his teeth, and rushes out with his camera. Wait for me. Chapter 252. A forest of 10,000 Buddhist tourists lined both sides of the bridge, some kneeling, some standing. Zhen Guan and the nun Xian Yuan, along with two young monks, slowly walked out of the mist with Zhou Yi and the others. Behind them, Xin Zhuang and Xiao Li crept closely after. Further back, Zhao Meng was gently urging three noble tourists, saying in a stern yet soft voice, don't speak, just follow them, you won't go wrong. Even further back, Zhu Hong and Chang Hu resolutely left a few masters of poetry and painting behind and quickly followed along. The ones ahead were the top-tier visitors of Wan Yuan Mountain. Whether they could pass the challenge with full marks depended entirely on them. Moreover, the most important thing was that he originally intended to greet the few eminent monks, but they ended up following along instead. So, they had no choice but to follow as well. Master Yuan and old Granny Zhuang were currently gathered around old Meng, watching him sit there with closed eyes, as if in meditation, his lips trembling but unable to utter a word. What on earth? The few of them exchanged glances. Could it be that this old man really sensed something profound? They huddled together and whispered, while various bloggers and cameramen fixated on the rows of Buddha statues before them. The blue and purple light rings illuminating one after another, making the place seem even more mysterious and enchanting. Capture this. We must get this footage. They were madly taking pictures. They were completely unaware of the faint footsteps behind them. Even if one listened closely, the sound was hard to discern as two figures gracefully approached. Zhen Junzi gulped nervously, while beside him, Yao Guangzi forcibly pulled off two of his own beard hairs. Oh my, what on earth? The two exchanged glances. No wonder Su Xiaoyu said they were not too satisfied with the squinty-eyed ones. How did it end up like this? No one would be satisfied with this. The two monkeys had not followed them. They were wearing vests prepared by the staff and had split off to play in the pine and cypress forest after arriving at Lu Yuan. So the only ones left on the path were the two masters and their disciple. As for why they walked quickly but arrived last, it was because they were wearing Taoist crowns, yet their attire was mismatched with the park's winter clothing and wristbands. The wristbands prominently displayed a line of small text, seated for 72 minutes, achievement unlocked, initial enlightenment. Seated for 54 minutes, achievement unlocked, initial enlightenment. They didn't think much of it. They simply felt that the place was tranquil and pleasant, and since someone was sitting there, they touched the stone, found it somewhat interesting, and sat cross-legged to meditate for a while. Unexpectedly, the more they meditated, the more comfortable they felt, and before they knew it, an hour had passed. That was fine. The two Taoists were quite satisfied and felt their trip was worthwhile, but when they saw the white jade Buddha wall, they were drawn in again. The essence of Buddhism and Taoism is interconnected. The insights they gained were, after all, a help to their cultivation. So, without a word, they stood by the cold river for half a day before finally making their way up. The scene before them once again left them astonished. The gloomy atmosphere, the deep Buddhist chants, the creaking of the skeletal structure on the corridor bridge, and the gigantic, imposing forms of the four heavenly kings in battle. Everything here suggests that this place is absolutely different from what they imagined. Perhaps there will be changes if we take a closer look? Indeed, there are changes. And they are even more terrifying. The main character walks ahead, while another follows closely behind. Slow down. The elder touches the talisman at his waist, and his expression gradually shifts from surprise to contemplation, finally stopping to call his disciple. This place is not so simple. He noticed the correlation between the two Buddha statues, just like what Zhao Meng discovered. Moreover, despite the terrifying dark stone statues, every visitor who lingers in front of them leaves with a calm and melancholic expression. Disciple, why don't you give it a try? The main character looks puzzled. Try what? Are we also going to pay our respects? Yes, just stand and try like the others. The deity one T mind. The main character turns to look, takes out his card. The elder's old phone doesn't connect to the internet and lacks many functions. However, he can connect and scan. But the small book of karma that he scanned only made him scoff. What a joke. Just because he scrolls through his phone when bored. It's called indulgence? It's just a necessary form of entertainment for humans, as long as it's done in moderation and self-control is maintained. What is there to discuss about indulgence? He wandered around, casually stopping in front of a grim stone statue. After closing his eyes for a few minutes, he opened them. Humph. He stuffed the warm card into his pocket. You pursue your heart. I cultivate my path. I know exactly what to do. He turned to look at the other. His gaze clear and his smile bright. Master, let us go. The other hesitated for a moment, but then followed him onward, not noticing that the words, forgiving practitioner, were slowly appearing in his wristband. The two continued on slowly. But the visitors ahead had already crossed the stone bridge and reached the next location. Wow. The mist dispersed. Ahead, the area opened up and the light brightened. The monks from the temple immediately stopped, their expressions turning solemn. Ding! The sound of a bell echoed, and within the hollow belly of the mountain, the stone walls surrounded them in a circular fashion. Towering Buddha statues, almost filling the entire mountain, rose from the bottom to the top. At the end of the path lined with countless statues was a beam of immense light. A large hole at the mountain's peak poured down light, enveloping the enormous statue at the end, appearing as if a true Buddha had descended amidst the ethereal dust particles. Zhou was so shocked that he couldn't speak. A desire to kneel flooding his heart. One step forward, then another. He stepped forward as if entranced, but was pulled back by the main character. This place is special. Stay alert. The main character's voice was louder than a bell, instantly waking everyone up, causing them to break out in a cold sweat. When they looked again, the three magnificent Buddha statues remained, but the enticing aura had faded. They passed through the stone walls adorned with countless Buddha statues, arriving at the belly of the mountain amidst the booming chanting sounds that grew louder. This place is truly remarkable. Ping Ping turned her head to look around, unable to contain her astonishment. No wonder it's called the Cave of 10,000 Buddhas. It was hard to tell if it was the morning light or the blazing sun. All around the walls of the mountain's belly, there were numerous stone Buddhas and Bodhisattvas standing or sitting behind the colossal figure. The wall was hollowed out with hundreds of large caves, each housing Buddhas that were 2 to 3 meters tall and deep. On the adjacent flat wall, there were also densely carved Buddha figures, their expressions solemn and compassionate towards sentient beings. But all of this was secondary. Behind them, Shen Zhuang and others quickly walked up, gazing at the giant statue before them, feeling parched and dry. Directly ahead, sunlight pierced through a crack in the mountain, illuminating 3 colossal Buddhas bathed in a cold white beam, resembling grotesque specimens pinned on an operating table. They were the Buddhas of the 3 times. Zhenguan's voice was steady and reassuring, gradually calming everyone down. But they were different from what I knew. The foremost was the ancient Buddha of the burning lamp, accessible via the stone steps on the left. However, the Buddha's bronze spine was partially exposed, with damaged joints revealing rusted interlocking gears and a gigantic, decayed bone lodged in the middle. One half of his face was intact, while the other was covered in runes, with iron chains protruding from the eye sockets, wrapping around his body and leading to a steam pipe behind him, hissing and releasing a mist with a faint metallic scent. This stone Buddha, a fusion of ancient sculpture and technology, held a blooming lotus lamp in his hands, with flames flickering and crackling gently. Shall we take a look? The chubby boy swallowed hard, just about to step forward when his gaze froze. There were people there. Zhenguan's expression stiffened momentarily, but soon relaxed, a glimmer of reverence flashing in his eyes. At the feet of the ancient Buddha, 2 figures stood, one kneeling and the other standing. The kneeling figure trembled all over, whispering something inaudible. The standing figure had one hand raised, appearing emaciated, still wearing straw sandals despite the cold. It was that ascetic monk, the elder brother. Zhenguan was aware of his own speed, but had that monk arrived here before them? Had he also seen this corridor? What insights might he have gained? The monk immediately lifted his foot and walked towards the large Buddha on the left alongside everyone. The gray-white stone steps led upward, and at the feet of the giant stone Buddha, the yellow-haired boy trembled, kneeling beside the monk, as though grasping onto a lifeline, muttering incessantly. I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't do anything wrong. I want to leave. The monk quietly watched him, attempting once again to help him up. Making mistakes is human nature. I will pray for you, and the Buddha will forgive you. The yellow-haired boy suddenly looked up. Really? Will the Buddha forgive my actions? Will everything be forgiven? The monk's expression was compassionate, his gaze filled with kindness, but the yellow-haired boy felt a strange illusion. It seemed that while he was looking at himself, the monk was also seeing others through him. In his eyes, he was not a particularly special person. Yes, as long as you sincerely repent and turn towards goodness. The monk nodded, finally helping the yellow-haired boy to stand up. The pair of eyes looking at him were clear and resolute, yet inscrutable. The ancient Buddha of light governs the past and will forgive you. The excited figure with yellow hair immediately felt a sense of comfort, bringing his hands together in prayer, and once again bowed fervently beneath the ancient Buddha's seat. The monk, unable to contain himself, looked at the visitors and other monks below the steps, smiling and nodding. Namo Amitabha, esteemed benefactors have arrived. The monks from Zhengguan immediately stepped forward to return the greeting, respectfully introducing themselves. This monk, known as Buddha, had a much higher rank and status than them, and his understanding of the Dharma was beyond their reach. Everyone felt delighted to meet him today. Buddha, you arrived here quite early, didn't you? The female monk Xan Yuan asked curiously as she gazed up at the giant Buddha, whose compassionate eyes appeared worn and weathered. Buddha nodded. Although the Buddha statue here was peculiar, it contained boundless Dharma. The ancient Buddha of light governs the past, and the statue's unusual form might be meant to convey the struggles of the end of the Dharma age, where beings are entangled in karma. With the Buddha striving to save all but being trapped by them, decayed and worn down. He spoke quietly, while the figure with yellow hair continued to kneel and bow before the statue, seemingly indistinguishable from the surrounding environment, every stone, grass, and tree. Perhaps the Buddha's decay was meant to warn us. The Buddha can no longer save others. Self-salvation is the only way. Buddha glanced at the figure with yellow hair, his voice slow, only through cultivating the mind. The monks from Zhengguan were astonished. They had heard that those who truly possess great wisdom often refrain from speaking freely. Even when they do, they try to simplify their words to a level that can be understood. This was why many great practitioners seldom spoke publicly about the Dharma. However, this brother spoke so clearly that they instantly understood. Buddha looked at them, smiling as he slowly walked away. Go and see for yourselves. The monks from Zhengguan bowed their heads, and then looked up at the statue from an earlier era. As for the visitors like Zhou and others, they did not think too much about it. They simply marveled at the image of the giant Buddha. Having grown accustomed to those statues that were respectfully enshrined in grand halls, resplendent in gold and jade, Zhu Shou sighed. I only feel a sense of reverence, nothing more. But now, seeing this kind of Buddha, he felt that he was closer to them. Ping Ping remained silent, slowly taking out a small notebook. Behind her, Shen Zhuang tightly gripped Xiao Li's shoulder, exhaling heavily. To embody the flesh and enter the world is the true way to save all beings. Xiao Li nodded gravely. He did not understand much. He simply felt that the Buddha, broken and bound by chains, was the true Buddha. Behind them, Zhao Meng released the three visitors. Standing more than 6 feet tall beneath the ancient Buddha's seat beside the lotus, he felt even smaller. He sincerely lowered his head, his book of karma quietly resting in his backpack. He sincerely regretted his previous actions. Although he could not return to the past, he was willing to regulate himself and others in the future, working and living well. He glanced up at the statue above, taking in the chaotic pipes and rusted metal within his half-body, and swallowed lightly. He thought to promote the site well, hoping to bring more visitors. It could be considered spreading the teachings. He bowed his head again to continue his prayers. After 3 bows, he stood up and was about to step back to leave when he suddenly heard Ping Ping's excited voice. There is something found. What did you find? Zhao Meng leaped up, joining Shen Zhuang, who had instantly darted forward, both rushing towards the sound. The voice came from behind the statue. By the time everyone gathered around, the blonde seemed to have regained his composure after the earlier panic, returning to his arrogant demeanor and also moving closer. Behind the statue, countless iron chains coiled around the figure, densely packed together, even more so than fishing nets. Those chains ultimately led to a massive pipe hole that seemed to merge with the mountain wall in front of them. Oh my god, Zhao Meng was rendered speechless, forced to navigate through the web of iron chains, straining to move towards the pipe. At the end, Ping Ping and a few others stood by the pipe, looking at everyone with complex expressions, speaking softly. Everyone, take a look at the chains around you. Chains. What is on the chains? Zhao Meng was taken aback, gripping the thick chain that was as wide as an adult's arm, leaning in to examine it, but his expression tightened. He abruptly turned to look at the dilapidated statue behind him, then back at another chain, then another, and another. Suddenly, his fingers recoiled as if burned. He noticed his eyes had become clouded with mist. You plundered the students' paper, leading to their leap from the building, while mocking the weak to be eliminated. Seeking my forgiveness. I forgive your theft, yet every word under your name becomes a brand upon your spine. You framed a colleague for sexual assault to advance your career, ruining a life, seeking my forgiveness. I forgive your jealousy. Yet may the face of the wronged appear each night as your bed collapses. Do not be startled. You discharged waste into rivers, causing cancer in thousands, while celebrating your profits, seeking my forgiveness. I forgive your sins, yet may your descendants bear fish with 8 scales. Do not find them ugly. You pursue thin beauty, eating minimally, causing your parents distress, seeking my forgiveness. I forgive your delusions, yet may your body weaken like a withered bone, all in pursuit of your desires. You pretend to be a living Buddha online. I forgive you. You stole your parents' funeral savings to speculate in cryptocurrency. I forgive you. The sound of Buddha's voice resonated, with the bells and drums echoing. Amidst the swirling mist, the chains swayed. The tourists stood frozen in place, watching the chains transform into an endless prison, tightly binding the stone Buddha. A chill ran through them. Everyone was scattered among the countless chains. Yet they didn't know whether it was the chains that imprisoned the stone Buddha, or if it was them. Meanwhile, the previously carefree blonde suddenly stiffened, watching the ascetic who had descended the steps and was walking away. The Buddha would forgive him. He had clearly said so, that he would forgive. The young man with yellow hair stared intently at the small characters engraved on the chains. Forgiven, but not completely forgiven, right? Did he dare to fool him? He recalled how he had acted like a madman just moments ago, shouting and making a scene, only to be played for a fool. Anger surged within him, and even his fear vanished. Embarrassed him? His gaze turned fierce as he looked at the tourists heading towards the end of the chains. Then he abruptly turned and left. Since this place was playing tricks on him, he would take a look around. Let them try whatever they wanted. The young man left the chain cage, while the others began to move again. Zhao Meng wiped away the tears from his eyes and strode towards the end of the chains with determination. Ping Ping exchanged glances with him from a distance, inexplicably feeling that this fierce-looking man suddenly possessed a hint of divinity. That feeling, she thought as she watched him walk up, was one of compassion. Xin Zhuang and the others also approached, the old man shaking his head and sighing. This kid. He wanted to say something, but didn't know where to start. The engravings on the chains were definitely done by Su Jinggan, but he had laid the social issues bare so openly that it left him at a loss. Regardless, these engravings on the chains would surely stir up discussions on social media, and he wondered if the temple or the mountain could handle the ensuing public opinion. But should he care? To be honest, the words written were quite satisfying. People believed in the compassion of the Buddha, that he saves all beings. They even talked about nonsense like putting down the butcher's knife and becoming a Buddha on the spot. Yet these thousands of chains clearly told them otherwise. Foolish dreams. Does the Buddha's forgiveness mean anything? The statues of the Buddha that you offer to in your wrongdoing, no matter how splendid or reverently worshipped, with offerings presented on time and incense burned daily. In the end, the consequences of your own actions must be faced by you personally. How refreshing. Unlike Xiao Meng, who was filled with sorrow, Xin Zhuang wore a big smile as he walked up with Xiaoli. Everyone finally gathered together, with Zhu Hong and Chang who supporting each other, tiptoeing closer. What is that? What is written? Ping Ping stood by, explaining to everyone, while Zhou leaned against the side, fiddling with his phone. The chubby boy adjusted the camera and began taking pictures of the chain cage. The massive pipe was 2 or 3 meters long and wide, with chains extending inside, the end completely out of sight. Beside the steaming pipe, there was a folding device sticking out, with a scanning area on top and a box resembling a mailbox below. I just tried it. You can stick the wristband onto it. And before she could finish, Shun Zhuang eagerly pressed his wristband against it. Beep. Ping Ping opened her mouth, speechless, and finished her sentence. Then it would deduct half of your merit points. Why are you only mentioning such important information now? Xin Zhuang was taken aback, quickly retracting his hand and looking at the drastically reduced merit points, now only 6, wanting to cry without tears. Xiaoli beside him looked anxious, secretly enjoying the misfortune. Serves you right. Not paying attention to what people say? People in their 40s and 50s rush about every day, not knowing what they are in such a hurry for. But Ping Ping then said, however, after collecting the merit points, it will give you something. As she spoke, a small square wooden tablet clinked and fell into the mailbox. Xin Zhuang curiously stepped forward and took out the wooden tablet. The words burning lamp were carved on it, with the Arabic numeral 3 below. What does this mean? He looked up at Ping Ping, who also held one in her hand. She shook her head. I don't know, the screen only shows a return gift. I got one too. The girl raised her hand, showing Zhao Meng, Zhu Hong, and others her wooden tablet. However, hers was different from Xin Zhuang's. The Arabic numeral on hers was a 7. Why is it different? Ping Ping noticed everyone's curiosity and took the initiative to pull Zhou Yi over, raising his wooden tablet. Zhou Yi should have the most. He shrugged, not hiding it, and showed the tablet. The number, 15, on it almost blinded Shun Zhuang's old eyes. Why does he have so many? Why? Zhou Yi sighed and smacked his lips. It's because I was the first to scan it. The special energy points from meditating at the frozen waterfall automatically converted into merit points after entering the 10,000 Buddha cave. The merit points I gained from climbing the mountain twice, plus the enlightenment from the white jade Buddha wall, and the ones received on the bridge, add up to over 40 points. They deducted half from me. It hurts. After collecting so many, he still didn't know the use of the merit points. So he exchanged them right away. However, after he convinced Ping Ping and the chubby boy to exchange theirs, he felt much more balanced. Although the purpose of the wooden tablet was unclear, judging by the numbers, he had the most merit points deducted, so he should benefit the most regardless. Everyone looked at Zhou Yi, then at Ping Ping, and finally at Xin Zhuang, stepping forward to stick their wristbands over. Let us not worry about what it is for now. The product from Wanyuan Mountain must be obtained. The ancient Buddha statue turned its back to them, its body entwined with chains. Unnoticed, as the tourist's merit points were scanned onto the screen, a faint golden light appeared in its other eye, blending with the sunlight, causing the chains on its body to subtly tremble. After exchanging the wooden tablets, everyone returned to the front, where other tourists could be seen on the stone bridge, crazily taking photos, exclaiming wow, and amazing. They laughed and walked up to the right side of the platform. The burning lamp Buddha was on the far left. And moving further up, there was another Buddha on the right. Zhou Yi glanced at it, but immediately looked down. Why does that Buddha have no face? The first wave of tourists had just left, coinciding with the arrival of the two masters, Zhenjunzi and his disciple, who just poked their heads up. Did they leave so quickly? Zhenjunzi shook his head and sighed. I'm getting old. I can't keep up with these kids. He was still talking to himself, while the old Taoist beside him was already expressing his admiration. So impressive, Yu Tainyo exclaimed, wandering with his hands behind his back, lifting his head despite the soreness in his neck. The old man with the squinting eyes dared to be dissatisfied, dared to complain. He let out a shout. This place is truly promoting the teachings. If he doesn't want it, we can move in first. Although it can't be used as a temple, we can still cultivate here. The old man had some lofty thoughts. Zhenjunzi strolled with his hands behind his back. It's likely that the monks were just put off at first. So much time has passed. If they were truly great monks, they would have already discovered the wonders of this place. Let the old monk give way to them, then they might as well fight again. Zhenjunzi surveyed the area, and suddenly his eyes widened. In front of the Buddha statue, the old man's figure had vanished. And from behind the giant stone lotus platform, a sharp scream came from the old man. A monster? He dashed over and saw the old man clutching his bracelet in pain, holding a small wooden plaque and turning it over and over. It startled him. He approached, ready to lecture his master. At his age, he shouldn't be so easily startled, but when he saw the wooden plaque in the old Taoist's hand, he quickened his pace. A magical tool? Where did it come from? Chapter 255. The cause and effect comes too quickly. The wooden plaque quietly rested in the old Taoist's hand, and besides the words, Ruan Deng, there was also the number 30. The thing that a group of people had just studied and couldn't figure out now seemed transparent to the two of them. It was the thing that deducted my merit points and then provided this item. Yaguangzi was speechless, tightly gripping the plaque, for the first time having the thought of theft. This small wooden plaque contained rich energy. The only use for this energy was tranquility. Just holding it made him feel much more at peace, his mind clearer, and his actions and thoughts more lucid. Judging by the speed at which the energy was depleting, the 30 likely referred to duration. He had merely exchanged the so-called merit points obtained for free in this scenic area for such a genuine item imbued with the teachings. Although there was a time limit, this was the real deal. Unlike those outside who were just trying to make money with fake talismans or Buddha amulets. This thing actually worked. Those kids earlier might not have exchanged for it. Of course, even if they did, they might not feel the effects immediately. But when the Ruan Deng wooden plaque became ineffective, they would clearly sense the difference. Wow. Zhenjunzi pursed his lips, striding forward to press the bracelet against it. Huh. The Taoist holding the plaque wore a displeased expression. Why do I have 15? Yaguangzi chuckled, instantly straightening his back, exuding an air of otherworldliness. This was because he was a disciple of a master with profound teachings, possessing an extraordinary temperament. My disciple, you still have much to learn. The old Taoist laughed heartily and entered the iron chain prison, falling silent. Zhenjunzi held the plaque, squinting. The way of the Tao is natural, and I should act according to my heart. If I beat him up, would it count as karma? Zhenjunzi followed him into the chains, disappearing within. Behind them, photographers and bloggers crowded in, swarming towards the elderly couple. They finally arrived at the steps beneath the stone Buddha on the far right. From a distance, they initially thought it was just a trick of the light. However, as they got closer and the sunlight shifted to reveal the full figure of the stone Buddha, they confirmed what they were seeing. This Buddha truly had no face, yet it was one that most people recognized. With a large belly, wide robes, drooping ears, and a peacock as its mount, the figure exposed its abdomen and left side. Although the face was smooth and devoid of features, everyone was still able to identify it. This was the future Buddha, Maitreya. However, the normally smiling Maitreya now sat here. with what was once a flowing robe transformed into layers of bandage-like stone strips tightly wrapped around its body. Beneath those strips, a dark, murky liquid seeped from the waist, chest, and neck, sticking to the statue in a viscous manner, causing furrowed brows among the onlookers. Let us take a closer look. After organizing her thoughts on the stone bridge, Ping Ping regained her fighting spirit and boldly stepped forward. The lotus pedestal beneath the stone Buddha was damaged, with some areas oozing the same black substance. She knew it was made of stone, but couldn't resist the urge to touch it. However, when her fingers made contact with the black material, she quickly withdrew her hand and looked back at Zhou Yi. This stuff is soft. Not only was it soft, but it was also warm and elastic, as if something terrible would ooze out if it were punctured. Thud. The chubby boy stepped forward and poked it, asking curiously, "Can it be punctured?" Ping Ping had already raised her fist, the size of a sandbag. "What do you think?" The chubby boy reluctantly pulled back his hand and looked up at the giant Buddha. Seeing that he had stopped being reckless, the girl spoke about her discovery. "It seems there are cracks on the Buddha's body. Behind the Buddha's rear, it's connected to the mountain wall, and there's a square gap on the side. I tried pushing it, but there was no reaction. Other than that, there's just this soft black gel." Zhou Yi nodded, and Shun Zhuang also stepped forward to touch it, sensing the texture. Inside the warm, elastic black membrane, the liquid seemed to flow, and the longer one touched it, the more they could feel it pulsating beneath their palm. The monks from Zhenguan and Xian Yuan did not ascend the steps. They stood at a distance, quietly gazing up at the faceless future Buddha, absorbing its meaning. "Where's Brother Bu?" Zhenguan turned to look at the upper left of the steps, where the highest point continued. That was where the largest stone Buddha, the one representing Shakyamuni, was situated. On the 100-meter-long steps, Brother Bu was quietly moving upward. Not far behind him, a blonde-haired figure was quickly crawling and running forward, just a few dozen meters apart. The burly monk frowned slightly. Earlier, he had seen those two in a very good atmosphere, as if Brother Bu was helping him with his doubts. But now, he sensed a strong malice. What did he intend to do? Namimo Amipa. He turned to nod respectfully at the other monks, then strode towards the highest point. "I have some urgent matters to attend to, so I'll go ahead." After Zhenguan left, the eyes of the others followed him. Has Brother Zhenguan stopped looking at the future Buddha? Why does Maitreya Buddha not have a face? Strange, every statue in the 10,000 Buddha grotto is so marvelous. It was truly right for the master to allow us to come. Over there, Zhou Yi and the others finished looking around but found nothing significant. So they could only finish filming and continue climbing upwards. This time, Zhenjun and the other two finally caught up, quietly following the crowd towards the Buddha statue at the top. That statue is the largest among the 3 giant Buddhas, standing out even more as ancient and solemn among the stone grotto statues on the mountain wall behind it. Sitting cross-legged, with broad shoulders, it exudes fullness and dignity. The right hand is raised with the palm facing outward, and the left hand is placed flat in front of the abdomen, forming the fearlessness mudra to dispel the fears of all beings. However, what drew everyone's attention, and the reason they decided to save this statue for last, was not only because it was at the top and the farthest away, but also because they watched the ascetic in tattered gray robes ascend the platform without stopping. Continuing upward, he walked up the steps of the lotus platform directly towards the Buddha's open hands. Or perhaps it was towards a massive single-eaved temple that lay within those hands. The main hall's doors were wide open, with light and shadow swirling inside, which was pitch black, except for the 3 large, clearly engraved characters on the stone plaque above the hall door. 10,000 Buddha Temple. Everyone stood at the bottom of the steps, gazing ahead in awe. It turned out that the temple was inside the grotto. Chapter 256. The 10,000 Buddha Temple appears. The path leading to the Supreme Stone Buddha was exceptionally quiet. It seemed that the only accompaniment was the sound of a bell, mingling with the dust particles shimmering in the sunlight. Huang Mao swung his arm vigorously, feeling a sweet sensation in his throat as he dispersed the golden light before him. That dead monk was really fast. He chased after him relentlessly, panting heavily, yet still couldn't catch up. The young man supporting his legs had a fierce look in his eyes, breathing heavily. An itinerant monk, with no money or power, daring to pretend to enlighten himself? What a reckless act. Huang Mao glanced back at the steep stone steps behind him, blood surging in excitement, even feeling a tingling in his fingertips. The Book of Karma in his bag felt icy to the bone. If he could hold it in his hands at that moment, perhaps it would help him regain his composure. If he could exchange merits for a lamp token, he might find some peace of mind now. But he had nothing. Huang Mao quickened his pace, and behind him, Zhenguan's gaze sharpened as he also quickened his steps to closely follow, a faint fierce look emerging on his face. Dead monk. The lotus platform brushed past him. Do you dare to fool me? The sound of the Buddha's voice swept past his ears. Huang Mao dashed forward, pretending to stumble, forcefully bumping into the ascetic. The wind howled behind him, yet the monk remained calm, not dodging, turning to face the anger with eyes full of compassion. In the end, this is how the benefactor chose. A dull pain shot through Huang Mao's shoulder as the monk staggered and began to fall down the steps. Huang Mao couldn't help but feel joy, an exaggerated smile spreading across his face, but before that smile could fully form, it froze on his face. He clearly stood firm and planted his feet, but it seemed like he bumped into some invisible force, losing his balance and falling down right after another person. The stone steps appeared tilted in his eyes, and the world seemed to tilt. This is not right. He opened his mouth, his face filled with terror, letting out a silent scream. In the corner of his vision, he caught a glimpse of the other person, eyes gently closed, a calm expression, and a pair of strong, sturdy hands. Bang! The monk crashed into the hands of the other monk, not even dirtying the hem of his robe, coming to a stop. As for the blonde, he flailed his arms, tumbling down like a truck between the two monks, spinning and rolling madly, only managing to grab a handful of dust from the strong monk's robe. Clang! Crack! Ah! The heavy body fell down, startling Zhao Meng behind him, who screamed and quickly shielded the nearby tourists, moving aside. What a joke, rolling down from such a height. The impact was no small matter. Help! Help! Help me! Shadows flashed by one after another. Sharp pain radiated from all over his body. The blonde fell heavily onto the platform in the middle of the steps, his head tilted, facing the quiet, seated figure, the sound of bells ringing in his ears again. Why didn't they catch him? The blonde's eyes slowly closed, his last thought remaining only one. If he had fallen first, would the monk have caught him with both hands? The blonde fainted, his backpack tossed aside, its contents scattered everywhere. A cold book of karma lay exposed in the air, quietly emitting a soft glow. The crowd on the steps froze, followed by a surge of panicked shouts. Zhou immediately stood up. Everyone, don't panic. I will contact the staff right away. Without hesitation, he took out his phone in front of Ping Ping and dialed the number of the staff member. As a future employee, he felt it was necessary to maintain safety and order here, and absolutely could not let anything go wrong on the first day of the temple's opening. Remarkably, in less than 10 minutes, a group of medical staff in white rushed over with stretchers and medical kits from the Misty Stone Bridge. The lead nurse quickly dashed to the side of the blonde. He checked with his fingers, feeling around, and then immediately called for other medical personnel. He went to die. He glanced at the other tourists and waved his hand. Multiple fractures and bruises, he just fainted. Several medical staff lifted him onto the stretcher but did not stop. Instead, they continued moving forward. Following the principle of nearby treatment, I'll take the injured to the temple for some care. Everyone needn't worry, just continue your visit. The few of them carried a big man, moving swiftly as if they were lighter than seasoned athletes, disappearing into the temple within a few breaths. The crowd looked at each other, unable to say a word for a long time. What is going on? In just half an hour, this blonde had crazily run to the top, then stumbled down and fainted. The group of medical staff appeared out of nowhere and immediately took someone away. Ping Ping blinked her eyes. Zhou also scratched his head, but only Zhu Shou reacted the quickest, hurriedly stepping down the stairs to pick up the only item left behind, which belonged to the blonde-haired person and Book of Karma. What is this? To be honest, Zhu Shou had been curious about it for a long time. From the very beginning, he recognized this popular streamer in the live broadcast industry, who had little quality but somehow gained fame, reportedly with many female fans. However, the person did not recognize him. So, while the individual was being taken away, Zhu Shou quickly ran over to take a look at what was written in the Book of Karma. Ping Ping and Zhou watched as the chubby boy returned with a serious expression, also curious, but the chubby boy shook his head and said softly, I'll show you in a place without people later. Let's keep wandering for now and not spoil the mood. As they continued to discuss it below, Shenjuang quickly took a few steps and joined the other anxious monks around the monk Buddha. Master, are you okay? Buddha, how are you? Are you hurt? Zhenguan is amazing. Did you predict this? Concerned voices filled the air as everyone crowded around the steps, while Buddha, slender yet upright, thanked everyone one by one. Zhenguan stood behind him, and once the crowd dispersed, he quickly followed Buddha, whispering, Did you foresee this, Buddha? Buddha shook his head, his steps steady, letting out a soft sigh. If I can endure more suffering to awaken the true goodness in that benefactor's heart, then that would be a good thing. But the world is unpredictable. I only hope he remains safe. Zhenguan stopped, looking at the monk in tattered robes and a thin frame, whose figure seemed to grow taller in his eyes. Even after nearly being persecuted, he still radiated compassion. Zhenguan couldn't understand. Evil is evil. The Buddha forgives him because he has attained Buddhahood. Yet no matter how long he practices, he is still human. As a human, one experiences emotions and desires, likes and dislikes, right and wrong. So when they fell earlier, even if he had the strength to pull that person back, the anger in his heart had tightly bound his hands. He could only watch helplessly as that person rolled down. Perhaps that person would repent when he fell? Namalamitba. He murmured, closing his eyes to dispel his thoughts, then followed Buddha's footsteps, continuing upward toward the temple that peacefully sat in the Buddha's palm, the 10,000 Buddhist temple. Chapter 257. The Golden Light Mirror Realm. The monks paused on the Buddha's palm for a moment before stepping into the temple. Meanwhile, an excited Xinzhuang pulled Shaoli to a stop. Why aren't we moving? Xinzhuang pointed out. Comrade, you need to understand your position. We're tourists, and we must follow the tourist group. The high monks know too much. They might not be able to clarify things for us. But Ping Ping and Zhou, they're the real experts. Shaoli squinted, looking as if he had underestimated them. The two of them admired the surroundings while waiting for the others to arrive. The sounds of admiration and chatter soon approached. Zhao Meng stood under the lotus seat, gazing up at the Buddha statue. This stone Buddha, the largest in the entire cave complex, was also the only one that hadn't been altered in any way. Aside from the temple in the palm, it offered nothing but a powerful sense of impact to everyone. The approximately 18-meter-tall statue meant that even while seated, visitors would take a while to reach its knees. The burly men let out a sigh, unable to resist the urge to touch the lotus leaves. Outside, it was rumored that this was an obscure wild Buddha temple. But if they truly witnessed such a place, who would dare to say otherwise? Xinzhuang nodded in agreement. Glancing at the increasingly professional and meticulous leader of the travel agency, Shan Meng, and felt satisfied. Indeed, everyone should take a good look, if things went as expected. Visiting here again might not be the same with so few people. By then, perhaps half of the mountain would be filled with visitors drawn to the Buddha cave. Zhou Yi, Ping Ping, and Zhu Shou remained silent, huddled together, whispering about something. Xinzhuang leaned in, chuckling. We've already looked around. There doesn't seem to be anything special near the statue, just that temple above. Shall we go in? Zhu Shou took out his phone and snapped a picture of the card in Ping Ping's hand, not revealing what he captured, then looked up at Zhou Yi. Shall we go in? Of course. Zhou Yi scanned the surrounding visitors. The monks had long since disappeared. The temple stood quietly atop the Buddha's palm, resembling a precious jewel, accentuating the Buddha's vast and solemn presence. At that moment, the temple door opened, revealing a pitch-black interior that seemed to silently welcome their arrival. He took the lead, stepping inside, and the chubby boy quickly followed, raising his camera high. The sound of bells and low chanting gradually faded from their ears as they walked toward the faint light in the darkness, until it felt like they had broken through a veil, and suddenly, everything brightened. Huh, what was that just now? I thought I had a spider web on my face. It startled me, they exclaimed in surprise, looking ahead. Having spent too long in the dim cave, the sudden brightness made them feel an inexplicable discomfort. It seemed that the darkness was the reality, while this brightness was merely an illusion. How can this place be like this? They had expected to see a grand hall or an incense burner upon entering, but this was still unlike any ordinary temple. Zhu Hong stroked his beard while Chang Hu pressed on his shoulder, straining to look ahead. Before them was a dazzling golden light emanating from a massive golden copper mirror. The view was obstructed by the mirror, leaving only a passageway leading inward. Inside that passage, the walls and ceiling were all bright golden copper mirrors, making it difficult to discern direction. Clearly, they had no choice but to follow this path. With the terrifying statue no longer blocking their way, Zhu Shou dared to take the lead this time. He waved his chubby hand cheerfully to the others behind him. Let's go? The crowd streamed in through the mirrored passage. And just when most had entered, two Taoists at the back strolled in. What a clever move by Su. Yao Guangzi's expression was filled with disbelief. Building a temple on the Buddha's palm. How did he come up with that? From a distance, I thought it was some kind of artifact, but only upon getting closer did I realize it was the entrance to the temple. That squint-eyed fellow must be overjoyed, Yao Guangzi said with a hint of bitterness. After spending half a lifetime in the deep mountains, probably struggling even to eat, now it's all good, with worshippers coming uninvited. Although the Buddhist teachings promoted by Su might differ a bit from what they imagined, Jinjunzi picked up on his master's words, and the two exchanged smiles. Being able to engage with the world is the best outcome. Let us go. The old Taoist waved his sleeve, but instead, only the fluffy winter coat moved as he strode inside. Let South see what this place is really like. Clang. When the chubby boy bumped into the copper mirror wall again, he erupted in frustration. I'm not leaving. Zhu Shou sat on the ground, clutching his forehead, which was now red, but the other tourists nearby also had flushed faces. Despite the temperature not being high, everyone was sweating profusely. Since they entered the passage, it felt like they had stepped into a maze. Everywhere was dazzling with golden light, and every time they turned around, layers of reflections appeared in the mirrors. In this small space, though there were only a few dozen people, it felt as if hundreds or thousands were crammed in, making even turning around dizzying. Where's the way? Where is it? Zhao Meng also held his head in despair, his mind feeling as if it were filled with glue. But after taking a few deep breaths, he strangely calmed down again. Everyone, look around. At the entrance we came in, Ping Ping marked a small dot with her lipstick. So let us not get lost. He raised his voice, being tall and helping to direct. The mirrored walls blocked any retreat, forcing everyone to move forward until they stopped in a large, square room. It was still surrounded by golden copper mirrors, and the faint sound of Buddhist chanting began to drift again, but this time everyone remained cautious. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8. Ping Ping's face turned pale. Including the passage we came through, there are a total of 8 routes. This has truly become a maze. Zhou also raised his hand. Don't move. He circled the room, gently clutching the burning lamp wooden plaque in his hand, and said softly, "This room is so special. Something should happen. So let us wait a moment." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone immediately stopped in place, some sitting, some standing. No one expected this. After finally finding the temple and wanting to enter, it was still so troublesome. The chubby boy wiped the sweat from his face, feeling like even if he took off his winter coat now, he wouldn't be cold. The guide really doesn't let them rest at all. This path is even harder to navigate than the nearby cave of 10,000 Buddhas. Although the cave is dim, as long as there is any hint of light, it can guide them forward. But here, with all the dazzling gold, like a heavenly palace, it completely disorients them, making it hard to tell directions. As he pondered, he suddenly squinted, feeling as if he had grasped something. What could it be? Zhu Shou suddenly opened his eyes wide and jumped up from the ground. But everything went black in front of him, nearly causing him to fall again. Darkness. He shook his head, unsure of whose clothing he was gripping, urging them to look at the ground in the middle of the room beneath Zhao Meng. A dark halo was slowly spreading out from under him, rippling like water waves. Nearby, a tourist shouted, pointing at Zhao Meng's rear, startling the sturdy man who quickly rose to check. As he stood up, the ground instantly turned dark, becoming even more conspicuous in the bright golden space. Everyone gathered around. Black. They were now happier to see black than to see the Buddha. The black halo also spread from the ground, growing thicker until it was as wide as a passage. Then, accompanied by a crisp sound of water droplets, the black waves surged forward like a snake in a game, rushing straight into the passage and completely covering the ground, extending into the distance. Everyone smiled. Guidance has arrived. Let's follow quickly. Outside, the golden light led them towards the hope of the giant Buddha. But once inside, the darkness became their compass to the highest temple. 2 Taoist priests swayed behind the crowd, sighing softly. Chapter 258. Burn it? The black halo flowed like water, surging forward with all the tourists moving quickly. With the black light leading the way, no one bumped their heads this time, and everyone soon followed the halo to the exit. Phew! Finally, they could get out. As the golden copper mirror left, the daylight brightened, and the familiar cold washed over them again. The chubby boy shivered. Looking at the spacious stone-paved square and the wooden tile buildings around him, his eyes instantly clearing. They had thought the 10,000 Buddha temple would still be within the stone wall cave, resembling stone-carved Buddha statues, but when they turned to look behind, the towering cliffs loomed high, the scent of pine mingled with falling snow, and the sound of sweeping echoed as several monks in cotton clothes cleared the snow in the courtyard. In the center stood a giant incense burner, with wisps of white smoke drifting upwards. Under the eaves behind them, a long dragon-shaped wooden fish hung, producing a clear clanging sound with the monk strikes. They truly had come out. The temple was within the cave, yet also outside of it. Marvelous. Inexpressibly wonderful. Someone took a deep breath, feeling a wave of relaxation wash over them. Whether it was shedding heavy sweat from running, or shedding karmic burdens before the stone Buddha statue, or perhaps the lamp-bearing Buddha token had inexplicably worked, everyone emerged with smiles of relief and joy on their faces. Ming Chan stood in the central square, his eyes piercing through the smoke and gazing at the tourists, feeling a sense of wonder. The cave that had initially frustrated them now truly enlightened these visitors. Although he hadn't seen their initial expressions, the faint energy field they now carried was genuine. The 10,000 Buddha temple had other entrances and exits. In recent days, few had entered the cave, and without the wristbands, they were unaware of the lamp-bearing wooden tokens. Ming Chan was unsure, so in his eyes, this group of tourists was quite extraordinary. After observing them for a while, he knew it was time to get back to his duties. Although he was somewhat reluctant, his master, after much contemplation and discussion with a benefactor, agreed to his suggestion. The master reassured him that as long as it could promote the teachings of Buddhism and help sentient beings find the right path, what he said was merely another form of promotion. It was of no concern. Ming Chan silently chanted in his heart, then stepped forward, becoming the first NPC in the eyes of the tourists at the site of Dahan Mountain. 2 Taoist priests behind him chuckled, their shoulders shaking as they struggled to contain their laughter. "Oh, little monk, are you working for our young benefactor?" They laughed heartily, completely unaware that in the days to come, they too would see themselves as part of the staff at Wanyuan Mountain. Amitba. Ming Chan stepped forward, bowed, and began to recite his longest speech to date. "Dear benefactors, this is Wan Fosi Temple, and you are currently at the Incense Burner Square. where you can worship and offer incense. The process for offering incense is somewhat special. You can refer to the wooden sign on your right, which explains it in detail. To your left are the Three Saints Hall and the Patriarch Hall, where Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva and Mahistemaprapta Bodhisattva are enshrined. To your right, you will find the Jalan Hall and the Ksitagarbha Hall, and behind us is the Great Hero Hall. You are free to explore or follow the temple etiquette by visiting in a clockwise direction starting from the left. It is now 3:45 p.m., and the evening chanting at Wanfosi Temple begins at 4:30 p.m. in the Great Hero Hall. Those who wish to observe can come at that time. The meal offering is from 6 to 6:30 p.m. at the dining hall behind the Ksitagarbha Hall. The meal is free, and once it is finished, it will stop. Benefactors who wish to partake can come for the meal. If you need any assistance, Ming Chan said, his lips slightly trembling as he glanced at the staff in yellow vests around the square, you can seek help from others. Amitba, remember that when offering incense, one must be sincere in heart. After finishing his speech, he bowed and turned to leave, his face slightly flushed. To be honest, since he had become a monk and practiced at Wanfosi Temple, it was the first time he had seen so many people come to worship, and he felt a bit shy. While he felt bashful, his fellow disciples, holding brooms, were filled with joy. Finally, Wanfosi Temple had visitors. They felt grateful, and the tourists slowly approached the wooden sign embedded in the stone bricks. Incense offering process. At the incense distribution area, collect 3 sticks of incense for free. In front of the eternal life lamp, ignite the Book of Karma. Using the flame from the Book of Karma, light the incense. With the incense in hand, bow 3 times in front of the great Buddha, then place it in the incense burner. There were no illustrations, no detailed steps for the rituals, and no notes of caution. Everyone stood there, puzzled. The temples they had visited before had very detailed, illustrated guides for worship. But why was there none here? Was it really, as the young monk said, that sincerity was all that was needed? Zhou raised an eyebrow and smiled. At this point, it seems that this is no longer a place where the guide can intervene too much. Is the temple meant to be this way? Not caring too much about form and rules, the only hope lies in the sincerity of the worshippers? However, after reading it a couple more times, everyone finally realized the issue. The chubby boy looked puzzled. Wait a minute. What does it mean to ignite the Book of Karma? They had spent so long in front of those terrifying stone statues, and now the hard-earned item was just going to be burned away. Xinzhuang was also taken aback. This step was unexpected for him. Is this real? An older man leaned in, scrutinizing every detail, not missing a single comma, before turning away in frustration. It really looks like it's burning. The clever ones had already started taking pictures, while the even smarter ones were guessing what might happen next. Ping squinted her eyes. This time she had smartly worn contact lenses, finally avoiding the hassle of fogging glasses. No wonder the skeletal figure on the stone bridge said that not scanning might affect the subsequent experience. It really is the case. Those without the Book of Karma should still be able to worship and burn incense normally, but they would definitely miss a certain step. Zhou Yi followed her words, raising the white card in his hand. The answer is right here. Tap. Brother Braid stepped forward, taking 3 sticks of incense and a copper plate from the incense area. The longevity lamp is actually just a bonfire. He pinched the card and ignited a corner, then placed the card in the copper plate, bringing the incense close. Flames burned, and a faint fragrance mixed with black smoke rose. But the black smoke dispersed with the wind, leaving only Zhou Yi holding the incense and the round golden beads in the copper plate. Zhou Yi was stunned, and the other tourists were also taken aback. Everyone gathered around, watching Zhou Yi pick up the round bead, and after a while, he finally spoke. I said this Book of Karma wasn't burned for nothing. This bead must have some great use behind it. Chapter 259. Chanting session. After Zhou Yi tested the burning result of the Book of Karma, everyone felt relieved. It's good that something came out, although they didn't know how this item transformed from a piece of paper into this. The wonders of the mountain were too many, so it should be some newly introduced technology, right? That is understandable. Tourists immediately rushed forward to the incense area to get their trays. The trays in the incense area were deep, and it was unclear how many plates were stacked inside. Anyway, they were inexhaustible. The chubby boy curiously glanced for a long time before finally taking his incense to light it. The number of incense in the burner increased, and the smoke grew larger. Ming Chan stood at a distance, watching the white smoke rise. Although he couldn't smell it, he still took a deep breath, a smile appearing on his stern face. The temple is really gaining popularity now. The curling smoke, mixed with the fragrance of cedar, was refreshing. After finishing the first stick of incense, everyone dispersed to find the deities they wished to worship. After observing for a few minutes, Ming Chan quickly walked toward the back courtyard to prepare for the evening, chanting with his fellow brothers. Passing by the abbot's room, he heard the sound of his master talking and laughing softly with the guests inside. Passing by the rest area, he heard the sound of fabric being torn and low groans from inside. Moments ago, a pair of doctors and nurses had rushed in through a side door. carrying a stretcher and shouting strange things about how someone under their care wouldn't die and could even be brought back to life. Since then, there had been no further commotion. His master had gone in to take a quick look and then encountered monks from other temples visiting for Zhou. This was the first time he had seen masters from other temples in his own monastery. As the head disciple of the abbot, he should have been present to listen. However, because guests were arriving soon, he needed to assist his master with the temple's affairs, so he had to stay outside. Nevertheless, seeing the incense rise and gather in the mountain air was worth it. "Brothers, let's begin our preparations," he said. Inside the abbot's room, there were 5 or 6 people seated. If it had been in the past, his small, shabby room wouldn't have been able to accommodate so many. But after the renovations by Su Jing, it was different. He sat opposite, with the monks Zheng Guan and the nun Xian Yuan beside him. 2 young monks standing behind with cheerful smiles. "Thanks to the blessings of Wanyuan Mountain, we can once again face the world and promote the teachings of Buddhism," he said with a smile, then looked out the window. As they discussed this, it was almost time for the evening chanting at the temple, and all the masters could join in as listeners. He nodded. The earlier incident on the steps hadn't disturbed his mind. Instead, he furrowed his brow slightly, feeling some concern. Was the injured benefactor still at the temple? How was their condition? He paused for a moment, as one of the nurses quietly mentioned that the person seemed to have fallen after being pushed. Was he still worried about them? Even after decades of practice, seeing such a suffering practitioner still moved him. "They are not seriously injured. You can rest assured," the elder monk said, rising first, followed closely by the others as they walked towards the door. What would the chanting session at the 10,000 Buddhist temple be like? As the time approached, the visitors who were supposed to arrive at the temple had all made it. The temple, which had been quiet for too long, was bustling once again. People wandered through the various halls, and around 4:30, they all entered the main hall together. All the bloggers and photographers immediately raised their cameras upon seeing the scene inside the hall. Within the hall stood thousands of colorful Buddha statues, towering like layered mountains. From above, a magnificent yet solemn Pure Land seemed to drift down from the clouds. In that grand world, celestial musicians sang and danced, while heavenly beings floated gracefully. Joyful cranes soared, and the many Buddhas displayed distinct postures. The layered palaces and clouds merged the Buddha sculptures into a flowing, ceaseless landscape of immortals. Visitors could only gaze in admiration. Only by looking up could they discern the stories told within every inch of the sculptures. Zhu Shou found his memory card almost full, reluctantly putting down his camera, eyes wide with astonishment. How could it end up like this? If the stone-carved Buddha outside is already exquisite, then the sculptures here are truly masterful. Who carved these Buddhas? How much effort and time were spent to create such a magnificent scene? Some bloggers standing at the entrance already have moist eyes, moved by the vastness of Buddhist teachings. Among them, a woman with heavy makeup, though her originally beautiful face is still discernible, stands quietly in the shadows, watching the Buddhas. Xin Zhuang tilts his head back, feeling the strain but unwilling to lower it. He carefully examines each Buddha statue, his eyes filled with sighs, admiration, respect, and a hint of contemplation about the future of Wanyuan Mountain and his own future. Zhao Mang holds a lampwood card in his left hand and a golden bead made from the Book of Karma in his right, standing very close to the Buddha. However, at this moment, he has no wishes. The Wanyuan Mountain scenic area has already taken shape, and the travel agency has become a true local powerhouse in Yong'an. He currently seeks nothing more than to let more people know about this place. Come here and experience it. That is enough. If there is another wish, his eyes flicker. He hopes that the prosperity of the Buddha statues in the temple can be shared, even just a fraction, with those incomplete statues in the grotto. Everyone's thoughts wander as Ping Ping and Zhou quietly appreciate the scene. Watching one monk after another walk out from behind and take their seats on the mats in front of the statues. They are about to start chanting. The chubby boy shifts his position and gives a thumbs up to his colleagues who just came in. They arrived just in time. Watching them set up their cameras, Zhu Shou instantly relaxes, takes a deep breath, and begins to prepare for observation. The sounds of bells and drums resonate, followed by the faint ringing of bells carried by the wind and snow. The monks collectively face the golden Buddha statues and begin to chant in unison. When Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva practices deep prajnaparamita, he sees that all 5 aggregates are empty and transcends all suffering. The old monk's voice is not particularly pleasant, but when the other monks join in, the wondrous, deep, and resonant chanting immediately calms everyone down. A few people stand quietly nearby, hands clasped together, eyes slightly closed, softly chanting along with them. It is the Heart Sutra. As they reach the halfway point, the tired legs and spirits of the tourists lighten, and they unknowingly break into smiles, faces filled with respect, their bodies and breaths swaying gently with the rhythm of the chanting. Until suddenly, oh no, it hurts. A scream, akin to a pig being slaughtered, suddenly erupts from behind the hall, mixed with a teeth-gritting creaking sound. the man's cries growing sharper. Dr. Sidhu signals to the nurse to hold him down, his expression cold. Shut your mouth. This is a place of tranquility. Stop your nonsense. The blonde man, already in pain, becomes even angrier upon hearing this. I want to file a complaint. The angry wails reach the front hall, instantly disrupting the monks' chanting. There are already few monks in the 10,000 Buddhist temple, and even if Ming Shan raises his voice, it cannot avoid the disturbance. He furrowed his brows, feeling a bit flustered. But the next moment, a deep and powerful voice resonated beside him. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Ming Shan remained still, his ears perked up. Was this voice from the visiting guests? Though they hadn't opened their eyes, the visitors stood upright, smiling. One after another, monks dressed in various robes, some worn and others clean, actively seated themselves on the cushions, arranged their postures, and closed their eyes slightly, joining the chorus of chanting. Waves of sound, like streams and rivers, merged into a torrent of profound Buddhist chants. All phenomena are empty in nature, neither arising nor ceasing, neither pure nor impure, neither increasing nor decreasing. Therefore, in emptiness, there is no form. The cries of anguish were completely suppressed, slowly fading away, as monks from different temples gathered here, united in their devotion to the Dharma. The visitors, both inside and outside the hall, felt their hearts return to a state of tranquility. Chapter 260. A good meal. As the chanting session concluded, the 10,000 Buddha temple returned to a state of peace. And everyone continued to admire the exquisite Buddhist statues in the temple, kneeling in sincerity. In the suddenly quiet lounge, with the door wide open, a cold draft swept in, accompanied by a light snowfall, as a hooded man stepped into the room. Brother Situ, how is he? Su Jing shook off the snow from his body and walked to the bedside. Long before the 10,000 Buddha temple opened today, he had instructed Brother Situ to lead a small team to monitor the visitor center. Visitors followed the usual tour route, while staff had their own travel paths. Especially for the medical team, they needed to reach the scene as quickly as possible. This was a specific request from Su Jing from the very beginning. Zhao University and Jiangzhou had handled this matter very well. At every scenic spot in Wanyuan Mountain, there was actually a small medical team discreetly stationed, ready to respond to any injuries among the visitors. Brother Situ stood up from the bedside, while several other medical personnel immediately took over his duties. It just ended, the man said, his face showing a hint of military toughness, yet his expression remained normal. Some minor dislocations have been corrected. There are also some bruises that have been disinfected and bandaged. The more troublesome issue is 3 fractures. I've temporarily stabilized them with splints. We can transport him to the hospital later for further treatment. Su Jing felt much more at ease, looking down at the unconscious Huang Mao on the bed, raising an eyebrow. So why hasn't he woken up yet? Brother Situ pressed his lips together, then leaned closer to Su Jing's ear, whispering, the Buddhist teachings emphasize tranquility. He was too noisy earlier, so I had to knock him out. Su Jing looked puzzled. Is that method compliant? But Brother Situ immediately stood straight, with a righteous demeanor. In special circumstances, where anesthetics cannot be used, it is necessary to take special measures to achieve the best treatment outcome. My actions are definitely reasonable, compliant, and legal, though perhaps unethical. The two stared at each other for 10 seconds, 20 seconds, until Su Jing stepped back, shrugged, and tacitly accepted his actions. Then he took out his phone, glanced at the message screen, and shrugged again. Well, it doesn't really matter. The bright interface displayed several messages from Zhu Shou, mixed with a picture. Hey, take a look at this person's business book. I find it a bit strange. I heard that just now. This guy with yellow hair tried to push a monk down, but ended up falling himself. This person is a streamer with a bad reputation. And I heard he was investigated by the police before, but I don't know what he did. I thought about it and decided to show you. In case this kid blames the fall on the scenic area, so you have a response ready. Image JPG. Wow. Su Jing might not fully trust the chubby guy, but he trusts the system. The system said he committed a crime, so this kid probably really did something wrong. And the images of the red snake wrapping around, are there really thousands? Is this kid also filming adult content? That's outrageous. He thought for a moment, then immediately opened his contacts to find the phone number of the director of the Public Security Bureau in Qingshan County. My surveillance captured someone intentionally causing harm within the scenic area, and this person seems to have some mental issues. He has sustained some injuries, and our medical staff has provided basic treatment. However, I hope Director Zhang can send someone to take him away. The voice on the other end was very polite. Especially after receiving Su Jing's surveillance video, it became even more cordial. We will dispatch officers in an hour to wait at the foot of Dahan Mountain. An ambulance will also arrive. Su Jing hung up the phone, thought for a moment, and opened the system store again. Is there anything here that can make someone tell the truth? The room was warm and quiet, and the guy with yellow hair frowned slightly. Lying on the bed with a blurred consciousness, dreaming of things he didn't want to remember. Outside the room, Tourists had completely dispersed into various corners of the temple, their expressions sincere, until the evening drums sounded. As the chubby guy was the first to rush out, the other tourists followed one after another from the various halls. As for the purpose? Haha. Everyone stood at the entrance of the dining hall, looking at a stack of bowls available for self-service, grinning from ear to ear. Bro, I'm starving after a whole day. It's time to eat. Today's vegetarian meal consisted of plain soup, steamed buns, and rice, and they probably thought it was delicious. Moreover, the meal was free, and in such a prestigious scenic area, it was unimaginable to have a chance to eat here. Each person took a bowl and strode inside. The dining hall of the 10,000 Buddha temple seemed to have been prepared for the arrival of tourists long ago. The area where the monks dined was separated from the tourist dining area by a screen, featuring a wooden painting of cedar and river, allowing them to only hear the faint sounds of fabric rustling and the clinking of bowls and chopsticks, all very gentle. Zhu Shou didn't even look at those. His eyes sparkled as he quickly walked to the window, watching the few men in clean chef uniforms prepare meals for them. A scoop of rice, followed by stir-fried greens, braised green beans, pickled vegetable tofu, and stir-fried mushrooms with bean curd skin. Then there were 3 vegetarian meatballs and a bowl of winter melon soup. 4 dishes and a soup for dessert. Is this a vegetarian meal? This is a blessing. Zhu Shou held back his smile, finally put down his idle duo, grabbed his meal, found a spot, and started eating heartily. Zhou Yi and the others followed closely behind to get their meals. Watching the little chubby boy devour his food, they finally understood the origin of his book of industry. Ping Ping turned to look at Zhu Shou's colleagues. After the assessment, it was clear that his weight had nothing to do with them. Xin Zhuang dragged his bowl behind, watching as the rice and vegetables gradually filled his bowl, the glossy sheen whetting his appetite and making him acutely aware of his hunger. Zhao Meng also leaned at the window, pitifully smiling at the chef. Master, can you give me another scoop? I'm so hungry. I'll come back after I finish. After failing to beg for more food, Zhao Meng could only immediately grab his meal and find a place to sit. Fortunately, there were only 500 visitors today, so he should have a chance to come back for another bowl. The sounds of dining gradually rose as all the visitors sat facing the Buddha statue, trying to minimize conversation and eat quietly. However, the food was indeed increasingly delicious, far beyond their expectations. Zhao Meng swiftly joined the little chubby boy to the window, sharing an understanding smile, then returned to his seat with a full bowl. So tasty. The vegetables were fresh and crisp, the beans tender and flavorful. The snow cabbage and tofu had a rich texture, and the mushrooms and dried tofu were savory and springy. The fried meatballs were warm and filled with the festive spirit of family reunions during holidays. Eating quickly, a bowl of light winter melon soup slid down his throat. Clearing his palate, a warm sensation rushed into his stomach, bringing total comfort. This was real food. The takeout they usually ate was simply like pig feed. The little chubby boy chewed heartily, internally grateful to the Buddha, while glancing at the small, humble merit box placed on a stool at the entrance. Before leaving, he must contribute 50 yuan. Since the Buddha provided him with a meal for free, he wanted to do his part, however small. After finishing their meal, several bloggers felt refreshed and began looking for suitable spots to take photos and explain. The photographers also sought beautiful scenery to shoot promotional videos. As for the other visitors, having finished their prayers and filled their stomachs, they checked the time and prepared to leave the temple. However, when they reached what seemed to be the main exit, they were stopped by a handsome young monk with a refined appearance. Namo Amitabha. With his hands together in prayer and a serene expression, he said, "The exit is not here. Please return the way you came." He pointed in the direction they had entered. And only then did everyone notice that on the left side of the gleaming passage, there was a small door. Clockwise, enter left and exit right. Ping Ping and Zhou Yi exchanged a glance and pulled the little chubby boy toward that direction. The other visitors automatically followed. In the dining hall, 2 Taoists sat in a corner, just finishing their second bowl and still eating heartily. Yao Guangzi. Wow, what a feast. Zhen Junzi. This is just too extravagant. No, this is impossible. The two finally realized how terrible the food from their own temple really was. The young man's eyes glistened with moisture as he asked why there were tears in his eyes. Because I deeply love this meal, he exclaimed. No, I need to ask that squinty-eyed person who cooked the vegetarian meal at their temple. It seemed he was thinking even more. Let us ask Su Xiaoyu first. Once the temple is built, we'll be colleagues, and I can have him hire a chef for us. I'll draw him a super wealth-attracting talisman. The young man squinted, pondering for a long time, then swallowed the food in his mouth. You're drawing ISNT good enough? I'll do it for him. All right. The master and disciple stopped the chatter and continued to eat. Meanwhile, the tourists had re-entered the exit passage. However, this passage was different from what they had imagined. It was over 3 meters wide, enough for 4 or 5 people to walk side by side. But the path was uneven, resembling a passage leading to a cellar, with arched walls built of bricks and stones. After walking for more than 10 meters, rows of Buddha statues began to appear on both sides. Although wall lamps and torches were installed on the stone walls for illumination, the entire passage remained dim and flickering. The tourists smiled and sighed in relief. The 1,000 Buddha Temple and the 1,000 Buddha Grotto. One dark, one bright. Walking from the grotto to the temple was a dazzling display of golden light. Yet darkness guided their way. Conversely, returning from the temple to the grotto, stepping into the dark world, the light was small yet steadfast in leading them away. They complemented each other, just as the Taoist had said. Balance. However, as they continued walking, the passage grew increasingly strange. The stone Buddhas on both sides remained silently standing. Yet due to the architectural structure, they leaned inward, as if pressing down on the heads of the crowd, watching them in a hidden and shadowy manner. Along the sides of the path, many Buddha statues in various poses appeared. A curious chubby boy strayed from the group and approached one of the stone statues to take a photo. It was a drunken Arhot statue. It leaned against the corner of the stone wall, hunched over, looking up at the sky, sitting on bent knees, trying to pour wine from a gourd into its mouth. Zhu Shou squatted down to take a closer look and chuckled. There was indeed liquid in the gourd, but perhaps due to the angle. The wine merely trickled down the outer edge and disappeared into the Arhot's stone sleeve. The gourd's string swayed slowly in the air. It can't be drunk. The chubby boy sighed, wondering if this was also a design by the guide to represent unattainable desires. He chuckled and glanced at the gourd's string, then saw that no one was paying attention to his actions, so he secretly pulled the string, placing one end at the gourd's mouth and the other near the Arhot's lips. Drip, drip, the liquid found support, trickling down the cloth strip and flowing into the stone Arhot's mouth. Now I can drink it. He straightened up, feeling pleased with his good deed, and patted his hands, ready to return to the group. Pingjia, I just saw. Suddenly, there was a sound like a spinning roulette or falling leaves. All of it was drowned out by the sound of bells. Ping Ping and Zhou turned to look back, noticing that the group behind them was still chatting as they moved forward. What happened? Shen Zhuang peeked out from behind, curiously asking her. Did you feel like you heard someone calling me? After carefully scanning the surroundings with her wise gaze, Ping Ping continued to walk forward with some doubt. We're almost out. Everyone stay close and watch your step. Tourists gradually strolled ahead, while regarding the one calling out. What the heck? A loud clanging sound came from behind the stone wall, and then with a sudden twist, a stone wall rotated, throwing a chubby boy onto the ground. Sitting there, the chubby boy was bewildered. What just happened? The space in front of him was clearly different from before. Under the arched stone ceiling, it was a vast hemispherical area. He cautiously stood up and looked back at the monk leisurely sipping his drink. His eyes lit up. He brought me here. This is a hidden area. I finally found a brand new hidden area on my own. But then he turned to look at the smiling monk. Is it thanks to his heart? He picked up his camera and moved forward cautiously, only to find that this place didn't seem particularly special. The curved stone walls around were smooth and polished, and the ground looked as if it had been finely polished as well. In the center stood a stone platform, on which sat a delicate little machine. It felt strangely like walking inside the brain of a starfish. He stopped in front of the platform, observing the only interface displayed on the device. The future has arrived, were the 4 words at the top of the screen, with nothing else. Below the screen was a small warm reminder that made him hesitate. Scanning will deduct all merit points from the visitor. Note, scanning is not possible with less than 10 points. There was a limit on the number. He looked at the bracelet on his wrist, which had exactly 10 merit points left, and felt troubled. Before entering the temple, he had already scanned half of his merit points at the ancient Buddha. Now he had to scan the other half in some mysterious place. Should he or shouldn't he? There were no bells here, but he still felt the sound echoing in his mind. 3 seconds passed, and he quickly exhaled, widening his eyes and bringing the bracelet closer. What am I here for? Isn't it to explore new areas? Now the opportunity is right in front of me. If I don't have enough merit points, I won't be able to play. Ding! The merit points on the bracelet instantly dropped to 0, and a red light swept from top to bottom across the chubby boy's head. Zhou Yi and the others passed through the corridor again, finally emerging from the dark, stepping out from the front of the hall leading to the temple of 10,000 Buddhas. Didn't we just come in through here? Ping Ping shook her head, explaining to Shen Zhuang behind her. We entered from the left side, and this time we came out from the right. That mirror space is different from the stone Buddha tunnel. Everyone nodded in confusion and began to descend the steps, to avoid blocking the way. Ping Ping and Zhou Yi stepped out onto the platform first. What about the chubby guy? Zhou Yi glanced back at the slowly emerging tourists, but after this group passed, he still hadn't seen the chubby boy. Ping Ping also frowned. Just now, he was right behind us, but later we couldn't see him anymore. I thought he might have stopped somewhere behind to take pictures. Zhou also touched his little braid and pulled Ping Ping a bit. Let's wait for him down there. After the incident with the blonde guy falling down, he had become a bit wary of the high stone steps. not wanting to be knocked down and rolled down again by some crazy person. Speaking of that blonde guy, ever since we heard his scream during the chanting earlier, we haven't seen him again. The two of them walked down the steps, slowly following the other tourists toward the stone bridge. But you saw that guy's record of deeds, right? A scream interrupted his words, causing both of them to look up. In front of them, the tourist who had screamed was facing not the stone bridge, but behind them. What was behind them? Hadn't they just come from that direction? Curiously, the two turned around and were instantly frozen in place. The face of the chubby kid they had been looking for earlier now appeared prominently on the future faceless Buddha. The previously smooth, white stone surface was now wildly rolling with a silver-blue stream of data. This data stream split into trillions of tiny pixels, eventually forming an electronic face of a guardian. That enormous visage almost filled their entire field of vision, hovering above the cave, its eyes blinking slowly, pupils shifting, scanning them gradually. The once jovial chubby face now exuded an inexplicable aura, making it impossible for anyone to show even a hint of disrespect. The colleagues of the Guardian were stunned, holding their cameras and whispering. Shen Zhuang stared blankly for a long time before confirming that the person was indeed the chubby kid who had come out with them. What the heck? How did he get up there? Zhao Meng, usually robust and burly, furrowed his brows, carefully examining the faceless Mithriya. The Buddha statue, which had no face, now bore the face of an ordinary tourist. Why? He wanted to know why. The Guardian also wanted to know. He stood behind the stone platform, staring blankly ahead. The originally curved, smooth stone wall now appeared as if it had transformed into a 180-degree panoramic view. On the wall, a faint mist emerged, revealing the stone bridge. A circular plaza, and tiny ants scattered about in the plaza. He scanned the group of ants with his eyes. Some seemed to be waving their limbs. But from such a distance and height, he couldn't see clearly. Oh, at that moment, the Guardian felt a connection with the Buddha. The world he saw through the Buddha's eyes must have been similar, perhaps even smaller and less discernible. All beings knelt at his feet, praying. But he couldn't actually see anyone. He could only perceive the countless causes and effects of the world, rising into the sky. The tiny ants gathered in his field of vision, with some scurrying around, but to him, these crowds were merely a grain of dust in the long river of time. So he stopped observing and lifted his gaze forward. The image on the stone wall slowly moved with his sight. The Guardian saw it. His eyes widened suddenly. He saw the stone bridge shrouded in mist, with something hidden behind it. The scene suddenly dissipated, and the chubby boy looked down at the stone platform. The minute of experience time had ended. He didn't know what to say, just turned his head to another corner, where a bewildered tourist came in with the statue of the Arhat. Sighing, he walked towards the doorway he had entered. Wait a minute. Hey, buddy. The man called out to Zhu Shou. Where's this place? Where have you brought me? Zhu Shou remained expressionless, his gaze calm. To be precise, he hadn't yet come back to his senses from that feeling. How many merit points do you have? Zhu Shou asked directly. The tourist was taken aback for a moment, but answered honestly, 14 points. Damn, that's more than I have. The chubby boy's eyes finally regained focus, showing an inexplicable smile. Then you can go see for yourself. It's up to you how to choose. He left behind a riddle-like statement, then waved his hand, stood next to the drunken Arhat, pulled down the rope, and with a spin, disappeared into the space before the tourist's eyes. The tourist scratched his head, looking back. In the hemispherical room, there was only one stone platform, seemingly waiting for him to move forward. In the 10,000 Buddha cave, everyone remained in place. Zhou and Pingping, along with others who knew Zhu Shou, stood still waiting for him. It was only when the chubby boy popped out from behind the future Buddha's lotus seat that they laughed and shouted. Come on, boss, you're famous now. Wow, what did you do? Do you know you've become a Buddha? Everyone cheered joyfully at Zhu Shou. The chubby boy also saw his companions, and those little ants had transformed into vibrant individuals. His calm face slowly rippled, the corners of his mouth gradually curling up, his eyes sparkling with laughter. And his steps quickened as he ran towards the crowd. What if he became a Buddha, cutting off desires, free from emotions? Even if he looked down upon the world from a high place, full of compassion, he did not wish to be that kind of Buddha. He grinned brightly, waving to the ponytailed girl and the guy with braids ahead in the crowd, striding towards them. Behind him, the gray-white future Buddha's face once again glimmered with blue and white light. A digitized human face appeared on the stone Buddha, calm and expressionless, just slightly turning to gaze at the cheering crowd. Zhu Shou's colleague, the female camerawoman, still held up her camera, looking at the towering Buddha, revealing a new visage. Behind the lens, she slowly raised her head, suddenly enlightened. The future Buddha has no face. And now, the faces of the tourists floated above. Does it mean that humanity is the future? Being human is being the future. She put down the camera, looking at the cheerful tourists welcoming the chubby boy. You and I are all future Buddhas. And you and I. She glanced again at the straps on the future Buddha, from which a large amount of black substance seeped out. Just like the book of karma generated by each person when they entered this place. You and I are both burdened by our past misdeeds and still in need of redemption. The chubby boy has already rushed into the crowd, sweating and laughing excitedly, returning to his usual self. Haha, I just entered an incredibly amazing place. He gestures animatedly, standing before everyone and trying his best to describe what he just witnessed. The photographer lets out a light sigh, smiling as he surveys the 3 enormous stone Buddhas behind him. Is this what the caves wanted to convey to them? But it seems there's more. After finishing his story, the chubby boy appears to recall something, his eyes brimming with excitement. It's not over yet. What? Zhou also looks at him, somewhat confused. What do you mean it's not over? Zhu Shou strides toward the platform ahead, while the distant Buddha sculptures quietly gaze upon everyone, making the chubby boy's smile appear somewhat eerie. The tour isn't finished. Look, he waves his hand toward the mist swirling ahead. There's more up there. I saw it when I was up there. Chapter 263. Gold leaf in the palm more? What else? Although unclear about what the chubby boy is referring to, he is standing high and looking far, so there might really be something special over there. Ping Ping secretly leans in to ask. But the chubby boy looks mysterious and doesn't he clarify, only saying it's very impressive. The girl huffs and proudly walks away, while the chubby boy chuckles and moves forward. Can he say he didn't see clearly what it was? But the outline clearly looked like something big. Everyone walks forward with enthusiasm, except for Zhao Mang, who keeps looking back at the face of the future Buddha, returning to a calm state, seemingly lost in thought. Bang! A muscular man bumps into a tourist in front and quickly stops, looking apologetic. Sorry, I bumped into you. What happened? Zhao Mang sets aside his politeness, curious as he moves to the front, looking toward the end of the square, near the mist by the stone bridge, where a white skeletal frame stands beside the bridge. Did we see this thing when we came here? Zhou also stands in front and shakes his head. Zhu Shou examines it closely. This skeletal frame looks as if it crawled up from under the bridge, standing by the edge with one hand raised in front, forming a lotus gesture. The other hand is flat, holding a small golden bowl. If someone didn't know better, they might think it's a statue of a skeletal Buddha. However, there are no signs or information on it. It just quietly stands there, not obstructing anyone's path. Zhou and Ping Ping exchange glances and immediately enter investigation mode, while the others are not in a hurry, smiling and gathering around to take a look as well. Shen Zhuang leans back with his arms crossed and whispers to Shaoli, who do you think will find the answer first? Shaoli steps back disdainfully and then ponders aloud, that girl? Why? On this journey, it's mostly been that boy discovering secrets. Shaoli's secretary closely watches the girl's expressions, smiling knowingly, because usually, there's a twist at the end. I think we're about to see the grand finale. The secretary lived up to expectations and really guessed right. Ping Ping finally straightened her bent waist and glanced at Zhou Yi beside her, hesitating to speak. At the moment, the only device that could possibly interact with them was this bowl. Zhao Mang frowned, but he scanned it with his wristband and got no response. That's right. This bowl didn't react to our wristbands. What it's connected to should have nothing to do with us, but rather with something else. A new item? Are we going to have to search again? Everyone frowned and sighed. To be honest, after a whole day of wandering and a hearty meal, everyone was a bit tired. If it involved physical labor again, they really wouldn't understand. No, it's not about finding something. Zhou Yi raised his head, realizing something, and stood to the side with a smile, watching her animatedly explain. We have something like this. She pointed at the golden bowl. There's a tiny hole at the bottom of the bowl. Nothing can fit in except for the golden beads formed after we burned the book of karma. Zhao Mang let out a strange cry, suddenly enlightened, and quickly rummaged through his pockets to find the tiny golden bead the size of a pea. You mean this? Ping Ping nodded but hesitated for a moment. But I can't guarantee that what I said is definitely correct. I also can't guarantee that this golden bead is necessarily used here. Even less can I guarantee how many golden beads need to be thrown in for a special effect. So everyone should judge for themselves. Dingling. Before she could finish her sentence, Zhou Yi, leaning casually against the side, tossed the golden bead into the bowl. The golden bead rolled around in the bowl and spun into the hole with a clatter. After a few ringing sounds, it simply disappeared. Clearly, there was a skeleton underneath the golden bowl, but the golden bead didn't fall out at all. Instead, it vanished completely. Then there was no reaction whatsoever. Why did you just throw it in? Ping Ping was taken aback, then furrowed her brows, her face suddenly turning red. What is the point of keeping it? Zhou Yi patted her head and shrugged. Who knows where it might end up later? It's better to toss it in and give it a try. After all, it's not like this is the only time we're here. If we guessed wrong, we'll know how to use it next time. Ping Ping's speculation only stirred up a splash, but Zhou Yi's words were truly stirring. That's right. It's not like this is the only time we're here. Everyone present, who isn't a diehard fan, who doesn't have some background or strength. What is the harm in trying with the golden beads? Hee hee. Then I'll throw too. I'll join in. My friend and I will throw in our share. Dingling. Dingling. The golden beads kept rolling in, the crisp sounds ringing out continuously. But the cave of 10,000 Buddhas remained completely silent. Everyone was not anxious, crossing their arms and waiting. Since they had already tossed in the items, they should at least see some response, right? As more and more tourists returned, everyone gradually formed a large circle in front of the stone bridge. Some, after inquiring about the situation, carefully secured their pockets and dived into the gray mist to leave. But as more golden beads rolled down, the atmosphere grew more intense. Everyone was fixated on it, arms crossed, sleeves rolled up, staring at the golden bowl like hungry wolves, determined not to give up until they saw a reaction. If persistence equates to victory, then they have won. Ding! As the last golden bead entered the hole, a crisp sound echoed throughout the cave. Music can be played here, the black goddess of myth, until the end of the next chapter. Following the sound, a rapid drumbeat began. Then, with a heavy drum roll, the skeletal figure lifted the golden bowl, and from the mist behind, a deep, resonant chant suddenly erupted. Hee-hee! The chant surged forth, even dispersing the lingering mist slowly. On both sides of the dark stone bridge, one side bore fierce battle forms, while the other displayed eerie, terrifying stone statues. At this moment, accompanied by the long chant, a grinding sound of gears filled the air as everything turned to face them, regardless of direction or distance. Boom! The little chubby boy, witnessing this strange scene, quietly swallowed, raising his camera. Chapter 264, The Dance of Buddhas, Guanyin appears. Wow! The tourists stood at the beginning of the stone bridge, gazing at the golden bowl in the skeletal figure's hands, which suddenly burst forth with an intense light, leaving the two arriving Taoist priests stunned in their tracks. They arrived just in time. The light from the golden bowl grew ever more radiant, as if it contained a 200-watt industrial lamp, causing the tourists accustomed to dimness to squint their eyes. But then, the light retracted in an instant, followed by a faint crackling sound. A massive wave of blue and white light surged from the edges of the golden bowl, crackling with electric energy, wrapping around the skeletal Buddha's arms, shoulders, and waist. It then shot down to the ground through the leg bones. Boom! As the data light touched the stone bricks, it spread like a tide, engulfing the bridge. Like a river of divine light, it cascaded forward like a waterfall of data. When the bridge was covered in light, the data chains flowed down the edges of the stone bridge like a stream. However, no one saw any blue light dripping. The light vanished into the darkness beneath the bridge. Ping clutched her clothes tightly, trying again to peek down. Zhou Pa and the others leaned over the railing, looking down. Below was pitch black, where one could not see their own hand, only the echoes of chanting reverberating in the abyss. Hee-ho! With the high-pitched chanting and the increasing sounds of bells and drums. Whoosh! A fierce wind surged from the darkness, accompanied by howling, as countless golden blue data streams erupted from the abyss like a multitude of serpents. Swaying, trembling, the vibrations resonated with the sound of clashing metal chains, ringing out in harmony. They rushed toward the standing stone Buddhas on either side of the bridge. The little chubby boy was mesmerized, while Zhao Meng covered his mouth, feeling a surge of emotions. Those stone Buddhas were all bound by chains from the abyss. The tourists, witnessing the countless chains before them, took a step back in shock, but in the next second, their eyes widened even more, their expressions filled with astonishment. As soon as the blue light on the chains touched the statues, it quickly spread and climbed over them, following their robes, flesh, and dry bones. It completely covered the statues and finally converged, rushing into the enormous halo behind their heads. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The gray mist was completely stirred up and rose into the air, revealing the bridge surface below. Before their eyes, the halo behind each stone Buddha lit up one after another. Ding ding ding. The blue-purple light instantly filled the dim stone cave, and the terrifying artistic stone sculptures faded away, leaving only the Buddhas, from near to far, quietly watching them amidst the sound of chanting and the crackling of electricity. Until someone stepped onto the stone bridge and took the first step. Buzz. The statue closest to the stone bridge spun wildly, and a blue light slowly covered its skeletal face, even gathering a faint glow at the sight of its raised broken arm. Ping clenched her fists tightly, hearing the Buddha emit an aged and satisfied sigh. I have not ferried you, yet you offer your merits to sculpt me. You are Buddha as well. The tourists suddenly turned their heads to look at the surrounding Buddha statues. That golden blue light was their merit. But perhaps it was also a way to reshape the true forms of the Buddhas. In a moment of silence, the tourists' legs felt as if they were nailed to the ground until they took another step forward, accompanied by that grand and compassionate sigh. The indistinguishable sound of a massive chant finally resonated. 3 realms, 4 continents, no desires. The Buddhas lined the path, a collision of technology and the ancient, a fusion of enlightenment and ferocity. Amidst the satisfied sighs from both sides, The tourists felt their chests swell, their steps heavy, and their eyes stung as they slowly moved forward. Irredeemable, the chanting seemed magical, presenting the 6 realms of reincarnation, karmic fate, and countless obstacles right before them. This time, the way to perceive was with the heart. As they advanced, the statues turned to follow. The massive blue-white halo flickered, and the statues all emitted sounds. But if one listened closely, they could hear subtle differences in the teachings from the Buddhas on both sides. Not killing, enmity never ceases. Not stealing. What difference is there between the strong and the weak? Not engaging in lust. All sentient beings are afflicted. Not lying. Dreams and illusions are empty. Everyone slowed their steps. Listening to the aged voices, their hearts stirred. Not craving wine. Not indulging in pleasure. Not being greedy for sleep. Not giving in to desires. All actions lose their meaning. Pipping stopped, scanning her surroundings. The chubby boy behind the lens had tears welling in his eyes. The long chant of the Buddha still echoed high. Sentient beings, love, hate, greed, anger, life and death intertwined. Intertwined life and death. Zhao Meng looked at the Buddhas on both sides of the stone bridge. Humans have 2 sides, and so do Buddhas. Everything in the world has 2 sides. A thought of Buddha, a thought of demon. Their paths of killing and destruction also arise from cause and effect, coming and going based on right and wrong. But if black and white were reversed, even the Buddha will eventually be entangled by karma, forever trapped and unable to transcend. This path is the road of awakening that the Buddha has shown them. It is also his final redemption. Xinzhuang's face was serene, his eyes filled with an inexplicable light. He stepped forward, accompanied by the sound of chanting, his breathing heavy. How could this place have been created? What kind of technology did Su Jing research to present it in such a manner? The chanting gradually diminished, followed by the sound of a horn. And the Buddhas suddenly turned to face the direction of the mountain gate. What is over there? The tourists retracted their gazes from both sides, seemingly guided to look ahead. And then, amidst the stunned voice of the chubby boy, they slowly raised their heads to look above the stone wall of the mountain gate. It is him. Boom. The gray mist completely dispersed, revealing the cliff at the end hidden in darkness, illuminated by flickering candlelight. The true form revealed. A massive stone statue of the 1,000-hand Guanyin stood in the cave. Unlike the Guanyin statues they had seen before, this Guanyin's 1,000 hands did not extend from behind, but emerged from the side walls of the cave. Like countless demons and spirits, they howled and roared, reaching desperately towards the calm and serene Guanyin in the center, as if to tear away a piece of flesh. Xinzhuang stood there with his mouth agape, the thunderous sound of the Buddha's name ringing in his ears. Cause and effect. Unforgettable, those hands yearning for the Buddha to ferry them across. No matter how hard they reached, were always an inch away, unable to grasp it. Oh, everyone suddenly recalled what those monks had said, and then turned to look back. At the end of the stone bridge, behind them, the monks with the 3 giant Buddhas in the background were clasping their hands together, their eyes gently closed, sincerely praying to the Guanyin statue. Yes, the Buddha does not ferry people, one must ferry oneself. Fortune and misfortune have no door, only one's own actions summon them. This is what the 10,000 Buddha grotto had told them upon entering. Guanyin stood tall above the exit, the jade bottle in hand pouring forth. Grains of sand flowing down, gathering at the end of the stone bridge to form a vague pattern. Meng Wanping, Zhou Yi, Shenzhuang, Li Yuanxing, Zhou Pa. Ultimately, it was blown away by an inexplicable gust of wind, disappearing into the depths of darkness. Chapter 265, Descending the Mountain. As the horn sounded, the crowd gradually reached the end, returning to the base of the mountain gate. But this time, they saw the 1,000-hand Guanyin statue hidden within the cliff above them amidst the flickering candlelight. How did no one notice it upon entering? Was it simply obscured by the gray mist? The stone cave returned to tranquility, the stone Buddha statues still silently facing the corridor bridge, their postures strange, as if the halo stone discs behind their heads had never illuminated. The faint sound of bells and drums lingered, bringing everyone back to their senses. They exhaled deeply, feeling a heaviness in their chests, unable to utter a word. Did you all hear those words just now? Xinzhuang, being the eldest, was the first to regain his composure. Zhu Hong, standing behind him, wore a complex expression and nodded along. We both heard it. The voices were different on either side. One side said yes while the other said no. Zhen Junzi stepped forward a few paces, standing tall with a clear gaze, expressing his thoughts. It's the Buddhist 8 precepts, but the way it was expressed was more vivid. This is something to understand. What one can hear and comprehend depends entirely on the individual. Zhang Hu cupped his hands and earnestly looked at Zhen Junzi. Master, what did you understand? Zhen Junzi pressed his lips together, shook his head, and smiled. It cannot be spoken. He realized that it was already past 6 o'clock, and in an hour, his guild battle would commence. If he wasn't online by then, he would be kicked out of the guild. He walked on with his hands behind his back. What were the group of silent young people in front looking at? From the music and chanting earlier, the sand from the Bodhisattva's pure vase no longer flowed. Everyone gathered below, staring at the few grains of sand left on the ground. Then crowded behind Zhu Shou's camera, whispering, "This really is Zhou Ye's name, and Zhu Shou's name is also quite clear. Such a pity. If only we could move faster, we could see more. Is this time limited? Or other conditions? I see some names up there, while others are not." Everyone lingered around the empty space for a while longer before finally straightening up reluctantly. Zhou Yi clapped his hands. Finally, it's over. His expression was complex but also filled with an indescribable sense of relief. He was glad to truly become an employee of such a scenic area, yet worried if he could match the level of activities suitable for such a place. At least today, before seeing the activities and design of the Thousand Buddha Caves, he had never imagined that a scenic area could be enjoyed in this way. The Buddhist caves, often regarded as lofty and detached from the world, could actually be designed like this. It could even be said to be unconventional. He turned to look back at the excited tourists, engaged in animated discussions. He sighed again. However, it is precisely this design that fulfills Buddhism's mission to reach out to the world and promote its teachings. The dark version of the caves contrasts sharply with the sacred version of the temples, highlighting the differences. Throughout, countless teachings of Buddhism were interwoven. But Zhu Shou's insights were even deeper. He dragged his camera and exchanged views with his colleagues, looking at the content inside. When he saw his face transformed into data flowing above the future Buddha, he felt that Wanyuan Mountain was about to become incredibly popular. Having been in media for years, he understood what people love to watch. The people of Huagua, who had been lectured their whole lives, had lost interest in critical education and preachy guidance, even feeling annoyed by it. Who doesn't understand the reasoning? Yet the hardships and pressures of everyday life were already too much. Why should they endure more when they came out to have fun? Why listen to someone else's self-righteous nonsense? That's south why this place is great. You may speak freely, and the Buddha will listen. However, the Buddha does not interfere. You can do whatever you wish. It is clear that the consequences are yours to bear. What I do, I take responsibility for. This is quite profound. The chubby boy wore a broad smile, while Ping Ping beside him let out a soft snort, also smiling. Did the Buddha not care? No. She felt instead that everyone here, whether it be the fierce Buddha, the suffering Buddha, or the Buddha adorned in golden light, was quietly guiding them towards goodness. She turned to look back. Behind the bustling tourists lay the stone bridge shrouded in mist once again. It encourages you to face your own book of karma openly. It advises you not to be impatient, but that dedication will be rewarded, like a sign illuminating the way. It allows you to let go and release your burdens through incense offerings. The courage and detachment of the formless Buddha reveal a higher world, along with qualities like collective consciousness, mutual assistance, and the courage to try new things. This temple and cave are so tranquil. In an interesting way, they quietly teach everyone to cultivate their hearts, not to mention anything else. She even felt that their exploration journey of 500 people today had yet to fully grasp its intricacies. But perhaps next time, or the time after, she would have a deeper understanding. Stepping out of the dim corridor, a chill and whiteness greeted her. Tourists breathed in the cold air, cycling it through their lungs and exhaling. Everyone felt an indescribable sense of ease, as if leaving behind all their fatigue and negative thoughts in the Buddha cave. Let us go, Zhou shouted excitedly, pulling his childhood friend down the path. Before it got dark, they needed to reach the cold mountain gate quickly. Behind them, tourists continued to file out. Zhu Hong and Chang, who stood at the entrance with nervous smiles, welcoming the elderly. However, the anticipated storm did not arrive. The elderly couple who had argued all the way up the holy mountain now walked amicably, as if they were family, linking arms and discussing the scenes they had just witnessed. If we had walked a bit faster, do you think we could have seen it? The evil that is not evil, the good that is not good? Why has the world never been at peace? A group of people chatted as they passed by Zhu Hong and Chang Hu, who shook their heads and laughed. They had overthought it. With the awe brought by the myriad of Buddhas, they hardly cared where the two of them had gone. Let us go. We should head down the mountain too. The tourists left one after another, while the chubby boy frequently looked back at the mountain gate, a hint of speculation in his eyes. It wasn't until complete silence returned half an hour later that a few people emerged from the snowy area upstream of the cold river, carrying a stretcher and moving step by step with a blonde-haired individual. Su Jing followed closely, constantly checking the time, then led everyone toward a hidden corner behind the rocks. With a long stride, they set down the stretcher, and several snowmobiles roared off in another direction. Jing wore goggles, his dark hair blowing in the wind, lost in thought. This person isn't exactly a good one, so let's leave it at that for now. With such a large scenic area, it looks like a helicopter will be necessary later. The vehicle vanished into the depths of the snow, while behind them, the three giant Buddhas in the cave quietly gazed at the few people moving away, devoid of joy or sorrow, as if they had long seen through the outcome. Chapter 266. The fate of the blonde-haired man swish. Swish. The warm dusk enveloped the tourists, leading them to the cold mountain's heavenly gate at night. Lights flickered on, and the 999 heavenly steps were illuminated with brilliant colors. Tourists rode the raging rapids or cold mountain roller coaster down the mountain, their laughter mingling with the sounds of splashes and collisions. Of course, some preferred to take the cable car down slowly, chatting with companions along the way while admiring the scenery of Cold Mountain. The Cultural Institute, accompanied by a group of elderly people, was the main force behind the cable car rides, not wanting to give them too much of a thrill. Zhu Hong and Chang, who sat at the front, watching the cable car behind them, were Granny Zhuang, Master Ming, and Master Yuan, usually not on good terms, were now seated together, animatedly discussing various topics. However, the two weren't paying attention to that. Chang, who squinted, while Zhu Hong, who had slight night blindness, still had decent vision. A few cable cars ahead, two people sat on either side, with something pure white resembling a flat bed in the middle. Is there someone on that? Normally, they wouldn't recognize who it was. But just earlier, in the cave, they happened to see a blonde-haired man being carried on a stretcher, which looked exactly like the one in the cable car ahead. Could that be? Zhu Hong and Chang, who exchanged a glance, instantly understanding each other's thoughts and chuckling. They didn't expect him to be sent down by the cable car. But that wasn't important. Chang, who pondered, why is he faster than us? I thought we came out first. Zhu Hong shrugged. Who knows? Maybe he took a back route. He simply pulled out his phone and quietly took a photo. On the first day of the Wanfo Temple opening, encountering such a major incident, he wondered how Su Jing and Secretary Shin planned to handle it. According to the kids, this person was a famous streamer. If not handled well, it would surely stir up a wave of public opinion, which wouldn't benefit their scenic area. With such thoughts, they arrived at the end of the cable car ride at the Chama Ancient Post Station, where the remaining path still required the tourists to walk themselves. As a group of elderly people got off the cable car, they saw a small vehicle from the scenic area picking up the medical staff. Other tourists didn't speak up, but their eyes were closely watching the commotion over there, and some speculation began to arise. Meanwhile, the young people arriving at the foot of the mountain from a distance could see a bustling crowd behind the jungle. What happened over there? Zhu Shou wouldn't miss any opportunity to join the excitement. His initially fatigued body was re-energized, quickly moving towards the direction of the mountain defense formation. The noise gradually grew louder. When the chubby boy reached the mountain guard formation, he saw that a large portion of the tourists who had just come down the mountain were gathered around to watch the commotion. He pulled Zhou Yi and Ping Ping along, and immediately found someone he knew to ask about the situation. Hey, what's going on? Zhou Pa turned around, recognized the familiar face, and smiled as he explained. You're just in time. Look over there. He pointed to the center where several men in police uniforms stood, surrounded by a group of medical personnel in white coats carrying medical supplies. The group was facing a sightseeing vehicle that had stopped, where a few people were lowering a stretcher. The young man with the yellow hair had just been brought down and seemed to be getting ready for a transfer. Something's off. It's one thing for the medical personnel to come, but why is the police car here too? The chubby boy thought of the document lying in his bag and suddenly felt a shiver, realizing something. Zhou Pa continued explaining, I heard the surveillance footage captured it. The young man with the yellow hair is suspected of intentional injury, so they need to take him back for investigation. Intentional injury? Was it because he pushed that monk on the steps? Zhu Shou's face, with its folds of flesh, looked somewhat sly. I don't think it's that simple. He glanced around at the spectators. Besides the usual onlookers, most of them were his fellow influencers. Various bloggers looked excited, holding up cameras or phones to capture the moment. Although the official tourism site had stated that the special invited guests could not post any related images or texts about the 10,000 Buddha temple until after 8 p.m. on the third day, the yellow-haired guy could still post. The spectators were eagerly engaged, and Su Jing, following Brother Situ and the others, walked over to the police officers and shook hands. We've taken care of his injuries. He's safe and not in serious condition. However, Su Jing seemed a bit troubled as he left the unconscious young man with the yellow hair close to the crowd and signaled for the officer to come aside. The officer knew Su Jing's identity and recognized him as a significant contributor to their local area, so he naturally showed respect and followed him. The tourist appeared to have a slight fever, remained unconscious, and kept mumbling strange words. Strange words? The police officer curiously leaned in to listen. Meanwhile, the staff from Wanyuan Mountain stood like javelins, watching as the medical personnel approached to check on the situation. The wound is treated well, and the splint is fixed nicely, the leading doctor said with a smile, relieved. Initially, he was anxious when he heard that the injured person had rolled down the steps. The nature of such injuries could be quite unpredictable. Some individuals might only have minor abrasions, while others could suffer broken ribs that could puncture internal organs. In the worst cases, a person might even succumb to their injuries before help could arrive. Fortunately, the person was okay. The doctor looked at the young man with the yellow hair, who was moving his mouth as if saying something. What are you saying? He leaned in to listen. while the surrounding tourists and bloggers also craned their necks. The medical staff had placed the stretcher so close to them, surely they wanted them to hear something. A beautiful girl looked around, quickly crouched down, and discreetly pulled the microphone off, tossing it along the ground until it slid next to the blonde. What the? The bloggers nearby immediately brightened up and began to imitate her. The small black square lay quietly beside the blonde, blinking, as the doctor slowly lowered his head. The murmurs from the blonde reached the ears of the doctor and the bloggers, carried through the air. The voice was weak and terrified, mixed with mockery, lewdness, and anger. Get lost. You should consider it a blessing. Where do you think you can run? I've already investigated. Just hit me again. It won't hurt anymore. Ha ha. You little wretch, it feels good. Don't come near me. You wretch. Why did you come looking for me? You deserve to die. The doctor froze. And the crowd watching was also stunned. What? What is he saying? The beautiful girl blogger looked a bit terrified, but then her eyes shifted as she recalled some recent news. It was rumored that a girl had gone missing in connection with a live-streaming blogger, but in the end, there was no evidence, and the blogger had countersued for defamation, resulting in no further developments. Could it be what he was talking about? She immediately pushed through the crowd and rushed to the blonde's side, staring wide-eyed, speaking clearly to the half-conscious blonde. Did you kill Huang Lily? Chapter 267. Great Sadness in the Universe. The doctor reacted quickly, waving his hand to shoo the girl away, regardless of any murder allegations. He had to prioritize the patient's safety. What if something really happened? He glanced at the crowd of tourists outside, which, against the backdrop of the dark woods, appeared like a row of grim figures. But the girl firmly held his hand, her eyes fixed on him. We won't touch him or get close. Just let me ask a few more questions. Before she could say more, she heard the weak murmurs of the blonde, gritting his teeth. She should have died. Click. Someone was secretly taking pictures from behind. Others were tasked with calming the nearby tourists. In the distance, police officers approached, surprised after chatting with Su Jing. The sound of their shoes grew louder, mixed with the blonde's intermittent speech. Just playing around, and you want to get married? Snapshots are her honor. How dare you flip through my album and even think of deleting them? How ridiculous. She even wants to call the police. What a pity. She looked good when it was quiet. Buried in Black Mountain. The sound of shoes abruptly stopped. A resolute-looking police officer, suppressing his anger, tightly clenched his fists. The atmosphere fell silent as Su Jing scanned the crowd, seeing their furious faces, tearful eyes, raised cameras, and scattered microphones, all conveying the same conclusion. It was already over. Take her away. Several nurses lifted a stretcher and pushed it away from the square. The doctor did not follow, instead casting a complex glance at the silent crowd before turning to leave. The police also vanished from sight, while the blonde's painful murmurs continued. But perhaps Su Jing turned around and looked at the rows of silent tourists. His suffering had just begun from the moment he woke up. He brushed through the crowd without paying attention to the uproar behind him that nearly shook the sky of the mountain. Instead, he boarded a small boat and left alone. From the darkness behind, Jiang Tsong and Wang Kai emerged from the crowd, their faces filled with complexity. On the mountain, at the 10,000 Buddha temple. What method did Su Jing use to transform a barren mountain into this? Want to have a drink? Jiang Tsong looked at Wang Kai, smiled, and sighed. Don't call him. Ha ha ha, don't call him. The two immediately linked arms and left. After a day of exploration, they had accumulated a lot of insights, which they decided to ponder over themselves. The crowd finally dispersed, but these bloggers, for the first time, exchanged contact information because of a certain blonde-haired individual. Everyone today was a witness. They wanted to see him brought to justice. As night fell, under the starlit sky, a temple was built against the mountainside in the snowy cold river. In one of the guest rooms, a bed with warm bedding lay empty, with a plastic sheet on the floor beside it. A figure lay flat on it, covered with their monk robe, a slight smile on their lips as they peacefully drifted into sleep. In the adjacent room, a monk sat cross-legged on the bed, lips moving slightly as he silently engaged in his evening practice. In another room, two young monks lay on their beds, chatting and laughing about what they had seen and heard that day, contemplating how many days would be appropriate to stay here. Deeper in, there were rooms for the disciples of the temple. Ming Chan sat with closed eyes at a simple wooden table, quietly copying the Heart Sutra. At this moment, all was silent, with the outside covered in white snow, illuminated by the pure moonlight, occasionally interrupted by the sound of birds, stirring gentle waves in his heart. The Buddha was right. He would traverse mountains, climb peaks, and tread through snow to ensure the incense of the Buddha would burn bright. Although the method was somewhat peculiar, the outcome was ultimately good. That was enough. As the mountain fell into slumber, the scenic area of Wanyuan also quieted down. However, those tourists who had left the area and returned to their respective hotels were anything but calm. In this day and age, there are many night owls. After enjoying the bustle of the scenic area, it was only 8 o'clock. After having dinner, they were just getting into their nightlife. Zhou Pa and a few friends sat in a tea room, sipping tea while pulling out their phones to browse through the photos taken today. Meanwhile, due to the inability to post the latest video, the team of the chubby guy called upon Ping Ping and Zhou Yi to find a place to feast. After a satisfying meal, they didn't rush to browse the album, but instead opened the Wanyuan Mountain app first. After a full day of fun, many probably forgot. After interacting at the Stone Buddha, they had activated a new feature in the app, Great Compassion Universe. Ping Ping directly took out her pad to operate it. The screen was larger and looked better. Everyone gathered around, making the space feel crowded. On the ink wash painting page of the Wanyuan Mountain app, a star pattern appeared at the lower left side. Click on the icon, and the special feature, displayed above, reveals a single function, which is a lotus pattern. It represents the Great Compassion Universe. Click to open. Zhu Shou is anxiously urging. This feature has been unusable for a long time, and it's driving me crazy. It wasn't until they left the scenic area that he noticed the icon had changed from gray to color. He had been holding back just to play with everyone. Ping Ping pushed his hand away and finally clicked in, her eyes bright with excitement. Zhou leaned to the side, finding it somewhat amusing, but quietly followed along. When the lotus pattern was clicked, the scene revealed was dim. A stone bridge extended forward, flanked by stone statues. Wasn't this the path they had just walked today? The group exchanged glances and continued to try clicking around. Apart from the visuals, there were no other signs on the page. So Ping Ping could only attempt to click on those statues. She clicked on the terrifying stone statues on the left, and the scene changed to a horizontal view. The statues, some tall, some short, some large, some small, and some near, some far, all appeared on the screen as it slid. Ping Ping's eyes lit up as she immediately spotted the Buddha she had worshipped today. Even though it appeared flat on her phone, the statue still looked terrifying. Zhu Shou covered his face, peeking through his fingers with some disdain. Is this what you chose? Isn't it a bit too scary? The half-kneeling Buddha had one hand raised forward and the other cradling the flesh and blood that dripped from its face. If painted in color, it could easily be a prop in a horror movie. Ping Ping smiled. She didn't find it scary at all. This was merely a being that helped people fulfill their wishes, yet had forgotten its own plight. With her slender fingers, she clicked decisively, and the outline of the statue lit up, emitting a tremor, while the surroundings quickly darkened. On the page, only this stone Buddha remained quietly displayed, but beneath the statue, a wooden fish appeared. Chapter 268. The cause and effect has just begun. A cartoonish wooden fish stood there in a daze, with a wooden pestle floating beside it. Without knowing why, Ping Ping immediately clicked first. Ding! It wasn't the serene echo of a temple's wooden sound, but rather a cute, crisp sound. Hey, this is interesting. Ping Ping clicked the screen continuously, watching the little words, Merit 1, float up above the wooden fish. For some reason, she suddenly felt lighthearted, as if she had grown taller. Wow, Zhu Shou exclaimed beside her. Electronic wooden fish. Let me try? He quickly took out his phone, randomly selected a stone Buddha, and began clicking wildly. Merit 1 filled the entire screen. Zhou watched as everyone followed suit, pondering. Hitting the wooden fish was indeed quite fun. The interface for accumulating merit was also quite engaging. If the goal was merely to gather traffic and gain that so-called goodwill, then this was certainly sufficient. However, based on his experience visiting Dahan Mountain, that seemingly mysterious guide would not be satisfied with just this. The little braid quietly sipped her post-meal tea while Ping Ping observed him from the side. Could there be any other discoveries? Zhou also looked at his page, drawing on his rich experience in event planning, and began to create a mind map. The attainment of great compassion in the universe occurred after stepping onto the stone bridge and interacting with the stone Buddha. Of course, it might also be possible to activate this function simply by obtaining the Book of Karma. However, if it is related to the Book of Karma, there could be many implications. Burning the Book of Karma is done to offer incense and worship. The refined golden beads are used to illuminate all Buddhas, even revealing the thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara, especially those electronic Buddha plates radiating blue and white light, and the Buddha light that envelopes the statue, particularly lingering around the wounds, must be related as well. Ping Ping. He suddenly spoke up, but the girl beside him seemed prepared, leaning in with bright eyes. Go on, what did you discover? Zhou chuckled and pointed to her phone. Try it. Try to maintain a consistent rhythm while striking the wooden fish. How long? He didn't know, but they had to give it a try, until there was a reaction. It sounded challenging, but for Meng Wanping, it was quite easy. Clang, 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 clang. The steady sound of striking echoed from the top studentess' hands. As she relaxed more and focused her gaze, the surrounding noise faded away, and finally, a change appeared on her phone screen. A faint blue halo gradually emerged from behind the Buddha statue. Then, like electricity, it spread upward from the base, covering its withered fingers and its terrifyingly decayed face, eventually gathering behind its head in that smooth, shining halo of light. The entire stone Buddha lit up. From that moment on, the Merit 1 icon never appeared again. Where did the merit go? Ping looked at the Buddha, now enveloped in electronic data streams. With a warm smile. Where did the merit go? She couldn't help but sigh. Just like the little chubby boy, who struck the wooden fish freely. This was about transcending oneself. Whereas the focused and steady strikes of the wooden fish were meant to transcend the Buddha. After striking for 2 minutes, a line of small text finally appeared beneath the base of the statue. Buddha statue integrity. 50. This time, the little chubby boy couldn't sit still. And Joe couldn't contain his excitement either. Everyone leaned in again. What does this mean? Wait a minute. The little chubby boy's mind seemed to stall. What does it mean that the visitor's wooden fish page shows Buddha statue integrity? And what about the blue light covering the wounds or abnormal areas? Could it be? The few of them exchanged glances. Can we repair the Buddha statue? Through striking the wooden fish. Not only that, when Ping stopped tapping, a round ball icon appeared above the Buddha's head. She tried to click it, and the page switched instantly. The previous black background blurred and transformed into a cosmic galaxy. The Buddha statue sat firmly in the center, and suddenly, amidst the surrounding darkness, a point of starlight appeared. Then 2 points, 3 points, and then more and more. The tiny stars flickered slowly, as if breathing. With each expansion and contraction sending threads of energy gradually merging into the Buddha statue in the center. What surprised them even more was that above each little star, a line of small text was suspended. Arai hot mom, strange flavor egg yolk puff, salty fish expecting to get rich. Take a hit from me. One by one, the names lit up, and many more stars gradually shone against the backdrop of the cosmic galaxy. Ping's expression was astonished as she turned to look at Zhou Yi. These were all today's visitors. Zhou Yi's expression was one of satisfaction, as if he had just taken a bite of a long-anticipated delicacy. Smiling and exclaiming how amazing the guide was. The exploration of the 10,000 Buddha caves and the 10,000 Buddha temple wasn't the end, but rather the beginning. Allowing visitors to pray by striking the wooden fish and ultimately reshaping the Buddha statue's body. What a brilliant idea. However, the page did not last for a few minutes before it ended. The cosmic starry sky vanished, and the page returned to a pitch-black appearance, with a black icon displaying a line of text. Daily from 8:30 p.m. to 9 o'clock p.m., the 3,000 worlds will open. The 3,000 worlds likely referred to the scene they just entered, where visitors simultaneously reshaped the golden body of the statue. Oh my gosh. Zhu Shou was frantically recording video and composing text in her mind. As for Ping, she finally came back to her senses and looked at Zhou Yi. So, when do you plan to explain your relationship with the guide? You didn't really submit your resume to Wan Yuan Mountain, did you? Hee. Zhou Yi smiled as he leaned in. Let me explain. The process of visiting the 10,000 Buddha temple cannot be shared, but regarding the incident with the blonde, Su Jing did not intervene. When the blonde studio heard that their host had gone out for a trip and ended up in the hospital upon returning, they were about to publish a lengthy article condemning the Wan Yuan scenic area, but after editing the text and going online, they realized the situation had changed drastically. Anchor Dahong is suspected of intentional injury, soliciting prostitution, inducing, secretly filming, and murder, and has now been transferred to Jingchang City for processing. Multiple anchors have posted images, videos, and texts proving that the criminal acts were personally narrated by Dahong, and the police have begun searching for evidence. In early May, a 17-year-old girl went missing in Jingchang City, and the suspect is currently suspected to be. Several influencers have spoken out, promising to closely follow this case until the truth is revealed. On that day, Anchor Dahong was invited to climb Wan Yuan Mountain tourist area, 10,000 Buddha temple, and it was reported that at the time of the incident, surveillance footage captured him deliberately knocking down a monk. Wave News, keeping up with the progress of this matter at all times. With a thud, the computer screen went black. The agent for Dahong's studio shrugged and smiled. Congratulations everyone, you're all fired. Now, in half an hour, everyone must pack their personal belongings and format their computers before leaving. Bang! Before he could finish speaking, the studio door was violently knocked on. Open up. Police. The person in charge turned around. Haha, it's a disaster. Chapter 269. Reflections on the viewing. The police acted so quickly that the team of the popular streamer, Dahong, didn't even have time to react before they were all taken away. Those who had no issues would definitely be released, but if any problems were found, they would likely be considered accomplices. Su Jing occasionally checked the updates on the situation, but his main focus was on getting the tourists in for their activities the next day. If the first day mainly attracted bloggers, photographers, and die-hard fans of Wan Yuan Mountain, the second day saw a mixed crowd with all types of tourists. Many were first-time climbers of Dahan Mountain, and before they even reached the summit, they were already exhausted on the hero's path halfway up the mountain. Besides them, monks who traveled from afar and ordinary believers with certificates of conversion also rushed over. The promotion of the Dahan Mountain holy site was so extensive that, regardless of its authenticity, it piqued the curiosity of many. Once they entered the 10,000 Buddha cave and the 10,000 Buddha temple, they indeed felt an indescribable impact. After the full tourist lineup on the second day, the third day featured a combination of tourists and staff. Those employees who had received Su Jing's reward tickets finally got to experience Dahan Mountain themselves. Other employees who didn't go were anxiously waiting, but since other attractions in the scenic area were still operating, they couldn't leave their posts and could only wait at Mingwe Village for everyone to return. However, they waited in anticipation until the evening performance at Mingwe Village was over. When they finally saw two small boats drifting down the stream, a group of people elegantly stepping up the stone steps into the village. "Why are you back so late?" Grandpa Tu took the lead, grabbing Feng Gui's hand tightly, his face wrinkled like a big bun. "Ha ha ha, we lost track of time while having fun." He laughed heartily. And everyone else was in high spirits too. Aunt Lu stepped forward with the authority of the breakfast queen of Mingwe Village. Everyone was probably hungry. "Let us go to the tea house. We've prepared snacks and midnight treats for everyone to enjoy while chatting." Aunt Lu smiled kindly. "You all tell everyone what that place is like." There were only 2 or 3 staff members stationed at the 10,000 Buddha temple, and they usually didn't come this way. As for the cave, they hadn't even sent anyone there, so they were completely unaware of the new attractions opened by Boss Su. The square tables at the tea house were arranged in a circle, filled with fruits and snacks, along with Aunt Lu's homemade braised meat rice. As soon as Lu Qingyun sat down, a steaming bowl of braised meat rice was placed in front of him. "Eat." The braised meat, cut into small pieces, was rich but not greasy, glistening with oil, accompanied by vibrant green bok choy and half a braised egg on the side, making it very appetizing. Lu Qingyun had originally planned to give an inspiring speech to everyone, but when the aroma of the food wafted into his nose, he chose to close his mouth and started eating with everyone instead. After satisfying their hunger, a group of children came in to clear the bowls and then move their stools to sit next to the adults, their eyes shining brightly as they watched them. Everyone knows the way up the mountain, so I won't elaborate. But after passing the Cold Line Visitor Center, the road behind begins to truly become wonderful. This segment continues into the late night. In Area D of the Mingwe Village Tea House, laughter and candlelight intertwine, creating a tranquil and peaceful night. However, the calm is only within Wanyuan Mountain. Outside Wanyuan Mountain, many people are closely watching the time, and as soon as it hits 8 o'clock, they all click the upload, send buttons at the same time. Ding ding ding. A large number of images and videos are uploaded simultaneously, causing social media platforms like Dole and Xiaohongshu to lag at 8 o'clock. Wow, why are there so many videos? Many of them are marked with content that includes horror scenes. Watch with caution. What is going on here? The tags all indicate Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area, Dahan Mountain, and Wanfo Cave. The staff in the headquarters review department sigh in despair at the sudden increase in workload, but soon, the office falls silent as everyone is drawn into the visuals. Click. The first mouse click goes through, followed by an increasing number of clicks. In the vast digital network, a flood of videos and images swarm in, all appearing in the software at once. Meanwhile, anxious netizens are eagerly waiting on the homepages of major bloggers who had released teasers long ago, until the first refresh at 8:01. The first video from the Lightning Pig is instantly pinned to the top. Here it comes, the highly popular Wanyuan Mountain. What is the officially certified special attraction Wanfo Temple really like? Those who can't even afford to enter are extremely curious. Everyone clicks to watch this so-called semi-official promotional video, and in the midst of darkness, an ancient and profound voice is heard. Buddha does not save people. Only people can save themselves. Fortune and misfortune have no door. Only people summon them. The rewards of good and evil follow like shadows. The screen gradually brightens, and amidst the howling wind and snow, a towering mountain wall appears at the end. Accompanied by the gentle sound of bowls, the camera slowly zooms in, entering the passage from the carvings of Wanfo Cave. Netizens are watching, and Su Jing is also watching. He clicks his tongue in amazement while giving a thumbs up to the chubby guy. This kid truly deserves the title of semi-official. The video he made could be used directly as a promotional film. Of course, he actually intends to do just that. After today, his video will appear on the official website of Wanyuan Mountain. In fact, many people make promotional videos, but Zhu Shou's work is the one he is most satisfied with, because this kid knows how to hide. He doesn't show everything beautiful, but only reveals those few seconds that leave people in awe. For example, the stone statues faintly visible in the mist, the 3 giant Buddhas shining with golden light on the crossing, the image of tourists struggling to move forward among thousands of chains, and the black liquid seeping from beneath the Buddha's bandage. Furthermore, there's the temple archway on the Buddha's palm, the data streams rolling over the faceless Buddha, the cyber Buddha glowing with blue light, and the 1,000-armed Guanyin slowly emerging in the darkness, accompanied by music, chants, and the ringing of bells and drums. It's impossible to look away. Once you see it, you want to see more. Or rather, After watching, it feels like you haven't seen it at all, and you just want to experience it in person. This is exactly how a promotional video should look. The promoter sat in front of the computer, watching the views soar to over 10,000 in just a minute. Stretching his back, he replied to the coordinator, "Hee, it's not hard at all. We should thank you for letting everyone see a scenic spot of this caliber." This was said from the heart. The promoter himself kept watching the footage repeatedly. Even if he thought about it from a different angle, it was clear that while the temple might be old, the stone statues in the grotto were all new. The methods and techniques used, as well as the technology and instruments applied, must have cost a lot. He even felt that to achieve such results, the organizer might have invested all their previous earnings, and it probably wasn't enough. With such success, it was only right that he worked hard to make us happy. Chapter 270. Reactions from all sides. The promoter's promotional video went viral, with nearly 100,000 views in half an hour. But of course, he wouldn't stop at just one video. Complete route reveal of Dahan Mountain. Complete energy values and special item acquisition methods. What are special energy values? What is merit value? Meaning and how to obtain? Complete visit guide of the 10,000 Buddha temple. He single-handedly produced a plethora of videos, riding the wave of traffic. Other bloggers, not wanting to fall behind, didn't have powerful tools like Zhou Yi and Ping Ping or such a complete visiting experience. But they could explore different angles for in-depth coverage. This led to some uniquely creative titles emerging. Great Compassion Universe, Cyber Buddha, Electronic Worship. The ancient Buddha of the burning lamp bound by chains. What gifts will it bestow on the fated? The vegetarian meals at the 10,000 Buddha temple. Everyone go eat. Monks from all directions gather. Is the 10,000 Buddha temple really a Buddhist treasure land? One after another, more and more posts surged up. Before midnight that night, the Wanyuan Mountain tourist area topped the charts just like during the Qingshan Lake celebration. Out of 20 trending topics, 7 were tagged with the 10,000 Buddha temple and its grotto. Among them, the promoter's promotional video rose to the top. Avoid the Thunder Pig's Hand officially became the blogger who, by solely promoting a scenic spot, had reached the top of the trending list more than 3 times. Joyfully stepping into the ranks of internet celebrities. The whole internet once again focused on this scenic spot in the deep mountains, bringing glory to Qingshan County and Yong'an City, with clicks far exceeding previous records. Meanwhile, during this period of recuperation and self-improvement, the Songhu Park, which aimed to not bring shame to Wanyuan Mountain, also saw many tickets sold. After returning from Wanyuan Mountain, Song Jiming locked himself in his office, seeing no one. It wasn't until the 3rd day that he opened the door and gathered the leaders of various departments and shareholders to announce the strategic plan for Songhu Park moving forward. If Wanyuan Mountain was willing to share its success, then they needed to demonstrate matching capabilities. Whether it was park construction, supporting services, or consumption in the scenic area, everything needed to be readjusted. Some raised doubts. We have invested so much and spent so much. What if we can't recoup our costs? Song Jiming smiled. Don't worry. There will be plenty of visitors. As long as Wanyuan Mountain thrives, Su Jing can attract countless people to Yong'an for tourism. And for us, if we can get just a small wave of those countless visitors in a day, it will be enough. The man in a suit waved his hand with an undeniable tone. Stop talking, just do it. My decisions have never been wrong. Everyone was taken aback, then laughed and applauded. Indeed, no matter how many scenic spots used various methods back then, Songhu Park managed to stand out on its own. Whether it was through public relations declaring support or the painstaking effort to secure a spot at the banquet to meet the young person in charge and ease relations. All of this was a result of his decisions. The secretary stood straight behind Song Jiming. Do they really think our boss is just a wine connoisseur? He is truly capable and has pulled this neglected park up from obscurity. They were in a meeting, and the Yong'an city government was also in a brightly lit conference room. Comrades, the mayor sat at the head of the table, looking complex. What do you all think? Since that day when he brought a group of officials to Dahan Mountain and witnessed the scene, these usually immersed in politics were left speechless. Terrifying. As the first person spoke, the other leaders followed suit. No wonder the country recognizes it. I never imagined such a scenic spot could appear in our city. Who designed this scenic spot? Can we invite them to design for other scenic spots in our city? Su Jing is only how old? 24? With the cave looking like that, will there be public opinion issues? Discussions erupted, and the mayor decisively raised his hand, exchanged a glance with the secretary, and smiled. Let's watch the changes. But I guess those truly large scenic spots are the ones that will really be uneasy. Alas, our Yong'an is also developing. All sides are closely watching, wanting to see if Wanyuan Mountain can truly succeed. But now that they see it actually taking off, they are unhappy. This is simply an insult. An insult to the Buddha? Blasphemy against Buddhism. They should be arrested. What want Fosi? This is a cult. Absurd. Outrageous. I have been practicing for decades and have never seen such a temple or statue. I will report this to the National Buddhist Association and have them expelled. That cave is even more outrageous. It must be flattened. I absolutely will not allow it. You go issue a statement and see how many temples and monks are willing to join us in resisting them. Quickly announce to the world that they must not go. It will be disastrous if they do. Several temples led by Hualan Temple expressed their outrage and resistance, far exceeding Su Jing's imagination. But besides that, there was another wave of voices he had never anticipated, springing up like mushrooms after rain. This stone sculpture has such strong charm. Share the address. I plan to take my students to visit. Our craft. I feel the vastness and solitude of Buddhist teachings from it. This is truly embodying the world in flesh. A flood of comments, seemingly from nowhere, gradually converged into a torrent, ultimately targeting the official account of a certain sculpture association. The officials remained silent, but several masters within the association left comments. Who designed this? Is there a new carving master in the country? Those terrifying statues are impressive. Even I, a non-believer, can feel that kind of sadness. I want to see it. The netizens, caught in the middle, were already on the verge of laughing uncontrollably. On one side, voices were raised in anger, while on the other, praises were sung to the skies. Before they could intervene, both sides had already started hurling insults at each other. Of course, according to Buddhist precepts, they certainly couldn't directly curse, and most were either believers or onlookers who thrived on the drama. This is simply an insult to Buddhism. Do you understand what art means? The image of the Buddha should not be presented like this. What's wrong? Did he tell you he is not happy? Our Buddha is compassionate. This is simply a cult. The temple should be disqualified. Are you jealous? Did you break down? Is it affecting your profits? The Buddhist followers quieted down. When it comes to arguing, they were never at an advantage. The netizens finally held back their laughter. Stop fighting already. Chapter 271. Sending off the Taoist priest. The online excitement had reached a peak, and amidst the joyous chaos, the Wanyuan scenic area finally officially opened. Although it was a Monday, tourists from across the country had gathered here. The leadership of Wanyuan Mountain had been steadily hiring, and had finally managed to somewhat keep up with the park's reception capacity. Meanwhile, the members of the exchange dance troupe were gradually engaging more with the local performers, officially starting to learn the local dance. Although Jean Na didn't want to let go of the reputation of the Wanyuan Mountain premier dance troupe. Given the current operational situation and number of performances, relying on just one troupe was indeed insufficient. We need to form our own dance team. Jean Na sincerely suggested to Jiang Tsong, which was then compiled by Zhao Dashue and passed to Su Jing. The new event planning teacher officially started today. Zhao Dashue adjusted his glasses, having switched to a lighter pair of black frames, and with the help of He Yunong's clothing advice over the past few days, the once awkward youth had transformed into an elite matching his current job. Teacher Zhou said that not only the dance team, but also the music team, stunt performance team, and logistics team all needed to expand. Su Jing sat comfortably in his office chair and stretched. You all decide. Just pick those with good foundations and high comprehension. Experience doesn't matter. Zhao Dashue took the meeting notes and then put away his notebook, revealing the same pure and honest smile as before, looking at the man in admiration. Hey, is there something you need today? Normally, his reports are done online, and he only comes to the visitor center for very important matters or when he needs to handle something. Su Jing nodded, then tidied his clothes and walked outside. Zhenjunzi and the others need to see me. Taoist? Zhao Dashue guessed from behind. What could they want with Jinggu? He knows that Jinggu agreed to help rebuild the homes for the indigenous people on the mountain. The monk's temple is finished. So are the Taoists coming to urge Jinggu? Zhao Dashue furrowed his brows, feeling a bit unhappy. If that's the case, that's too bad. Jinggu has already worked so hard. That exquisite temple must have cost a lot of money and effort. Can't he catch a break? Su Jing had the same thought initially, but when he saw the old and young Taoists, he felt he had overthought it. Hey, Su Xiaoyu. Yaguangzi greeted him with a bow, carrying a brand new bag with a rectangular object wrapped in cloth. He wore a simple Taoist robe. Zhenjunzi obediently stood beside him, also with a bag that looked stuffed with many things. We had many insights after visiting the Wanfo cave and listening to the high monk chant at the Wanfo temple a few days ago, Yaguangzi said, stroking his beard with a calm smile. Buddhism comes from the heart of a person, and so does Taoism. Plus, you just finished renovating the Wanfo temple. And I bet your finances are tight, and you're tired. So, my disciple and I decided to go on another journey. Coincidentally, one of my disciples mentioned discovering a wonderful place for enlightenment yesterday, so we plan to check it out and practice for a while. Zhenjunzi, no longer acting carefree, followed his master and both bowed in unison, saying, Thank you, Su Xiaoyu, for showing us around the temple, for your dedicated efforts in building the Taoist temple, and for taking care of us. Su Jing hurriedly helped them up, feeling a bit flustered. So when are you two leaving? There's no time like the present. So sudden? Su Jing felt a bit moved, not because he was touched by their gratitude, but because their journey would give him time to renovate the temple. After seeing them off, Zhao Dashue, blushing slightly and feeling a bit awkward, quietly said to Su Jing, those two Taoists really have empathy. I thought they came to ask you to. Hee hee. Su Jing stopped him from feeling guilty. It's fine. I thought the same way. It's normal. He sent Zhao Dashua back and then returned home, pulling out his phone to call Xin Zhuang. Hey, my big star. Su Jing grimaced. Why does he talk like an old madam? It's so annoying. I have a little matter I'd like to trouble the secretary with. Oh, with our relationship, what do you mean by troubling me? Just say it. At this moment, Xin Zhuang was feeling quite pleased. Initially, he was worried that the peculiar Buddhist cave of this young man would lead to significant disputes. Unexpectedly, before the war even began, it had managed to attract the attention of the big shots from the Carving Association, who reached out to see if they could organize a visit. Naturally, his good relationship with Su Jing meant that he was also quite influential lately, with everyone greeting him with a smile and calling him Brother Xin. Ah. Xin Zhuang chuckled as he listened to the man on the other end of the line. I want to buy a helicopter, but I don't know where to get one. Do you have any connections? A helicopter? Xin Zhuang raised an eyebrow. Just earn some money and ready to splurge, huh? Well, why not? You're young. And with such great achievements, buying a helicopter to show off is fine. I'll ask around for you. What kind do you want? Something cool, or just good performance? What's the use of being cool? The man replied. Just performance is fine. I need it for a scenic area. Xin Zhuang immediately fell silent, listening as the man continued. The Wanyuan scenic area is quite large, and with many high mountains. Didn't someone fall a few days ago? I'm worried about future dangers. To prevent delays in rescue, it's better to have a helicopter on standby. After hanging up the phone, Xin Zhuang clicked his tongue. He had underestimated the young man's ambitions. This is what it means to be a young talent. Just look at his vision. No wonder he was favored by the Grand Princess. He knows how to handle matters. This helicopter not only needed to be arranged, but also needed to be done with great fanfare. Putting down his phone, he called in Shaoli and began to delegate tasks. Meanwhile, Su Jing relaxed and lay back, accessing the system in his mind. Finally, he could take a good look at the changes in Dahan Mountain. Scenic area attributes. Left 3 mountain range. Extreme domain mountain range, 58. Attractions, Peach Blossom Dock, Dahan Mountain. 10,000 Buddha Cave. Attraction items, Sensory Amplifier 1, new. Insect Attracting Stone 200, Temperature Barrier 1, Temperature Sensitive Stone Set 1, Mental Guidance Device 1, Special Printer 1. Full Coverage Intelligent Data System, Intermediate, 1. Projects, new. Wishing Holy Tree, 4 stars. Deer Field, 3 stars. Snow Mountain Waterfall, 4 stars. Waterfall Path, 3 stars. Cold River, 4 stars. 10,000 Buddha Cave, 5 stars. 10,000 Buddha Temple, 3 stars. Formal Employees, Temporary Employees, Service Facilities, new. Wishing Stone House, 0.5 chance of making a wish come true. Special Homestay 150, Special Visitor Center 1. Special Buddhist Cave 1, Special Buddhist Temple 1. Evaluation. The left 3 mountain range has been renamed to Extreme Domain Mountain Range, indicating that the host has a vision for the future of the mountains. The first segment has been fully developed. It has not only gained recognition in interactive entertainment, but also possesses cultural, religious, artistic, and humanitarian significance, marking a commendable upgrade. The system looks forward to the full realization of this mountain range. Finally, the stage of the 10,000 Buddha Temple was officially completed. Su Jing lay in bed, closed his eyes, and smiled as he entered a pleasant afternoon nap. Chapter 272. The Explorers. In the following days, the operation of Wanyuan Mountain entered a stable phase. Even on weekdays, the number of visitors can exceed 10,000. With continuous online promotion of the Wanfo Cave, more and more people are becoming aware of Wanyuan Mountain. After leaving everything to his employees, Shi Jing put on sunglasses and packed his bags. He also decided to take a break. The system's reputation points were less than 100,000 away from 5 million, and opportunities like this are fleeting. Once the goal is achieved, he would likely move on to the next phase of his plans. Therefore, this was a rare chance for him to rest. His 2 disciples, Yaguangzi and the other, had given themselves enough time, so he should treat himself for a change. As for the operation of Wanyuan Mountain, he felt very at ease. Wang Kai drove him to the center of Yong'an City, where he made a full payment for an SUV, then watched his friend leave. It was time for him to take a break as well. Wang Kai chuckled, shook his head, drove back to Qingshan County, and then called Jiang Kong. With a Jing not around to oversee the scenic area, the 2 of them, one inside and one outside, absolutely could not make any mistakes during his absence. Laughter came from the other end of the line. This is a must. Night passed, and day broke. A young man in sportswear, with a buzz cut, stood at the foot of Dahan Mountain and quickly ran up the mountain. His name was Lin Han, a devoted fan of Wanyuan Mountain. However, he was somewhat different from the online fanatics. The young man was agile and quickly ascended the flat trail, then scanned the energy levels of the century-old trees before starting a detailed investigation. Fans of Wanyuan Mountain were divided into 3 factions. There were those who loved the scenic spots and focused on checking in, the dedicated faction. Those who kept up with the updates and played every new release, the inclusive faction. And then there were explorers like him, who enjoyed digging into all the stories and hidden challenges of Wanyuan Mountain, the exploratory faction. He was a professional explorer. His current achievements included confirming the frequency and areas of the 12 Flower Deities missions, unlocking the first phase of the secret treasure in Luoxian Lake, ranking first on the Han Mountain Sky list, and collecting more than 12 complete poems and dances from the Peach Blossom Abbot. He could be considered a leading figure among the exploration faction. Today, he once again took advantage of a rare holiday, donned his gear, and began a new round of exploration tasks. With a light leap, he landed on the ground, and the number of Hurricane Beast Breakers on his wristband had reached 21. As expected, I knew this title wouldn't be so easy. Lin Han smiled knowingly, watching the new title, Hurricane Slayer, appear on his wristband. Breaking 5 totems would earn him the title of Hurricane Hunter, but to achieve Hurricane Slayer, he had to break 20. No wonder no one had mentioned this new strategy. He reached the exit with the wristband and then heard a special sound from it. Detected Hurricane Slayer, wind field intensity doubled. Fellow tourists looked confused as they watched Lin Han sit down in the eye of the storm, like a strong cheetah, crouched low and gripping the ground. Clearly ready for action. May I ask, are you ready? What about them? They were just ordinary tourists with innocent faces. I just wanted to spend a wonderful and magical day at Wanyuan Mountain. I was almost blown dry by the wind, and now that I've reached the exit, I still have to deal with this. But some people are excited. Bro, what's this hurricane killer? You've got a new title now. Wow, double the wind power. Let me feel it. Haha, today we're definitely facing a challenge. This must be the first time we've encountered such difficulty on this path, right? The first timers will definitely get a reward. Hang in there, everyone. Boom. Before anyone could finish speaking, a violent gust of wind erupted from beneath the ground's stone tiles. Ah! A beautiful woman screamed and covered her skirt as she rushed out of the wind zone, causing everyone to laugh kindly. I told you not to wear a skirt, but you didn't listen. The guy who was boasting about wanting to experience this just now has now been completely humbled. Blown into a state of defeat, his face contorted by the wind. Didn't they say the wind comes from all around? Why is this twisted version of wind blowing from below? Where is this wind coming from? Lin Han pressed one hand to the ground and gripped his trekking pole tightly, trying to strike a cool pose, but his eyes were already squinting. After clearing this level, he would complete the third entry into the same attribute section with a medal. Lin Han recalled the information on the exchange interface in his mind. This meant that the next time he came, he would unlock the hell mode of the strong wind stone forest. I wonder if it will be stronger than the wind brought by the hurricane killer. After 3 minutes of being blown, the tourists who could still stand their ground were basically tough people. At least Lin Han managed to hold on. His fingers were stiff from the wind, but he still walked out with his chest out and head held high, achieving the unnoticed second stage of trekking pole. It could not only extend but also had a hook unlocked at the end. Lin Han examined it, speculating on its usefulness. Then, he continued to explore the path ahead. Being a regular, his speed was quick. He entered the park at 5 a.m. and reached the Hanxian Visitor Center before noon, starting to eat and replenish his energy while reorganizing the information from the journey. As for the path ahead, it was still relatively new, and there was plenty of information to explore at this stage, which made Lin Han less interested. This group was not there to pioneer but to seek out and discover information that others had overlooked, filling in the puzzle named Wanyuan Mountain. So after a quick visit to the Wanfo Cave, he had already descended and reached the Luoxian Lake Research Institute before 3 p.m. Lin Han looked at the number of fragments displayed on his phone, then at the control panel of the confidential document room. 2 puzzles, one on the left and one on the right, each made up of 100 fragments, most of which were grayish-white, with only a few bright blue ones. There were even some fragments in dark gray. Every 500 tourists collected energy could light up 1 blue square. If a puzzle was completely missing, it would be dark gray. Last time, everyone worked together to achieve the first stage goal and unlocked the underwater dance of the goddess. So since then, everyone had been more diligent in digging for hidden fragments, waiting for the next stage to unlock. Lin Han smiled. That day is today. Expedition Team 134. Lin Han, is the latest location manual ready? Xiaoji, we have already arrived at the Research Institute. Melancholic Pickle, if all goes well, we should be able to completely light up 12 fragments today. Brick S Love, so excited. Have been looking forward to today for a long time. Lin Han put down his phone, took out a colorful A4 paper from his backpack, and turned to walk towards the underwater 8 corridors. That's right. Today marks the big operation of their exploration group. After gathering multiple sub-teams and thousands of special location markers from online users, they were now collecting everything in a grand assembly. Starting today, different small teams would gradually arrive throughout the week to complete as many grayish-white icons as possible. Lin Han's figure was subtly filled with excitement. Who knows what changes this week might bring? Chapter 273. Can the wishing tree really grant wishes? Lin Han and the explorers delved into the Luoxian Lake Research Institute, uncovering fragments hidden among the water plants, under window edges, and beside door pillars. The puzzle on the operating table gradually lit up, slowly forming vague patterns and texts. While they searched frantically, Wanyuan Mountain was operating in an orderly manner, but those who needed to criticize continued their outbursts online. It was uncertain whether someone had hired online commentators, as more and more people questioned the appropriateness of the Buddha statues in the 10,000 Buddha caves. The official Wanyuan Mountain remained indifferent, offering no response. The Sculpture Association continued to joke around regardless of the situation, and those artists were not going to spare them. This group had always been carefree and reckless, and now they were even more outspoken. Ordinary users found themselves thinking, hey, these people aren't so bad after all. Su Jing was enjoying delicious local cuisine at a farm stay, occasionally checking his phone to watch the amusing arguments among these people. But he was generally too lazy to get involved. The chubby guy shared the same sentiment, completely ignoring the clowns. As more visitors went to the 10,000 Buddha temple, the number of people activating the Great Compassion Universe also increased. According to official reports, the daily active users of the Wanyuan app had exceeded 100,000, with users utilizing the Great Compassion Universe feature steadily rising, especially during the fixed merit accumulation time every evening. No matter which Buddha statue interface he entered, he could see countless stars twinkling and energy threads rushing towards the Buddha-esque form. This was using a scenic app to drive thousands of people to accumulate merits and worship Buddha. If this wasn't promoting Buddhist teachings and bringing Buddhism into the world, then what could be? Zhu Shou snorted and opened the interface of a statue that caught his eye, beginning to strike the wooden fish, gradually calming his mind. Forget it. No need to stoop to their level. After finishing with the wooden fish, he played with his phone for a while, checked the latest hot topics, and fell into a peaceful sleep. However, when he woke up the next morning and opened his phone, he found two major hot topics exploding simultaneously, one on the social media trending list and the other on the front page of news media. Before Zhu Shou could click on them, he was interrupted by an incoming voice call. Since learning that Zhou Yi has successfully taken office at Wanyuan Mountain, he and Ping Ping have created a small group to share jokes and gather information. Ping Ping's clear voice came through the phone, trying her best to maintain the demeanor of a top student. Have you seen the news? The body has been dug up. That blonde has solid evidence against him, and a gray trading chain has also been uncovered. As Zhu Shou listened to her, he opened the news homepage. Certain streamer involved in solicitation, murder, and other behaviors has solid evidence against them, showing a shocking level of depravity. With multiple victims' families filing lawsuits, opening the link made the chubby boy's fingers tremble. Taking advantage of the streamer's fame, wealth, and charm, De Hong had deceived many fans into sleeping with him, including many immature young girls, and for those who regretted it, he would use compromising photos to threaten them. He had controlled many girls, and Huang Lily was not the only one he killed. However, this person had strong psychological resilience. Plus, he worked with accomplices and specifically targeted girls who had conflicts at home or were socially isolated, so they had not discovered anything for a long time. The revelation of this incident directly disturbed the relevant national departments. Multiple departments jointly announced that they would strictly handle the matter and maintain online security, ensuring that streamers like De Hong could not continue their wrongdoings. Netizens flooded the comments section, cursing, then rushed to other platforms to vent their anger, creating chaos and confusion. The battle was interrupted by a curious netizen's question. So this streamer went to Wanfo Temple and confessed his crimes? It seemed to be the case. The person continued. Does that mean the Buddha manifested? Aren't you all saying that what is discussed in the temples is about karma and retribution? Could this be a possibility? The netizens paused, feeling uncertain. If that were true, it would be too unbelievable, right? But on the other hand, the peak of Dahan Mountain had shown Buddha light before. And now if the temple manifested and made someone confess, it wasn't impossible, right? The netizens began to brainwash themselves. Zhu Shou slapped his face to wake himself up, and then clicked on another trending topic. It was also a video that had consistently maintained the top spot. He entered the link, and the screen lit up, revealing a middle-aged man sitting at a wooden table. The man's face looked weathered, with red eyes as if he had been crying. Dear netizens, I have some good news to announce today. He trembled as he slowly took out a thick stack of medical reports and CT scans, placing them in front of the camera. This is my medical record. 2 months ago, I was diagnosed with late-stage brain cancer. The doctor told me I only have 3 months left to live. As he spoke, he couldn't help but wipe away his tears. Zhu Shou frowned, wondering if this was a video asking for crowdfunding for medical treatment. How could such a video become so popular? Was there a twist? He continued to watch. The man was slowly narrating his story. So I thought before I die, I should live well for once. I ate the donkey meat pie that I love but couldn't bear to buy, bought pants that fit well, and then went to the Great Wall, a place I had wanted to visit my whole life, but never had the time. Later, I went to many places and saw the beautiful mountains and rivers of our homeland. I felt that I had no regrets in this life. The middle-aged man had a bittersweet, yet happy expression. Even without any background music, the faint sound of weeping in the video was still stirring. Until 10 days ago, I arrived at the highly recommended Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area. The man perked up, sensing a scientifically unexplainable phenomenon. He was right. In the video, the man's expression suddenly became excited as he held up the report. Snowflakes floated down, and he pulled out a brand new piece of paper and thrust it towards the camera. He went for a recheck yesterday, which was supposed to confirm the final results. And the doctor said my brain tumor has shrunk. Very small, and it is still dissipating benignly. The middle-aged man cried and laughed, unable to tell if the moisture on his face was tears or mucus, vigorously shaking the diagnosis report. I don't have to die. My wish has come true. It was that wishing tree. It was Dahan Mountain, and the Buddha fulfilled my wish. The Buddha saved me. The scene flashed, showing him crying and laughing in the hospital, while 7 or 8 doctors huddled together in a heated discussion. The previously somber faces of his family brightened up, confirming everything he said. I will go to express my gratitude. The man sobbed one last time, wiped away his tears, and his eyes sparkled. Fellow villagers, brothers and sisters, I will live stream the process of expressing my gratitude in 3 days. I will kneel every 5 steps and bow every 10 steps. I will climb Dahan Mountain. Chapter 274, The Power of Faith, huh? The man rubbed his eyes, leaned closer to the screen again, and then chuckled. Humph. Although I admit your approach is great for gaining attention, this gimmick is a bit too exaggerated. His voice gradually lowered as netizens in the comments section had already dug up information about the hospital he visited, the attending physician, and even news reports from the media that interviewed him that day. All the information matched up, meaning what he said was true. The chubby man chuckled awkwardly, and in the ongoing voice call, Pingping's voice came through. Did you see it? Do you think it's real, fat brother? The man couldn't quite say, but he instinctively denied it. It must be that he went out to relax, which made him happy, reduced the pressure in his brain, and then he regained his health. Right? That's the most logical explanation, and people in the comments section thought so too. In the face of life and death mysticism, even fans and players of Wanyuan Mountain became cautious at this moment. Monkey King real body. You can't say that carelessly. Our wishing is just a gimmick. Every scenic area has it, you know? Simple villagers. I agree. I made more than 10 wishes back then, and none of them came true. Butterfly Fairy Fan 199. It's all fun and games, but don't joke about wishes. Don't take it seriously, everyone. If it were really that accurate, everyone would be making wishes. A fan commented, while a woman named Little Family Together shared a puzzle photo in the comments. It showed a wish note that said, "May you have children soon" on top, and below it was a fresh pregnancy checkup report. The comments section fell silent, watching the likes for this photo rise higher and higher. There were also stories of a girl who said she got promoted after making a wish, and a student sharing their report card, among others. Even from the microphone near Zhu Shou's ear, Zhou Ye's complex laughter could be heard. Speaking of which, I just made a wish myself, and that very day, the recruitment officer personally called to notify me about my job. I guess that counts as a successful wish, right? Zhou Ye chuckled over there. Should I go make another wish? Everyone had different attitudes, but the comment section echoed the same 3 words, building up higher and higher until the screen was filled with good luck. Well then, Su Jing was lying in a uniquely styled hammock hotel, feeling sore and dreaming of having bones broken by someone. The next second, he was awakened by the system's voice. Get up. The system's electronic voice was crisp and filled with excitement. Wake up, don't sleep. You've achieved your goal. Su Jing got up, his face wrinkled, hair messy like a bird's nest, looking confused. What goal? My goal is just to have a good time. He stretched his neck, deciding to leave a bad review for this misleading 5-star accommodation. Then he sat up and took out his phone. Not the phone. It's the system. Open the system. Su Jing blocked out the chirping noise and opened the interface with a smile, only for it to freeze. There were 70 messages from Shun Zhuang, Jiang Tsong, Zhou Yi, Zhu Shou, Jia University, and a bunch of others. With a snap, Su Jing immediately put down his phone and let the system's voice play out. Let's check the good news first. The system chimed continuously. Reputation has exceeded 5 million. Reward, Lucky Wheel 2. First time gaining 10 points of faith power. Reward, Hourglass, Advanced 1. Su Jing was stunned. A 5 million reputation reward wasn't much since he had already received 2 at 1 million. But what was this faith power? The system cheerfully chimed in, its electronic voice lively. This is a good thing. First, you should know that normal scenic area operations only gain reputation and good reviews. However, because certain elements were added to your scenic area, and it indeed gained tourists' faith, though that faith power should technically belong to them. This output is also thanks to our scenic area's contributions. So, this great system, just taking a small processing fee, isn't too much, right? Not too much. Su Jing grinned. It's originally his thing. How could it be called a processing fee? This is what they should get. So what can this faith power be used for? The current quantity is still too small. Once you have more, this system can be upgraded, and after aligning the granularity, you'll know what it can be used for. Well, the granularity has emerged. However, the system hasn't finished speaking. In the next few days, I might find some time to go back. I need to report on this belief power matter. Going again? It seems this belief power is indeed extraordinary. Su Jing shrugged, suppressing his curiosity, and began to check his attributes. Since opening the new scenic spot, he hadn't looked at his attribute page yet. Personal attributes: host, Su Jing, male, physical quality, B scenic spot achievement, renowned, scenic spot transformation speed increased by 30, increases recruitment of talented individuals. Scenic spot reputation, 52. 38 million number of positive reviews. 1. 41 million scenic spot belief power, 10 points. Backpack, hourglass of time, advanced. 1. Invincible body potion 1. Cold weather mountaineering gear 1. Wahei 10, 45. Lottery chances, 3 times evaluation. Your scenic spot is captivating, not only excelling in natural beauty, but also showcasing a certain level of culture, religion, technology, art, philosophy, etc., attracting attention from all walks of society. Please continue to improve the scenic spot's construction and become a well-known tourist destination. This little evaluation is getting more and more delightful. Su Jing admired himself for a moment before clicking on the new, previously unseen item. As everyone knows, high-level items produced by the system are generally impressive. The screen flickered, and the golden image of the hourglass of time enlarged. But the line of small text that appeared made Su Jing's breath quicken. Hourglass of time, advanced fantasy item A level or higher transformation construction project. Completion time reduced to 24 hours. A simple description, yet it contained astonishing implications. A high-level time item that can only be used for A-level or higher transformation projects. Completed in 1 day. Gulp. Su Jing struggled to swallow. Although the system seemed to want to belittle him, it also expressed admiration. As expected of something granted by belief power, it really is a significant item. You should keep this well. It should be considered the highest level artifact you can obtain at the moment. After calming down for a while, Su Jing continued to read on, but he glanced sideways. His voice teasing. Didn't you say that if I accumulated 5 million reputation points, there would be good things for me? Just 2 lottery draws? The system's voice faltered, responding dryly. Well, there's the hourglass of time. The 2 lottery draws are provided by the system, and the hourglass is a reward from belief power. What about yours? The great system wouldn't come empty-handed, right? How could the system tolerate such provocation? It immediately became agitated. Impossible. That's a reward given to you by the rules. This great system has said that it will definitely provide you with good things. Its voice suddenly lowered a bit. You are the best performing host I have received so far, with the fastest construction speed. So I have gained some additional power of rules to help you fulfill a wish. Chapter 275. Infiltrating Luoshan Village. Wow, I want to not so fast. The voice of the leader sounded pleased, trying to maintain a serious tone. First, let me explain that the wish must be related to the scenic area and cannot be too outrageous or exaggerated, as it will consume my energy. If it's a transformation type, it cannot exceed level B, otherwise the energy consumption will be too high. And I want to be able to cover up this loophole. What else can be done? Below level B, he doesn't even need the system. He can handle it with a bit of reputation value. Above level A, he has powerful artifacts as support. Since this wish can only be used within the scenic area, I need to think carefully. There must be a way to make use of it. Let me think, and I will let you know once I decide. No problem. After checking the attributes and receiving the rewards, Su Jing finally opened his phone, looking at the flood of messages and missed calls. The staff mainly asked when he would return and reported on the wish tree and the operation of the park. As for Xin Zhuang and the mayor of Qingshan County, they inquired about the matter of the big flood and the wish tree manifesting, and what exactly it had to do with Wanyuan Mountain. They also casually asked if he wanted to accept an interview and receive an award or something. Su Jing replied to each message with a refusal. But since he had been away for more than a week, it was time to head back. The dusty road vehicle carried the weary man as he set off on the journey back to Wanyuan Mountain. At the same time, at Wanyuan Mountain, Luoxian Lake Research Institute, the last small team of the Exploration Division stood in front of the control panel, looking at the huge electronic grid puzzle on both sides, and began to scan and upload one by one. Beep, 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 beep. The crisp sounds echoed continuously as the gray and white grids flickered in succession, finally starting to turn bright blue. 1, 2, 5, 6. The team leader, leading the video call, gathered with other members in the group to closely monitor the progress changes. Their mission this time was to fill in grids that were generally not easily detected or that would activate immediately. It was uncertain whether there would be any changes. The second-to-last team member approached to scan, looking somewhat dejected. It seemed this mission was failing. So many people had scanned, but the first grid showed no changes, indicating that it was still not ding. The team member suddenly looked up, and the leader's eyes widened as he raised his phone. A blue-silver light transformed into a halo, emerging from the ceiling, sweeping down over the silver metal walls and the glass of the research institute, then passing over the tourists who were frozen in place before retracting. A familiar small screen appeared on the wall, surrounded by sparkling stars, resembling fireworks. Wow! Congratulations! To all the newcomers, you have successfully unlocked the secret second stage. Starting tomorrow, I will lift the blockade of the village at the lake bottom, and brave newcomers can personally go for exploration. The investigation of the hidden treasures at the lake bottom is already halfway through, and you persistent newcomers, I wonder what your reaction will be when you finally learn the whole secret. Suddenly, the disappearance of the first project sparked excitement among the team members as they turned around and laughed joyfully with the captain. We did it! Wow! So exciting! The second stage. Halfway through the stage means there are 4 stages in total. The captain also smiled excitedly and waved at the team. However, the first project did not mention what the reward would be, only stating the blockade would be lifted. Everyone was curious and excitedly discussed it, while other visitors gathered around, eagerly touching the control panel. The second stage has been unlocked. Oh my, I still have over a dozen fragments I haven't uploaded. Finally unlocked. What could the reward for the second stage be? In the crowd, a girl quietly raised her right hand and said cheerfully, check the announcement. The app has an announcement. In an instant, everyone pulled out their phones to check the app, and indeed saw the real-time update. Announcement. The Luoxian Lake Research Institute has unlocked the second stage of Hidden Treasures at the Lake Bottom, preparing to open the second stage reward of infiltrating the village. Opening date, August 6th. Registration details, please check the official website for specific information. Wait a minute. A guy raised his head and asked in confusion. What does it mean to infiltrate the village? Aren't we already infiltrating? One of the explorers looked at the captain, his eyes lighting up as he seemed to remember something. Could it be? He made a swimming motion. Diving. He guessed correctly. As Su Jing drove back, the official account of Wanyuan Mountain released a notification for the new project. Wanyuan Mountain Scenic Area, Luoxian Lake Attraction, due to version updates, is launching a new entertainment project, Infiltrating the Village. This project is a special fee project, 500 yuan for 60 minutes, including training and official diving. Limited to 30 slots per day, please make a reservation, and staff will contact you. Netizens who were unaware of the Research Institute's second stage unlocking were momentarily confused, and then began to ask questions frantically. What happened? Why is there suddenly a new activity? Someone immediately pointed out in a post, as the most expensive project since Wanyuan Mountain started operations, it must be very special. The diving project at Wanyuan Mountain is priced normally, but at Luoxian Lake, diving is just one aspect. The real special feature is the opportunity to visit the underwater ancient city up close. Oh my, those ancient cities look so real. I'm afraid they might encounter villagers. Hey, don't scare me. I was just about to sign up. So expensive, but I really want to go. Finally, Wanyuan Mountain has a project I can't afford. Anyone want to sign up as a group? I've wanted to go for a long time. The online community is buzzing with discussions about the new announcement. At the same time, in a university dormitory in a certain city, a frail old man made a phone call to his apprentice. On the other end, the young man had just finished a week-long exploration task and was planning to invite his crush out for dinner. Hey, what? You mean the Luoxian Lake, where I was stranded for over 2 hours in the mist last time, is now open to visitors? Are they crazy? He almost hung up, wanting to urge everyone not to go there and risk their lives, but then hesitated. The young person in charge probably wouldn't take such a reckless action. If he dared to let people in, it must mean he had confidence in the situation. For just 500 yuan, he could see that ancient city he had been dreaming about. What a perfect deal. After hanging up, he immediately booked a ticket without a second thought. Chapter 276. Live stream of gratitude. When Su Jing drove back to his city, it was already midnight. The Wanyuan Mountain was silent, and he lay on his large bed, contemplating the future development progress. Since his fellow disciples had gone traveling, they wouldn't be back for 2 or 3 months. So there was no rush for the temple matters. After all, just one 10,000 Buddha temple would keep visitors busy for a while. Plus, the suddenly popular wishing tree online. Su Jing crossed his legs and swayed. Judging by the timeline, his scenic area, which had been painstakingly managed, was now overshadowed by a single wishing tree that everyone knew about. Additionally, the climbing path in front of the Great Cold Mountain had many deeper mechanisms designed, which would take at least a month or 2 to fully explore. Therefore, the transformation of the Extreme Domain Mountain could be paused for now. Su Jing lightly tapped the paper page with his pen. He and Ping Ping shared the same habit of writing down their thoughts for clearer logic. Currently, the development level of the Holy Spirit Mountain was still at 78, while Luoxian Lake was at 80. The Extreme Domain Mountain was at 58. If he wanted to develop a new mountain, he first needed to raise the extreme domain mountain's completion to 60 to meet the system's requirements. However, choosing which mountain to develop next was a question worth pondering. He doodled in his notebook, circling and pointing at Wanxian Lake. System brother? What is up? Su Jing pondered for a moment before speaking. If I want to optimize the construction in the Wanxian Lake area, how much reputation value would it cost? Optimize. The system's voice grew louder, sounding a bit confused. Wanxian Lake is already rated A, and it's doing quite well. What more do you want to optimize? Moreover, even if it's optimized to S level, the completion rate 1T increase much. Ultimately, if the system needs to renovate, you'll have to close that area. Didn't you just set up a new entertainment project? Su Jing shook his head, smiling. Do you remember the special location I left when I was renovating? Oh, you mean that place. But there hasn't been much work done below before. What do you want it to become? Su Jing fell silent for a moment, then began to close his eyes and imagine. The system next to him initially responded with okay, but later exclaimed, oh my, is this for real? And then fell silent. Based on your current ideas, it's best to do it all at once. Otherwise, you might not achieve the results you want, the electronic voice said after a brief pause. With your brain. I almost want to dive into this world myself and take a tour of our scenic area, it added. So, is it feasible? Yes, and it won't cost much. But there's quite a bit of preparation. I've picked out a few props according to your ideas that can reduce the difficulty and time of your modifications. Once you get these ready, you can start. Su Jing smiled and immediately began to write. August 6th arrived in the blink of an eye. With Su Jing back and confirming that the diving instructor and equipment were all fine, Wanyuan Mountain officially launched its new activities for the day. At the same time, countless netizens who couldn't make it to Dahan Mountain due to work and other reasons followed the live stream, focusing on the middle-aged man in front of the camera. Since confirming that his brain tumor was disappearing, the uncle had slept for 3 days straight, relieving himself of weariness and fatigue. He then stood at the foot of Dahan Mountain, holding a live-streaming phone. Not far behind him, scattered tourists curiously observed him, with some recognizing him as the Wish Man who had gone viral a few days prior and eagerly introducing him to their companions. Others frowned and scoffed. He's just trying to ride the wave for attention. Otherwise, why live stream if he's just fulfilling a wish? They said, it's all for money. It's just a scenic area. If it were about praying for something real, there might be some credibility, but it's just a wishing tree. What major scenic spot doesn't have one of those? Haha. Didn't he say he would bow every 5 steps and prostrate every 10? I want to see if he really does it. Among the crowd, there were both goodwill and malice, but the middle-aged man simply gazed ahead, his expression grateful, yet resolute. He was indeed there to fulfill a wish. However, the fact that he was live-streaming was also true. After all, he had been terminally ill, and despite his firm refusals, his family had still taken out most of their savings to let him enjoy his final days happily. Thus, he had indeed spent a lot of money in recent days. The saddest thing in this world is not that a person dies with unspent money, but rather that since heaven had given him a chance, it was a natural arrangement. Therefore, he also had to take this opportunity to earn back the money he spent and provide a better life for his wife, children, and parents. Only then would his sought-after life not be in vain. Earning money is nothing to be ashamed of. They can think and say whatever they want. Stepping forward, the middle-aged man's hard rubber soles pressed against the blue stone pavement, producing a sound that resonated with the unyielding cries of the lower class. Bang! The sound wasn't loud, but the dull thud made all the whispering tourists instantly hush. In the live stream, the viewers who had come to watch the spectacle were also momentarily stunned. Then, a tide of malice surged forth. Here comes the show. Is there a big spender willing to tip? Haha, I had nothing to do today, so I just sat in the live stream room, watching to see if he could reach the top of the mountain. Laughs, you guys really believe it, huh? He'll give up soon. Oh, or pretend to faint. I've seen this kind of trick before. The comments on the live stream interface were scrolling wildly, but the middle-aged man didn't even glance at them. He simply bent down, knelt on the ground, raised his hands, and bowed down. This was his first bow. A few steps in front of him, a plain-looking middle-aged woman held a selfie stick and a phone, tears flowing from the corners of her eyes. He came to make a vow, and as his wife, she would accompany him up the mountain in her own way. Although she couldn't worship the mountain god, the tree god, or the Buddha, her heart was already sincere enough. The surrounding tourists watched for a while before moving on to continue their mountain climbing journey. Wave after wave of new tourists slowly passed him until there was no one left behind him. The empty mountain path was left with just the two of them. The viewers in the live stream also came and went, but it was undeniable that this man, who kept bowing, indeed made the live stream increasingly popular. Donations and gifts began to appear, with someone gifting a certain amount, prompting him to turn around and thank them, but the uncle kept his eyes forward, walking and bowing quietly. Interesting, the voice of the donor disappeared, yet they remained in the live stream, not leaving. In early August, the air was scorching hot, and there were only 2 or 3 white clouds above Wanyuan Mountain. The sunlight poured down indiscriminately, enveloping the man drenched in sweat. When he got thirsty, he stopped to drink some water. Other than that, he didn't rest for a moment. Chapter 277. Submergence. While the live stream was focused on climbing the mountain, the foot of the mountain, at Luoxian Lake, finally started to get lively. The research institute opened after 9 a.m., but before 11 a.m. The area around Luoxian Lake and inside the institute was already packed with tourists. Everyone was nervously and curiously looking around, anticipating the start of the dive into Luoshan Village activity that was opening today. In a newly built temporary model house by the lake, a few men and women were making final preparations inside. A serious diving instructor was showing them hand signals, rules, and how to use each tool. Of course, this was aimed at beginners or complete novices. As for those holding diving certificates, long time no see. What a coincidence. Two big men in diving suits stood awkwardly facing each other in the preparation area. Everyone knew the ancient relic guy. His teacher, Tu Hong, knew he was coming to dive and even specially granted him a day off. As for the man he encountered across from him, cough cough, they had met once before when he led them into underwater fog, resulting in their entire team being wiped out during an underwater exploration. Unexpectedly this time, he also showed up for the underwater exploration activity. Has he ever dived in Luoxian Lake? Has he participated in the collection of hidden fragments? The ancient relic guy smiled on the surface, but rolled his eyes internally, feeling a bit displeased. They were loyal fans of Wang Yuan, genuinely here out of curiosity. While this guy seemed to just be here to stir up trouble and vent the dissatisfaction from being trapped back then, the captain stood on the opposite side, showing no expression on his face, but he felt a bit awkward inside. When they returned empty-handed at first, the entire team had been laughed at for a long time. It wasn't until the other team came back and mentioned that there were indeed issues down there that the laughter subsided. However, the members of that team later said they didn't gain anything from it either. Not only did they see nothing, but someone even broke their leg there. The captain's gaze was serious as he looked at the deep green surface of the lake. Was the ancient city a fake? He had seen it through glass before, and it shouldn't have looked fake at all. But since multiple archaeologists and ancient architecture researchers had confirmed it, they had no reason to return. It wasn't until a few days ago, when he heard a team member mention it, that he learned the lake, which had trapped them, was actually open to the public. He recalled the little smart assistant from the research institute and felt a strange sensation. When Su Jing was around, it was said to be the river god. But that electronic robot claimed it was a barrier set up by their research institute. Who should he believe? Su Jing had said, "Little fool, you shouldn't trust anyone. Don't you remember we're just a scenic area?" The captain's heart was in turmoil. In the end, he took 2 days off, brought his basic equipment, and took the high-speed train back to the mountain. He needed to investigate personally. So now, the two of them awkwardly ran into each other. After greeting each other, they didn't say much more, but began checking their final equipment. The lake had prepared standard scuba gear for visitors, which included wetsuits and oxygen tanks for underwater breathing. In addition, there were a few special items: a waterproof phone bag, a pair of special gloves, and a powerful flashlight. After putting everything on according to the instructions, he glanced at the captain, who had already moved to the water's edge and hurriedly waddled over in his fins. Splash, splash, with 2 loud splashes. The 2 figures disappeared from the shore. The diving instructor turned to the other visitors, smiling to reassure them. They are certified, so there's no need to worry. We'll go down shortly. The instructor nearby nodded in agreement. Enjoying the scenery is not as important as your safety, right? The instructor above was still teaching, while the ancient relic enthusiast had already surfaced amidst the bubbling water. Wow. Even though it was almost the same entry point, the view this time was completely different. The cool green water touched his skin, and a few small fish were startled, darting away from them. Ahead, amidst the jade-like mist, the stone-roofed houses of the ancient city and the faint outlines of columned strange beasts came into view. He saw the captain ahead turn to look at him, eyes filled with amazement, continuously making diving motions. He couldn't help but smile proudly. Although he almost lost his life here last time, he still felt proud to be a fan of the mountain in front of outsiders. Look, this is the grand scenic area they have longed for and loved. But the surprises were not over yet. In unfamiliar waters, it was common sense to stick together, so despite the awkwardness, the two instinctively descended together. Captain Baishu tightly focused on the display of the computer. Yes, at a depth of 5 meters. He was already parallel to the column at the end of his line of sight, meaning the actual submerged location of the village was about 10 meters deep. But the official depth they released was just over 6 meters? Damn, where is there 6 meters? It's probably shallower over where the fishermen are. The person in charge here is definitely a big liar. Archaeologist Gu was too lazy to care about what he was thinking. He lowered his body, equalizing the pressure in his ears while rapidly descending. The water around him was still clear, with rising bubbles, which puzzled him even more. Logically, the closer one gets to the bottom of the water, the murkier it should be, but this was clearly an exception. he could still see the stone-paved street below, which remained clean except for a thin layer of algae in the crevices. With a thud, their fins touched the ground, stabilizing their bodies as they began to look around. They had already reviewed the precautions before diving. The spot they descended to was at the far end of the village. This journey allowed everyone to either cross the entire village and surface at another dive point or choose to return the same way. Underwater, they could lightly touch the buildings. But in all areas except special zones, they were prohibited from damaging the algae and other coverings on the building surfaces. Special zones. Archaeologist Gu pondered over this, feeling a surge of excitement as he started to look around. As soon as he looked up, he found himself staring at a massive glass wall. Tourists in the glass corridor exclaimed, "Wow, how shiny." Archaeologist Gu quickly turned around, almost straining his back. How unlucky. He had ended up in the middle of the underwater corridor. It was awkward. Captain Baishu felt even more awkward. Their usual work was conducted in secret, filled with a sense of prestige and mission. Yet today they strangely felt like pioneers in front of the expectations of the villagers. Ahem, let us start exploring. He turned to Archaeologist Gu and signaled. Free action, 8 minutes. Chapter 278, Village in Bubbles. Diving is a very quiet activity. Archaeologist Gu successfully reached the bottom and saw the research institute's location and the faces of the tourists. The fear of being trapped by the mist slowly faded away. The 8th glass corridor wound through the village end, and even though it was not yet noon, it was already packed with tourists, all watching this group of first divers. The door at the village end wasn't as large as that at the village head, but to Archaeologist Gu, it still felt magnificent. He kicked his fins and approached the stone archway. He couldn't see clearly in the corridor earlier, but now that he was close, he noticed 2 neatly carved lines of text on the stone pillars beneath the arch. He lifted the water plants above to get a clearer view of the writing. On the right was, "The Valley of Resilience is blessed with a land of treasures." On the left was, "Spring brings the divine grace, reflecting a bountiful year." Wow. The explorer instantly understood the purpose of the waterproof phone pouch. Without mentioning the profound cultural significance of the couplet, the inscription alone was quite intriguing. He pointed his phone camera at it, capturing the original appearance of the inscription before swimming toward the village. He swam quietly, unconcerned about the tourists behind him. However, the people in the corridor erupted into a commotion. "Scan it quickly." "Wow. Finally, the water plants in this area have been revealed." "Haha, thank heaven. How many people have seen the fragments here but couldn't get them? It's because we couldn't capture the whole picture that we couldn't scan it. Finally, someone has opened it up. Scan it quickly." Everyone pressed against the glass, opened the AR function of the app, and frantically scanned. At the same time, the chat channel for Luoxian Lake in the app started buzzing with discussions. Did everyone see the couplet at the end of the village? Wow, there have always been 4 or 5 characters obscured, but today they finally revealed their original form. "Comrades, I find this couplet very interesting. It seems to contain a lot of information. Can someone explain it?" "Yeah, we need to scan the fragments to synthesize the answer for Luoshan number 1. But we don't need to. As long as we have enough clues, we can crack the puzzle. Haha, let us start solving the mystery." The explorer was unaware of how much his actions helped others. He just continued to swim forward, quickly assessing his surroundings, aligning them with his mental map of Luoshan village. The teacher was right. Experiencing the architecture up close was indeed different from viewing it through glass. The massive stone brick houses, meticulously constructed, revealed the craftsmanship and care of the artisans. Was this real? He wore gloves and touched a stone brick, leaning in to take a closer look. The pattern on the brick appeared bluish, shimmering with an oily green sheen at the bottom of the water, giving a strong sense of age. At the very least, the historical aura of the ancient architecture still lingered. The explorer continued swimming forward and then stopped in front of a uniquely low-eaved building with a small door and windows. Ancestral Hall. So, the Ancestral Hall of Luoshan Village is located at the end of the village? It was dark inside, making him involuntarily glance back. The distant tourists were left with fuzzy faces, still pressing against the glass, their eyes closely following him. This reassured him somewhat, and he turned on his strong flashlight, instantly tearing a crack in the darkness. With 6 minutes left, he decided to take a look. The figure in black disappeared outside the Ancestral Hall, making the tourists even more anxious. Wow, he went in. Incredible. He really dares to go anywhere. How bold. How does he dare? Isn't he afraid of bumping into the female villagers? I want to see too. Can we get a live stream? Of course, live streaming was impossible, and Captain Baisu was nowhere to be found. The explorer plunged into the darkness alone, surrounded by the lake water, with his field of vision limited to the circle of light cast by his flashlight. So far, all the buildings he has seen are made of stone, but in the center of the Ancestral Hall, there are many decayed wooden plaques placed on the stone platform. How surprising. He thought the people here rarely used wood, but it turns out they do. He leaned closer to observe, but before he could reach out, a shadow suddenly darted out from the darkness, startling him. He dared not shout, and quickly stepped back, stirring the lake water into a bit of murkiness, and then he paused to catch his breath. It turned out to be a black fish. TSK. That gave him quite a scare. The explorer turned his head and, with the beam of the flashlight, looked around. The doors leading to the 2 rooms on either side were tightly shut, leaving no way to go anywhere. However, he wasn't idle. He took out his phone to start the routine information scan, but the phone displayed nothing, still shrouded in darkness. Could it be that there was nothing here? After hesitating for a few seconds, he waved his hand and prepared to leave. But just as his right hand brushed against the door frame, ready to push it open, a sudden blue light erupted behind him, illuminating the ancestral hall in an instant. The explorer slowly turned his head, fervently muttering a prayer, hoping not to see anything too terrifying. Of course, he wouldn't see anything. The person in charge wouldn't set up too much inexplicable high-tech in the same place. So what the explorer saw in the ethereal blue light was actually an underwater projection. He let out a sigh of relief and moved closer to the doorway to get a better view of the projection, only to suddenly bump into something slightly warm. In an instant, thoughts of underwater corpses and villagers from the nearby village flooded his mind, peaking when a hand grabbed his shoulder. Ugh! A torrent of large bubbles surged up, and the team leader, realizing he had startled him, quickly turned him around. It's me. Why is it you? Although there were no gestures, the team leader still understood the expression in his eyes. Who else could it be? He had heard of the legend of the fallen fairy lake in Wanyuan Mountain, and this kid really took it seriously. He pointed to the blue light ahead, indicating that he had been drawn in by it. Only then did the explorer relax. Damn, that scared him to death. He almost thought he was going to be taken away by the villagers. Fortunately, he glanced again at the team leader, whose robust physique and rich experience were not something he could compare to. Let's go together. He made a gesture, swearing that he absolutely could not part ways with the team leader on this underwater journey. The team leader, with a serious expression, nodded, and they both turned to look at the image projected inside the ancestral hall. Tap tap. A few figures stepped into the frame, and the elder at the forefront held a brand new wooden plaque. Yinshan, go close the door, the elder said, as the creaking door closed, placing the plaque on the high platform. Looking around, there were actually hundreds of wooden plaques densely arranged on the high platform. The room darkened, and the elder sighed gently, smiling as he spoke. Grandpa Yinshan, your life has not been in vain. You are finally realizing your dream and about to return to the embrace of your mother. He placed the plaque down, knelt, and several people behind him also knelt. The young Yinshan moved to the side and knelt down, showing little sadness on his face. As the candle flames were lit, the old man let out a long sigh and began to chant softly. If there were no roads to the north and south outside the door, walk forward, following the well's flow. The mountain does not bring parting sorrow, see mother, and we shall reunite. The rest of the words were unclear to the two, and as the blue light faded, the ancestral hall returned to darkness. Chapter 279. Mother of Water. Although they were underwater, the audio of the projection remained clear, and the old man's long chant was distinctly heard by the two. The antiquities enthusiast slowly turned his head, his teeth chattering involuntarily. No way. This village really has secrets. Or is it a limited edition dive? He took out his phone and indeed saw a small red dot appear on the icon for Luoxian Lake. Upon clicking it, a video of the projection they had just seen appeared next to the fragment of the hidden treasure on the right side. Successfully collected Secret of Luoshan Village 1. The antiquities enthusiast's eyes sparkled with joy. Although he hadn't collected many fragments, he had gathered something special. He gestured to Captain Bison, who was deep in thought. Keep going. The captain did not respond, but followed him out. Outside, the tourists exclaimed, what the heck? They also saw that blue light. What on earth happened? The two had seen everything, but the tourists in the corridor could see nothing. Some waved their hands frantically, while others banged on the glass, watching as the two disappeared around the corner. Oh no, can't they record a video? The tourists in the 8th corridor officially lost sight of the explorers, but they perked up, looking at the dark shadow sinking in the water ahead, anticipating the next group's arrival. Meanwhile, the tourists in the 7th corridor finally welcomed the two antiquities enthusiasts. The two had just come out of a villager's home. The stone house was ancient, with many tools made entirely of stone, leaving the antiquities enthusiast puzzled. Are the people of Luoshan Village really that strong? They build houses with stone, use stone tools, and everyone sleeps on stone beds. Why not use wood? There are mountains nearby. There should be plenty of wood. However, after visiting several stone houses, they found very few wooden products. Strange. As they speculated, they exchanged glances with the crowded tourists in the glass corridor ahead. Hey, look over here. The tourists shouted, snapping pictures, while some pressed their phone screens against the glass, where a line of text was scrolling. Remember to record any discoveries. That's right. The tourists in the 7th corridor had already learned through the chat channel in the Luoxian Lake area that they had discovered something new in a room. And it was even flashing. What could it be? The antiquities enthusiast was taken aback and couldn't help but laugh. How did their news spread so fast? A man was slowly swimming in the water. After casually giving an okay sign to the tourists, he continued forward, once again becoming the hero of the moment. This time, the new discovery was a place marked with the words, Spiritwood Shop. Captain White Sturgeon moved closer and slowly stirred the water near the plaque. As the lake water became murky, the green algae and mud fell away, revealing the shop's name. The tourists behind him immediately got excited and started scanning. They quickly collected more than half of the new fragments. The two men also swam inside. The shop had many windows, so although the inside was dimly lit, they could barely see the path. The archaeologist turned on his flashlight and saw a few fish darting past him, which made him feel more at ease as he moved forward. The walls behind the counter were empty, but a few engravings were visible, likely indicating fixed items for sale: mother's gift, sacrificial wood, setting sun stone. Captain White Sturgeon was intrigued and pointed to the first engraving, looking at the archaeologist. The archaeologist instantly understood his meaning. The name, Water Mother, had appeared 3 times so far, and it embodied the highest existence in the village. He recalled that when he first entered the research institute, the guide had mentioned that a deity had come to protect the souls of the villagers from their plight. Could this deity be the Water Mother? However, Captain White Sturgeon had a different thought. As a man whose adventurous career had faced setbacks, he first thought of the river god that trapped them underwater. Could the river god be a woman? As the two pondered, they remembered to take pictures before leaving. The next area was the dance hall that the archaeologist had seen before. The phantoms of the women dancing were still charming and captivating, rivaling the underwater performances of the goddess of the Luo River. They swam in, turned on their flashlights to observe, and then discovered a special stone carving in a corner. On a simple slab of blue stone, there were carvings of dancers waving long sleeves, surrounding a well, dancing. He called Captain White Sturgeon over to take a look. Captain White Sturgeon examined the image, then glanced at the text on the archaeologist's phone, hesitantly nodding. It should be. The archaeologist frowned. He felt that the secrets of this ancient village were becoming more numerous. He opened the VR interface, intending to casually scan, but found that there was indeed a fragment collection point on the painting. What? Who could find this hidden here? Wouldn't this mean they would always be one short? His eyes darted around, and he grasped the stone slab with both hands, his webbed feet pushing off the ground as he tentatively leaned forward. The slab rolled, dust flying, and he effortlessly pulled it out. The archaeologist, he didn't mean to. He just wanted to see if he could put it back. Captain White Sturgeon took a small step back. He was now wary of unexpected occurrences, fearing the mist might come out of nowhere to entangle him. But it was too late. The archaeologist gritted his teeth and looked towards the door. For the tourists. Let's do it. In a lush green underwater stone city, visitors in the 7th corridor were chatting excitedly about the information discovered on the regional channel. Suddenly, a loud shout interrupted them. They've come out. Out. Everyone turned to look, and one guy's face was so contorted with excitement, it looked almost funny. Could there be a discovery? Wow. The group paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. At the end of their line of sight, a diver emerged from a stone house, holding a stone tablet and waddling like a large monkey in fins. Wait, what is he doing? This is too funny. Their laughter abruptly stopped as they stared at the red dot appearing on the VR screen of their phones, eyes wide with surprise. You're my hero. Amazing man. You're the first to bring out the hidden fragment. What are you waiting for? Hurry and scan. A series of beeping sounds followed, and seeing everyone scanning, the guy with the relic smiled and gave a thumbs up before placing the stone tablet at the entrance and swiftly swimming away with the team leader. They only had 1 hour of diving time, so they had to speed things up. Chapter 280. Secrets everywhere. The two accelerated their exploration and, after waving goodbye to the visitors in the 6th corridor, arrived at the central square of the village. This was also the place the relic guy most wanted to visit. In the center of the square stood a statue that had been seen by countless visitors, who marveled at its exquisite craftsmanship without considering anything further. But today, after weaving through numerous buildings and gathering new information, their perspective on the statue changed completely. The relic guy and the team leader swam around the tall statue like two mermaids, slowly rotating upward under the gaze of the onlookers in the 2 side corridors. The stone sculpture, surrounded by a pool, was designed to resemble flowing water. The shape of the water was elongated, spiraling upwards, with splashes everywhere, and a slender stream reaching upward. Previously, they had found the form of the sculpture a bit strange, but with the new information, the relic guy was now certain. This must be the statue of Water Mother, a transformed, water-like woman. Amazing. This village was definitely not simple. He tentatively touched the area around the statue, wondering if it would trigger some projection like a shrine. Unfortunately, under everyone's gaze, nothing happened. It seemed that the well in the painting was not here. Just as they were still pondering, a few shadows floated over the surface of the lake. The diving instructor was signaling. Let's move together. The relic guy glanced at the team leader and quickly replied, No thanks. The leader gave him a look but said nothing more. Although this guy was a bit jumpy, he was familiar with the area and had shown him many odd sights. He lowered his brow, secretly observing the statue before him. He always felt that the researchers' claim that this underwater ancient city was a replica was off. From his 10 years of experience in the field, the feelings this place gave him were truly ancient and mysterious. It doesn't seem like something a new tourist attraction could produce. After taking photos, the two continued forward. If they discovered any hidden fragments along the way, they would do their best to reveal them to the visitors. Although they might get covered again by aquatic plants or silt, it was worth making the effort. The two figures vanished into the alleys, while the diving instructor above also descended with the tourists. Each location would allow for about 5 minutes of exploration, which was enough for them to soak in the atmosphere of the ancient town. As for finding hidden treasures, sorry, that relies on personal insight. They only provide the channels. And whether one discovers something special or showcases it to the visitors in the research center depends on one's luck. The lake was emerald green, with schools of fish swimming and aquatic plants swaying, and the two finally reached the village entrance. Tall stone pillars were haphazardly angled, with giant pillar heads scattered on the ground, depicting various mythical creatures. At this moment, the ancient site enthusiast began to take photos one by one. Previously, he had just enjoyed the spectacle, but now that he had grasped some secrets, he felt that these colossal beasts held hidden information. For instance, the giant octopus coiled together, the enormous turtle, and the long, snake-like creature in the distance. The only peculiar aspect of these pillar heads was that most resembled aquatic beings rather than terrestrial ones. Earlier visitors had discussed this topic on forums, but it faded away as there was no follow-up. Recently, with the emergence of treasure hunting activities, it had been rediscovered. The ancient site enthusiast took photos of the pillar heads, while the nearby captain of the sturgeon team was also taking pictures seriously for the first time, seeming eager to study them later. Once they had examined everything and returned to the ground at the village entrance, they finally looked toward the visitors in tunnel number 1. Unlike the excited or expectant expressions of those in the previous tunnels, everyone in tunnel number 1 was staring at them, holding up their phones, screens flashing, creating a somewhat eerie atmosphere. Steel. Look at the steel. All the phone screens displayed the same text. Steel. The ancient site enthusiast swallowed hard. He knew about the steel. It was something hidden next to the main entrance, blocked by aquatic plants and statues, recently confirmed by several tourists from different angles. It was likely to hold a significant secret of the village. They landed on the stone path, gazing at the slanted giant beast pillar head in front of them, astonished. There was no way to move it, right? But there was a passageway to see the steel, a narrow entry that only one person could pass through. The ancient site enthusiast signaled and then climbed onto the stone pillar, swimming inside first. What would the steel say? The corner, blocked by various objects, was quite dim. He took out a flashlight. The beam instantly brightened, but it dimmed his excitement. The steel seemed to be completely damaged. The dense small characters on it looked as if they had been intentionally worn away by some sharp instrument, with only a few scattered letters still legible. The sweet water of the strange land leads to those who dwell here. He furrowed his brows and continued to read. Drinking from the sacred tree reveres the source of life. Do the trees revere so much that they hardly use wooden products? Bless and protect the waters that nurture us. The relic's keeper slowly returned from the gap, allowing Captain White Sturgeon to go in and take a look. He floated in the water, his mind swirling with intense thoughts. Although only a few scattered words remained on the stone tablet, they still conveyed a significant amount of information to him. As long as he had time and energy, he could definitely deduce some truths. It might even come faster than the rewards from the first phase. He tightly grasped his phone, deciding that after today's exploration, he would upload these findings once he got home. He had roughly explored the village, and most of the diving tourists were gathered here, with many waiting outside the stone tablet to go in and take a look. His temporary team, with Captain White Sturgeon, could also disband now. The relic's keeper kicked his legs and swam towards the grassy area outside the village. There was a well. He quickly swam over, but found the bottom of the well blocked by stone slabs, leaving only a meter or two of height, making it easy to see the well bottom. Not this. The man slowly swam through the watergrass, past the stone pavilion, and skipped over the stone bridge, his gaze narrowing at a peculiar large pit. He remembered this place. He had seen it before in the corridor. It occasionally bubbled up with a few small bubbles, which was quite interesting. Ending his thoughts about the village, he couldn't help but chuckle, wondering if this was an underwater exhaust vent from the research institute. The pit was quite large, surrounded by lush aquatic plants that almost covered the surface, making it impossible to see how deep the pit was. Since he was here, he might as well take a closer look. The relic's keeper smiled, floated at the edge of the pit, and reached out toward the swaying water grass. Snap! In the next moment, a strong hand grabbed his arm, and a stranger diving instructor, with a blank expression, looked at him and gestured. Do not touch. Chapter 281. Assistance from the staff understood. The relic's keeper was momentarily stunned, then broke into a wide smile. Not being able to touch meant there was a secret. He didn't expect that the secret of the village, or rather the next stage of the hidden treasures, was actually related to this pit. Was there some secret imagery in the pit? Or something similar to a stone tablet? Or was the water deity at the bottom of the pit? He retracted his hand, nodded apologetically to the instructor, then spent his last moments exploring, taking a selfie with the underwater ancient city before beginning to ascend. He had already collected enough information for the day. Once he organized it and uploaded it, other tourists would help him solve the mysteries. One by one, black shadows left the bottom of the lake, while newcomers arrived. Tourists moved through the underwater corridors, trying their best to gather clues they had never seen before, and time flew by. As the sun set in the west, slowly sinking among the mountains, the lights of the scenic area lit up, and tourists began to enjoy dinner with smiles, or watch the performances. On to Han Mountain. A group of tourists returning from the temple caves were filled with amazement and excitement, discussing topics like the giant Buddha, terrifying stone statues, and electronic wooden fish. After climbing to the top of the mountain and experiencing the extremely challenging path of a brave adventurer, they sat on the vehicle heading down, feeling both exhausted and relaxed. Some chose to travel together to a mountain lodge, preparing to immerse themselves in a night of pure natural atmosphere and starlight. The rest were tourists who planned to stroll back down the path they came from. A group of 2 men and 2 women walked together, chatting as they descended. After just 20 minutes, they unexpectedly encountered someone familiar. Hey! A girl stopped and pointed at the 2 people ahead, asking, "Isn't that the uncle from the live stream?" Wow! It really is. On the downhill path, the 2 individuals were slowly making their way up. They took 5 steps, knelt down, and bowed once. After 10 steps, they lay flat on the ground and paid their respects. The accompanying male was stunned and hesitated for a moment before saying, "He can't really be climbing up like this, can he? Since we started at 5 p.m. to now, it's almost 7 p.m., that's 14 hours. Has he been climbing the whole time without a break?" The girl pondered for a moment, took out her phone, and opened a streaming app, without needing to search. The most popular live stream was indeed that of the uncle in front of them. It had 712,000 views, with 156,000 currently watching. That's scary. It's almost as busy as those shopping streams during major sales events. The comments were flooding in, and gifts were being sent continuously. It's been 14 hours. Is this guy really going to climb to the top? Isn't his knee already injured? He seems to be limping a bit. Impressive. Even if he can't reach the top, I'd still want to give him a tip. I thought it was a stunt, but now I'm touched. Hasn't the lady changed the power bank 4 times already? It seems like it's about to run out again, even if he can reach the top. How can he prove it? Oh no, what should we do? I want to see him reach the summit. According to the guide, it should take over 3 more hours. Maybe he can get up around 11 p.m. Guys, don't forget. There is still a steep section at the end that everyone has to climb. Can the uncle do it? Of course, he can. The middle-aged man's forehead was a mix of dust and sweat. His legs felt weak. He had done manual labor before, carried bricks, pushed concrete, and lifted heavy boxes and sacks. But this continuous kneeling and bowing still left his body aching. The simple woman stood by, offering no words of comfort or encouragement, just walking steadily beside him, trying to keep the phone steady to ensure the live stream continued smoothly. This was her greatest support for her husband. Since he had said he could do it, then he surely would. However, she glanced with some concern at the battery level of the power bank and her phone. It seemed they could last at most another hour, and when it got dark, they wouldn't be able to stream anymore. But that would be the most crucial moment. What should they do? The group of 2 men and 2 women watched for a while before continuing down, misjudging the situation. A few more groups of tourists arrived afterward, but they also left after a short while. The sky officially darkened, and the night was quiet, with only the bright streetlights on both sides of the mountain road accompanying the couple as they slowly climbed. The phone of the man named Xiangwei was about to run out of battery. After climbing for a while, the woman spoke her first words, her voice hoarse, like an old bellows that had been left to dry on parched ground for a long time. The middle-aged man finished his bow and stood up, dragging his body as he looked toward the distant mountaintop. The towering cold mountain gate was faintly visible, emanating a warm yellow glow in the night sky. He opened his mouth, and his voice finally echoed in the live stream, causing all the viewers who were watching the stream while attending to their own matters to suddenly turn their heads. In the footage, the weary and disheveled man sighed, his expression filled with emotion, yet he showed no intention of giving up, merely stating, "Returning a wish is not a simple matter." On the surface, it was a return of a wish, but with each step he took in prayer, he felt the preciousness and weight of his life. The suffering he experienced today, compared to losing his life, seemed trivial. However, the fatigue and hardships of today made him cherish each future day even more. "Let us go, until the battery runs out." He smiled, and although the creases and wrinkles on his face spoke of his age, a smile made him feel youthful again, as if returning to the beginning of life. The woman also smiled, raising her phone as they continued forward, but froze the next second. Xiangwei? Who are those people? The couple both looked up to see 3 or 4 individuals walking against the light from the slope, dressed in bright yellow jackets. They appeared to be staff from the scenic area. What were they here for? To help them up the mountain? Or was it time to drive them down? The middle-aged man's gaze flickered. He couldn't leave yet, as he had not completed his goal. Excuse me, is this Mr. Xiangwei? The camera slowly shifted, and the woman quietly took a step back. Although she wasn't very clever, she understood what everyone wanted to see at that moment. So, under the warm streetlight, on the mountain path, Xiangwei looked nervously at the 4 or 5 staff members in front of him and murmured, Yes, it's me. I'm really sorry if you're closing the park. The leading staff member smiled gently and adjusted his glasses to interrupt him. Mr. Xiangwei, we are not asking you to leave the mountain. He paused, then continued. We heard about your intention to return your wish online, and Wanyuan Mountain is willing to make an exception for you. You can continue climbing at night. We are here to ask if you need our assistance to go up the mountain. Hearing the first part, Xiangwei and the woman were overjoyed and repeatedly expressed their gratitude. But upon hearing the next part, he shook his head and quickly declined. No. Please don't. I want to climb the mountain to return my wish by myself. I appreciate the good intentions, but please don't help me. The young staff member with black-rimmed glasses nodded, then waved his hand, and a man behind him stepped forward, opening a backpack. You might find these useful. Xiangwei thought it was food and repeatedly waved his hand until the backpack was placed in front of him, revealing 4 or 5 power banks. He looked up and made eye contact with the staff across from him. The young leader smiled politely. I think this is what you need. Chapter 282. Successful wish fulfillment. What a good person. The couple, who received a bag full of power banks, no longer had to worry about their phones running out of battery and shutting down. The staff even kindly took away their dead power banks, saying they could pick them up at the visitor center before descending the mountain. Li Xiangwei felt a mix of amusement and helplessness. Sometimes, people are like this. When they show up, even if he didn't want their help, he couldn't help but hope that this group would stubbornly tie him up, put him in a small cart, and forcefully take him to the summit. But this was fine too. After this little rest, he was re-energized and continued his slow ascent. The mountain path grew quiet. At this moment, it seemed that only the 2 tourists remained on Dahan Mountain. However, they were silent, while the viewers in the live stream were going wild. Rolling fish, I'm going to die laughing. I thought they were here to act, but they pulled out so many power banks. Sky Claw, incredible. These power banks could keep him going to the summit, and even if he kneels, it would still be enough. Mountain Sweeper number 1. Wait a minute. Does that mean he will be the first person to night climb Dahan Mountain? Wind Whisper, wow. I've never night climbed even when I was number 1 on the leaderboard. Jumping Carp, but he's taking the regular path up, so he probably won't see much. The only thing to see is the 999 steps at night. God of Shock, wow. I need to gather fans for Wanyuan Mountain. After climbing all the mountains, Wanyuan app, activate. Nirvana, alright. Now we really need to keep an eye on the live stream. Golden Mouse, the most intense moment is just about to begin. A Ferrari dominated the screen, followed by a dull number 1, then a page filled with golden and white carnival graphics. Sweetie, big shot. The big shot has been here all along. Insufficient balance, waiting to reach the summit. Sweetie, insufficient balance, big shot. Look at us. The chat in the live stream went crazy, but the woman didn't look at her phone. Her gaze was fixed on her husband. Li Xiangwei also didn't check his phone. His eyes were focused ahead. Finally, a fork appeared in the path. One direction led to the 999 steps to the summit, while the other continued along the regular route. Li Xiangwei rubbed his sore thighs, hesitating at the fork for a few minutes, before finally taking the route towards the 999 steps, just as everyone hoped. This path led straight to the heavenly gate of Han Mountain. Although it looked short, it was much more treacherous than the regular path. Li Xiangwei had climbed it before, and he certainly knew, but he also understood that taking this route could bring rewards. The staff had said he would be the first person to night climb Dahan Mountain, and many people would want to see what Dahan Mountain looked like at night. Similarly, he wanted to see it too, at the summit of Han Mountain. In the visitor center, Su Jing watched Zhao University returning and put down his phone. Did he get the power bank? Zhao University nodded with a smile. He said to keep climbing. Then let us climb. Su Jing leaned back in his chair. The phone screen lit up, showing a middle-aged man at the foot of the mountain looking up, his eyes reflecting brilliant light. He had begged for a life, and the cold mountain could bear his worship. In the live stream, millions of eyes were glued to the screen. A woman who usually filmed Li Xiangwei from the front now stood behind the middle-aged man, holding up her phone, capturing both her husband and the radiant ladder in the frame. He took a deep breath, stepped forward, and it seemed as if he triggered some kind of mechanism. Suddenly, a blue light shot out from both sides of the staircase beneath him, illuminating the entire steps and quickly spreading upward. It was as if a starry path to the heavens had been opened. The blue light gathered like waves, lighting up everything in its vicinity. The shadows of the rocks and trees beside the steps, the clusters of flowers, and the fluttering leaves all burst into splendid blue-violet light. When that light reached the end of the ladder, two huge golden beams opened at the platform on the mountaintop. As if the eyes of a deity were gazing down at the walls of the mountain. Blue cloud patterns and shimmering waves projected, as if overlooking the world below. Everything flickered before the crowd. The comments in the live stream suddenly stopped, followed by an explosive outburst. Driver, wow, what is this? Fan 1, I knew it. I knew it. Mountain Guardian, I want a night climb. Please, night guides, open the night climb. Nirvana, oh my god, climbing during the day is cool, but climbing at night with this light show is something else. Fan 9527, fans have arrived at the battlefield, amazed and satisfied, leaving the scene. Curious? Tomorrow for inner peace. Wow? This path isn't leading to the cold mountain gate. It's leading to the southern gate. SM boy, I didn't plan to climb, but it looks like I have to go again. A big spender remained silent, just showering gifts, and the comment section was bombarded with multiple donations, indicating his satisfaction. The cold mountain had open night climbing for the first time, and only 2 people were doing it. 2 people live streaming, creating the effect of millions participating. Su Jing smiled as he looked at the screen. What else did he need for promotion? His ambassadors were everywhere online. After tonight, everyone would replay the recording over and over, eagerly awaiting the official opening of night tours at the cold mountain. That was enough. In the footage, it was clear that Li Xiangguo was also overwhelmed by the grand scene, but after taking a few deep breaths, he maintained his speed and continued to climb. The 10th step, the 100th step, the 300th step. When his head bumped against the 3rd step, golden lotuses began to blossom, emerging from where his forehead had touched. One by one, golden lotus lights appeared on the ascending ladder. Even with Li Xiangguo's sincere heart, he couldn't help but feel astonished at this moment. Stepping on the lotuses, was he perhaps about to pay homage to a deity? Countless golden lotuses bloomed. The scene was too grand, and Li Xiangguo's head bumped louder and louder. He seemed to hear the faint sound of a bell, but upon listening closely, he realized it was just his imagination. The man climbed earnestly, and the audience in the live stream followed along, watching the endless changes of the heavenly ladder. With 600 steps, what appeared was a white mist cascading like a waterfall. A middle-aged couple moved forward into the mist. Each time kneeling, they would plunge headfirst into the fog, yet Li Xiangguo opened his eyes wide within the mist. If he wasn't mistaken, after being washed by the mist, his body seemed to have shed a lot of fatigue and felt lighter. The wound on his knee didn't hurt as much anymore. He was invigorated. The middle-aged man gathered his strength, his eyes sparkling. And under the golden light emanating from the heavenly gate at the peak of Dahan Mountain, he stepped onto the summit. Buzz! In the faint mist at the mountaintop, this time Li Xiangguo wasn't mistaken. The vast sound of the bell indeed echoed. The heavenly gate of Han Mountain, reflecting a bright yellow light from below, was solemn and majestic, like a mountain deity bowing its head, overlooking the world. Li Xiangguo continued to kneel and worship, passing through the heavenly gate, reaching that familiar wishing tree, which he had seen just half a month ago and was now laden with fruit. He staggered forward, raising his hands high, then knelt heavily down, tears streaming down his face. Chapter 283. Preparing to start the next step, his kneeling caused the live stream to explode. Those who had previously watched coldly, or with some malice, or as a joke, were now all frantically shouting in the comments. The climbing path of Dahan Mountain normally takes 45 hours to ascend, yet this person managed to reach the peak in nearly 19 hours. Kneeling every 5 steps and bowing every 10. What an inspirational journey this is. Stop saying naive and irresponsible things about sacrificing your life for something. Go climb a mountain like this, and you'll immediately understand the value of life. As the comments heated up, the top supporter finally spoke up. Insufficient balance. Feeling a bit moved. Insufficient balance sent a carp leaping over the dragon gate 1. Insufficient balance sent a star for you 1. Insufficient balance sent a dragon in the sky 1, with 3 consecutive gifts. The screen was controlled for 1 minute, causing the entire live stream to boil over again. Sweetheart, I'm really envious. The host got rich overnight. Fan of Wanyuan Mountain number 1. At my Wanyuan Mountain, witness the miracle, big shot. Come visit when you have time. It's really fun. Armpit hair of the guide. Carrying the flag for my Wanyuan Mountain. Nirvana. This brother earned back all the money he spent in the first half of his life in one live stream. Don't want to dance. Last time I went, there weren't this many wishes on the tree. Now there are too many, right? Sword against the sky. I just feel shocked. The impact of one person kneeling to fulfill their wishes in this atmosphere is too strong. National fishing. Now I want to go up and make a wish. I'm at Luoxian Lake right now, betting on wins. I just want to know, will he kneel down while coming down the mountain? Of course not. After Li Xiangwei knocked his head 3 times, he wiped away the tears from his eyes and then embraced the camera along with his wife. The audience suddenly felt a wave of darkness, as if embraced by a middle-aged man. The embrace was brief, and as he wiped away his tears, he looked into the camera, clasped his hands, and spoke with a voice still tinged with emotion. Thank you all. He didn't quite understand how to assess the number of gifts received or what the trending charts meant. He could only comprehend the hundreds of thousands of viewers displayed in the upper right corner, which surprised a man who had never received such attention in his life. Thank you for witnessing my fulfillment process. He continued, today's live stream will end here. Soon. I will return the power bank to the park and take the cable car down. He seemed a bit shy as he scratched his head. I'm getting older, and my body can only hold up to this. I won't walk down anymore. Everyone has watched for so long, and I appreciate your efforts. I hope you all cherish every single day of your life, just like I will starting tomorrow. With a smile, the man's eyes sparkled with beautiful visions of the future. Perhaps 3 years later, he might argue with his family due to life's disappointments. Maybe 10 years from now, he would feel sorrow from unexpected events. Or perhaps many years later, he would find himself frail, with graying hair and blurred memories. Yet, the memories of this month would be treasured for a lifetime, and he would spend the rest of his days in gratitude for them. Sitting in the descending cable car, Su Jing closed his phone screen and gazed into the distance. The probability of the wish tree's 5th option was actually quite high. As long as the wishes weren't too outrageous, there was a possibility of realization when the desire was strong enough. When he first took over the scenic area, he thought it was a troublesome mess. However, as attractions were improved, excellent staff joined, and spectacular performances unfolded, he became increasingly happy, gradually filling his lonely heart with busyness and warmth. He was able to help the Golden Sun Dance Troupe regain their stage presence and shine again. He enabled the Qingshan Acrobatic Troupe, which had faced disdain, to find their strengths and continuously improve their performances. He helped the impoverished workers from Fangwei, who had suffered through hardships, to feel accepted again. He provided stable jobs for the large group of veterans. He guided the Zhaomang team, who were on the edge of danger, onto the right path. He made it possible for Qingshan County to re-enter the public's eye because of him and his efforts. He increasingly felt a strong sense of mission and fulfillment. Even today, countless people entrusted their precious holiday time to him amidst their busy and exhausting lives, arriving with excitement and leaving satisfied. This made him genuinely happy. Initially, he could only serve his own system, but later his abilities were directed towards his employees, and eventually, through the wish tree and the lantern plaques, he shared his magical abilities with the world. Reaching this point was all due to his proactive, earnest, and tireless efforts in expanding the Wanyuan scenic area. As long as the scenic area exists, everything exists. It may even continue to get better. In the night, the man became a small dot, slowly descending with the cable car. He knew how to transform the next step. Late at night, Wanyuan Mountain fell silent again. In the fishing area by Luoxian Lake, a few anglers leaned together, quietly chatting about gossip, their eyes never leaving the surface of the water. So, I decided to give it a try this time. I heard that the bronze kettle caught by Old Wang last time was reclaimed by the park, and he got a free 2-day extension for fishing. Today, I absolutely cannot come back empty-handed. Hee. Wait until you catch a little loach, then you'll be honest. Stop chatting. Hurry up and shut up, huh? The teasing older brother suddenly fell silent, and then spoke suspiciously. Was there some kind of noise just now? Everyone quieted down, listened carefully, and then waved their hands dismissively. Can't you tell it's construction noise? Wanyuan scenic area is so large, there might be new construction happening somewhere. It's normal. Exactly, otherwise. How do you think they managed to create so many attractions in less than half a year? They must have started construction secretly a long time ago. The older brother still looked doubtful. Really? Of course it's true. A man in a cap stared intently at the water surface, responding nonchalantly. Maybe the mountain we're leaning against is under construction somewhere. Suddenly, the fishing rod trembled violently, and the man in the cap immediately tightened his grip on the rod. His whole body remaining still, only his arms bulging with veins. His eyes were filled with excitement and anticipation. The hook is set. Chapter 284. Establishing a research institute on the first night of the diving activity, the eagerly awaited fans finally saw a post from the divers after a long wait. The post, organized by the antiquities enthusiast, who sat in front of the computer deep in thought, attracted a lot of attention online. Firstly, new fragment locations were discovered, which would allow everyone to speed up their fragment collection again. Secondly, new clues and videos circulated. These pieces of information connected and expanded upon each other, making it possible for them to find answers even earlier than the Luoshan number 1. Thus, netizens compared answers online, then ran to the app's communication channel to chat and gather information. They seemed to have formed a powerful puzzle-solving team. Su Jing leaned against the headboard, watching the rapid-fire comments on his phone and the teasing screenshots sent by He Yunong. In the images, various exploration teams led by divers had already formed. The speed and scale of the teams left Su Jing astounded. Was it really necessary to go this big? Could it be that he wasn't ready yet, and the next stage had already been cracked? He chuckled softly and turned over to sleep. That was impossible. A dreamless night passed, and early the next morning, with the scenic area opening, Su Jing drove to the city of Yong'an. He was already quite familiar with the office at Xinzhuang's place. Even the security guard at the entrance recognized him. Mr. Su? Xiaoli was carrying a cup of tea towards the room and showed a surprised smile upon seeing him. What brings you here? I need to discuss something with the secretary. Xiaoli nodded with a smile, opened the door for him, and then went back out to brew tea. Inside, Xinzhuang was working and looked up with bright eyes, quickly waving him in. Do you have super hearing or sight? A neatly dressed middle-aged man sat on a leather sofa, finally showing a hint of leadership presence. I've just taken care of the helicopter matter and was about to find you, Su Jing said with a smile, pleased that it was a win-win situation. All right, that's not urgent. Once I choose a landing pad, I can head over. Oh, Xinzhuang was taken aback. So what brings you here today? The door opened, and Xiaoli entered with 2 cups of tea. He closed the door, placed the cups in front of the 2 men, and then stood aside, maintaining a respectful distance, seemingly oblivious to Xinzhuang's glance, signaling him to leave. Xinzhuang turned to Su Jing with an eager expression. This guy always had good news whenever he sought him out. What idea did he have today? Su Jing took a sip of tea and got straight to the point. I plan to establish a research institute. The location has already been chosen, and the research focus is set. Do you know how to proceed, Secretary Xin? Xinzhuang's smile froze on his face. A research institute? What will it study? There are plenty of options, like electronic technology, biotechnology, and anything else that our scenic area requires. I can research it all, Su Jing replied. The truth was, he didn't really need to consult Xinzhuang about establishing the institute. Even if Jiang Tsong and the others were clueless, there were certainly people who understood. He approached Xinzhuang to expedite the process and to let him, and the relevant national departments, know that he was researching these topics, preventing their repeated curiosity about how the scenic area achieved its effects. As for employees, Su Jing chuckled. He didn't need any. The system was his best employee. If anyone came to inspect, he could just use the system as a cover. But Xinzhuang couldn't comprehend this. The nature of a research institute is different. It requires investment for research. Why are you setting this up? Shouldn't you focus on your scenic area? Because the scenic area also needs technical support, Su Jing pressed, his eyes narrowing. Do you think the peak of Sacred Mountain gathers lightning for no reason? Do you think the fishtail of the carp god looks so realistic by chance? How do you think the butterfly fairy controls the butterfly's flight? He spoke rapidly, like a machine gun. Do you think the dazzling displays at the lake celebration just appeared out of nowhere? How did the gravity and strong winds on the climbing path of Dahan Mountain come about? How were the data projections in the 10,000 Buddha caves created? Xinzhuang, nearly having Su Jing's head in his face, slowly turned his head away and finally managed to speak. It's not just nature. Not just nature? Su Jing laughed. What are you, an old man, confused about? Of course, it's related to technology. Su Jing returned to his seat with a smile. So all of those were created by you. Facing the question, Su Jing merely smiled and said nothing, but Xinzhuang took his silence as an affirmation. All right. The matter of Wanyuan Mountain is your responsibility. I'll have Xiaoli send you the procedures. You just need to handle it. I'll give you a heads up. He was curious. But have you chosen the location? Do you have a research team? Do you want me to help promote it? Maybe we can attract some impressive researchers. Su Jing nodded. The team is set. You don't need to worry about personnel. The location is chosen, right next to the North Gate, behind the Xinu camp. You've built the research institute in the scenic area? Why? What? Do you have an objection? What objection could he possibly have? The guy is quite decisive. He only shows up when he has something to say. However, the fact that he came to find him still made Xinzhuang feel quite pleased, as he valued the presence of this important person. As he watched Su Jing get up, he suddenly remembered something. Has your research institute started? Do you want me to introduce a reliable construction team to you? The man at the door turned back, flashing a perfect smile with 8 teeth on display. It's almost finished. Bang. The door closed, leaving Xinzhuang and Xiaoli looking at each other in surprise. Xinzhuang paused for a moment and slowly spoke. He only came to find me after he finished building. Isn't that a bit too late? Not really. The construction is just the preparation. Finding you is the key. That resonates with me. Xinzhuang relaxed his brow and smiled. All right, make arrangements for this as soon as possible. The helicopter will wait for his signal to arrange payment and transport. Understood. After leaving the Cultural and Tourism Bureau, Su Jing thought for a moment and then turned back to visit the Shan Meng travel agency. Having moved twice, Shan Meng is now located in the heart of the Yong'an CBD, where tall buildings are abundant. Su Jing took the elevator up to the 13th floor and arrived at a spacious and bright office. Hello, may I ask who you're looking for? The beautiful and gracious receptionist smiled as she began to speak, only to suddenly widen her eyes in surprise. How does this man resemble the one in the photos in our general manager's office and the reception area? If she guessed correctly, this was the person the company's CEO, Zhao, referred to during the onboarding training as someone who was extremely important to Sean Mang. Mr. Su Jing. Su Jing had no idea how many images and pieces of information flashed through the woman's mind in those brief 3 seconds. He merely nodded politely and spoke. Is Zhao Mang here? Yes. Who would dare to call the name of the local power in Yong'an so casually? This must be Mr. Su Jing. Zhao is actually not leading a team today. I'll go get him. Please wait for me in the VIP room for a moment. She signaled to another staff member to quickly call Zhao. She wanted to ensure that this legendary figure was well taken care of and not neglected in the slightest. Chapter 285. Changes in Sean Mang knocking on the door of the general manager's office. Zhao Mang was just putting his feet down from the desk. He cleared his throat, set down the lamp he was holding, and looked toward the door. What's the matter? Unlike her usual polite demeanor, the receptionist now had an expression of suppressed excitement. Mr. Zhao, someone is looking for you. Someone's looking for me. Zhao Mang frowned, his imposing figure exuding pressure. They come directly to me? Don't all those little subordinates below know to screen calls? After all, as the general manager, shouldn't I be the last to appear? The receptionist quickly recognized that the boss was wandering off in thought again. She discreetly rolled her eyes and interrupted him. It's Mr. Su Jing. He is looking for you. Huh? Zhao Mang laughed. I only know one Su Jing, and he is always so busy at the scenic area. Where would he have the time? It's that Su Jing. The receptionist hurriedly stepped forward, pointing to the large frame behind him containing a photo of Zhao Mang and Su Jing, while pulling him toward the door. Someone is waiting outside. Don't keep them waiting. Huh? Zhao Mang was taken aback. Why did Su Jing come personally? He didn't even greet him. What was he here for? With only a minute's walk, Zhao Mang quickly pondered the significant concerns about whether his group had done anything wrong recently. Just as he pushed open the door, he put on a smile that froze on his face. The VIP reception room was as chaotic as a market. The brothers who weren't leading groups today were all gathered around Su Jing, smiling obsequiously. Some were asking for photos. Hey, Brother Jing, can we take a photo together? Brother Jing, can you give me a thumbs up? Others were offering suggestions. Brother Jing, I took a group to climb Dahan Mountain yesterday. They all asked if there are more challenging routes. I'm begging you not to open it. I'm now a professional leading Dahan Mountain routes. I'm exhausted. Mr. Su, the glutinous rice cake made by Mingyue is so delicious. Have you considered making it vacuum packed for online sales? Many of my clients want to eat it again after going back. Lastly, there were those who were just flattering him. Brother Jing, you're so handsome. If I could be just a third as handsome as you, the line of girls chasing after me would stretch from Dahan Mountain to Mingyue Village. Mr. Su, I have a pack of good tea here. I've spoiled it. Why don't you take it back to try? Mr. Su, are you tired? Let me massage your legs. This is outrageous. What are you all doing? Zhao Mang looked at the chaotic scene and let out an angry roar, finally rescuing Su Jing from the crowd. The kid was squeezed so much that his face was red, his newly styled hair was a mess, and his suit was wrinkled, dropping from a 30,000 level to a 301. When the younger brothers heard the boss had arrived, they immediately fell silent, standing neatly to the side, hands pressed against their pants seams, chests out, heads up, and looking straight ahead. Hello, Mengu. Good for you, you brats. Zhao Mang slapped the back of the nearest younger brother. I've said it. In a civilized society, call me Mr. Zhao. After scolding, he grinned and leaned in, his nearly 1.9 meter tall figure next to Su Jing resembling a large black gorilla ornament. Brother Jing, what brings you here? You didn't give me a heads up so I could come to pick you up. Su Jing was both amused and exasperated, pushing him aside. I went to the Cultural and Tourism Bureau for some business, and thought I'd drop by to see the brothers. They're quite enthusiastic, haha. Zhao Mang's eyes widened. Just to take a look? What else? That's great. No bad news is good news. Zhao Mang instantly relaxed, cheerfully pushing the door for Su Jing. Come on, I'll take you for a tour and show you our Shanmang. Su Jing thought the same. To be honest, Shanmang was a travel agency he had helped build up himself, and seeing it reach this point truly made him happy. In the bright and spacious office area, Su Jing followed Zhao Mang, with 7 or 8 delighted younger brothers. Oh no. Tour guides, following behind. This side is all reception areas. You were just in the Yibin reception room for VIP clients. These 2 rooms, one big and one small, are our training classrooms. Zhao Mang puffed out his chest, a hint of pride appearing on his face. We often invite some master speakers and professional skills trainers to conduct training for our tour guide employees. Every month, we also have experience sharing sessions among employees. A group of younger staff members nod vigorously in the background, trying to suppress their laughter. Their experience sharing sessions consist of standing on stage and passionately critiquing various experiences with admiration and humor. They share stories about an NPC that almost scared them to death, about how a thrilling adventure left them in a rather embarrassing situation, and how climbing too many mountains has affected their personal lives, among other things. It can be said that these sessions promote employee motivation and team harmony through lively exchanges. Su Jing nodded, acknowledging that this training is quite good. It keeps up with the times and ensures that we are always at the forefront of the tour guide industry, guaranteeing a great experience for every visitor. Zhao Meng suppressed a smile and continued to show him around. This area is the strategic meeting room, used to keep pace with the updates from Wanyuan Mountain, allowing for timely adjustments to travel routes and methods to create the most cost-effective travel strategies. Over here is the library, which is used for employees to take naps, for employees to research information and occasionally take short breaks. Su Jing chuckled as he looked at the clean green and white space, realizing that while Zhao Meng might appear rugged, he indeed had a good sense of aesthetics. The color tones of these rooms are harmonious and unified, yet the different materials create distinct atmospheres in each space. Well done. Now, this area is where my younger staff members work. Since they communicate frequently, we installed soundproof glass and provided them with soundproof phone booths. This area is for the marketing and operations department, as well as other departments. On this wall is the honor wall. Zhao Meng paused in the middle of the corridor, proudly showcasing the decorative items on the wall. Su Jing also looked over, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Although Shan Meng was established not long ago and lacks a deep background and professional, high-value certificates, the man's voice carried a hint of emotion. But we will use these banners and photos to prove our strength to the visitors. These are also the best recognition of our capabilities. On the red and white wall, there are banners reading serious and responsible, calm in crisis. Saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda, and articulate and precise in every detail. In addition to the banners, there are also group photos and chat screenshots, the largest of which is of him and Zhao Meng standing in front of Mingwe Village. This was the first time Su Jing had seen chat screenshots displayed as honors on a wall. Yet, he had to admit that the heartfelt encouragement and recognition on those screenshots felt more like true honors than cold certificates. Shan Meng has improved. Zhao Meng sighed contentedly beside him. Yes, Shan Meng will get even better. Chapter 286. The wish made with the honor wall of the office as the backdrop. Su Jing called over his other younger staff members, and they took another group photo together, enjoying tea and lunch. Only then did Su Jing leave. On the drive back, he sorted through the current progress. Last night, the A-level building, Wanyuan Research Institute, constructed by the elite construction team, has begun its construction. It is located on the right side of the North Gate, at the foot of the extreme domain mountains, behind the Xianhu camp. The renovation of the A-level building does not take long, although it is being built from scratch. The attributes of the elite construction team and the additional achievements allow the construction time of the Research Institute to be completed in just 5 days. With the system in hand, everyone would just feel that they hadn't noticed this building before, without overthinking it. However, after 5 days, once the building is completed, the completion rate of the extreme domain mountains should rise above 60, allowing him to begin that major renovation. The system brother estimated that he would need 1 million reputation points, mainly because there were some items that required him to spend a bit of positive feedback to wholesale from the store. In total, it would be around 40,000 to 50,000 positive feedback points, which is completely within his capacity. Next comes the exciting lottery draw. After accumulating 3 chances over time, he finally gets to show his skills. Back at the villa, after bathing and burning incense, Su Jing completed all the folklore activities that could increase luck points. Here we go. Let's draw. The system was also excited. Although it couldn't be seen, he could feel its enthusiasm cheering him on. Draw, the familiar dazzling light flickered. And as the colorful glow faded, Su Jing covered his face and peeked through a small gap. 3 light circles appeared, one of which contained a familiar little figurine. Immediately putting his mind at ease. That's enough. Having this is sufficient. As for the other 2, Su Jing's expression darkened as he pulled out a familiar lottery ticket. But in the next second, he revealed a joyful smile. First prize, draw 2 more times. System, you are my god. Su Jing laughed and rolled on the bed several times, praising the system from beginning to end. He knew the system had its intentions. The system, you weren't thinking that just now. Without further ado, he waved his hand and used the 2 chances again, then looked at the 3 remaining light circles. One of them was another helper. Today must be a lucky day for helpers, but such good items are always welcome. Who wouldn't want outstanding employees? After collecting the 2 helpers, he curiously pulled out something from the next light circle that resembled a soft, misty substance. This item could be stretched and deformed at will, then fixed in shape. Mirror of transformation, advanced fantasy item. Passing through this mirror, you will transform into the form you desire. Leaving will revert you to your original state. P.S. The transformed form does not have actual functions, cannot be traded, and cannot be used outside the scenic area. Wow, it's starting to get exciting. Bathing and burning incense really works. even though he still doesn't know its usefulness. But just hearing about it makes it sound like a super amazing item. Isn't the Light of Fantasy incredible? It basically encompasses all the divine displays of Wanyuan Mountain. However, that is merely a mid-level item. This one is advanced. So powerful. He happily put the items into his backpack and then clicked on the next orb. It was a stone. Simple and ordinary. A round stone with a gray-white base and greenish-blue patterns. But this introduction was anything but ordinary. Source of Life. Advanced fantasy item contains a large amount of life force, unleashing a tide of life every 4 hours, greatly benefiting the surrounding life within a 1-kilometer radius. PS1. The source of life cannot exist independently and must be combined with a living entity to survive. PS2. New life may be born around the source of life, but the types of species cannot be guaranteed. PS3. Non-tradable. Cannot leave the scenic area, cannot be damaged. PS4. Good heavens, if there are a few more PS notes. It might end up on the console. Su Jing pursed his lips, touching the smooth little stone, feeling a strange sense of comfort. If this is the case, then he indeed has something useful. Although he couldn't see the effects yet, he could already imagine the future outcomes. Absolutely terrifying. Su Jing looked at his stuffed backpack. Backpack. Hourglass 1, Source of Life 1, Invincible Potion 1, Mirror of Transformation 1, Tools 2, 55. 10 bottles of something were squeezed out, neatly arranged beside him. Next, he just had to wait for the completion of the Wanyuan Research Institute and the S-Class scene optimization, which would probably be finished around mid-August. Then he could start the next step. Before that, Su Jing smiled. Brother Tongzi, what's up? Did you get so many good things that you want to show off to me? Not at all. Su Jing shook his head. Do you remember the wish opportunity you promised me? I know. Do you have something in mind? The system sounded relaxed. Given the future plans he knew, Su Jing had plenty of ways to use it. He just didn't know what